The brilliant medical student, Du Fei, found himself at the center of an academic scandal when a professor usurped his thesis, yet serendipitously encountered a prominent family in the capital that he treated a beautiful patient as if she were a mere dog to be trained, successfully curing her mental affliction while simultaneously capturing her heart. This remarkable feat catapulted him to the esteemed position of director of the psychiatric hospital. To his astonishment, the institution was filled with captivating women, leaving him to ponder whether he was in a mental health facility or a realm of femininity. Du Fei, the paper you submitted to me previously was quite impressive, exclaimed Professor Zhang Feng, a renowned figure in the field of psychiatric medicine, as he lounged in his office at the medical university, a grotesque smile plastered across his face. Some of the insights within it are refreshingly innovative, even illuminating for someone of my experience. The young man, with a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth, was none other than Du Fei, the most exceptional student of his cohort in the psychiatry department over the past decade. Thank you, Professor Zhang, for your kind words. Du Fei replied modestly, "Oh, there's no need for humility. As your mentor, I take great pride in having nurtured such talent." Zhang continued, his gaze sharpening. "However, you are aware that in our field, without a reputation, your work will go unnoticed. Thus, regarding the authorship of this paper, you comprehend my intentions, correct?" Zhang Feng's peculiar look made Du Fei acutely aware of the professor's scheme. He planned to substitute his name for Du Fei's and publish the work, reaping the accolades for himself. Such occurrences were not uncommon in the academic realm. Being an astute individual, Du Fei had anticipated this eventuality and was discreetly recording the conversation. Maintaining an air of calm, he responded, "Of course, that's perfectly acceptable, Professor Zhang. You are my mentor, and I owe my success in crafting this paper to your invaluable guidance. Ha ha ha. Truly, you are a teachable student. Rest assured, under my tutelage, you shall enjoy all the finest things life has to offer." Zhang beamed, reveling in Du Fei's compliance. At that moment, a phone call interrupted their exchange, and Zhang cheerfully answered it. "Hello? Who is this?" he inquired. "Oh, Director's son? Yes. Really? That is wonderful news. Thank you so much. All right, we'll be there shortly." Upon ending the call, Zhang's smile widened as he sprang to his feet to dress. Noticing Du Fei still standing before him, he paused momentarily. "What are you waiting for? You can leave now." "Understood," Du Fei replied, turning to depart, but then Zhang seemed to recall something. "Wait. You are coming with me." Under Zhang's guidance, Du Fei accompanied him to a villa on the outskirts of the capital. Zhang, visibly anxious, warned Du Fei, "We are about to meet some individuals of considerable influence in the capital and even across the nation. Do not speak carelessly. Just follow my lead. Do you understand?" "Understood," Du Fei quickly replied. As the car approached the villa and came to a halt, Zhang Feng and Du Fei had just alighted when several individuals emerged from within, warmly welcoming them. "Professor Zhang, it is an honor to see you. Director-san, greetings, greetings. It has been quite a while." "Haha, indeed, it has been a long time. Allow me to introduce you. This is the esteemed young master of the Su family, Su Tao." "Greetings, young Master Su." Zhang Feng hastily extended his hand for a handshake. Director's son continued, "Young Master Su, this is the renowned Professor Zhang Feng, celebrated in the capital's psychiatric circles. He has published numerous papers that have caused quite a stir internationally." A man in his 20s, exuding an air of authority, disdainfully regarded Zhang Feng's outstretched hand, showing no intention of reciprocating. Clearly, he held Zhang Feng in low esteem. Noticing Su Tao's demeanor, Zhang Feng forced a couple of awkward chuckles and withdrew his hand. Du Fei, observing this, was taken aback. After all, Zhang Feng was a well-known psychiatric professor in the country, yet the other party appeared utterly dismissive. It was evident that the Su family before him was indeed the illustrious Su family, the foremost among the four great families of a nation. Seeing Zhang Feng's subservient attitude, Su Tao grew somewhat impatient. "My sister is inside, let's hurry." "Yes, yes." Zhang Feng maintained his obsequious demeanor as he followed Su Tao into the villa. Upon entering the living room, the sight before them astonished both Zhang Feng and Du Fei. Seated elegantly on the sofa was a young woman, perhaps in her 20s, possessing an alluring figure and exquisite features. She radiated an aura of nobility, embodying the quintessential image of a wealthy beauty. The only flaw in her beauty was a hint of dazedness in her expression as she stared blankly at the distant scenery, seemingly devoid of passion for life. Yet, this only accentuated her serene beauty and captivating charm. Beside the affluent young woman stood two personal maids, exhibiting utmost respect. On the sofa sat a middle-aged man. Du Fei recognized this middle-aged man from the news. He was Su Yun, the head of the Su family in the capital, the leading family in the capital. The Su family possessed vast wealth, amounting to hundreds of trillions, wielding power that could rival nations and influencing domestic affairs, all thanks to the strategic maneuvers of its patriarch. Su Yun's encounter such a legendary figure underscored the extraordinary nature of the occasion. "Dad, I have brought them," Su Tao respectfully announced to the middle-aged man seated on the sofa. The middle-aged man glanced at Zhang Feng and then at Du Fei, as if he could see right through them. This made Zhang Feng tremble with fear, nearly losing control of himself. After a prolonged silence, the middle-aged man finally spoke. "This is my daughter, Su Zhuo. She suddenly changed like this starting yesterday. The family doctor claims it is a psychological issue. However, I have consulted several specialists, and none could discern the cause. I kindly ask for your assistance." Zhang Feng felt a surge of anxiety upon hearing this. He was acutely aware of his limitations. If other clinical experts failed to identify the issue, he, a researcher known for appropriating his students' work, would certainly be at a loss. Yet, as the saying goes, fortune favors the bold while misfortune befalls the timid. Zhang Feng had come today, and he could not afford to show weakness. If he performed well, he might forge a connection with the Su family, potentially securing a prosperous future. Zhang Feng cleared his throat. "Mr. Su, rest assured, I shall do my utmost." With that, he feigned an air of seriousness, moving a couple of steps in front of Su Zhuo and retrieving a simple instrument for a cursory examination, feigning gravitas. He then turned to Du Fei. "Du Fei, come take a look." At this point, Du Fei understood Zhang Feng's intentions. He realized that Zhang Feng, aware of his own inadequacies, had summoned him to take charge. If successful, it would be credited to his teacher. If unsuccessful, the blame would fall upon Du Fei. The pressure was palpable, because Du Fei had consistently exhibited a compliant demeanor. Zhang Feng felt emboldened to delegate this task to him. Today, Du Fei must seize this opportunity. Approaching Su Zhuo for examination, he observed her vacant expression and unfocused gaze. Showing no reaction to her surroundings or any stimuli, Du Fei snapped his fingers, yet she remained unresponsive. This was a classic case of mental illness, and Du Fei had a treatment plan forming in his mind. He retrieved his phone and played a video he frequently utilized, positioning it before Su Zhuo. The clip featured a puppy undergoing training, brief yet captivating, lasting around 5 minutes. Upon noticing the video, Su Tao furrowed his brow. "You, hey!" Before Su Tao could finish, Su Yun interrupted him. The living room was enveloped in tension, the only sound being the incessant barking emanating from Du Fei's phone. Finally, the video concluded. Du Fei raised his hand beside Su Zhuo. Snap! A sharp sound echoed as he clapped his hands, then extended his palm towards Su Zhuo. Hand! In the villa's living room, everyone anxiously observed Du Fei's actions. Little did they expect him to extend his hand towards Su Zhuo as if he were training a dog. Su Tao and Su Yun were visibly aghast, their faces paling. Zhang Feng was infuriated. "Du Fei, what are you doing? How dare you treat Miss Su in such a manner? I see you have a death wish." Yet in the next moment, a bewildering situation unfolded for Zhang Feng. Upon hearing Zhang Feng shout, Su Zhuo cast a fierce glare in his direction, her lips emitting a low, menacing growl, reminiscent of a dog, as if threatening him. Startled by her demeanor, Zhang Feng instinctively took a couple of steps back. Only when he retreated did Su Zhuo cease her ominous sounds, promptly placing her hand on Du Fei's. Du Fei affectionately ruffled Su Zhuo's hair, which filled her with delight. She embraced him, nuzzling against him like a playful puppy. This spectacle left the onlookers in the living room utterly dumbfounded. It appeared that Su Zhuo had truly been trained like a dog. A cold voice broke the silence, belonging to Su Yun. "What on earth is happening here?" Du Fei maintained his composure and began to explain. "Mr. Su, Miss Su suffers from a mental disorder, specifically a form of schizophrenia. The afflicted typically display symptoms such as a vacant expression and sensory loss. In simpler terms, it's akin to what we often refer to as daydreaming or an out-of-body experience. Under this condition, patients are prone to develop dissociative identities, sometimes even forgetting their own humanity. I merely employed a mild hypnotic technique to induce a simple suggestion in Miss Su's mind. At present, she believes she is transformed into a dog. Rest assured, this is only temporary. She will regain her senses within a few hours. It is merely a method to assess her condition. No sooner had he finished his explanation than Su Tao erupted with anger. Nonsense! How dare you treat my sister this way? You must be seeking death. Before Su Tao could finish, Su Yun interjected, Su Tao, be quiet. Reluctantly, Su Tao suppressed his urge to curse, glaring fiercely at Du Fei. Only Su Yun regarded Du Fei with keen interest. Why should I trust you? Because I possess the capability. I'm the finest student in the psychiatric department at our school, surpassing even my instructors. Even my teachers have resorted to borrowing my papers. Du Fei spoke with great confidence. Zhang Feng's face turned a sickly green upon hearing this. You don't spout nonsense. When have I ever stolen your paper? Du Fei merely smiled, playing back a recording he had made moments earlier. Zhang Feng's voice resonated clearly. With no reputation, no one cares about your paper, so you understand the implications of its authorship, right? As the head of the Su family, Su Yun grasped the gravity of this statement. With a mere fleeting glance at Zhang Feng, who, realizing he could not argue his way out, became utterly terrified and collapsed to the ground. Despite Su Yun's calm demeanor, his imposing presence rendered Zhang Feng incapable of maintaining his composure. Throw him out. Yes, immediately, two thugs approached and seized Zhang Feng, unceremoniously tossing him out. Zhang Feng, paralyzed by fear, struggled to articulate his thoughts, but could only emit pitiful whimpers. Su Yun continued, what must be done to cure my daughter? I indeed possess a treatment plan, but I shall require Timmy at least 6 months. Moreover, there are numerous troubles at my school. Su Yun immediately discerned Du Fei's implication. Without hesitation, she proclaimed, I shall grant you 1 year to cure my daughter's ailment. Should you succeed, wealth and prestige will be yours to command. Should you fail, you are well aware of the consequences. For a family of the Su stature, extinguishing Du Fei's life would be akin to squashing an ant. Conversely, elevating Du Fei was merely a matter of a single utterance. Whether he ascended to greatness or plummeted into despair hinged on this moment. Upon hearing this demand, Du Fei was overwhelmed with elation. He was acutely aware of Su Zhiruo's condition. As a prodigy in psychiatric medicine, treating such afflictions was child's play for him. Was this not tantamount to securing his own fortune and splendor? Rest assured, Mr. Su, I shall not disappoint your expectations. Su Yun nodded and rose to depart. Escort the young lady back to her room. With that, Su Yun instructed, and 2 maids moved to guide Su Zhiruo. Instantly, Su Zhiruo reacted as if in distress, unleashing a cacophony of howls, fixating on the maid before her. Her hands clung desperately to Du Fei, refusing to release him, even going so far as to collapse onto the floor. Gone was any semblance of composure. She was now akin to a frenzied beast. One maid attempted to reach out, only to be met with a fierce bite from Su Zhiruo. Hearing the commotion, Su Yun turned to glance at Du Fei, his brow furrowing in concern. For Su Zhiruo continued to circle Du Fei like a dog, having even bitten a servant. His expression darkened. What would others think if they witnessed this? How long will such symptoms persist? Only a few hours each day, however, for treatment. This behavior must be maintained daily. But fear not, it is merely a therapeutic approach and will not harm Miss Su's psyche. Though the duration was relatively short, the pressing question remained: what was to be done? Could he merely stand by and watch his daughter be reduced to a mere pet? Du Fei swiftly grasped Su Yun's intent and promptly spoke up. Mr. Su, let us do this. Arrange for me to take a position at a psychiatric hospital and bring Miss Su along. Having personnel on guard at all times would facilitate my treatment of her. What do you think? Su Yun hesitated. He was reluctant for others to learn of the Su family's affairs. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that with a few thugs stationed to monitor and given Du Fei's discretion, no one would be the wiser. Thus, he acquiesced. Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest. Despite uttering these words, Soo-yeon's heart was filled with conflicting emotions as he gazed upon his daughter, sprawled on the ground, clinging to Du-Fei's leg. Particularly concerning was the expression on Soo Ji-rua's face. She bared her teeth in a snarl when someone approached her, yet became gentle and compliant when Du-Fei patted her head. It was a sight that was exceedingly difficult to bear. As her father, he found it utterly intolerable. He could only hasten his departure from the scene. Su Tao hurriedly followed suit. Upon exiting the villa, Su Tao finally found the opportunity to voice his doubts. "Dad, why do you trust this guy? I'm certain there's something off about him. Did he truly not hypnotize my sister?" Soo-yeon scoffed dismissively. Hypnosis? Had he been watching too many movies? The concept of hypnosis, despite its widespread discussion, was fundamentally nonsensical. Only those with abnormalities could be hypnotized, or perhaps it was only those with mental illnesses who stood a chance of being hypnotized. To Soo-yeon, hypnosis was nothing more than a far-fetched notion. Moreover, regardless of whether it is hypnosis or not, what truly matters is that he can cure your sister's ailment. Today's incident involving the young lady and her mimicry of a dog must be kept under wraps. Anyone who dares to discuss this matter knows the consequences. Su Tao nodded in agreement. Family disgrace should never be aired in public, especially when it is of such an embarrassing nature. Chapter 3. Above all, the Su family's ability to handle affairs is truly remarkable. Within mere hours of making arrangements with Soo-yeon, Du-Fei and Su Jirao were escorted to the capital's premier psychiatric hospital, the 6th Hospital. This institution is a comprehensive medical facility capable of treating a variety of ailments. Yet it is renowned for its psychiatric department, which ranks first in the country. Moreover, it is an exceedingly luxurious private hospital, sprawling over 400,000 square meters, with a permanent staff exceeding 50,000. The presence of the 6th Hospital has significantly stimulated the economy of the surrounding area, where one can find a plethora of hotels, fast food outlets, and medical supply stores, nearly all of which have ties to the hospital. Su Jirao was promptly assigned to the finest single-patient room within the psychiatric ward, complete with her own private bathroom and a designated area for accompanying staff to rest. The spaciousness of her room surpassed that of an average two-bedroom apartment. Meanwhile, Du-Fei, under the guidance of the Su family and director's son, proceeded directly to meet the head of the psychiatric department, Dr. Zhou Kun. Dr. Zhou is the foremost authority in the department, subordinate only to the vice president and the president of the hospital. "Mr. Du-Fei, allow me to introduce you to our esteemed head of psychiatry, Dr. Zhou Kun," Director's son announced. Initially, Dr. Zhou appeared perplexed at the sight of such a young man receiving such deference from Director Sunday. However, upon learning that Du-Fei was Su Jirao's attending physician, his expression transformed dramatically. Having reviewed Su Jirao's condition himself, he understood the complexities involved better than anyone. The Su family members interjected, "From today onward, we will ensure that there are personnel on duty around the clock outside Miss Su's room. You will also need to arrange for 2 shifts of nursing staff to attend to her needs, following Mr. Du's directives." Director Sun nodded in agreement. "Absolutely, absolutely. Oh, and Mr. Du-Fei, I will promptly arrange for you to take on the position of deputy director, which will facilitate matters within the hospital." Through this entire process, Du-Fei came to realize the true power of influence. The Su family's connections and authority effortlessly resolved all hospital-related matters. It is worth noting that the position of deputy director in any department of the 6th Hospital is a height that many aspire to but never attain in their lifetimes. Yet, with a mere word, Du-Fei had secured this position. Moreover, should he wish, the role of director or even president could easily be within his grasp. A special ward was designated for Su Jirao on the 6th floor of the inpatient department, directly across from Du-Fei's resting quarters. The entire area of the 6th floor was largely sealed off for Du-Fei and his companions. Had it not been for the limited number of hospital beds, the entirety of the 6th floor would have been cordoned off. Du-Fei's rise could be described as soaring to great heights. Accompanied by Su Jirao, who clung to Du-Fei like a devoted dog, the atmosphere in the hospital room was rather peculiar. Occasionally, she would even extend her tongue, mimicking a canine's behavior. What a striking beauty, reduced to such a playful state. If not for the watchful eyes of the enforcers nearby, Du-Fei might have indulged in some playful antics himself. After a while, the designated caregiver had yet to arrive, but 2 maids from the Su family made their entrance. One was a tall, elegant beauty, while the other, slightly shorter, exuded a charming allure. Both donned eye-catching maid outfits, radiating youthful vigor. Upon entering, they respectfully greeted Du Fei, addressing him with, "Greetings, Mr. Du. The head of the family has arranged for us to assist you. You may call me Xiao, and this is Xiao AI. Please feel free to summon us whenever you require assistance. The head has prepared a small token for you." One of the maids presented a bank card, revealing the password, which contained a sum of 1 million. Du Fei was taken aback by the amount, yet considering the Su family's wealth, such a figure was hardly surprising. He had mentally prepared himself for this, so his reaction remained composed. However, the presence of the two maids sparked numerous thoughts in his mind. The Su family's servants, employing such endearing nicknames? Intriguing indeed. That's fine. You may go rest for now. I will call upon you when needed, Du Fei replied decisively, prompting a blush to grace Xiao Ni's cheeks. Yet, they did not leave. Surprised by their lingering presence, Du Fei asked, "Is there something else?" Xiao and I, now more bashful, responded, "Mr. Du, the head of the family mentioned that we are here to fulfill all your needs." Du Fei was momentarily perplexed. "Ah, I understand. Do you truly comprehend? We can cater to any desire," Xiao and I reiterated, her demeanor slightly shy. Observing her bashful disposition, Du Fei finally grasped the implication. No wonder their attire appeared somewhat unconventional. Though maid outfits, the skirts were quite short, complemented by black stockings that accentuated their alluring figures. It was evident that those who selected these maids possessed exquisite taste. Although these two were not as breathtaking as Su Zhuo, they exuded a captivating charm. It seemed these maids were not merely tasked with caring for Su Zhuo, but also intended to cater to Du Fei's needs. It was evident why affluent families thrived. They truly understood the art of arrangement. This was likely a measure to prevent Du Fei from engaging in any indiscretions with Su Zhuo, ensuring that his desires were satisfied by the presence of these two maids, thus keeping his hands away from her. At this moment, Du Fei found himself feeling somewhat embarrassed. Although he had a girlfriend, she was quite traditional, unwilling to engage in such activities before marriage. Thus, he remained a novice in that regard. Gazing at the two maids before him, he felt an overwhelming urge to act upon his desires. However, he quickly restrained himself. After all, these two were affiliated with the Su family, and their assignment could have ulterior motives. Should he be caught in any compromising situation, it could tarnish his reputation for a lifetime. Caution, as they say, is the mother of safety. Ahem, I understand. You may rest for now. I shall call for you when needed. Shortly thereafter, the hospital arranged for caregivers to arrive, 2 nurses, to be precise. Given the sensitive nature of the situation, it was best that few were aware of the circumstances. Compared to the 2 sweet and charming maids assigned by the Su family, these nurses appeared rather ordinary. Both in their 40s, likely chosen for their extensive experience. With the personnel in place, Du Fei established a shift schedule. Since Su Zhuo's condition was not particularly severe, there was no necessity for round-the-clock supervision, rendering their duties manageable. With everything arranged, Du Fei finally had a moment to rest. Observing Su Zhuo peacefully lying in bed, he felt a sense of surrealism wash over him. It was as if he were in a dream. Just moments ago, he had been troubled by the prospect of his thesis being plagiarized and the impending threat to his graduation. Now, he found himself as the attending physician for the Su family, amidst a multitude in the 6th hospital. The contrast was staggering, prompting him to reflect on what course of action to take next. Chapter 4. A glimmer of humanity. After pondering in the hospital room for a considerable time, Du Fei finally made a resolute decision. Regardless of the circumstances, his paramount objective was to cure Su Zhuo's mental illness. Although Su Yun had granted him a year, Du Fei was determined to expedite her recovery, allowing him more time to pursue his own aspirations. Noticing that Su Zhuo was still asleep, he rose to seek out the maid, Xiao and I, who was currently on duty. Xiao and I, may I ask you something? Of course, Mr. Du, she replied readily. How well do you know Miss Su? Xiao and I nodded eagerly. Very well. Both Xiao AI and I have grown up alongside the young lady. We know everything about her. That is excellent. Could you share with me some details about her daily life? Xiao and I hesitated. Her daily life? What purpose would that serve? Mental illness can stem from 2 sources, one being acute traumatic stress, and the other, a long-term suppression of emotions. Understanding the life of your young lady aids me in analyzing her condition. Oh, I see. Xiao and I began to reminisce. The young lady's life is rather ordinary and simple. She grew up in a villa and received one-on-one preschool education before primary school. Upon entering primary school, she commenced elite education, learning piano, etiquette, Go, and calligraphy. Throughout this process, Xiao and I and Xiao AI observed closely, serving as her companions and caretakers. Goodness, what a princess's education this is. Listening to Xiaoni's account, Dufay felt a sense of oppression. To be burdened with so many lessons from such a young age, one could easily succumb to mental strain. No wonder Su Jirua has become what she is today. However, it must be said that it is precisely due to her studies that Su Jirua possesses an exceptionally elegant demeanor. The grace of a wealthy young lady is simply unmatched by ordinary folk. And what happened next? Did she experience any stimuli prior to her episode? Xiaonai shook her head. I am unaware of that. It seems she had a conversation with the master in the study before her episode. Ever since returning from that discussion, the young lady has been in a melancholic state. As for the reason, we do not know. After hearing the entire account, Dufay could almost confirm that Su Jirua had been under long-term pressure, leading to her mental suppression. Over time, this culminated in an inner turmoil. The events prior became the final straw that broke the camel's back, and Su Jirua completely lost her sanity. To treat her, it is imperative to alleviate her previous burdens. However, at present, Su Jirua's condition is characterized by schizophrenia leading to a disintegration of her personality, resulting in a disassociation from her identity. She would rather identify as a dog than as Miss Su. Dufay now requires a combination of pharmacological treatment and psychological therapy. As for the type of psychological therapy, he already has some ideas. By the way, the young lady has not been eating at all. Do you have any solutions? Since that incident, Su Zhuo has been on a hunger strike, and Xiaonai and her companions have been unable to do anything but forcibly administer some water. Though with little effect, Dufay waved his hand dismissively. Do not worry. Tomorrow I will ensure she drinks and eats. The following day, Dufay prepared some snacks along with small toys and games intended for Su Zhuo's treatment. Xiaonai and Xiao Ai stood outside the ward. Peering through the glass of the door, their faces filled with curiosity. What do you think Dufay intends to do? Who knows? I've seen people treated for ailments, but never for mental illness. Inside the ward, Su Jirua had reverted to her previous vacant state. This is her current condition, having long emptied her mind. She had lost her perceptive abilities. At such times, she exhibited no reaction to the external world. However, it is possible to employ a form of hypnosis to reconstruct her personality. While it is referred to as a personality, it is, in truth, merely a semblance of her former self. Due to the inherent complexity of personality, it is utterly implausible to reshape it within a short span of time in a patient. In stark contrast, the molding of an animal's instincts is considerably more straightforward. Dufay, as if it were yesterday, played the video for Su Jirua once more. Soon, Su Jirua found herself immersed in the persona of a dog. Dufay produced some treats and picked up a small toy ball. He first tossed the ball away and then gently patted Su Jirua, urging her to fetch it. An astonishing scene unfolded as Su Jirua truly dashed after it like a dog, though thankfully she did not retrieve it in the manner of a canine, but instead returned, cradling the ball in her hands. It seemed that certain instinctive actions remained resilient against change. Within Su Jirua's mind, there lingered a vestige of human awareness, albeit subdued. Upon receiving the ball from her hands, Dufay affectionately patted her head and subsequently offered her a small treat. The moment she savored its flavor, a wave of delight washed over her, prompting her to embrace Dufay, yearning for more snacks. Observing this scene from outside the ward, Xiaonai and Xiao Ai were utterly bewildered. Dufay was indeed treating his own lady as if she were a dog. He had even begun employing such methods to coax her into eating. Although effective, the spectacle was profoundly disconcerting. Once a lofty young lady, she had now become akin to a dog, and Dufay's training persisted. The uniqueness of this training lay in its gradual escalation of difficulty, transitioning from simple fetch to arithmetic tasks. After engaging in games for over 3 hours, both Dufay and Su Zhuo were exhausted, the latter collapsing into a deep slumber upon her hospital bed. Noticing that she had fallen asleep, Xiao Ai and Xiao Ai finally entered the room. Mr. Du, does this method truly work? Of course it does. Do not question me. The technique I am employing is precisely what I detailed in my thesis. I assure you, it will restore your young lady to health. Her condition has already improved significantly. Although Su Zhuo still perceived herself as a dog, she inadvertently began to reveal her human side. For instance, when faced with arithmetic problems, which are typically challenging for ordinary dogs, she responded instantly. This indicated that the deeper faculties of her brain remained intact. By stimulating this portion of her cognition and facilitating her acceptance of it, the majority of the treatment would be accomplished. The next step involved soothing Su Jirua's spirit, enabling her to confront the issues at hand. Her current mental illness was In essence, a means of evading the realities of life. Chapter 5. A Promise Made. Double joys arrived by the end of the morning. Sujurua's treatment was concluded. The subsequent sessions were scheduled for the following day. The afternoon and evening found Dufay languishing in ennui, with nothing pressing at hand. He contemplated returning to school for a visit. On the way back to the dormitory, Dufay decided to bring all his daily necessities. Currently, he is a graduate student under Zhang Feng in his third year, on the brink of graduation. Medical students typically pursue a combined bachelor's and master's program. And Dufay is in his third year of the master's program. To graduate, Zhang Feng's assistance is indispensable. This is precisely why Dufay refrained from opposing Zhang Feng when it came to the authorship of his thesis. Initially, Dufay planned to gather evidence and expose the situation after his graduation. However, now that he has the support of the Su family, his endeavors have become considerably easier. As a third-year medical student, Dufay originally resided in the student dormitory. Although he had not returned in the past few days, his dormitory mates were unfazed. Being third-year students, they understood each other's circumstances. There were times when they had to conduct experiments in the laboratory all night long. His primary reason for returning this time was to discuss matters with his girlfriend, Lin Xiao, explaining that he might not have the same freedom as before. Lin Xiao, his girlfriend for the past year, is a junior he met during orientation. She is not exceptionally beautiful, scoring a 7 out of 10 naturally and an 8 with makeup. But her demeanor is charming. She exudes a wholesome aura that Dufay finds irresistible. Since Lin Xiao had taken the initiative to contact him at that time, their relationship blossomed, and they agreed to marry upon their graduation. Their year of dating at university had been quite harmonious. Before returning to school, Dufay had messaged Lin Xiao to meet for lunch. She readily agreed. Upon arriving at the designated time and place, they quickly met. Lin Xiao appeared somewhat curious. Dufay, I haven't seen you these past few days. What's up? Haven't you finished your thesis? Dufay shook his head. It's not about the thesis. But I have encountered some issues. For a long while, I might not be able to come to you immediately. He refrained from mentioning the Su family, fearing it might alarm Lin Xiao. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Xiao responded, Actually, I probably won't be looking for you anymore. This statement left Dufay momentarily bewildered. What do you mean? Dufay, let's break up. Another sentence that left Dufay with a myriad of questions. Why are we breaking up all of a sudden? Our relationship has been quite good. Typically, whenever Dufay had the time, he would accompany Lin Xiao for study sessions or leisure activities, and they had never had any significant conflicts. Lin Xiao, however, laid her cards on the table. The truth is, someone is pursuing me, and I believe he is in a better position. Who? Lu Kai? Upon hearing this name, Dufay felt a wave of understanding wash over him. No wonder. Lu Kai is a student at the medical university, a year senior to Lin Xiao. He is the most handsome student at the medical university. Most importantly, he hails from a wealthy family, a true second-generation rich kid, with both looks and affluence. Few girls at the medical university can resist Lu Kai's advances. Consequently, his relationships seem to change as frequently as a revolving lantern, lasting no less than half a month and rarely exceeding 3 months. A quintessential playboy. It appears that Lu Kai has set his sights on Lin Xiao, prompting her desire to break up. To be honest, upon receiving this news, Dufay felt no reaction whatsoever. Had this been before his encounter with the Su family? He might have pondered the money he had spent on Lin Xiao. However, times have changed. Dufay is on the cusp of great success, and the unstable factor of Lin Xiao is departing ahead of schedule. What is this? A promise made. A double blessing indeed. If their relationship were to continue until Dufay achieved greatness, Lin Xiao might reveal her true nature, potentially draining him of much more than he anticipated. Very well. Let's break up then. Dufay hastily responded. Lin Xiao was left dumbfounded. You agreed? Yes, I did. Don't you have any conditions? Aren't you angry? What is there to be angry about? Dufay was completely unfazed. Of course, there was another reason behind his indifference, the nature of the medical university itself. The institution is predominantly medical-focused, with a significant portion of the student body being nursing students. Unlike those universities where the male-to-female ratio is 7-to-1 or 6-to-1, the medical university boasts a ratio of 1-to-4. There are no math or architecture departments, only a sea of medical disciplines. Notably, the sheer number of nursing students is terrifyingly exaggerated. Even an unattractive individual could manage to cycle through girlfriends with ease. With Lin Xiao no longer a concern, Dufay certainly did not mind. Since they parted amicably, Lin Xiao's worries dissipated instantly, replaced by a radiant smile. Du Fei, I knew you were the best. I didn't expect our breakup to be so straightforward. So today, we officially part ways. Great. Du Fei and Lin Jiao were conversing merrily, leaving the diners at the nearby table utterly astonished. It was their first time witnessing a breakup executed so decisively and peacefully. Had both sides been scheming for this? Observing the smiling Lin Jiao, Du Fei felt a tinge of nostalgia. Once upon a time, Lin Jiao was indeed a fine girl. It was surprising to see her change. Since she was willing to accept Lu Kai's pursuit, it was evident that her intentions were not rooted in genuine affection. The entire campus was aware of Lu Kai's playboy reputation, alongside his family's wealth, which allowed him to be extravagantly generous. Essentially, every individual who has engaged in conversation with him has received numerous extravagant gifts. One might mistakenly assume he is a benefactor. This indicates that Lin Jiao is also inclined towards wealth. The once innocent young girl has transformed into this version of herself, leaving Du Fei somewhat reflective. However, regardless of the circumstances, Lin Jiao and Du Fei are no longer connected. After finishing this farewell meal, the two parted ways. Chapter 6. The deputy director is distinctive, having organized his belongings in the dormitory and exchanged farewells with his comrades. Du Fei returned to the 6th hospital that evening, taking residence in the ward opposite Su Jirua. Upon his return, he coincidentally encountered Xiao Ai. Xiao Ai, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Mr. Du, have you been out?" "Yes. I returned to the school briefly to retrieve some items." "Oh, such trivial matters could have been handled by us. There was no need to trouble you," she replied. "I have nothing else to do anyway." Du Fei remained unfazed. Once in his room, he began to contemplate. Although Su's family had promised him wealth and prosperity, lingering in the hospital was not a viable option. He needed to find something to occupy his time, especially in a psychiatric hospital. It would be a shame to leave without purpose. Perhaps he could take the opportunity to observe a few patients. That would be beneficial. The thought filled him with excitement. It is important to note that this is the 6th hospital. For others to treat patients here, they must first obtain an internship qualification, endure the internship period without incident, and exhibit commendable performance. Only then can they hope to secure a position as a physician. This is merely a chance. Failing the assessment results in no employment. However, Du Fei's situation is different. He can treat whomever he wishes. This is a remarkable privilege for a medical student, one that only they can fully appreciate. Moreover, Du Fei is inherently a prodigy in the field of psychiatric medicine. Now, with the opportunity to apply his theories in practice, how could he not be elated? It is akin to Takomi Fujiwara grasping the wheel of an 86, Jiang Luer touching the chessboard, or Zhou Badong obtaining the martial arts manual. Resolute in his decision, Du Fei soon fell into a deep slumber. The following day, he continued Su Jirua's treatment using his previous methods. The progress was visibly evident. At this rate, within a week, Su Jirua would be able to engage in more challenging games, and there was even a possibility of her regaining consciousness within a month. Given that her condition is a form of schizophrenia, she should appear no different from ordinary individuals during asymptomatic periods. On this particular day, it was not just the two maids, Xiao Anai and Xiao Ai, in attendance. Su Tao from the Su family was also present outside the ward, keenly observing Du Fei's treatment process. Initially incensed at the sight of his sister being trained like a dog, his anger had since diminished. After watching for a while, he departed. Outside the psychiatric department, Su Tao's trusted aide followed closely behind him. Noticing the absence of others, he whispered inquiringly, "Mr. Su, do you think we should?" He gestured subtly, the implication clear, to take covert actions during the treatment process. Su Tao slowly shook his head, deeming it unnecessary. Although he publicly displayed great affection for his sister, his thoughts were predominantly consumed by family affairs. The question of how to ascend as the next head of the Su family weighed heavily on his mind. While Su Jirua could not compete with him directly, she possessed the potential to obstruct his plans or even sway allegiances towards his brother. Thus, he remained ever vigilant against her. With Su Jirua now in a state of madness, he found himself in a position of quiet satisfaction. However, with Du Fei now tasked with treating her, uncertainty loomed once more. It was then that the aide contemplated eliminating Du Fei, but Su Tao's perspective diverged. "Should you act now? Our father is not a fool. He would deduce who was responsible. The sole beneficiary of this situation is me." Su Tao refrained from taking hasty actions, understanding that the more one does, the more traces are left behind. Furthermore, the outcome of Du Fei's treatment of Su Jirua remained uncertain. To act prematurely poses too great a risk. Upon hearing Su Tao's reasoning, The aide quickly nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is prudent to heed the young master's foresight. I have been overly hasty. Without further comment, Su Tao departed the hospital with his subordinate. Meanwhile, Du Fei concluded his treatment of Su Jirua, instructing 2 maids to attend to her needs. After 2 days of treatment, Du Fei had gained comprehensive insight into Su Jirua's condition. In the realm of mental illness, her current mental state could be considered stable. During episodes, she resembled a statue, lost in thought. Her daily rest averaged around 10 hours, with approximately 3 hours spent in a hypnotic state akin to that of a dog, followed by a mandatory hour of rest. The remaining time was spent in her statue-like state, during which she was entirely passive and compliant. It was during this time that the maids performed thorough cleansing and massage on her. Compared to the chaotic outbursts of a typical patient, this was significantly more manageable. However, this stability rendered Du Fei rather bored, as he could not simply stand idly by like a statue himself. He needed to find something to occupy his time. After finishing with Su Jirua, Du Fei sought out Director Zhou. Director Zhou, do we have any patients? I'm feeling a bit idle and would like to examine someone. Director Zhou, fully aware of Du Fei's status, was quick to respond with enthusiasm. Yes, indeed. Allow me to take you there. Under Zhou's guidance, Du Fei was led to an office within the psychiatric department. The entire office is divided into 3 distinct areas, 2 zones for doctors and 1 auxiliary area for nurses and caregivers. Zhou-kun kindly introduced Du Fei, saying, Dr. Du, in our hospital's psychiatry department, patients are brought to this office immediately after registration. One of our 2 doctors will conduct a preliminary diagnosis, followed by examinations. Based on the results, a treatment plan will be established, determining whether hospitalization is necessary. From today onwards, you may rest here during your free time. If you wish to consult on any cases, feel free to discuss with these 2 doctors. He continued. Allow me to introduce you to Dr. Zhang Peng and Dr. Li Jun Zhang Peng. Li Jun, please greet Deputy Director Du Fei. Hello, Deputy Director. Both responded respectfully. The news of Du Fei's appointment at the hospital had already spread. A medical student unexpectedly elevated to the position of Deputy Director. This alone conveyed significant prestige. Although the 2 doctors were in their 40s or 50s with extensive experience, they found themselves bowing to a much younger colleague. Du Fei nodded, saying, There's no need for formality. We are all colleagues here. Director Zhou, thank you for your assistance. You may return now. I will rest here. Please take your time. Zhou-kun replied, understandingly departing. Chapter 7. Mental illness is not so terrifying inside the office. Du Fei confidently settled at the desk in the auxiliary area, accompanied by 2 male caregivers and a female nurse. He gestured towards Dr. Zhangping. Do you have any patient records for me to review? Yes. I will fetch them right away, Zhangping replied. Shortly, he placed a stack of medical records before Du Fei, who perused them casually. The atmosphere in the office was rather peculiar. Just then, a nurse entered. Dr. Li, there is a patient, she announced, handing over the file. After glancing at the details, he leisurely replied, let her in. Before long, a patient entered the office, leaving everyone astonished. The patient was a stunning young woman in her 20s, clad in an exquisite women's suit, her long, dark hair flowing gracefully. She walked in striking black, glossy high heels, the sound echoing with each step. Particularly eye-catching was the women's Rolex adorning her wrist. Her expression was haughty and austere, exuding a unique aura that made her resemble not a patient, but rather an Ice Queen CEO. Who would expect such a person to seek psychiatric help? Everyone was taken aback. Amidst their astonishment, Du Fei unhesitatingly spoke. Here for a consultation? Please, take a seat. Upon witnessing Du Fei's actions, Zhang Peng and Li Jun, both doctors, were instantly filled with resentment. This rascal, Du Fei, displayed an extraordinarily swift reaction, summoning the beautiful woman to his side without a moment's hesitation. However, they were powerless to intervene, as he held the position of deputy director, and they could only observe. Du Fei, with an air of nonchalance, inquired, Are you feeling unwell? He then turned to Li Jun, Please hand me the patient's information. Li Jun, though reluctant, could only comply. His expression darkened as he surrendered the documents to Du Fei. From the information, Du Fei gleaned the particulars. The woman was named Tang Yin, 25 years of age, and her file contained her phone number along with various other details. Tang Yin spoke with remarkable clarity, stating, I have been feeling immense work-related pressure, and my friends advised me to seek medication for my mental state. It was evident that she was aware of her circumstances and recognized that she was not mentally ill, merely exhibiting some initial symptoms. which prompted her to seek help alone. "Oh, work pressure, is it?" Du Fei nodded solemnly. "What specific symptoms are you experiencing?" "Insomnia, anxiety, and occasionally I feel a bit disoriented," Tang Yin replied, the dark circles under her eyes revealing the toll of her stress. In response, Du Fei cautioned, "Miss Tang, medication is ultimately a supplementary treatment. While your condition remains manageable, neglecting it could potentially lead to genuine mental illness. Relying solely on medication without addressing the root cause is not a viable solution." Tang Yin, however, was visibly impatient with his advice. "This is not your concern. Just prescribe the medication." True to her status as a female executive, her words were undeniably assertive. "Very well. I shall prescribe you paroxetine hydrochloride. Please refrain from consuming alcohol and other medications during your treatment. Should you experience any adverse effects, seek immediate medical attention." He provided her with a list of precautions. Despite Du Fei's seemingly carefree demeanor, he was, after all, a distinguished scholar in his field, ensuring that the treatment process remained flawless. Soon enough, he bid farewell to the female executive. As he watched Tang Yan's departing figure, Du Fei couldn't help but reflect. People today seem to prioritize money over their well-being, driven to such extremes for their work, yet remain unperturbed. Or perhaps Tang Yin simply does not believe she could suffer from mental illness. However, her visit sparked curiosity within Du Fei. He promptly asked, "Zhangping, Li Jun, do we have any particularly attractive patients among the mental health cases in our hospital?" At this inquiry, not only the two of them, but even the other staff members in the office cast scornful glances at Du Fei. It was astonishing that he would speak so candidly without pretense. Yet, no one dared to voice their disapproval, as Du Fei held the position of deputy director. Now they only know that behind Du Fei lies a formidable force, yet they remain unaware of its true identity. However, they are acutely aware that this power is not to be trifled with. Whatever Du Fei intends to do, they must acquiesce. On the 4th floor, bed 13, bed 21. On the 5th floor, beds 2 and 3. On the 6th floor, bed 3, and on the 7th floor, bed 11, all are occupied by captivating women. Listening to the two doctors recite these details as if they were cherished secrets, Du Fei was momentarily taken aback. It seems these two doctors have indeed pondered over such matters extensively. After they finished their discourse, Zhang Ping, with a hint of disdain, remarked, "Is that patient in bed 3 on the 6th floor truly a beauty?" "Why not?" came the retort. "Though her looks may be lacking, her figure is undeniably exquisite." "And what about your patient in bed 21 on the 4th floor? Do those modest assets qualify as beauty?" "She is undeniably beautiful. Even at 30, she possesses charm." "Do you understand what it means to retain one's allure?" The two doctors clearly had differing tastes and even harbored doubts about each other's aesthetic sensibilities, nearly escalating to a quarrel within the confines of the office. Du Fei couldn't help but chuckle at the amusing spectacle. All right. Enough of the bickering. I shall take a look myself." As the two were on the verge of a heated argument, Du Fei rose, resolved to personally assess the caliber of the beauties they had so meticulously selected, while also observing the nature of the psychiatric patients in this establishment. The psychiatric ward differed from the other hospital wards in several respects. Most beds were equipped with accompanying restraints, and the ratio of male caregivers was significantly higher here. Aside from a few rooms that bore no distinction from the others, the remaining wards were secured with barbed wire, and the furnishings were designed to withstand any potential damage or erratic behavior from the patients. The inpatient department of psychiatry spanned 4 floors, from the 4th to the 7th. Du Fei first ventured to the 4th floor. Upon arriving, he was greeted by a cacophony of sounds. Following the direction of the noise, he beheld a male patient, likely in his 30s, flailing about in his room. Beside him sat a family member, seemingly accustomed to the scene, wearing a look of resigned acceptance. Fortunately, the room's soundproofing was excellent, allowing only muffled mumblings to escape into the corridor. Adjacent to this room was a woman in her 40s, seated on her bed, incessantly murmuring to herself. As he took a few more steps forward, he arrived at the main hall, which was evidently much more lively. The commotion originated from this very spot. In the hall, a long table was populated by a dozen individuals, men and women of varying ages, each engaged in cheerful conversation with their neighbors. Were it not for their patient attire, Du Fei might have mistaken them for ordinary individuals. Outside stood 2 male caregivers. Chapter 8. It's my husband. This harmonious scene left Du Fei momentarily astonished. Is this truly a psychiatric hospital? Why does it feel so normal? Shouldn't they all be behaving erratically? In truth, many harbor misconceptions about psychiatric hospitals. Du Fei is no exception, Having solely relied on theoretical knowledge, he had never ventured into such an establishment to grasp the reality. He assumed that all who entered were mentally ill, thus not of sound mind. Surely, if such individuals congregated, chaos would ensue. However, this is far from the truth. There exists a plethora of mental disorders, yet those that manifest in tumultuous outbursts are scarce. Many patients experience intermittent episodes. As long as they are not subjected to external stimuli, those who remain in a constant state of illness are exceedingly rare. Before long, Dufay spotted two striking women amidst the crowd. These must be the two beauties Dr. Zhang had mentioned from the fourth floor. Both appeared to be in their early 20s. Unlike the other patients who were engaged in lively conversation, these two sat together, engrossed in a game of chess, with two onlookers observing intently, occasionally offering their insights. Among the myriad of patients, these two women stood out, yet the others seemed oblivious to their presence. Dufay approached to take a look. Having played chess before, he considered himself to be of a competent amateur level. Standing beside them, he quickly assessed the situation and identified a winning move for the red side. However, the woman playing red seemed unaware. Her focus fixed on a different part of the board. Just as she was about to make her move, Dufay could not restrain himself from speaking out. "Are you really going to play that move?" Upon hearing his words, the red player paused, momentarily taken aback, before contemplating her decision. The black player exhibited no reaction. Seemingly indifferent to Dufay's unsolicited advice, perhaps not averse to receiving guidance while observing the game. "Are you suggesting that moving the cannon from 3 to 5 will lead to a checkmate?" After some deliberation, the red player appeared to grasp the situation. Dufay offered no reply, merely displaying a radiant smile. The sight of his grin emboldened the red player, who then confidently moved her cannon from 3 to 5. At that moment, the black player realized that she would be checkmated in 3 moves and let out a resigned sigh. "Alas, I have lost. You cheated." She clearly sought external assistance first. The two women engaged in the game remained silent, but one of the onlookers could no longer hold back. He promptly pointed out the discrepancy. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Dufay apologized profusely. "I'm so sorry, I couldn't help myself." The black player chuckled lightly. "It's quite all right. I understand. I often feel the same impulse when watching others play. We are merely having fun, not taking it too seriously." The atmosphere among the group was harmonious. Yet at that moment, the red player looked at everyone in astonishment. "Can you all see him?" As she spoke, she pointed her finger at Dufay, who was momentarily taken aback, while the others stood in utter bewilderment. Of course they could see him. How could they not? In the face of the crowd's confusion, the stunning woman in red was utterly astonished. This was impossible. Absolutely impossible. Hadn't they always claimed they could not see him? She had clearly reiterated this on numerous occasions. The expression on the red-clad beauty's face suggested she was on the verge of a breakdown, almost as if she were experiencing a psychotic episode. Dufay felt a surge of anxiety. Should he call for the attendant? What if this patient suddenly went mad and clawed at her own face? It would be disastrous if she were to mar her beauty. At that moment, the woman in black remained remarkably composed, grasping the hand of the woman in red. "Lu Yunfei, please calm yourself. You just mentioned that we shouldn't be able to see him. Is he your beloved, Li Zian?" Upon hearing that name, even Dufay was rendered speechless. His expression one of disbelief. Although he was not particularly familiar with those games, he had heard that Li Zian was the male protagonist in a certain Otome game. Such games were primarily designed for women, featuring handsome male characters who each had their own fan base. The women playing these games often regarded these charming figures as their husbands, and Li Zian was exceptionally well known among them. From the conversation of these individuals, it became apparent that the woman in red was named Lu Yunfei and that her husband was indeed Li Zian. Most intriguingly, in Lu Yunfei's eyes, Li Zian was a ghost who had always been by her side. She had mentioned this to everyone, yet all had insisted that no one was beside her. This led to the diagnosis of Lu Yunfei as having a delusional disorder, although it had not yet posed a threat to her. There was always the possibility that she might suddenly act dangerously. Thus, she had been admitted to a psychiatric hospital for treatment. What Dufay did not anticipate was that, at that moment, his physical presence coincided perfectly with Lu Yunfei's imagined Li Zian. After Dufay spoke, Lu Yunfei mistakenly believed that he was indeed Li Zian, treating him as her husband. Just as Dufay began to comprehend the situation, Lu Yunfei, in a fit of excitement, embraced him tightly. "Husband, I knew you would come. You would let others see you. You have not disappointed me." Lu Yunfei, 25 years of age and approximately 1 meter 70 tall, took pride in her ample bosom, which swayed between them as she held Dufay, leaving him feeling exhilarated. An attendant nearby became increasingly anxious, contemplating intervening to restrain Lu Yunfei. Du Fei quickly raised his hand. No, you needn't worry about me. Upon witnessing Du Fei's evident enjoyment, even the caregivers were moved to envy. This young man. How vexing. It is uncertain whether it was due to the fact that these individuals were all patients. But Lu Yunfei was in high spirits while those around her hardly cast a glance. My dear husband, do you know? There are so many things I yearn to do with you. When I previously took you out, they couldn't see you. Do you have any idea how disheartening that was for me? I couldn't even touch you. But now, everything has changed. Others can not only see you, but I can also touch you. What a delight. With that, Lu Yunfei boldly drew closer and kissed Du Fei. Chapter 9. The Consequences of Foolishness Within the Hospital. Du Fei had yet to comprehend the situation when Lu Yunfei pulled him in for a kiss. Lu Yunfei was quite audacious, unhesitatingly extending her tongue. Du Fei, having never encountered such behavior, was momentarily taken aback, left unsure of how to respond, at the mercy of Lu Yunfei's whims, until she finally released him. Satisfaction evident on her face. Unabashed, she grinned and exclaimed, "Come on, let us head to the ward." "Oh no, we can't be seen. Let us find a room outside instead." As she spoke, Lu Yunfei attempted to lead Du Fei away. Du Fei was instantly startled. A room outside? Must we rush into this? Such is the nature of madness. It is truly frightening. Wait, we can't go out. This is a psychiatric ward. Patients do not possess such freedom, especially since the inpatient area is separated from the outside by iron bars. Unless proper procedures are followed, no patient can leave. Only then did Lu Yunfei realize, oh right, we can't go out. What shall we do? I miss you so dearly. As she spoke, her gaze fell upon Du Fei's lower half, her cheeks aflame with embarrassment. Du Fei now comprehended fully. Lu Yunfei appeared to be a woman whose mind had been altered by her indulgence in adult games. Those familiar with such games would understand the boundaries they often breach, far exceeding what one might encounter in typical male-oriented novels. While women on television are often modestly attired, the male characters in games are depicted with far fewer restrictions. It was evident that Lu Yunfei's frequent engagement with such content had influenced her thoughts, leading her to one singular objective, to connect intimately with her husband. Various forms of intimacy. Or perhaps we could go over there. There's no one in that storage room. Pointing towards a secluded corner of the corridor, Lu Yunfei eagerly suggested. Du Fei was acutely aware that such an endeavor was fraught with impossibilities. This floor was bustling with nurses, and the patients enjoyed a degree of freedom. Who could guarantee that no one would intrude? Moreover, a few individuals were already observing the two, curious about their intentions. If discovered, the consequences could be dire. However, witnessing the blush on Lu Yunfei's face, so radiant it seemed to glisten with moisture, Du Fei felt a flicker of temptation. Should they venture to the 6th floor? Half of that area comprised vacant hospital rooms designated for the Su family, where arrangements had been made and guards were stationed, preventing any unauthorized entry. Should he proceed? Du Fei wrestled with his conflicting thoughts. On one hand, this was a mentally unstable individual who had merely misconstrued her identity. Was he not taking advantage of her vulnerability? On the other hand, should Lu Yunfei become agitated and unwell, what then? Besides, it would be such a pity to miss the opportunity. After much internal turmoil, Du Fei finally posed the question, "Are you a virgin?" Lu Yunfei's face flushed even deeper. "Of course, I have always saved myself for you, my husband." At that moment, her sultry gaze and rosy lips, coupled with her hand gripping Du Fei's, were intoxicating. Unable to resist any longer, he gritted his teeth and declared, "Let us go." Seizing Lu Yunfei's hand, they hurried to an unoccupied room on the 6th floor. With a resounding slam, Du Fei shut the door, and just as he intended to draw the curtains, Lu Yunfei had already enveloped him in an embrace, kissing him passionately. She was utterly fervent. Initially, Du Fei had planned to take charge, but as things unfolded, he suddenly felt an unsettling shift. Why did it seem as though he was the one being pursued? Lu Yunfei's eagerness was somewhat intimidating. As a novice, he had never encountered such a scenario. Although it was her first time, causing her pain, she displayed an astonishing tenacity. The encounter was tumultuous, with Du Fei retreating at every turn until he found himself breathless. Sprawled on the hospital bed, a man reduced to this state by a woman left him feeling quite disheartened. Lying beside him, Lu Yunfei appeared to relish the moment, resting her head on his chest and sighing. "Husband, do you know? I've always dreamed of being close to you. I told everyone I met that you were by my side, but they never believed me. Can you imagine my excitement when I heard others say they could see you? How did you manage this?" Why am I suddenly able to touch you? Facing Lu Yunfei's bewilderment, Du Fei replied casually. I was reborn and have now inhabited this body named Du Fei. He had resolved to embrace this path without pretensions. After all, it was Lu Yunfei who had confused the identities of her husband and Du Fei. If she could make such a mistake, it suggested her feelings for her husband were not as profound as she claimed. Perhaps she even favored Du Fei more. Lu Yunfei tilted her head, gazing at him. Du Fei, that name lacks charm. Your original name, Li Zian, is far more appealing. Such a simple matter. You may call me whatever you wish. I wish to call you my husband. Truly, you are remarkable, Lu Yunfei. Du Fei felt a sense of surrender. Indeed, she is undoubtedly a little darling. Gazing upon Lu Yunfei before him, Du Fei finally regained his composure. What to do? It can only be said that a moment of pleasure leads to a lifetime of regret. As the deputy director of the hospital, he has entangled himself with a patient suffering from mental illness. Had it been a nurse, it would merely be a case of an unspoken arrangement with a junior staff member. Now, however, involving a patient raises profound ethical concerns. The willingness of the patient is entirely irrelevant. Fortunately, the Su family is protecting Du Fei. Otherwise, should this matter come to light, he would be in deep trouble. Regret is now Du Fei's predominant sentiment. Immense regret. Yet, it is fortunate that it is Lu Yunfei. He possesses countless strategies to navigate this predicament. If it were one of the Su family Xiao Ai or Xiao and I, Du Fei could hardly fathom the multitude of repercussions that would ensue. My husband, are you getting up? As Du Fei prepared to rise and dress, Lu Yunfei seemed reluctant to let him go. Yes, I will handle the paperwork. You will reside in this ward from now on. Du Fei could not possibly allow Lu Yunfei to return. If she were to share anything with her fellow patients, the situation could escalate dangerously. Lu Yunfei, with a beaming smile, declared, You were so good to me. Hurry back. Witnessing her cheerful demeanor, Du Fei's feelings of guilt intensified enormously. It weighed heavily upon him. What difference is there between this and deceiving an innocent girl? Moreover, there is another issue at hand. Engaging with someone mentally impaired is illegal. Chapter 10, An Unbreakable Bond in Zhou Kun's office. Du Fei informed him of his intention to arrange Lu Yunfei's transfer to the 6th floor ward. Upon hearing this request, Zhou Kun regarded Du Fei with a solemn expression. Mr. Du, are you planning to personally attend to this patient? Du Fei nodded vigorously. Yes, absolutely. No problem. I will take care of it immediately. Please feel free to reach out if you need anything. With Zhou Kun's lack of objection, Du Fei finally felt a sense of relief. The paramount concern is to keep this matter from reaching too many ears. Returning to check on Lu Yunfei's condition, Du Fei's heart sank as he opened the ward door. There was Lu Yunfei, engrossed in her phone. She has a phone. Du Fei hurried over. What are you doing? Of course, I am posting on social media. My husband is out. I must show off a bit. Come, let us take a photo together. Lu Yunfei pulled Du Fei in for a picture. Du Fei nearly lost his composure. How many people would become aware of this situation if the photo were shared? It is crucial that Lu Yunfei's family will undoubtedly harbor suspicions after viewing this, right? Du Fei hastily grasped his phone. My dear wife, I believe this post should not be published. Lu Yunfei paused, bewildered. Why? Consider this. If you stumbled upon 100 yuan, would you disclose it to others? Lu Yunfei nodded. Of course I would. And what if it were 1,000,000? Lu Yunfei quickly grasped the implication. Then I would certainly keep it to myself. Many people would covet that sum. I understand now. I must not let them know I have found my husband. Otherwise, someone might try to seize him. Du Fei nodded vigorously. Exactly. Today, Du Fei is merely a relentless nodding machine, having successfully placated Lu Yunfei. Through their interactions, Du Fei gained insight into Lu Yunfei's condition. This is a delusional disorder, a relatively common ailment within the spectrum of mental illnesses. The patient's mind and logic remain intact. However, their perception of reality may be skewed. Lu Yunfei's case is among the mildest manifestations, having merely conjured an imaginary husband. Now, Du Fei has assumed the role of this ethereal spouse. But what occurs in Du Fei's absence? Curiosity piqued, he inquired, Darling, while I was out earlier, did you see anything in the ward? Lu Yunfei giggled. Of course, it was your doppelganger. Du Fei looked perplexed. Doppelganger? Yes, the one who always accompanies me, invisible to others. When you left, he remained. He is undoubtedly your doppelganger. You must have intentionally left him behind because you were worried about me, right? You're truly remarkable. Du Fei felt no need to clarify. Lu Yunfei had already convinced herself. Is this the allure of mental illness? Du Fei suddenly sensed a significant alleviation of his burdens. Lu Yunfei's perceptiveness made the situation seem far more manageable. My dear wife, I have recently undergone a rebirth, and my memories are somewhat hazy. Could you enlighten me about your family situation? Huh? You've lost your memories? Does that mean you've forgotten everything about me? Lu Yunfei's expression fell momentarily, but she quickly regained her spirits. Never mind, I can help you remember. My family is quite ordinary. We are local residents of the capital, and my parents are both regular company employees. I, too, am a corporate white-collar worker. Do you recall how we first met? Our boss accused me of embezzling company funds, and you stepped forward to clarify my innocence. Lu Yunfei beamed with pride. However, Du Fei was acutely aware that since Li Zian was a figment of Lu Yunfei's imagination, there was likely no one who truly stood up to resolve her troubles. This marked the first encounter between Lu Yunfei and Li Zian, coinciding with her initial episode of illness. It is likely that the recent false accusations inflicted a significant psychological blow on Lu Yunfei, leading to these delusions. She fantasized about someone who could emerge to resolve all her troubles. Thus, her mental condition deteriorated. Subsequently, it seems she was admitted here. Over the past few years, you have accompanied me in the hospital daily. Through my joys and sorrows, it has always been you. I am truly grateful. Reflecting on these memories, Lu Yunfei felt a sense of profound emotion. Du Fei, filled with curiosity, asked, "What about your parents? Haven't they come to see you?" Lu Yunfei shook her head. They have visited. However, they have their own work commitments and cannot come every day. They only visit during holidays. I heard that staying here is quite expensive. I initially considered discharging myself, as my condition isn't severe. Unfortunately, one day at home, when I saw my husband, I instinctively hugged what I thought was him, only to find it was a drying rack. Fearing that I might embrace something bizarre again, they decided to bring me here. I assured them that I was fine, yet they refused to believe me. Indeed, it is a matter that no one would readily accept. After all, Lu Yunfei is regarded as mentally unstable. Who would believe the words of someone deemed insane? Through Lu Yunfei's account, Du Fei gained a clearer understanding of her situation. Her family appears to be quite supportive, and she herself does not seem to have any significant issues. Moreover, she has come to recognize that the visions she experiences lack physical substance and cannot be touched. Generally, she poses no real danger to herself or others. Nonetheless, remaining in the hospital for treatment is beneficial, as Du Fei engaged with Lu Yunfei to foster a deeper connection. Dinner time approached. They shared a meal in the hospital cafeteria before returning to the ward. As the time for rest drew near, Du Fei found himself in a predicament. On the 6th floor, there was a room initially designated as a resting area for medical staff, which had been repurposed as Du Fei's own sanctuary since his arrival. It contained only basic furniture and a computer. For these past days, Du Fei had been resting in that room. Now, with Lu Yunfei's presence, he pondered his next move. Should he bring her to his room? But she is a patient. Should he sleep in the ward instead? Yet he is a doctor. Furthermore, if any issues arose during the night, how could he call upon Xiao AI or Xiao and I without revealing the truth? Such thoughts filled him with despair. He regretted becoming involved with Lu Yunfei, realizing the truth behind the saying that passion can be perilous. After much internal conflict, Du Fei resorted to deception. "My dear, I have matters to attend to tonight. Would you mind sleeping alone today?" Lu Yunfei, clearly reluctant, hesitated but nodded upon seeing Du Fei's expression. "Very well. But you must first provide me with your contact information. At the very least, I need a way to reach you. This is no issue. Only by acquiring Lu Yunfei's contact details can Du Fei truly escape." Chapter 11. Sleeping together will suffice, Du Fei. We just saw your girlfriend Lin Jiao entering a hotel with Lu Kai. Early that morning, Du Fei's roommates, seemingly stimulated, hurriedly messaged him. Their voices in the audio conveyed a palpable urgency, as if they had uncovered a monumental scoop. Du Fei found their antics rather amusing. Was it necessary to awaken him so early over such triviality? Hearing Du Fei's words, his roommates were collectively bewildered. The trio had gathered to call Du Fei, putting the call on speakerphone to discuss the matter earnestly. Among them, Wang Shui was the most perplexed. "Hey, Du Fei, what's going on? Your girlfriend is off sharing a hotel room with someone else, and you're taking it lightly? Have you developed a taste for humiliation?" Another roommate, Li Rui, chimed in. "Surely you don't think we're deceiving you? We saw it all clearly and even captured photos. I stumbled upon them while I was up all night gaming. I deliberated for an entire night before deciding to inform you. Are you really that ungrateful?" Listening to their incessant chatter, Du Fei felt a sense of helplessness. "Oh, Lin Jiao and I broke up ages ago. What she does now is none of my concern. What? You broke up? This news is utterly shocking. They exclaimed. When did this happen? Why didn't you tell us? Oh, it was quite some time ago. Nothing significant. It's all in the past now, right? I'll just go back to sleep. Just as Du Fei was about to hang up, Wang Shui interjected. Wait. This incident isn't solely about Lin Jiao and Lu Kai sharing a hotel room. Do you know what Lu Kai did? You shared a video of them in the hotel with our school group. And you're in the video too. Du Fei was taken aback by this revelation. Me? What have I done to provoke him? What did he say? Just watch the video. We'll send it to you. The call ended, and they sent the video. In the footage, Lin Jiao was pinned beneath Lu Kai, her face the only visible feature, but it was clear from her expression that she was entirely unclothed. Lin Jiao appeared somewhat shy, covering her face, while Lu Kai shamelessly pushed her hand aside, boasting, Du Fei's taste is quite lacking. I thought his girlfriend might have some redeeming quality, but she is neither beautiful nor articulate, and her figure is unremarkable. Even her performance leaves much to be desired. Apologies for the confusion. Du Fei had not previously witnessed the nature of your work, and the video concluded shortly thereafter. It was brief, yet rich in content. The entire video can be perceived as a jest directed at Du Fei. Upon viewing it, Du Fei likely comprehended the situation. Lu Kai had previously shared similar videos, with different individuals as the focal points. This time, it was simply Du Fei's turn. Lu Kai is an individual of peculiar inclinations. Initially, he delighted in pursuing women. But over time, he grew weary of such pursuits. Subsequently, he experienced an alarming awakening, setting his sights on the girlfriends of others, often targeting women already in relationships. In doing so, he not only achieved success but also reveled in the humiliation of their partners. Prior to Du Fei, 2 other men had already fallen victim to his antics, losing their girlfriends to him and suffering further indignities. Du Fei never anticipated that he would become the next target, especially with Lu Kai's audacity on display. This situation would undoubtedly tarnish Du Fei's reputation at school, as it was evidently aimed at undermining him. Otherwise, his roommates would not have exhibited such excitement. After sharing the video, they began to inquire about Du Fei's plans. Du Fei, what do you intend to do now? He smirked. What is there to do? It is what it is. Presently, Du Fei serves as the primary physician for Su Jirua. Making a return to school, an impractical endeavor. It would be a waste of time. Even if he were to return, what could he possibly do? There was little he could accomplish. Remaining at the hospital seemed far more advantageous. I have been quite busy lately and cannot return to school. Let Lu Kai create his own chaos. Lu Kai delighted in humiliating other men. After the 2 previous victims lost their girlfriends, they were relentlessly tormented by Lu Kai. Whenever they attended classes, he would shadow them, accompanied by their former partners, maximizing their humiliation. One individual was so overwhelmed that he ultimately withdrew from school, while another descended into apathy, spending his days idly gaming in the dormitory, learning from the misfortunes of the earlier victims. Du Fei recognized that as long as he refrained from returning to school, Lu Kai would undoubtedly feel as uncomfortable as an ant crawling on his skin. Moreover, Du Fei was not inclined to engage with such individuals at this moment. His primary focus was on self-preservation. Contemplating how to ensure that once Su Jiruo recovered from her mental health struggles, he would still enjoy the protection of the Su family. Observing Du Fei's remarkable composure, even appearing somewhat indifferent, left his roommates utterly bewildered. Truly, he was Du Fei. He seemed unconcerned. With the relationship concluded, there was indeed no need to take it to heart. Exactly. Engaging with someone like Lu Kai only complicates matters for oneself. Yet, there remained an undercurrent of frustration. It was likely that rumors regarding Du Fei would proliferate within the school. The public sentiment regarding Du Fei's situation is rather bleak, and indeed, the reality aligns with this perception. The video released by LV Kai has garnered significant attention, swiftly circulating throughout the school. Consequently, the student body is now acutely aware that LV Kai has set his sights on Du Fei, resulting in a fervent search for him within the institution. However, their efforts have proven fruitless. Since the last time Du Fei brought his personal belongings to school, he has not been seen again. It has nearly been a week since anyone last laid eyes on him. The inability to locate Du Fei has even given rise to rumors suggesting that he secretly attempted to confront LV Kai, only to be silenced by him. After communicating with her roommates, Lu Yunfei promptly reached out again, expressing her longing for Du Fei. Without delay, Du Fei hastily dressed and made his way to the hospital to visit her. At that moment, Lu Yunfei appeared much as she always did, exuding an aura of normalcy. Upon seeing Du Fei, her face lit up with a charming smile. "Darling, you've come," she exclaimed, causing Du Fei to feel somewhat bashful. "Did you sleep well last night?" he inquired. "Well enough, though it would have been better if you could have slept beside me," Lu Yunfei unabashedly replied. Du Fei had pondered this very question the previous night, wondering how Lu Yunfei managed to conflate her image of him with that of the idealized figure she had envisioned. The complexities of the situation left him perplexed. With events having progressed to this juncture, regret was futile. Du Fei could only strive to reassure Lu Yunfei, attempting to prevent the matter from escalating further. Now, Du Fei comprehended the adage that men who are easily controlled by women often find themselves in precarious situations. It was indeed challenging. He needed to devise a swift solution to this predicament. Chapter 12. A lack of affection reflecting on Lu Yunfei's situation. Du Fei contemplated numerous possibilities upon his return. Given the influence of the Su family, even if Lu Yunfei's circumstances were to become public, their presence would provide a measure of protection. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that the Su family would not oversee Du Fei indefinitely. He must seize the opportunity to establish a certain standing within the Su family while treating Su Jirua, thereby ensuring their willingness to assist him. Alternatively, he could leverage the Su family's influence to elevate his own status. Should the Su family eventually withdraw their support, Du Fei would at least possess some capabilities of his own. Between these two strategies, Du Fei resolved to pursue both avenues concurrently. On one hand, he aimed to retain some control over Su Jirua's recovery, ensuring she did not fully heal, or to cultivate a good rapport with her, enlisting her aid. On the other hand, he intended to solidify his position within the 6th hospital by leveraging the Su family's power, gradually ascending the ranks. With this plan in mind, Du Fei felt a flicker of hope for the future. However, he recognized the necessity of fortifying himself. He could no longer afford to be complacent. Achieving notable accomplishments within the hospital was imperative to secure his foothold at the 6th hospital. After clarifying his intentions to Lu Yunfei, Du Fei promptly set out to provide Su Jirua with her routine treatment. After the conclusion, Du Fei promptly sought out Zhou Kun. "Director, from today onwards, I wish to consult patients like the other doctors." Faced with Du Fei's request, Zhou Kun was not taken aback. As a student of the medical university, it was only natural that his future aspiration would be to treat patients. Typically, students would intern at the hospital for 2 to 3 years, learning alongside others before they could stand independently. However, Du Fei's situation was different. He was, after all, a person arranged by the Su family, and his capabilities were beyond question. "Very well, Dr. Du. I will make arrangements for you immediately. You will be seeing patients on the 6th floor, and they will be directed to you." "Thank you, Director Zhou. Oh, and please arrange for a couple of attractive nurses to assist me." Upon hearing this request, Zhou Kun inwardly cursed, deeming him quite the lecher. Yet, there was little he could do. After all, Du Fei was currently in a position of authority. Soon, Zhou Kun prepared an office specifically for Du Fei, a private space solely for him. The 2 nurses Zhou Kun selected quickly found their way to Du Fei. His discernment was commendable. Both nurses were indeed strikingly beautiful. The taller nurse, full of vitality, eagerly introduced herself. "Hello, Director Du. My name is Bai Yiran. Director Zhou sent me to assist you with your work." Bai Yiran was evidently a lively young woman, sporting a short, neat hairstyle and fair skin. Most notably, upon concluding her introduction, she flashed a radiant smile that showcased her small canine teeth, utterly charming. In contrast, the other nurse bore an expression of disdain. With a hint of contempt directed at Du Fei, she introduced herself. "I am Xiao Yingling." Xiao Yingling was slightly shorter than Bai Yiran, but her figure was undeniably more appealing. Despite her languid demeanor, she exuded an alluring charm, particularly with the derision evident in her gaze towards Du Fei. This disdain oddly pleased Du Fei, lifting his spirits. "Hello to both of you. We shall be colleagues from now on. I look forward to working together. Over there are your workstations. Please feel free to settle in." "All right, Xiao Yingling, let us go." Bai Yiran responded enthusiastically, eager to begin organizing her space. As they exited the office, Xiao Yingling maintained her lethargic demeanor, leaving Bai Yiran somewhat exasperated. "Xiao Yingling, it's not wise to scowl so. If you anger the new director, you might find yourself in a precarious position." Xiao Yingling appeared entirely indifferent. "Let them do as they please. What does it matter? That so-called director, how do you think he attained such a position? Do you really think I am unaware? Who becomes a director at such a young age without the backing of a prominent family? What is so remarkable about that? I hold the utmost disdain for individuals like him." Regarding Du Fei, they had just heard the news and had seen him for the first time in the office. Upon noticing Du Fei's age, Xiao Yingling immediately sensed something amiss, swiftly deducing that he must have a privileged background. She had encountered many individuals who had taken shortcuts to enter the hospital, but Du Fei was the most outrageous of them all. To have the audacity to enter such a significant role as the deputy director of psychiatry through backdoor means, and furthermore, to treat patients, was he not trivializing their well-being? If only I had the capability, I would expose this matter. I would inform the journalists at the newspapers and the media. At this moment, Xiao Yingling's face was filled with righteous indignation, clearly exhibiting her strong sense of justice, which fueled her disdain for Du Fei. In stark contrast, Bai Yiran held a different perspective. I believe this situation is not so straightforward. He must possess genuine ability. Otherwise, how could he be treating patients? Don't you agree? I've also heard he is a student from the medical university and has been treating a special patient on the 6th floor since his arrival. I think there is more to this story. Xiao Yingling merely snorted in response. What is so complicated about it? It's merely a means to bolster his resume and further his career. Once he occupies Director Zhou Kun's position, everyone will have to heed his commands. The 6th hospital is a vast institution that did not start off on such a grand scale. Initially, it was merely a maternity hospital, specializing in obstetrics and gynecology. As they excelled in their field, they began to branch into pediatrics. Eventually, their reputation soared, prompting many hospitals to merge with the 6th hospital. Most departments were originally independent institutions, particularly the psychiatry department, which was formerly the 3rd mental hospital of the capital. Following its merger with the 6th hospital, it became the psychiatry department of the 6th hospital. While outsiders might think they are one and the same, in reality, the psychiatry department operates independently, with its personnel being those from the original 3rd mental hospital. Director Zhou Kun, while holding the title of director, essentially functions as the dean. Once Du Fei ascends to this position, all in the psychiatry department will be obliged to follow his lead. Moreover, do you not realize why we were transferred here? Xiao Yingling and Bai Yiran are recognized as the 2 most beautiful nurses in the psychiatry department. Initially, they worked in separate locations and seldom crossed paths. However, they were both assigned to assist Du Fei, which is blatantly an opportunity for him to enjoy their company. It is undoubtedly orchestrated by someone behind the scenes. Aware of this, Xiao Yingling harbored no favorable sentiments towards Du Fei. Chapter 13. Once connected, the truth becomes apparent. In the office, Du Fei remained immersed in his joy. Truly, it is all about one's fortune. Fortune has undeniably favored me this time. With the assistance of the Su family, the psychiatric department is on the verge of being transformed into a realm of enchantingly beautiful women. The next step is to arrange for all the stunning ladies from the psychiatric department to be relocated to the 6th floor. Just imagine the delight that awaits. Even the thought excites Du Fei. Before long, Xiao Yingling and Bai Yiran arrived at the office, gradually organizing their personal belongings and work-related items at their respective workstations. Xiao Yingling maintained a frosty demeanor towards Du Fei, whereas Bai Yiran exhibited a warm friendliness. With no one else in the office, she readily engaged in conversation with him. Director Du, you appear quite youthful. Did you join right after graduation? Du Fei shook his head. Not yet. I am still in my 3rd year of graduate studies. This 3rd year is no ordinary stage for a medical student, as most pursue a combined undergraduate and master's program, culminating in a 7-year journey before entering the hospital. By the time they encounter patients, they are often in their 30s. Bai Yiran and Xiao Yingling, both students in the medical field, understood this well. However, Bai Yiran found Du Fei's response quite unexpected. You entered the hospital before graduating? How did you manage that? It's all about connections. Without them, nothing can be accomplished. Du Fei replied candidly. Bai Yiran was taken aback, surprised by his nonchalance regarding such matters. Was he boasting? Xiao Yingling, standing nearby, wore an expression of disbelief, as if to say that Du Fei had quite the audacity to say such things. Soon, their belongings were organized. Noticing Xiao Yingling's evident dissatisfaction, Du Fei wrote down several bed numbers and handed them to her. Here, take this to Doctors Zhang Ping and Li Jun and request the medical records for these patients. Then, inform Director Zhou Kun that we are preparing to transfer these patients to the 6th floor. These individuals might all be beautiful. And Du Fei was eager to learn about their conditions. Despite her displeasure, Xiao Yingling set off to complete the tasks as instructed, running back and forth between the offices of Zhang Ping, Li Jun, and Zhou Kun. After a lengthy period of errands, she finally returned to the office with the documents. Upon entering, she was met with the sight of Bai Yiran standing closely beside Du Fei, both seemingly engrossed in examining something together. Their proximity appeared rather intimate, even slightly flirtatious, which only fueled Xiao Yingling's irritation. She began to suspect that Bai Yiran was drawn to Du Fei's connections and was attempting to ingratiate herself. Noticing Xiao Yingling's sour expression, Bai Yiran quickly realized the misunderstanding and hurried to clarify. Xiao Yingling, you arrived just in time. Du Fei just shared something truly astonishing. You must see this. Xiao Yingling shook her head in exasperation. Why look? What is there to see? Oh, come on. Just take a glance. Bai Yiran insisted, thrusting her phone in front of Xiao Yingling. The screen displayed a post from Xia Hongshu, its title strikingly alarming. Is my husband too close to my sister-in-law? Or am I just overthinking it? The description below was even more shocking. I have been married to my husband for 2 years, and our life together has been lovely. He loves me dearly. However, recently his sister moved into our home, often appearing before him in a state of undress after bathing, and even insists on sleeping with him. My husband claims this is perfectly normal. Their bond is so intimate. I truly feel the world has gone mad. Who behaves this way? I am prepared to confront my husband. Either his sister leaves, or I will take drastic measures. Upon reading this, Xiao Yingling furrowed her brow, unable to contain her disdain. This is utterly absurd. What kind of siblings act like that? Isn't this perverse? Noticing Xiao Yingling's reaction, Bai Yiran felt a surge of triumph. Her smug expression left Xiao Yingling somewhat bewildered. What's wrong? Did I say something incorrect? You should listen to Du Fei's speculation. With that, Bai Yiran turned to Du Fei. Du Fei cleared his throat. In the eyes of ordinary people, siblings cannot possibly be this close. If it were only the sister behaving this way, it could be understood, but if the brother also finds it normal, that is exceedingly strange. Therefore, there is an issue at play. Either the man and his sister have a problem, or the parties involved do. He continued, after 2 years of marriage. Suddenly introducing a person who bathes and sleeps with you. What conclusions can you draw? Xiao Yingling listened, her expression one of confusion. She shook her head. Bai Yiran, unable to hold back, quickly interjected, It's a child. It must be a child. Du Fei nodded in agreement. Indeed, the sister referred to by this woman is likely their child. If this is the case, the woman may be suffering from postpartum psychosis or a related mental illness, mistaking her own child for her husband's sister. This explains everything. Women, due to their emotional nature and the multitude of environmental and personal issues during pregnancy, are particularly susceptible to mental health changes. Pregnant women are indeed at a higher risk for psychiatric disorders. Du Fei's hypothesis was remarkably plausible. Upon hearing it, Xiao Yingling's realization dawned, and her expression transformed. Bai Yiran continued excitedly, Did you know? I just learned from Du Fei that he is also from the medical university, and we are his seniors. His grades are the best in his cohort. He is a genius in psychiatry. He has even authored numerous papers, to the extent that his advisor once attempted to take credit for his work. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yingling's expression became somewhat complex. It appeared that this matter was indeed as Bai Yiran had said. It was not as straightforward as it seemed. Although Du Fei had entered through the back door, he possessed a certain level of expertise. However, Xiao Yingling remained uncertain. Is this merely your conjecture? Do you have any evidence to substantiate this claim? Du Fei smiled softly. I have already asked Bai Yiran to privately message this user to see if we can obtain her contact information. It has been established that she is also local, located right in the capital. If we can reach her, we will certainly ascertain whether my suspicions hold any merit. Bai Yiran has falsely claimed to be a relationship counselor, offering to assist women in persuading their husbands for free. I wonder how the other party will respond. Chapter 14. Can this be considered policing? She replied to me. While the group was engaged in conversation, Bai Yiran noticed a notification on her phone. Promptly, she sought the other party's contact information. Soon, she added this individual on WeChat and attempted to arrange a meeting. However, the other party was unwilling to comply, continually citing various reasons for not being able to go out. The situation quickly descended into a stalemate. Bai Yiran looked at Du Fei helplessly. What should we do? Should we just forget about this matter? Yet Du Fei's attitude was decidedly firm. Forget? How could we do that? What if something truly goes awry? He insisted. Let's report it. We must call the police. At this, Bai Yiran felt a twinge of panic. Is that wise? What if we are mistaken? The consequences could be severe. Fear not. I will take responsibility for any repercussions. I will handle the report myself. Du Fei promptly contacted the authorities, explaining the situation and submitting the WeChat information to them. Initially, the officers seemed disinclined to take the matter seriously. However, when Du Fei emphasized his position as the deputy director of the psychiatry department at the 6th hospital, their demeanor transformed completely. They immediately promised to assist in the investigation and assured that should they locate the individual, she would be brought to the 6th hospital. In the office, Xiao Yingling observed all of this unfold. She had initially thought Du Fei was merely a wealthy heir with neither capability nor sound principles. Yet, it now appeared that Du Fei was entirely different from her preconceived notions. Although he was her junior, his competence and approach were impressively robust. He particularly exhibited a sense of justice, unwilling to ignore such matters. She realized she had misjudged him, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Xiao Yingling was at a loss for how to apologize, her shyness holding her back. A few hours later, the police indeed located the individuals, bringing the couple to the psychiatric hospital to meet Du Fei. "Director, we have found the person you were looking for." At that moment, the couple appeared utterly bewildered. The man arrived with his wife, and they appeared utterly bewildered. Bayran was momentarily taken aback. "Where are your children?" she inquired. The man looked even more confused. "My mother is taking care of them at home." "How did you know we have children?" Du Fei interjected. "Hello, to be brief, this account belongs to your wife." "Does it not?" He produced the post he had just seen and handed it to the man. The man, still in a state of confusion, replied, "I'm not aware of this. I've been quite busy and haven't looked at such things. However, this certainly isn't something my wife would post. I have no sisters. I am an only child." He then showed it to the woman, who also wore a perplexed expression. "This isn't my account. Mine is this one." She took out her phone, confirming that the accounts were indeed different. Bayran was instantly astonished. "How is this possible? Wait, it's a dual system." Du Fei reacted quickly and pointed it out. Since the woman was evidently suffering from schizophrenia, she would not use the same account while using her phone. She must have employed a different account during her episodes. The phone likely had a dual system, 2 systems, 2 passwords, and 2 fingerprint recognitions. She had just unlocked it with her right hand. The other system should be accessed with her left. Du Fei took the woman's left hand and placed it on the phone, experimenting with each fingerprint. When he reached the thumb, the phone responded, unlocking and revealing the other system. Inside was the account linked to the post. At that moment, everything became clear. The man was left in shock. "What is going on? Why would you post something like this?" The woman was even more bewildered. "I don't know. I didn't post anything. I didn't even realize my phone had a dual system." It seemed that the woman was not currently experiencing an episode, thus completely unaware of her past actions. Du Fei explained, "Your wife is suffering from postpartum schizophrenia. You've been preoccupied with the child, neglecting to pay attention to your wife, haven't you?" The man still found it hard to believe, as the situation was utterly surreal. A month had passed since their child's birth, and he had been so busy that he had noticed his wife grappling with such issues or developing a mental illness. "Come, don't be overwhelmed just yet. I will prescribe some medication for your wife, which you should take home. Additionally, you must stay by her side every day until her condition improves, at which point we can schedule a follow-up." The man was thoroughly convinced, nodding repeatedly. "I understand. Thank you so much, doctor. I don't even know how to express my gratitude. This is the first time I've encountered a situation where someone was invited to the hospital for treatment." Even the police officer beside them looked utterly bewildered, as they too had never encountered such a scenario. A person reported a case of mental illness, urging the authorities to locate the individual and transfer them to a psychiatric facility. The crucial lead was merely a post shared online. Were it not for Du Fei's position as the director of the mental hospital, the authorities would have found it utterly implausible. Witnessing the situation firsthand was even more astonishing. One of the police officers couldn't help but give a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Impressive. Truly remarkable. This is the first time I've seen someone treated in such a manner." Du Fei chuckled modestly. "You flatter me. I am rather average in my approach. If one were to speak of prowess, it is our senior who deserves the credit. He is known for engaging in webcam consultations for gynecological issues." The individual Du Fei referenced was a legendary figure from the medical university. After graduating, he specialized in obstetrics and gynecology, but, for reasons unknown, ventured into the realm of webcam chats, often interacting with individuals who were primarily in the trade. He adeptly diagnosed various gynecological concerns through video calls, even recommending hospital visits when necessary. Subsequently, a local woman expressed her gratitude by presenting him with a banner of appreciation. Unfortunately, he was soon discovered and subsequently dismissed from the hospital due to his webcam activities. This incident has since become a legendary tale within the medical university. "All right, Director Du, we shall not interrupt your work any longer. Until next time, here is my business card," said the officer, clearly the team leader. As he handed Du Fei his card, the implication was unmistakable. He was attempting to curry favor with Du Fei, who, as the director, could be a valuable connection. Du Fei graciously accepted the card. Once the officers departed, the once bustling office fell into a relative quietude. Xiao Yingling cast a discontented glance at the retreating figure of the officer, muttering under her breath, "How can someone like that be a police officer? What purpose does handing out a business card serve? Does he intend to consult on mental illnesses too? Such flattery." Du Fei chuckled beside her. "Oh, senior. Your assessment is somewhat misguided. While it is unlikely he would be involved with mental health cases, he is quite probable to address other medical concerns. By befriending me, he ensures a degree of convenience in the future. As long as I hold the position of director due, even consultations in other departments will afford him certain advantages." Chapter 15. Better off playing games. Du Fei, the patients you wanted to transfer have already been moved to the 6th floor. The remaining few are still undergoing administrative procedures and will take a few days to complete their transfer. Zhou Kun informed Du Fei after showcasing his competence in front of Xiao Yingling and Bai Yiran. Du Fei's interest peaked. "Then I shall go and see those who have already arrived," he exclaimed, cheerfully making his way to the patient wards. Zhou Kun performed admirably, apart from Su Jirua. All previous patients on the 6th floor had been relocated to other levels. Now, the entire 6th floor was essentially Du Fei's domain. Most of the young ladies transferred here possessed striking beauty, with only one or two appearing rather ordinary. One might say that the aesthetic sensibilities of Du Fei, Li Jun, and Zhang Ping leave something to be desired. Among this group of patients, Du Fei quickly noticed a rather distinctive individual. This young patient appeared to be around 15 or 16 years of age, although standing at a mere 160 centimeters. Her figure was astonishingly remarkable, her assets outshining those of many women in their 20s. Despite her juvenile appearance, her physique was exceedingly mature, creating a striking contrast that could tempt any man. Furthermore, she possessed an exceptionally charming doll-like face. If Du Fei were to pursue someone like her, one could only imagine the overwhelming guilt he would feel during intimate moments, as it would undoubtedly seem like a form of child exploitation to the average observer. As Du Fei observed the young girl from outside, she seemed to sense his gaze and glanced back at him, flashing a sweet smile. Under such circumstances, it would be inappropriate for Du Fei to simply walk away. Thus, he decided to enter and greet her. After all, these patients on the 6th floor would soon be under his care, so there was no need for shyness. "Hello." Upon entering, Du Fei displayed a bright and charming smile, naturally initiating the conversation. The patient nodded in return. "Hello, are you the new doctor? I haven't seen you before." Du Fei nodded affirmatively. "Yes, I am new, and I will be your doctor moving forward. My name is Du Fei. I haven't had a chance to review your medical record yet. Could you briefly share your situation with me?" The young girl nodded. "My name is Lu Qiling. The previous doctor mentioned that I am experiencing stress-related disorders due to excessive academic pressure. Whenever I enter a classroom or encounter anything reminiscent of studying, I experience numerous stress responses. I am currently undergoing medication treatment. Mental health issues stemming from academic pressure are quite common, typically leading to depression or anxiety, though the symptoms are usually not severe. Lu Qingling's case of stress disorder is a relatively rare and serious situation. Fortunately, such mental illnesses are not particularly troublesome to treat. In fact, they can be quite straightforward. Simply taking a break from school could suffice. If fortune favors her, she may recover on her own in due time. If not, the outcome remains uncertain. Du Fei was genuinely intrigued. If that's the case, isn't hospitalization unnecessary? Wouldn't it be possible for you to recuperate at home? Upon hearing this, Lu Qingling's expression grew quite complex. After a moment's hesitation, she finally spoke. "My parents have always had high expectations for my academic performance." Though she did not elaborate further, Du Fei understood the underlying implications. This city, being the capital of the nation, is home to many affluent and influential individuals. Especially for certain individuals, their backgrounds are remarkably formidable. The circumstances surrounding El Qingling are fundamentally akin to those of Su Jirua. Due to familial reasons, they bear immense pressure, which ultimately culminated in illness as a means of escape. However, unlike Su Jirua, El Qingling does not hail from an exceptionally powerful family. Rather, her lineage is that of a modest clan. As the disgrace of her family, El Qingling finds herself in a position of abandonment. In contrast, a family as grand as the Su clan would never cast aside a member, regardless of their perceived disgrace. They would seek methods to redeem them, and should that fail, they would choose to conceal the situation. In this regard, El Qingling might be considered fortunate, for she still possesses avenues for redemption. And her burdens are not as weighty as those borne by Su Jirua. No worries, focus on recuperating here. It matters not if you never study again. Even without formal education, there are myriad ways to thrive in society. Do not concern yourself with what your parents say, Du Fei reassured her. Qiling was taken aback. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Previous doctors would never have spoken so freely. After all, such remarks could easily be deemed intrusive. They refrained from doing so due to their positions as medical professionals. Du Fei, however, had the audacity to make such comments. Attributable to his role as an associate chief physician, not only was he unafraid to speak, but he would likely intervene in their family matters without fear of reprisal. This is the confidence that the Su family bestowed upon Du Fei. He gently ruffled Qiling's hair. Rest assured, I am not like them. I will leverage my influence. Initially, Qiling felt a twinge of defiance at having her head patted, but upon hearing the phrase leverage my influence, she erupted in laughter. Who claims to leverage their influence like that? You're quite peculiar. Du Fei, however, remained unfazed. What is peculiar about it? Let me tell you, in today's society, even wishing to leverage influence is not always a given. All right, from now on, you can discontinue your medication. After gaining insight into Qiling's situation, Du Fei boldly made a decision. Really? Is that permissible? Qiling inquired, still somewhat skeptical. Of course, I am your attending physician. What is there to prevent? He replied. What you require now is not medication, but recreation. What do you enjoy? Single-player games? Mobile games? Or perhaps computer games? Or do you prefer outings? I can arrange it all for you. Qiling was utterly astonished. Is that truly possible? Can I really? But my parents, Du Fei interrupted her with an emphatic gesture. Are your parents doctors? What they say is irrelevant. If I say you can play, then you can play. I want to play mobile games, she exclaimed. She had longed to indulge in gaming, but upon entering the hospital, her parents insisted she was there to recover, not to play. They maintained that she could only return to her games once she was well. Now, Du Fei was offering her that very opportunity. And it felt like a tremendous stroke of fortune. She spends her days in this hospital either lying down or gazing at the scenery, or observing other patients succumb to their ailments. Her own condition is worsening. If only there were something to occupy her mind, circumstances would surely change. Chapter 16. Patients are not allowed outside. Qiling yearns to play mobile games, so Du Fei promptly orders the latest smartphone through a delivery service. With the financial backing from the Su family, Du Fei is now entirely unconcerned about monetary matters. He has even taken on the demeanor of a wealthy individual. After all, that initial 1 million was merely an appetizer. Should Su Jirua's condition improve, the Su family is likely to present him with 5 million, 10 million, or even 100 million. They are, after all, the Su family, the largest clan in the nation, with their family fortune amounting to trillions. Such sums are trivial for Du Fei. I'll arrange it for you. Just wait a moment. All right, doctor, Qiling exclaimed, nearly bouncing with joy. Du Fei shook his head. To call me doctor is a waste for that face of yours. From now on, call me Big Brother. Is that acceptable? Big Brother? Qiling was puzzled by Du Fei's request. But it mattered little to her. All she desired was something to play with. Hearing her sweet, childlike voice calling him Big Brother, coupled with her cherubic face and large, fluttering eyes, what a delightful experience. Wonderful. Just like that, Big Brother will fetch you a phone. Upon returning to his office, Du Fei glanced once more at Qiling's medical records to assist his judgment. There were indeed no issues. Qiling's mental health condition was not severe. It was merely her treatment that had made her appear gravely ill. Confined to this ward, deprived of entertainment, and surrounded by others suffering from mental illness, even the most stable individuals would falter. As for Qiling's parents, Du Fei was confident that the Su family could handle the situation. By Iran. Please inform the pharmacy of the situation and discontinue Qiling's medication starting today. Upon hearing this name, the nurse Xiao Yingling sitting nearby was taken aback. Qiling. Is she the charming girl who developed mental health issues due to academic pressure? Du Fei nodded. That's her. We need to stop her medication. What are your thoughts? Xiao Yingling grew agitated. You haven't seen her when she has an episode, have you? It's quite severe. She trembles uncontrollably, and sometimes she even self-harms. Have you not noticed the scars on her body? If we stop her medication, something terrible will happen. Are you truly sure about this? Du Fei affirmed. I am certain. Her episodes are not a result of the medication, but rather the environment. Come with me today to see her. I assure you she will not exhibit any troubling behavior after we discontinue her medication. Though hesitant, Xiao Yingling, being a nurse, remained open to the possibility. Du Fei undoubtedly possesses a greater level of professionalism than she does. Since Du Fei has made his intentions clear, she refrains from voicing her objections and simply follows his guidance. The delivery arrives promptly, within the span of an hour, bringing along the latest model of a smartphone from the nearest Wanda Plaza. Upon receiving the phone, Du Fei escorts Xiao Yingling to Lu Qingling's hospital room. "Little sister, look what I have." Du Fei waves the phone in front of Lu Qingling's eyes. Instantly, Lu Qingling is overwhelmed with excitement. "A phone? Thank you, big brother. You are the best, big brother. Please, give it to me." It seems as though she has found a way to capture Du Fei's heart. As she repeatedly calls out for him, Xiao Yingling begins to sense something amiss. "Why are you calling him big brother?" "He encouraged me to," Lu Qingling replies. Having already snatched the phone from Du Fei's grasp and eagerly tearing it open, Xiao Yingling regards Du Fei with a look of incredulity. "Du Fei, this is rather excessive." "Isn't it? Isn't this bullying a child?" Du Fei responds with nonchalance. "How am I bullying a child? I am merely connecting with the kids. Isn't that wonderful? Yet, you seem to find it peculiar that she calls me big brother. I dare say it is you who appears to have an unusual fixation." Conjuring up all sorts of inappropriate thoughts, Xiao Yingling is momentarily at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Lu Qingling has activated the phone and is in the process of downloading a game. Glancing over, Du Fei sees it as Honor of Kings, a common choice among girls of that age. As Lu Qingling watches the progress bar rise, her eagerness grows. However, she soon realizes a pressing concern. "Big brother, you didn't buy this phone with your own money, did you?" "Of course. Do you think the hospital would reimburse such expenses?" Du Fei replies casually. Lu Qingling feels a twinge of embarrassment. "I truly apologize for the expense." "Not at all. As long as you are happy, this little sum is inconsequential," Du Fei assures her, entirely unconcerned. Xiao Yingling clears her throat and casts a fierce glare at Du Fei, as if to remind him that they are in a hospital setting, attending to patients, not engaging in flirtation. Yet, Du Fei appears oblivious to her admonition. He promptly retrieves his own phone. "Let us play together. Nurse Xiao, would you like to join us?" Xiao Yingling shakes her head. "I can't afford to be as idle as you. I have work to attend to." "Then go to your work, little sister. We shall enjoy a delightful duo." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yingling, who had initially intended to leave, suddenly feels compelled to stay. Who knows what might transpire if she were to depart. Therefore, she plops down beside them. "What are you doing?" "I want to indulge in some gaming too, especially since you've given your consent." Women are indeed capricious. Just moments ago, she declared her disinterest in playing. Du Fei found himself in a state of exasperation. The game had been downloaded, yet when Lu Qingling logged in, her expression darkened. "Oh no, I don't have a SIM card." "No worries, I will buy you one later. For now, you can use someone else's account." "I will lend you mine." "No heroes?" "I will purchase them for you." "No skins?" "I will reimburse you." Despite the urgency, an array of tasks loomed ahead. Du Fei patiently assisted Lu Qingling with various necessities. Observing Lu Qingling's favorable treatment, Xiao Yingling grew increasingly restless. "What about me?" she demanded. "You must fend for yourself. At your age, you still require assistance." "You." Xiao Yingling was utterly exasperated. It became evident that even with Xiao Yingling present, Du Fei and Lu Qingling enjoyed a sweet duo. Once the three of them entered the game, they promptly descended to the lower lane without a second thought. The two were inseparably bound, disregarding the others. Du Fei and Lu Qingling played with fervor. When Lu Qingling was attacked, Du Fei rushed to her aid. In contrast, Xiao Yingling found herself at a disadvantage. Frustration boiled within her. The trio laughed and played merrily throughout the afternoon until mealtime approached. Du Fei glanced at the clock. "All right, it's time to eat. Come, let us dine together." Mention of food rendered Lu Qingling somewhat embarrassed. "But I'm a patient. I cannot go outside." Chapter 17. Is this considered overtime? Patients in a psychiatric hospital fall into two categories: those who can go out and those who cannot. Lu Qingling belonged to the latter group, as her condition was quite severe. In truth, 80% of psychiatric patients appear normal most of the time. However, the risk of encountering a triggering stimulus outside, which could provoke an episode, necessitates strict confinement. Du Fei, unfazed by the complexities, spoke plainly. "I will personally take you out. Who would dare to stop us? Let us go." Lu Qingling was taken aback with delight. She had spent over 6 months in this hospital, never once stepping outside. The prospect of going out with Du Fei was exhilarating. Meanwhile, Xiao Yingling was filled with concern and apprehension, whispering to Du Fei, "Is it safe?" What if you encounter something triggering, like students after school? At this, Du Fei could hardly contain his laughter. Students? What are you dreaming of? This is a hospital. The sixth hospital, no less. Every facility around is oriented towards healthcare. The broadest street nearby hosts over 30 inns, with the rest being medical supply stores, supermarkets, and fast food outlets. The nearest school is 4 kilometers away. It is unlikely we would encounter any students, especially at this hour. No worries, I'll handle any issues. Du Fei spoke with great confidence as he led Lu Qingling out. Indeed, personnel from the hospital stopped Lu Qingling, but upon Du Fei revealing his identity, they immediately granted them passage. Lu Qingling was astonished at how effortlessly they could exit. Big brother, you are truly remarkable. Of course, let me tell you. I am practically equivalent to the director of this hospital. Naturally, I wield considerable influence. While perhaps a bit exaggerated, it certainly conveyed the essence of his capabilities. As long as Du Fei could cure Su Yunyun, this was not a matter of concern. Outside the hospital, a plethora of culinary delights awaited. From meat sandwiches to hand-pulled noodles, grilled meat rice, and dumplings. It was evident that establishments here catered to discerning patrons. The foot traffic was substantial, and most of the visitors had ample financial means. Dining was a necessity, and opening a shop here was akin to counting money with closed eyes. Overwhelmed by the variety of fast food options, Lu Qingling could hardly decide. So many choices. I don't even know what to eat. Du Fei was taken aback. From the sound of it, you haven't tried anything here? Lu Qingling nodded. In the hospital, we only eat the patient's nutritional meals. We can't indulge in whatever we desire. Especially in the psychiatric ward, meals are served in the cafeteria. Otherwise, if everyone were to eat in their respective rooms, supervision would be impossible. By gathering in the cafeteria, any outbursts could be promptly addressed. Having subsisted on nutritional meals for an extended period, Lu Qingling had not savored such distinctive fast food in ages. It was akin to someone on a prolonged diet suddenly relishing a feast. Her eyes sparkled at the sight of the food. After much deliberation, she settled on dumplings. I want to eat dumplings. Let us go. It's my treat. Under Du Fei's guidance, they all ventured out to enjoy dumplings together. However, due to Lu Qingling's excessively adorable demeanor and Xiao Yingling's striking beauty, the group attracted considerable attention, particularly Lu Qingling, who arrived in hospital attire. This outfit was far from ordinary. Although many patients donned similar clothing, it was still a sight one did not encounter every day. Yet, a patient as endearing as Lu Qingling was a rare find, especially with the conspicuous words psychiatric department emblazoned across her attire. Everyone understood that Lu Qingling was a psychiatric patient. The gentleman at the nearby table looked on with a sense of pity. What a lovely girl. It's a shame she is a psychiatric patient. Come, let us eat. Before long, the dumplings arrived, and after just one bite, Lu Qingling was nearly brought to tears with excitement. Delicious. It's simply exquisite. Du Fei could only shake his head in bemusement. Is it really that extraordinary? Although the dumplings were indeed quite tasty, considering they were being served in a hospital, any lack of flavor would lead to inevitable ruin. The fare here is generally quite delectable. However, Lu Qingling's reaction is rather exaggerated. This, in turn, subtly confirms that her previous existence was far from ordinary. Now, seated in the establishment, observing the patrons dine is certainly a more pleasant experience than witnessing the turmoil of mental illness in a hospital. As she savors her meal, Lu Qingling gazes expectantly at Du Fei. Big brother, can I come out to dine every time in the future? Seeing her adorable, slightly aggrieved expression, Du Fei finds it difficult to refuse. Yet, the matter is not so straightforward. You will need to stabilize your condition before you can venture out alone. For the time being, you must always have someone accompany you. Then, big brother, can you accompany me to dinner every day? Lu Qingling looks at Du Fei with hopeful eyes. Du Fei feels a bit flustered. If he continues to dine with Lu Qingling, what will become of his own future? Should he forsake the vast forest behind him for the sake of this delicate little tree? Nevertheless, he does not wish to abandon Lu Qingling. I will definitely make time when I am not busy. For now, this is the best assurance Du Fei can offer. After their meal, Du Fei takes Lu Qingling back to the hospital, where they engage in a few more rounds of gaming. Lu Qingling soon becomes utterly exhausted, her fingers growing sluggish. After another round, she tosses her phone aside. I'm so tired. I never imagined that playing games could be so exhausting. Du Fei is taken aback. You've only played for 6 hours today? Is that really too much? Is 6 hours insufficient? My parents only allowed me to play for an hour at home. Poor child. Witnessing Lu Qingling's plight, Du Fei feels a deep sense of sympathy. A playful child raised in a strict household is truly unfortunate. Well then, since you're tired, take a rest. With that, Du Fei rises to leave. Lu Qiling, taken aback, asks, Big brother, where are you going? I'm not going anywhere. You need to rest, and I don't wish to disturb you. No, it's fine. I can just watch videos. You don't need to leave. Having you here makes it easier for me. After saying this, Lu Qiling wraps her arms around Du Fei's. They sit side by side on the hospital bed. And at that moment, Du Fei feels as though he has gained a little sister. The sensation of her soft, petite form beside him brings him a profound sense of joy. How wonderful! Meanwhile, Xiao Yingling observes the scene with disdain. Glancing at the time, she remarks, You two enjoy yourselves. I'm off work. As Xiao Yingling departs, Du Fei suddenly ponders a dilemma. Wait, it's already my off-duty time. Yet I am still here with the patient, Xiao Yingling. Does this count as overtime, or have I simply come to see Lu Qiling after my shift? Chapter 18. A complex mood. Lu Qiling is, after all, just a child. Uncertain whether it was the excitement of the day or her usual demeanor after dinner. I found myself watching videos with Du Fei and soon felt a wave of drowsiness wash over me. Naturally, I reclined on the bed, resting my small feet upon Du Fei's form, indulging in my phone as if I were in the comfort of my own home. Before 8 o'clock, Du Fei could already hear the rhythmic sound of my breathing. Turning around, he noticed that I had fallen asleep. My ample figure rose and fell with each breath. And due to the slightly oversized hospital gown, one could even glimpse my delicate skin through the gaps. Had Du Fei chosen a different angle, he would have been privy to a more alluring view. After a moment's contemplation, he decided against it. Recognizing that I was still a child and such thoughts were indeed inappropriate, he gently covered me with a blanket before quietly leaving the room. As he was about to return to his room on the 6th floor, he suddenly broke into a cold sweat upon recalling another patient nearby. Blast! I nearly forgot about Lu Yunfei. I had scarcely visited her all day. Would she be upset? It was important to remember that the patients here often struggled with mental health issues. If she were to cause a scene, the consequences could be dire. Although the Su family provided a safety net, it wouldn't be easy to placate her, and complications would surely arise in the future. After a brief moment of consideration, Du Fei rushed into Su Jirua's room and borrowed the flowers from her bedside. After all, she was a young lady, and her maids, Xiao Ai and Xiao Anai, replenished fresh blooms daily. Today, they conveniently provided him with flowers to present as an offering. With the flowers in hand and his attire neatly arranged, Du Fei entered Lu Yunfei's hospital room with a beaming smile. Darling, I've come to see you. I'm so sorry. Work has kept me busy. But I brought you flowers. Upon his entrance, Lu Yunfei was seated, engrossed in her phone. Hearing the commotion, she looked up at Du Fei, and to his surprise, instead of anger, she greeted him with joy. Husband, you're back. You returned quite early today. Du Fei was taken aback. It was nearly 9 o'clock, and he had been at work since 8 in the morning, absent for 13 hours. How could this be considered early? What kind of life had Lu Yunfei led before? Or perhaps her notion of a husband was someone perpetually busy. Could he be a domineering tycoon? Unlikely. Regardless, the fact that Lu Yunfei was not upset was the most reassuring aspect. Taking the flowers from Du Fei's hands, Lu Yunfei's face lit up with delight. They're beautiful. They smell wonderful. Thank you, darling. After expressing her gratitude, she placed the flowers aside and immediately wrapped her arms around Du Fei's neck, her breath warm against his face, showing no intention of letting go. In a hushed whisper, she confided in Du Fei, Darling, I miss you so much. He responded, feeling a mix of embarrassment and anxiety, utterly unaware of Lu Yunfei's intentions. However, in the blink of an eye, Du Fei soon comprehended her desires as she began to remove his clothing. The first rays of morning sunlight caressed Du Fei's face, bringing with it a gentle warmth. As he attempted to turn over, he found his body exceedingly heavy, his arms tinged with numbness. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered Lu Yunfei nestled against him, half her weight pressing down on him, causing his arm to take on a faint hue of purple. Hastily, he withdrew his arm from beneath her, playfully pinching Lu Yunfei in the process. This action jolted her from her slumber, and she squinted at him, asking, Darling, you're awake? What time is it? It's a little past 7. The previous night, they had reveled until the late hours, and Du Fei, usually an insomniac, had succumbed to exhaustion and drifted off. As the time for work approached, he rose to dress and prepare for his morning routine. The luxurious hospital suite boasted its own bathroom, even allowing for bathing within its confines. Lu Yunfei rubbed her eyes and declared, I'll go buy you some breakfast. Can you leave the hospital? Du Fei inquired. Lu Yunfei nodded. Although she was classified as a mental health patient, her condition was among the least harmful, merely a case of mild delusions where she fancied herself married. Her daily life was largely unaffected, and she was not restricted in her movements. Unlike Lu Qiling, who was compelled to wear a hospital gown, Lu Yunfei was permitted to don her own attire. However, Du Fei reassured her that breakfast was already taken care of. Wait a moment. A maid will bring it to us. You needn't worry about buying anything. Lu Yunfei appeared taken aback, her surprise evident. Oh, really? She seemed astonished. Momentarily staring at Du Fei. What are you surprised about? It's only natural for someone as capable as your husband to have two maids at his service. He replied with a playful grin. Lu Yunfei, still dazed, nodded slowly in agreement. Oh right. Noticing her reaction, Du Fei suddenly felt a sense of unease. Lu Yunfei had issues. Yet, he chose to remain silent, feigning ignorance. What would you like to eat? I'll inform Xiao Ai. Tea, eggs, and millet porridge will suffice. Soon after, Xiao Ai delivered breakfast to their room. Upon seeing Du Fei and Lu Yunfei dining together, she merely smiled knowingly, saying nothing. After their meal, Du Fei prepared for work, while the maid, Xiao Ai, offered gentle reminders. Mr. Du, today Mr. Su mentioned he would come to observe the treatment process. What do you think? No problem, let him come freely. Du Fei remained entirely unperturbed. Suji Rua's treatment had been progressing remarkably well these past few days, and the dawn of recovery was already visible. No matter how Mr. Su viewed it, there were no issues whatsoever. He might even express gratitude towards himself. Soon, the clock struck 9:30, the designated time for Du Fei to attend to Suji Rua. Once again, the young master of the Su family, Su Tao, arrived to observe. Standing inside the ward, he watched as Du Fei began the hypnosis on Suji Rua. You are an exceptionally intelligent dog. You have learned addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. You can even write. You are truly remarkable, the most extraordinary dog in the world. As Du Fei spoke, he played a highly mesmerizing video for Suji Rua. In the video, waves undulated towards the distance and gradually returned. As she absorbed the content of the video and listened to Du Fei's words, Suji Rua's gaze began to lose its focus. Now, bark for me. How does a dog bark? Woof woof woof. Suji Rua's melodious voice echoed within the ward. Su Tao, her brother, watched with a frown. Although he was concerned that Suji Rua's condition might affect his inheritance of the Su family legacy, seeing his sister in such a state stirred a complex mix of emotions within him. Chapter 19. A clash with money inside the ward. Suji Rua imitated the sound of a dog barking twice, signifying that the hypnosis had been successful. Du Fei retrieved a second-grade exercise book that had been used the previous day and placed it before Suji Rua, handing her a pencil as well. Now, dear dog, it's time to start learning. If you answer all the questions correctly, you can have your favorite cake. The once seemingly normal Suji Rua, upon hearing the word cake, suddenly drooled uncontrollably, resembling a fool. She barked several times, woof woof woof. Witnessing this, Su Tao felt utterly defeated. It was indeed like a dog. Furthermore, Suji Rua, originally an elegant and affluent young lady, appeared somewhat alluring in her drooling and barking demeanor. One might mistakenly believe she was fulfilling some master-s task. Su Tao could hardly contain himself. Was there truly no alternative? Did it have to be this way? Du Fei sat beside Suji Rua, gently stroking her head while shaking his own. This is currently the only method. Miss Su's condition is quite severe. It has already begun to impact her normal life. Mr. Su, since you are here, you may wish to visit the other patients downstairs. Though many suffer from serious conditions, at least they have moments of clarity. Miss Su has not awakened these days, her consciousness only surfacing during hypnosis. At other times, her condition resembles that of Su Zhua when her illness first manifested at home, silent, with a vacant gaze and no response to external stimuli. Even when her pain receptors are stimulated, there is no reaction. This mental suppression has begun to influence the patient significantly. Some individuals resort to self-harm as a means of experiencing or releasing their psychological distress, as ordinary pain fails to provide sufficient stimulation. All right. Su Tao interrupted Du Fei. He had no interest in the intricacies of mental illness. He solely sought results. How long until she can be cured? Du Fei gestured towards the workbook. The initial treatment involves basic, common-sense methods, followed by more advanced therapeutic techniques. The first condition for her recovery is reaching high school level knowledge. Furthermore, the duration of Miss Su's mental awakening is increasing. Initially, the treatment lasted around 2 hours. It is now extended to 3 hours. If we can achieve full-day coverage, we will meet the second condition for her treatment. At this rate, within a month, Miss Sue will have wakeful periods comparable to those of a typical mental health patient, simplifying the subsequent treatment process. At that time, she will be akin to patients like L. Qingling and Lu Yunfei. For the Sue family, such an outcome would equate to the successful recovery of Su Zhihua. They would only need to engage her during her lucid moments and keep her at home during the rest. Woof, woof. During their conversation, Su Zhihua had completed the workbook. She nuzzled against Du Fei, drooling and vocalizing affectionately, resembling a devoted pet. Su Tao found this situation somewhat exasperating. Ultimately, as long as she can be cured, that is all that matters. He sighed. The treatment is progressing well. I will instruct my secretary to transfer 2 million to you as compensation for this stage of treatment. When Su Yunyan awakens, I will directly transfer 10 million. With that, Su Tao exited with an air of nonchalance. The figure of 10 million stirred excitement within Du Fei. The Su family truly is generous. I must strive even harder. Woof, woof. While Du Fei pondered this, Su Zhihua called out again. Oh right. Your homework. Let me take a look. This one is correct, and this one too. All correct. Here is your cake. Du Fei presented the cake he had prepared in advance. Su Zhihua lunged to grab it. Du Fei quickly called out, sit down. The once eager Su Zhihua paused momentarily. Subsequently, she obediently perched on the bed. Saliva still trickling down her chin, her eyes brimming with anticipation as they fixated on Du Fei and the cake he held. Barking eagerly, Du Fei realized he could not simply hand the cake to her, for it would surely end up smeared everywhere. Instead, he resorted to feeding Su Zhihua delicately with a small spoon. Remarkably, Su Zhihua was exceptionally well-behaved. For every bite Du Fei offered, she dutifully consumed it. Initially, Du Fei felt no particular sentiment about feeding a beautiful woman cake. However, as he observed Su Zhihua squatting on the bed, her expression filled with longing. Occasionally licking her lips, or even daring to lick Du Fei's hand, he found himself quite taken aback. This was undeniably rather provocative. How could a woman exhibit such boldness? Fortunately, Du Fei maintained his composure. Otherwise, one could only imagine the consequences that might ensue. After a considerable amount of time, Du Fei finally concluded the treatment. Su Zhihua, as was her custom, reclined on the hospital bed to rest. Glancing at the clock, Du Fei noted that it was already noon. And Su Zhihua's moments of consciousness were becoming increasingly prolonged. In the afternoon, in order to validate his suspicions, Du Fei retrieved Lu Yunfei's medical records once more and began to scrutinize them meticulously. Eventually, he stumbled upon some clues. The records documented several instances of Lu Yunfei's episodes. Although she had experienced several crises, they appeared perilous yet bore no significant repercussions. The same held true at home. Additionally, Lu Yunfei's parents had visited her at the hospital multiple times, during which her episodes were notably more frequent. Furthermore, it was recorded that she had also received visits from friends, with one occasion marking the most severe episode, during which Lu Yunfei even lost her ability to communicate normally. After thoroughly evaluating the medical records alongside past events, Du Fei arrived at a conclusion. Lu Yunfei was feigning illness. She did not suffer from any mental affliction at all. The so-called delusions were merely a pretext, as her inconsistent medical records could not otherwise be explained. Mental illness is a complex matter, making it challenging for doctors in psychiatric hospitals to discern whether an individual is genuinely ill or merely pretending. Conversely, if a person is indeed well, yet a doctor insists they are unwell, proving one's sanity becomes a dilemma. This is the extraordinary nature of mental health. Were it not for Du Fei's unwavering confidence in this field, he would not have dared to conclude that Lu Yunfei was acting. Moreover, there was another crucial point. Whether or not a person is pretending to be ill is fundamentally inconsequential. What truly matters is to admit them and provide the necessary treatment. For a physician, this is a matter of little significance. After all, who would willingly turn away from financial gain? Why invite unnecessary complications? Chapter 20. The unparalleled scoundrel. Upon arriving at the conclusion that Lu Yunfei was feigning illness, another question emerged. What could be the myriad of reasons behind her pretense? Yet, why did Lu Yunfei insist on identifying Du Fei as her husband? What was so compelling about him? There was something amiss. With these doubts lingering, Du Fei promptly made his way to Lu Yunfei's hospital room. My husband, you're back, Lu Yunfei exclaimed as soon as she saw Du Fei, embracing him with an exuberance that was both warm and affectionate. Du Fei secured the door to the room, his expression turning grave as he regarded Lu Yunfei. Her face flushed immediately. My husband, are you going to? She stammered, her eagerness evident. Wait a moment, Lu Yunfei. I need to discuss something with you. Du Fei interjected, his tone serious. Why so somber? She inquired, her demeanor shifting. Lu Yunfei, you are pretending to be ill, aren't you? The moment the words left his lips, the once vivacious Lu Yunfei became unnervingly still, her expression frozen, beads of cold sweat beginning to form. What are you talking about? How could that possibly be true? I'm perfectly healthy. Lu Yunfei's composure began to wane, her guilt palpable. Du Fei, maintaining his calm demeanor, replied. I reviewed your medical records. It is unequivocal that you are feigning your condition. But do not be alarmed. I'm not here to cast blame or to make things difficult for you. I merely wish to understand the rationale behind your actions. Since the incident involving Lu Yunfei, Du Fei had been plagued by unease. Now that he had discovered her ruse, he felt an urgent need for clarity. Only with this understanding could he ensure his peace of mind. Seeing that the truth was no longer concealable, Lu Yunfei reluctantly conceded. All right, I confess. I was indeed pretending to be ill. The reason? It dates back 6 months when I was out with a group of close friends. All of them had boyfriends. And they inquired about mine. Having never had a boyfriend, I was teased and subjected to their snide remarks. They even attempted to set me up with some dreadful men. I couldn't bear it, so I claimed that I had a boyfriend. Upon hearing this, Du Fei began to grasp the situation. Lu Yunfei had acted impulsively, unable to resist the temptation to fabricate a story. However, maintaining such a deception proved to be a complex endeavor. One lie necessitates a multitude of others to sustain it. It was likely that her charade had been uncovered, prompting Lu Yunfei to resort to pretending to be mentally unstable. After all, admitting to being a child who pretended to have a boyfriend was simply unacceptable. Subsequently, I discovered that feigning illness not only allowed me to avoid work but also provided me with the opportunity to indulge in leisure activities without interruption, as my friends would refrain from causing me any trouble. Thus, I began to pretend to be unwell, a notion that Du Fei could comprehend. However, what perplexed Du Fei was my subsequent actions. Why do you consider me your boyfriend? He inquired. Lu Yunfei, feeling somewhat embarrassed, stammered. Well, it's simply because I find you rather handsome. In the 6 months I've spent in the hospital, I've scarcely encountered anyone of sound mind. Moreover, continuing this charade isn't a sustainable solution. I must secure a boyfriend before I recover. Over the past half year, Lu Yunfei had contemplated how to navigate her eventual discharge from the hospital. Initially, she found her time there quite enjoyable. Free from work obligations, she could merely amuse herself. However, as time progressed, she realized that this lifestyle was untenable. After all, she was a vibrant young woman in the prime of her life. Squandering her youth in such a manner seemed foolish. Thus, a month ago, she began devising a clever and seamless plan to facilitate her discharge without inviting ridicule from her friends. Lu Yunfei had struggled to find a viable solution until she laid eyes on Du Fei. While he was engrossed in a game of chess, she scrutinized him. Dressed in a pristine white coat, he was a doctor at the hospital, youthful, handsome, and exuding a fresh, sunny disposition. Regardless of the circumstances, doctors at the 6th hospital were undeniably impressive and promising, not to mention his youthfulness, which only added to his allure. To her surprise, Lu Yunfei later learned that Du Fei held the position of deputy director. Initially, she had assumed he was merely an ordinary doctor. Du Fei finally grasped Lu Yunfei's motivations. Yet he remained somewhat perplexed. But that doesn't mean you had to take it to such extremes, he remarked. Lu Yunfei chuckled softly. I couldn't help myself. I have always possessed a strong desire. In the past, during her solitary days, she would often reward herself with indulgent treats. However, during these 6 months in the hospital, such opportunities had been scarce, and having set her sights on a man, she was unwilling to let him slip away. Furthermore, she genuinely found Du Fei exceptionally attractive, perfectly aligning with her aesthetic preferences. In a moment of impulse, she acted on her desires. Additionally, Lu Yunfei retrieved her phone and located a video, the recording of her and Du Fei's first intimate encounter. Moreover, I'm doing this to ensure your compliance. Du Fei, you wouldn't want anyone to discover that you've been involved with a patient, would you? Lu Yunfei audaciously threatened Du Fei, showing no regard for the possibility that he might have connections. Yet, rather than feeling anger, Du Fei experienced a sense of relief upon learning the truth about Lu Yunfei. If she was not mentally ill, then their relationship was hardly a scandalous affair. Very well, what do you wish for me to do? He asked. Be my boyfriend. It's that simple. Lu Yunfei had long since devised a plan. In a couple of days, you shall conduct an examination, declaring my full recovery. I will invite my former companions for a meal, and your mere presence will suffice. I have already formulated the narrative we shall present. We were once in a long-distance relationship, and my profound longing for you led to my mental distress. Upon learning of my plight, you promptly came to accompany me, thus curing my affliction of yearning. This explanation will undoubtedly be flawless. Henceforth, we need only to occasionally display our affection. Moreover, it will preserve Lu Yunfei's dignity. After all, her boyfriend is quite handsome, a doctor at the prestigious capital hospital, with a promising future ahead. In that case, her friends will have no grounds to ridicule her. Upon hearing this, Du Fei felt a sense of helplessness. Lu Yunfei was going to great lengths to maintain her faade, even resorting to feigning illness. She certainly had a flair for theatrics. However, for Du Fei, this was not an insurmountable task. So, when shall we part ways? It seemed quite straightforward to impersonate her boyfriend. The real question was how long this charade would continue. Lu Yunfei was taken aback by this suggestion. Part ways? What nonsense are you speaking? I have already shared intimacy with you, and you still wish to end this? What a despicable scoundrel you are. Chapter 21. She means business. Du Fei was utterly unprepared for Lu Yunfei's resolve. He was left in a state of astonishment. How could she accuse him of being a scoundrel when she was the one in the wrong? In any case, a breakup was out of the question. Do not even entertain the thought. Seeing Du Fei attempt to speak, Lu Yunfei interrupted him, clearly asserting her position. She was not merely seeking his assistance. She intended for him to remain her boyfriend indefinitely. Du Fei found himself in a quandary, just as he was about to embark on a carefree existence. She was implying that he had stepped into the grave of matrimony? What would become of the vast expanse of possibilities ahead? He had no choice but to settle for a compromise. If we are not to part ways, you cannot hinder my exploration of other avenues. Lu Yunfei was left speechless by Du Fei's words. This was no mere dalliance. He was envisioning an entire ship, just as she prepared to confront him. Du Fei produced a recording device. Otherwise, I shall share this with your close friends, and we will both be left in ruin. Upon realizing that Du Fei had recorded their conversation, Lu Yunfei felt a surge of indignation. Are you plotting against me? It seems we are equally guilty. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lu Yunfei resolved to tolerate the situation. There was no alternative. Her pride was more precious than her very existence. Du Fei's reckless behavior was trivial, but the thought of losing face was unbearable. Having already spent half a year in the hospital, continuing this way was intolerable. Despite the numerous complications, Lu Yunfei had no choice but to endure. Moreover, whether Du Fei truly possesses the capability to indulge in frivolous escapades remains a matter of debate. As long as one can employ strategies to retain Du Fei, no issue is insurmountable. Has it not been said that as long as a man is well fed at home, he shall not seek sustenance elsewhere? Very well, I shall acquiesce to your request. After much contemplation, Lu Yunfei and Du Fei reached a consensus for collaboration. The subsequent step involved preparing for discharge and handling the necessary paperwork, a task that posed no challenge for Du Fei. While Du Fei was engaged in arranging these formalities for Lu Yunfei, he received a call from several close friends in the dormitory. Du Fei promptly answered. Du Fei, where are you? What's happening outside? Hurry and check our school's group chat and forum. It's in chaos. What? Let me take a look, Du Fei replied, somewhat bewildered. After ending the call, he began to search through the school forum and peruse the group chat. Finally, he grasped the situation they were referring to. Some time ago, Du Fei had broken up with Lin Jiao, who subsequently became involved with the playboy Lu Kai. The depraved Lu Kai, driven by his need for vanity and twisted desires, not only filmed videos with Lin Jiao but also disseminated them throughout the school. Although no explicit content was revealed, their conversations incessantly revolved around Du Fei. Lu Kai brazenly suggested that Lin Jiao call Du Fei while engaging in their antics. However, Du Fei was preoccupied at the time and did not answer. Subsequently, Lu Kai unleashed a torrent of vile insults online, even attempting to provoke Du Fei. Yet, all his efforts proved futile, as Du Fei was absent from school and remained utterly unresponsive to the situation, as if he had evaporated from existence. This left Lu Kai in a state of vexation. It is essential to understand that his actions were motivated by the desire to satiate his perverse cravings. The absence of fulfillment only deepened his frustration. Consequently, Lu Kai began to contemplate how to manipulate the situation to his advantage. He yearned for the entire school to recognize him as the audacious rival who had usurped Du Fei's girlfriend, to invade spaces Du Fei had never dared to tread, and to ride the bicycle Du Fei cherished but hesitated to use. After considerable deliberation, he devised a plan to impersonate Du Fei and force his appearance online. Lu Kai orchestrated a scheme wherein someone would masquerade as Du Fei, issuing statements across the internet. Initially, a video was recorded featuring an individual whose face and voice were entirely obscured, claiming to be the very Du Fei in question. The person began to lament before the camera, professing deep affection for Lin Xiao and recounting the sacrifices made during their relationship. He spoke of economizing living expenses to purchase cosmetics for Lin Xiao and braving all odds to deliver meals to her, painting himself as a paragon of devotion. Yet, he had not even touched Lin Xiao's hand, merely witnessing her in the video standing and pedaling. What followed was a cacophony of sorrowful wails, evoking a profound sense of grief. Having recorded the video, the individual disseminated it across various platforms, be it forums, Douyin, or campus groups. The sheer sorrow evoked tears that facilitated its rapid spread. In just a couple of days, its reach peaked, becoming widely known throughout the entire school. Naturally, Du Fei remained oblivious to it all, as he had nearly severed all ties with the school, preoccupied with matters at the hospital. During the height of the discussions surrounding the incident, Du Fei was engrossed in gaming with El Qiling in the hospital room. Upon learning the details, Du Fei did not feel anger. Instead, he chuckled softly. How exceedingly dull must El Kai be to engage in such antics. Nonetheless, it was indeed rather outrageous. If El Kai could orchestrate such events, one could only speculate what he might concoct in the future. It certainly warranted some form of retribution. Du Fei yearned to return the favor in kind, yet the challenge lay in El Kai's penchant for frequently changing girlfriends, making it difficult for him to retaliate effectively. After much contemplation, Du Fei sought out the maid, Xiaoni, from the Su family. Xiaoni, if I wish to request assistance from the Su family, whom should I contact? That would be me, Xiaoni replied with confidence. Though a servant in the Su household, she was recognized as one of their own in the eyes of outsiders. To accomplish any task, she merely needed to reach out to others in the name of the Su family. Then please investigate this individual for me. With that, Du Fei provided Xiaoni with El Kai's information. No problem, just a quick information check. Yes, that will suffice. Du Fei needed to ascertain El Kai's family circumstances before determining his strategy for retaliation. The task was delegated to Xiaoni in the afternoon, and the results were delivered to Du Fei 3 hours later. The Su family's efficiency in handling matters was indeed remarkable. Having confirmed that El Kai was a student at the medical university, the investigation became even simpler. Du Fei swiftly received the dossier from Xiaoni. The details concerning El Kai were rather inconsequential. What piqued Du Fei's interest was the information about his family. El Kai's father was involved in the medical equipment business, specializing in importing high-end medical apparatus from abroad for sale in the domestic market, thus amassing considerable wealth. The family fortune amounted to approximately 200 to 300 million. This financial backing allowed El Kai to lead a rather extravagant lifestyle at school, with a monthly allowance exceeding 100,000. El Kai's father, much like his son, was a notorious womanizer, having married a strikingly alluring woman in her 20s, unmistakably El Kai's stepmother. His biological mother had divorced and vanished from their lives 5 or 6 years prior. Chapter 22. He is not a patient, but a doctor. Upon discovering that El Kai had no sisters, Du Fei initially felt disheartened, contemplating that had El Kai had siblings, he could have approached them directly, knowing El Kai would undoubtedly be unable to withstand such a confrontation. However, upon glimpsing a photograph of Lu Kai's stepmother, Du Fei found himself instantly captivated. This stepmother was indeed impressive. Lu Kai's father's taste in aesthetics was truly commendable. Despite being in her 20s, she possessed a remarkably mature physique, a true embodiment of beauty. While her face might not be of the highest caliber, her figure was undeniably top tier. The experience promised to be extraordinary. With this in mind, Du Fei decided to pursue this avenue. However, it was already late in the day. He resolved to explore potential connections through the Su family the following morning. Early the next day, Du Fei, as per his routine, began treating Su Zhihua. Before the treatment could conclude, he was startled by a cacophony of voices emanating from outside. It seemed a dispute had erupted. Du Fei was taken aback. Was it even possible for a quarrel to occur here? This was a location meticulously arranged by the Su family. Causing a ruckus here was tantamount to courting danger. Curiosity piqued, Du Fei stepped outside to investigate. What he encountered left him utterly astounded. The 6th floor was divided into 2 distinct sections. The interior section housed Su Zhihua's hospital room along with the quarters of Du Fei and the maids, Xiao Enai and Xiao Ai, with Lu Yunfei residing there as well. The exterior section comprised the rooms of other patients and Du Fei's office. The two nurses, Xiao Yingling and Bai Yiran, remained in the office. The dividing line between the two sections was marked by the nurses' station, where two bodyguards, assigned by the Su family to protect Su Jirua, stood vigil. Meanwhile, several male nursing aides formed a barrier at the nurses' station, preventing anyone from entering. Outside, approximately 20 young individuals congregated, clearly a group of youngsters. To Du Fei's astonishment, Lu Kai was among them. Furthermore, the vice president of the medical university was present, a figure Du Fei recognized from the school's official website. To add to the intrigue, his senior, Lu Qingwen, was also there, someone he was quite familiar with, as they shared a laboratory. Additionally, the university's renowned beauty, Song Yuan, was in attendance, though Du Fei and Song Yuan had never met. Her fame was so pronounced that he had seen her photographs, and he instantly recognized her. She was even more striking in person than in her pictures. Given the presence of 3 individuals affiliated with the medical university, it was highly probable that the entire group hailed from the same institution. Among them, Lu Kai was the most vociferous, having instigated the commotion. He was currently vehemently berating one of the nursing aides, exclaiming, "Do you even know who my father is? How dare you obstruct me here? A mere word from my father to the director, and you all would be out on your ears. Get out of my way. Is there anywhere in this hospital that I cannot access?" Du Fei stood there, utterly bewildered. What audacity El Kai possesses to dare to cause a commotion in the 6th hospital. Yet, considering his father's involvement in the medical equipment business, it is not surprising. He undoubtedly has connections within the hospital. In his mind, he believes he is entitled to privileges in such an establishment, which emboldens his brazen demeanor. Du Fei, what brings you here? Amidst the chaos, Lu Qingwen, a senior of Du Fei, recognized him with a look of astonishment. Upon hearing Lu Qingwen's words, others turned their attention to Du Fei, their curiosity piqued. El Kai was the most astonished of all. Du Fei? The murmurs rippled through the crowd as whispers began to circulate. Is he the same Du Fei whose girlfriend was taken away, leaving him in tears? Is that true? It can't be. I heard he dropped out. No way. He is still in school. I inquired with his roommate. What is he doing here? Is he here for a visit? Du Fei was momentarily taken aback. Senior, what are you doing here? As he spoke, he stepped out from behind the nurses, who stood respectfully behind him, creating a scene reminiscent of 2 factions in confrontation. Du Fei, accompanied by several nurses, faced off against the vice principal and El Kai, along with a group of medical students. Lu Qingwen observed Du Fei, still somewhat bewildered. We are here for an internship visit. Our medical university arranged this activity, and we are the student representatives. In truth, these so-called representatives were merely the selected qualified candidates. As the premier medical institution in the capital, the medical university has long collaborated with various hospitals. Outstanding students are chosen to be directly placed in positions at these hospitals, some even set to become reserves, effortlessly advancing to management within a few years. This group of students is among those destined for the 6th hospital. To be part of this elite group, one must either possess exceptional academic prowess or have influential connections. Lu Qingwen exemplified the former, while El Kai represented the latter. His father had already paved the way for him, ensuring that upon graduation, El Kai would join a department at the 6th hospital, poised for promotion to deputy director within a year and director within 3. El Kai's awareness of this trajectory fueled his arrogance. As for his need to flaunt his superiority, one glance at the campus belle, Song Yuan, revealed his motivation. El Kai had long pursued her, but she scorned his frivolous nature. This internship visit was his opportunity to showcase himself impressively. Upon arriving at the psychiatry department, he had intended to explore thoroughly but found himself obstructed by several nurses. This is where Lu Kai creates a scene, attempting to show off. In truth, his efforts are futile. Song Yuan is well aware of his family's wealth. If flaunting his riches could win the affection of the campus belle, Lu Kai would have succeeded long ago. Yet, he remains oblivious to this reality. Stop your incessant prattling. Du Fei, you certainly think highly of yourself. I was wondering why you seem to have vanished from the school, only to discover you hiding in a place like this. What, are you here for treatment? Have you been traumatized? Lu Kai observed Du Fei with a mischievous smirk, displaying an air of arrogance, clearly dismissing Du Fei. After all, he had just stolen Du Fei's girlfriend, so a bit of bravado was to be expected. He had been harboring this sense of triumph for quite some time. Before Du Fei could respond, Song Yuan interjected, Lu Kai, take a closer look. Du Fei is wearing a white coat. He is not a patient here, but a doctor. With this reminder from Song Yuan, the surrounding crowd suddenly grasped the situation. Even the vice principal, who had been poised aside with Lu Kai, was taken aback by the revelation and quickly closed his mouth. Chapter 23. The dean listens to him? Du Fei is a doctor here? Is that for real? I recall he hasn't even graduated yet. Can a student who has graduated work as a doctor here? Surely not. So why is that? Could it be that Du Fei has connections? Who would endure having their girlfriend stolen in silence? It seems implausible. What could the explanation be? Who knows? The students behind were chattering among themselves. They were aware of the incident concerning Du Fei's girlfriend, but were not well acquainted with Du Fei himself. Now, witnessing him working as a doctor in the prestigious 6th hospital of the capital left them utterly astonished. Who would have imagined that a classmate, who seemed just like them in school, was secretly a prominent figure in the industry, an employee at a renowned company, in a key position, no less? Yet, Lu Kai remained unfazed. He had already concluded that since Du Fei had remained silent after his girlfriend was taken and did not react to Lu Kai's humiliation, it must be because Du Fei lacked the right to be angry. It was evident he lacked the strength to do so. What he did not realize was that Du Fei simply had not yet found the opportunity to deal with him. Their encounter today was merely coincidental. Lu Kai continued to act boastfully in front of Du Fei. Where did you get that coat? Surely it wasn't he stolen? You a doctor here? I find that hard to believe. Du Fei smiled lightly. Oh, you find it hard to believe? Compared to Lu Kai's condescending and sarcastic tone, Du Fei's response seemed remarkably nonchalant, as if he did not regard the matter as significant at all. This demeanor only served to infuriate Lu Kai further. In an instant, it felt as though a pot of oil had exploded. Du Fei, you wretched boy, what are you pretending to be, a big shot? I do not care how you came to serve at the 6th hospital, but let me make it clear, with a mere word from me. You shall gather your belongings and leave immediately. A mere child dares to put on airs? Do you truly believe that just because you are a doctor here at the 6th hospital, you can look down upon me? Your monthly earnings as a doctor are but a pittance. Do you have any idea what my father's company generates in a single day? Speak. Noticing Du Fei's continued silence, Lu Kai grew increasingly displeased. Yet, Du Fei merely smiled. What is there to say? That you are about to be beaten? Lu Kai was incensed by Du Fei's words, raising his hand to strike. However, the attendant behind him swiftly intervened. It was not just them. Even the thugs stationed at the entrance with Su Jirua approached. With solemn expressions, they inquired of Du Fei, Mr. Du, do you require assistance? Du Fei waved his hand dismissively. No, no. The thug speaking to Du Fei was unlike the other attendants. He was clad in a sleek black suit, wearing headphones, standing at a towering height of 6 feet 3 inches and weighing around 200 pounds, a formidable figure. Indeed, presumably a veteran. He even wore sunglasses, resembling the formidable bodyguards often seen in films. Just his presence exerted a significant pressure. Initially, Lu Kai assumed this thug was merely a bodyguard for the patient inside. However, upon witnessing the thug come to Du Fei's aid, he suddenly realized that this man had ties to Du Fei. If that were the case, the situation was far more complicated than he had anticipated. This suggested that Du Fei had powerful backing. He could flaunt his superiority over the attendants. But he truly dared not confront these thugs. The medical students behind him were also taken aback. What an impressive individual. It was evident that he had undergone rigorous training. Could he possibly know Du Fei? Surely not as his bodyguard. If that were the case, he would be shadowing Du Fei. He must belong to someone else. Just as Lu Kai was engulfed in doubt, Director Sun of the 6th hospital arrived with a contingent. What is going on here? At the forefront was Director Sun, with several high-ranking officials from the hospital in tow, followed by a few security personnel, all exuding an air of authority, especially Director Sun, who radiated an undeniable aura of command. Merely a glance at Director Sun's countenance caused the inexperienced medical students to hastily part ways, fear evident on their faces. The corridor, 3 meters wide, was instantly filled with people, testament to the number of individuals who had gathered. Upon seeing the director, Lu Kai felt a surge of excitement. Uncle Sun. It's me. Dean Sun was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Lu Kai, but quickly regained his composure. This was the son of Boss Lu. Dean Sun merely nodded slightly, acknowledging Lu Kai's presence, before respectfully approaching Director Du. Director Du, what has transpired? Upon hearing the title, the onlookers collectively gasped in astonishment. Director? They had assumed that Du Fei was merely an ordinary physician. Yet, to their utter disbelief, he was indeed the director. Lu Kai, in particular, was utterly bewildered. After Dean Sun acknowledged him with a nod, he immediately sought out Du Fei to greet him, which spoke volumes. Furthermore, Dean Sun's immediate reference to him as director left Lu Kai in a state of confusion. How could a mere student like Du Fei hold the esteemed position of director in such a prominent hospital? The significance of such a title was well understood by medical students, regardless of whether one was a political figure, a business tycoon, or a celebrity. There was a universal reverence for hospital leadership. After all, no one could guarantee immunity from illness, and it was these hospital professionals upon whom they would ultimately rely. Thus, the medical field often holds a position of paramount importance above all others, with doctors and specialists being the objects of much admiration and favor, as they could very well become one's savior in times of crisis. The spectacle left everyone dumbfounded, particularly Lu Kai, who approached Dean Sun with a perplexed expression. "Uncle Sun, is there some mistake? You say he is the director?" Dean Sun nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, Mr. Du Fei is the deputy director of our psychiatric department at the 6th Hospital, and he will soon be promoted to director." "What was your name again, Lu?" Dean Sun, familiar with Lu Kai's father, was not as well acquainted with Lu Kai himself, having only seen him a couple of times. Recognizing him as Boss Lu's son was no small feat, let alone remembering his name. One was a rich second-generation heir whose name he could scarcely recall, while the other was Du Fei, on the brink of becoming a director. It was evident to all who was the more formidable figure. Lu Kai himself began to grasp the gravity of the situation. Du Fei was far more impressive than he had previously assumed. He understood the implications of his current conflict with Du Fei all too well. Meanwhile, Du Fei spoke calmly. "Dean Sun, this is not an appropriate place for discussion. Your commotion is detrimental to my patients." As the patients began to emerge from their rooms to witness the unfolding drama, Du Fei resolved to put an end to this farce for the time being. "Bring Lu Kai to your office to contact his father, the Vice Principal Wang. You continue to guide the visitors to other areas for their tour." Witnessing Du Fei's authoritative direction, the surrounding crowd was rendered speechless. What was happening? Du Fei was directing everyone? Wasn't he merely a director? How could he even command the dean? Who would believe that Du Fei was just a director? This was undeniably a person of greater stature than the dean. Moreover, Dean Sun exhibited utmost respect, nodding in understanding. "Understood. You few, escort him to my office." As the dean was preparing to make arrangements, the vice principal beside him hesitated, mustering his courage to speak up. "Mr. Du Fei, as a student of our medical university, I have brought students for a tour. If you are not too busy, would you kindly join us for a brief visit?" Du Fei had already made arrangements. And at that moment, the vice principal's interjection felt somewhat intrusive. Nevertheless, he recognized that failing to seize this opportunity would mean losing a significant chance. Du Fei was a student from their own institution, yet here he was, having ascended to the position of director at the 6th Hospital without anyone's knowledge. If word got out, it would be a source of ridicule. Furthermore, Du Fei would likely not develop any connections with him, resulting in a missed opportunity for immense fortune. However, if he could grasp this chance to communicate and engage with Du Fei, he could potentially foster a relationship with a promising student who was now a director at the 6th Hospital. The prestige from such an association would be remarkable, and there might even be future opportunities for assistance in navigating relationships. It was simply perfect. Thus, Vice Principal Wang boldly approached Du Fei to establish rapport. Du Fei, not overthinking the situation, responded calmly, "I am only familiar with the psychiatry department. I am not well versed in other areas. What would you like me to show you?" Seeing an opening, Vice Principal Wang quickly clarified, "No worries. I frequently visit this hospital. I merely hoped you could share your experiences working here with the students." He then turned to Song Yuan, "You represent everyone and can ask Director Du a few questions later." It was evident why Vice Principal Wang had attained his position. He was adept at handling situations and adapting as needed. Du Fei quickly discerned that he was attempting to win him over through charm. How unfortunate. For Du Fei was susceptible to such tactics. "Very well. I will guide you through the tour." Under Vice Principal Wang's direction, Du Fei walked ahead with Song Yuan, while Wang accompanied them, continuing the hospital tour. As for Lu Kai, he was left bewildered and had been ushered into Dean Sun's office. His father was hurriedly making his way there. The 6th Hospital, being the leading medical institution in the capital, had numerous business dealings with Lu Kai's father. It is crucial to recognize that the hospitals within the capital are interconnected. Offending one is tantamount to offending all. When Elder L. Zhengxin learned that Director Sun was seeking him regarding a matter involving his son, his heart sank, fearing that his son might have landed himself in trouble. If that were the case, their family would find it impossible to navigate life in the capital. One cannot help but acknowledge the allure of the campus belle. Previously, Du Fei had only seen Song Yuanyu and in videos shared by others, where she appeared exceptionally pure and charming. Standing beside Du Fei, Song Yuanyu and exuded an aura of sanctity, distinct from the allure of more seductive women. Instead, she embodied the unique innocence of youth, akin to a refined version of the popular milk tea girl, with features even more exquisite. Her sparkling, clear eyes blinked twice, almost mesmerizing enough to capture one's very soul. However, one slight imperfection lay in her physique. She was rather slender, with delicate calves and a waist that could easily be embraced. Even her breasts were modest, likely only reaching a certain size, which could be considered a drawback. Standing next to Du Fei, she caused his heart to flutter with unease. Du Fei, what exactly is going on between you, Lin Jiao and El Kai? Song Yuanyuan, unable to contain her curiosity any longer, finally asked the question. Being a girl, she was naturally drawn to such gossip. Du Fei chuckled softly. Well, it's quite simple. When Lin Jiao first started school, I was the one to welcome her. You know, the orientation for new students. At that time, she confessed her feelings to me, and I couldn't bring myself to reject her, so we tentatively began a relationship. However, we didn't really do much. I merely brought her a few meals, and we never went out together. I was busy with my thesis most of the time. Later, when El Kai pursued her, we amicably parted ways. You're aware of what happened subsequently. Reflecting on the situation, Du Fei mused that Lin Jiao had inadvertently led El Kai astray. Initially, El Kai had not intended for Lin Jiao to break up with him, as it would have provided him with a sense of triumph. However, Lin Jiao was too hasty. On the very first day that El Kai pursued her, she ended things with Du Fei. She never anticipated that their separation would be so abrupt, and thus, the situation unfolded as it did. Song Yuanyuan, after listening, expressed her astonishment. Is it really that simple? Indeed, it is quite straightforward, Du Fei replied. El Kai has truly overstepped, and it's absurd that Lin Jiao, who confessed first, ended up being the one to initiate the breakup. It's baffling. Song Yuanyuan couldn't fathom Lin Jiao's motives. Nevertheless, Du Fei remained indifferent, stating, it's all for the best. I didn't invest much time or energy into it. My focus has always been on my studies, which is why you see me now, having unexpectedly risen to the position of director here. Song Yuanyuan nodded. She was inclined to believe that Du Fei had attained his current position through his own capabilities. In fact, Du Fei had indeed achieved this through his own merit. If he had not been able to cure Su Jirua's ailment, how could the Su family have granted him everything he possessed now? And what about you? Do you plan to develop your career at the 6th hospital after graduation? If you have any inquiries, I can help you find someone to ask. This will also be beneficial for you in the future. Song Yuanyuan smiled and nodded at Du Fei. I do have some questions, however. I cannot formulate them thoroughly at this moment. How about this? Grant me some time to ponder, and once I have contemplated everything, I will seek you out for clarification all at once. That works. Shall we exchange contact information? Certainly. The two naturally added each other on WeChat. Chapter 25. An unavoidable situation this time. Vice Principal Wang brought 20 individuals to visit. Naturally, in the hospital, they could not walk side by side, but rather in small groups, following the person in front. Du Fei and Song Yuanyuan chatted happily at the front. Those behind them, witnessing the scene, were filled with mixed emotions. Ah, the director is truly the director. He has so easily won over our campus beauty. Who would have thought? I used to believe the campus beauty overlooked LV Kai because she had no interest in wealth. It now seems that the money simply wasn't sufficient. Do not speak carelessly. They merely exchanged a few words. It's not as if they are getting married. They have added each other's contact information, and yet you still chatter on? Must you wait until the campus beauty becomes a puff pastry before you believe it? Precisely. Look at Du Fei, handsome and accomplished. Most importantly, he is of the same generation with a bright future ahead. My own prospects are dim. How can I compare? It is only natural for the campus beauty to be attracted to Du Fei, is it not? Ah, I just realized, if Lin Jiao finds out about this, won't she be devastated? Indeed, Lin Jiao was initially drawn to LV Kai for his wealth, but now she discovers Du Fei is doing even better than LV Kai. This ex-girlfriend must be heartbroken. While Du Fei was laughing and joking, the situation for LV Kai was quite dismal. In Director Sun's office, LV Kai's father, LV Jingxin, rushed in anxiously. Upon seeing his son in the office, LV Kai's dejected expression spoke volumes. It was certainly not a good sign. He must have gotten himself into trouble. LV Jingxin's face was filled with fury as he glared at LV Kai. He quickly donned a smile to approach Director Sun. I sincerely apologize for keeping you waiting. What has happened to LV Kai? Director's son appeared helpless. I do not know what your son has done. Why did he have to provoke Director Du Fei? He is a person sent by the Su family. Upon hearing the mention of the Su family, LV Zhengxin's face turned pale. Could it be that the Su family in question is indeed that Su family? Aside from them, which other Su family could there possibly be? Who in the capital would dare claim to be part of the Su family? Dean's son inquired, leaving L. Zhengxin in utter despair. Damn it. His precious son is truly remarkable. He has managed to provoke the most formidable family in the capital right from the outset. Without a moment's hesitation, L. Zhengxin struck his son with a resounding slap, seeking to vent his frustration. This was not a typical altercation. L. Zhengxin was genuinely enraged and striking with full force. The blow left L. Kai reeling, with stars dancing before his eyes and blood beginning to seep from his ears. Yet, L. Zhengxin appeared utterly unconcerned, seemingly intent on delivering further blows. Dean's son, disinterested in the unfolding drama, stood to leave the office. In a rush, L. Zhengxin called out to him, Dean's son, given our long-standing relationship, you must help me. This time, Dean's son merely shook his head. What power do I possess to assist you? I would be fortunate to emerge unscathed myself. As for how to resolve this matter, I have no idea. I will do my utmost to summon Mr. Du and ascertain his stance. Only with Mr. Du's approval can this issue be considered resolved. L. Zhengxin nodded fervently. All right. Understood. After Dean's son departed, L. Zhengxin turned to his son. Now, tell me, what exactly have you done? L. Kai, unable to withhold the truth, recounted his actions in full. L. Zhengxin was left dumbfounded. So you stole Du Fei's girlfriend? L. Kai nodded in affirmation. The realization sent a chill down L. Zhengxin's spine. If it were merely an offense, it might be manageable. However, his son had stolen another man's beloved, and that was an entirely different matter. Du Fei could very well demand their family's disappearance from the capital. Everything hinged on whether Du Fei cared about this transgression. At that moment, L. Zhengxin was engulfed in despair. While waiting in the office, L. Kai remarked, Dad, my ears are ringing. That slap made them bleed, and I fear I may have sustained an injury that could affect my hearing. L. Zhengxin, however, seemed indifferent to his son's plight. Be quiet. It's a miracle I haven't killed you yet. What are you whining about? Do you comprehend the gravity of the person you have offended? I could very well be tempted to end your life right now. Left with no choice, L. Kai sat in silence, feeling aggrieved. When lunchtime arrived, there was no food to be found that could only continue waiting for Du Fei's arrival. Meanwhile, Du Fei was happily engaged in conversation with Song Yuanyuan and the others. It was not until after 5 in the afternoon that Vice Principal Wang finally arranged for the students to leave. It was only then that Dean's son managed to locate Du Fei to discuss the situation regarding L. Kai, informing him that L. Kai awaited Du Fei's decision in his office. Du Fei suddenly recalled this matter. Upon entering Director Sun's office, the moment Lu Jingxin laid eyes on Du Fei, he approached to greet him. Greetings. You must be Mr. Du. I sincerely apologize for the trouble my son has caused you. Whatever you decide regarding him, I shall bear no resentment. I implore you to be magnanimous from now on. I, Lu Jingxin, shall follow your lead. Initially, Du Fei intended to have Lu Jingxin bring his flamboyant wife over and record a video similar to the one made with Lin Jiao before Lu Kai. He also planned to include Lu Kai in the footage and subsequently share it. However, with Lu Zhengxin's amiable demeanor during this visit, Du Fei reconsidered. You, as a father, certainly know how to speak well. Here's the deal. You have witnessed your son's misdeeds. If you have him castrated, I shall consider this matter resolved. Upon hearing Du Fei's words, Lu Jingxin furrowed his brows in concern. Lu Kai had already begun to plead for mercy. No, please don't do that. I realize my mistakes. I truly understand. You cannot take away my manhood. Without it, I am no longer a man. This is absolutely unacceptable. Silence. Lu Jingxin bellowed, delivering a sharp slap to Lu Kai's face. The force of the blow caused Lu Kai to lose his balance and fall to the ground. Yet, he refused to cease his incessant pleas. I truly cannot live without my brother. I will do anything you ask. Du Fei, remaining composed, interjected, Lu Kai, sparing your life is already a show of mercy. Do not push your luck. Today, you must choose. Either jump from the building right now, or hand over your brother. The choice is yours. Lu Kai turned his gaze towards his father, hoping that their bond would prompt his father to intercede on his behalf. To his dismay, Lu Jingxin paid him no mind, glaring at him with equal ferocity. Mr. Du has already shown you considerable leniency. Do not be so foolish as to squander it. It seems that this bird must indeed be sacrificed. Chapter 26. No flattery here under Du Fei's arrangement. Lu Kai underwent surgery overnight. After this procedure, he would no longer be a man. Meanwhile, within the alumni group of the medical university, an even more explosive piece of news began to circulate. Did you hear? Du Fei is the head of the 6th hospital. What? Which Du Fei? The one who was cuckolded by Lu Kai? Indeed. It cannot be true. Isn't he still a student? We have all witnessed it. Right at the 6th hospital's psychiatry department. Lu Kai was so reprimanded that he didn't dare utter a word. Truly, Du Fei is impressive. I refuse to believe it. Lu Kai is no pushover. How could he possibly be subdued by Du Fei? Exactly. It is said that Du Fei hails from an ordinary family, lacking both connections and influence. What merit does he possess? It all seems disingenuous. As though he cannot even fabricate a convincing tale. However, do not dismiss this lightly. Let us observe in the coming days. If you can still see Lu Kai, consider yourselves fortunate. I can guarantee that Du Fei will undoubtedly vanish from the medical university in the future. We have all witnessed how Vice President Wang treated Du Fei with utmost deference. And what of the director of the 6th hospital? How could Du Fei remain so composed after being cheated on? Cheated on? He never had any regard for Lin Jiao. That worthless girl, they had long since parted ways, making any notion of betrayal absurd. Indeed, look at Du Fei, he appears utterly unconcerned. It is clear he understands the situation. The individual who was previously lamenting online, that was a ruse. It has been uncovered that it was a male student from Class 2 of the 3rd year masquerading as someone else. The school is set to expel him tomorrow. The alumni group is abuzz with discussion, and many have seen the messages. Lin Jiao's roommate is among them. Lin Jiao had already heard whispers of Du Fei's situation. Yet she found it difficult to accept. She never anticipated that after their breakup, Du Fei would soar to such heights. Had he been concealing something from her all along? Regardless, she had let a golden opportunity slip through her fingers. Presently, Lin Jiao's mood is quite dismal, and she forces herself to avoid those messages. Her roommate remains oblivious. Upon seeing the news, she immediately speaks up. Hey, Lin Jiao, I heard your ex-boyfriend Du Fei has become the director of the 6th hospital. Is that true? Why don't you inquire? Don't even mention him. At the mere mention of Du Fei's name, Lin Jiao feels a surge of discomfort and responds with anger. Meanwhile, her roommate reveals a knowing smile. The group begins to chat energetically. In the girls' dormitory, those in the know are aware. It is rare for 4 individuals to emerge from 5 groups. Naturally, they are no exception. There exists a group without Lin Jiao, but the others remain active within it. Lin Jiao, exasperated, finds herself at a loss for words, while the others engage in secret conversations within the group. Look at Lin Jiao. She is on the brink of fury. She deserves it. Her ex-boyfriend is rather handsome, you know? Indeed. I heard he is quite the prodigy in the psychiatry department. He has published several papers. Aren't those papers attributed to his advisor, Zhang Feng? How could that be? Zhang Feng is nothing but an academic fraud. The papers were actually written by Du Fei. That is truly impressive. No wonder he has secured the position of director at the 6th hospital. In my opinion, his directorship likely stems from connections, not solely from merit. If one could marry a man like Du Fei, their later years would be devoid of financial worries. Not just that. I've heard that even ordinary doctors at the 6th hospital earn over $30,000 a month. With surgeries and various bonuses, the earnings are substantial. Achieving the position of director entails a lucrative annual income exceeding 1 million, alongside a myriad of additional benefits. Moreover, one may receive gifts and favors from others, enhancing their earnings even further. How splendid! Lin Jiao, don't you think it's foolish? Why choose someone like Lu Kai when there are so many other options? Is she not aware of the havoc Lu Kai has wreaked upon numerous young women? It's clear he is driven by monetary gain. Have you not noticed her recent acquisition of the latest iPhone? Just yesterday, she inquired about the exorbitant costs associated with the device, yet still felt compelled to purchase it. What a laugh. After this incident, surely Lu Kai will cast her aside. What sort of compensation might he provide upon their separation? Perhaps not much, as I've heard Lu Kai has offended Du Fei, and whether he can even attend school has become a matter of concern. Would Lin Jiao then be reduced to selling herself for a mere mobile phone? If that is indeed the case, Lin Jiao is truly pitiable. However, the more pitiful she becomes, the more amusement others derive from her plight. Such wretched individuals deserve nothing less. When she first entangled herself with Lu Kai, she flaunted her newfound status before her friends, showcasing her latest phone as if to demonstrate her prowess. Yet, before long, she found herself embroiled in these troubles, an embarrassing and regrettable predicament that has left her at a loss. At this moment, Lin Jiao herself must be filled with remorse. She had just sent a message to Du Fei, hoping to rekindle their relationship. However, upon sending it, she discovered that Du Fei had already deleted her from WeChat. Consequently, in her desperation, she resorted to sending a text message and sought alternative means to reach him, yet her efforts fell into silence, leaving her disheartened. Meanwhile, Du Fei had just finished dining with Lu Qi-ling and was called into the bedroom by Lu Yunfei. In a couple of days, Lu Yunfei would be discharged from the hospital and had decided to forego the hospital room, opting instead to stay in Du Fei's bedroom. Observing the space, Lu Yunfei couldn't help but reflect on the situation. It's quite remarkable how the hospital arranged this. What was intended as a patient's room has been transformed into a living space. The large room features a private bathroom for washing and bathing, a television and sofa area, a single bed, and a computer desk with a computer, encompassing roughly 60 square meters of space, ample for one person and even sufficient for two. Albeit the single bed poses a slight limitation. Unless they are to embrace closely, it remains rather snug. Du Fei feels a sense of pride in this arrangement. After all, as the director, it is only fitting that I have a suitable room allocated to me. This facilitates timely treatment for patients and ensures that any issues can be addressed swiftly. Lu Yunfei smirks. Is that truly for the benefit of the patients? It appears rather to cater to your own convenience. I just took a glance at a few of the patient rooms, and it seems you truly know how to indulge yourself. The patients on the 6th floor are all stunning beauties. Even Zheng Nailan has been brought along. Zheng Nailan is the enchanting woman who previously played chess with Lu Yunfei. Their relationship has always been quite harmonious, and they share a delightful rapport. In the face of skepticism, Du Fei shyly scratched his head. It's not that impressive. I'm not praising you. Chapter 27. Clarification. After a cursory glance around Du Fei's room, Lu Yunfei naturally settled beside him on the sofa. Just then, Du Fei received a message from Lin Jiao, expressing her desire to reconcile, accompanied by a lengthy message. Du Fei furrowed his brow. This audacious woman truly has the nerve to speak such words. However, reconciliation is certainly out of the question. Lin Jiao is neither a paragon of beauty nor a novelty. She has already been experienced by someone else. Du Fei harbored no interest in such a second-hand affair. He was about to block Lin Jiao when Lu Yunfei, sitting nearby, suddenly perked up. Hey, who is this? Your ex-girlfriend? Yes. Interesting. You have an ex-girlfriend? Lu Yunfei observed Du Fei with a playful expression. Of course. It's quite normal for someone as handsome as me to have an ex-humph. You get defensive when I call you chubby. Truly full of yourself. As Lu Yunfei spoke, she reached into Du Fei's shirt, as she often did, playfully seizing his vital points. It was still not yet even 8 o'clock. Du Fei had been entangled with Lu Yunfei for several days now. To be honest, even someone as youthful as Du Fei found it somewhat overwhelming. At present, things were manageable, but if this continued for 3 to 5 months, Du Fei feared he would be utterly drained. What are you doing? Du Fei looked at Lu Yunfei with a hint of trepidation. Lu Yunfei, however, wore an insatiable grin, as if she could never be satisfied. What am I doing? Don't act innocent with me. What else could it be? It's not our first time. Hurry up and take it off. What followed was predominantly Lu Yunfei taking the lead. Throughout this encounter, Du Fei finally comprehended a profound truth. One can never truly grasp how proactive a seemingly reserved goddess can be in the presence of her beloved. Presently, Lu Yunfei's assertiveness left Du Fei feeling somewhat intimidated. Though Lu Yunfei undeniably belonged to the realm of breathtaking beauty, the demeanor she exhibited bore little semblance to that of a demure lady. Instead, she radiated the essence of a saintess from the Hahuan sect. No wonder Lu Yunfei had stated that one must possess capability to pursue women. Indeed, given Lu Yunfei's appetite, Du Fei could hardly entertain the notion of seeking out other women. Most likely, he would find himself seeking his own ancestors before even contemplating another romantic pursuit. In the ensuing tumult, Du Fei was consistently overpowered by Lu Yunfei, proving to be no match for her at all. After the battle had concluded, Du Fei lay weakly to one side. Lu Yunfei, engrossed in her phone, seemed to linger in the moment. After a considerable pause, she nudged Du Fei. Du Fei, I have a task for you. What is it? He asked. Tomorrow, inform my parents about my discharge and arrange it for the day after. Then, I want you to tell my girlfriends to come visit me tomorrow and let them know I am fully recovered. We should go out for a meal together. Du Fei was taken aback. Isn't that a bit too much? You could simply discharge tomorrow and have dinner with your friends afterward. Lu Yunfei quickly shook her head. No way. I need them to see you in the hospital working. Otherwise, they might doubt whether you truly work at the 6th hospital, for the sake of appearances. Lu Yunfei had concocted quite a plan, striving to eliminate any doubts her friends might harbor. Du Fei felt a tinge of helplessness. Is this still friendship? At this point, it might be better to just sever ties. Lu Yunfei chuckled. You don't understand. My relationships with my girlfriends are like a love-hate dynamic. I cherish them, but I cannot allow them to see me falter, nor can I let my life be less enviable than theirs. There are some I even despise. Yet I refuse to cut ties. I want to thrive and incite their jealousy. Women are like this. Have you seen the age of youth? Du Fei merely shook his head, unwilling to comprehend. Regardless, my capabilities are limited. If you think it's unmanageable, you can always seek someone more competent than I. That's nonsense. Lu Yunfei exclaimed, visibly annoyed. What do you mean? Find someone better. I have always prided myself on being a master of emotions, devoted and passionate. Once I have chosen a man, even death wouldn't drive me to seek another. If I were to pursue someone else, my girlfriends would relish in my humiliation. You mustn't speak like that again. As she spoke, Lu Yunfei approached Du Fei and pecked him on the cheek. This unpredictable behavior left Du Fei feeling quite exasperated. Truly, a woman's heart is as inscrutable as the depths of the ocean. He decided to cease his attempts at deciphering her whims. The following afternoon, after completing the usual treatment for Su Jirua, Du Fei followed Lu Yunfei's instructions and escorted her back to her ward, returning to his office to await her friends. Before long, Lu Yunfei sent a message, instructing him to come to the ward. Upon arriving, Du Fei was greeted by the presence of 5 women, all of whom were strikingly attractive. It was astonishing that none of them were unappealing. While beauty and ugliness exist among people, Lu Yunfei's friends were all quite presentable, with 2 of them even possessing a beauty that surpassed the ordinary. Upon closer inspection, Du Fei soon realized that it was not merely their beauty that captivated, but rather their exceptional talent for adornment. Most astonishing was a slightly plump girl nearby, standing at approximately 1.60 meters and weighing around 130 pounds. It was evident that her physique was somewhat voluptuous. In her quest to enhance her appearance, she had not only applied an abundance of cosmetics to her face, but had also deliberately chosen to don particularly charming attire. Despite her less than conventional looks, the black stockings on her legs managed to draw considerable attention. From behind, these individuals certainly held an appealing presence. However, their frontal view was rather less flattering. Without makeup, they resembled a gathering of grotesque entities. As several girls caught sight of Du Fei, their expressions were filled with astonishment. Beside them, Lu Yunfei proudly exclaimed, "This is my boyfriend, Du Fei. He originally worked as a doctor at Hongong City Hospital, but upon learning of my illness, he rushed to the 6th hospital to care for me, even taking up a position as a doctor here." She continued, "Had it not been for him, my recovery would not have been so swift." This was the narrative Lu Yunfei had previously coached Du Fei to convey. Unwilling to admit that she had been single before her illness, an admission that would bring her shame, she fabricated a story about being in a long-distance relationship with Du Fei, having kept it concealed until her sudden ailment forced her to reveal the truth. Now that Du Fei had arrived and her health had improved, she was finally ready to clarify the situation. Chapter 28. Plastic Sisters. Upon seeing Du Fei, Lu Yunfei's friends were collectively taken aback. "Fei Fei, is this your boyfriend?" "Yes, so handsome. How wonderful. You found such a remarkable partner," they exclaimed. "Hello. We are Fei Fei's close friends. Thank you for taking care of her." The flurry of chatter from these friends was lively and cordial, leaving Du Fei somewhat bewildered, especially considering that Lu Yunfei shared a superficial friendship with many of them. In truth, her closest confidants numbered only 2. Today, Du Fei's presence was intended to showcase his charm and professional stature. In the hospital setting, donning a white coat and engaging with the crowd affirmed his identity. Naturally, everyone accepted this without question. After all, this was a prestigious hospital in the capital, and impersonating a doctor was no trivial matter. Instantaneously, envy filled the air. When will my boyfriend achieve such success? One lamented. How wonderful, unlike my boyfriend, who merely acquired a bit of money and 2 houses from a family relocation. Lu Yunfei, your relationship has made me envious. Among the group of friends, some felt genuine envy, while others merely spoke for the sake of conversation. Amidst the laughter and mirth, Lu Yunfei sat beside him, her countenance beaming with satisfaction, evidently pleased by Du Fei's commendable attributes. Just as fate would have it, my boyfriend arrived as well. Shall we dine together this evening? With Lu Yunfei's suggestion, the group ventured outside the hospital for a meal. To Du Fei's astonishment, The dinner unfolded in a remarkably tranquil manner. He had anticipated that these close friends would engage in various antics, perhaps questioning his status, or boasting about a boyfriend more impressive than him, or even ridiculing Lu Yunfei's supposed mental instability, or attempting to undermine him to the point of suggesting a breakup with Lu Yunfei. Yet, none of these dramatics materialized. The dinner, devoid of the typical theatricality one might expect from such gatherings, consisted merely of casual conversation among a few individuals, and once the meal concluded, they parted ways amicably. The serenity of the evening left Du Fei feeling as if he were in a dream. Nonetheless, this was a welcome reprieve, as he was already somewhat fatigued from managing the complexities of multiple women. The following day, Lu Yunfei's parents came to retrieve her. Before their departure, they specifically sought out Du Fei, who was diligently working in his office. "Excuse me, are you Dr. Du?" The couple glanced around the office. Noting that he was the sole physician present, nearby, Xiao Yingling and Bai Yiran were merely nurses. "Please come here." Du Fei nodded in acknowledgement. "Yes, that's me. How may I assist you?" "This is for you," the woman said as she produced a banner from her bag. Du Fei was momentarily taken aback. "Dr. Du, we have heard all about you. Thank you for curing our daughter's ailment. You truly are a miraculous physician." She continued, "Our daughter suffered under Dr. Zhangping's care for 6 months without any improvement. Yet, look how quickly she has recovered under your treatment. We are immensely grateful. Who would have thought you so young could possess such remarkable skills?" Du Fei's expression darkened slightly. Was this truly a reflection of his expertise? While it was undeniable that he was a prodigy in psychiatry, the reality was that this situation was not a result of his skill. Their daughter had merely been feigning illness. Should Dr. Zhang hear of this, he would undoubtedly be displeased, feeling aggrieved that his medical prowess was being overshadowed. He might very well retreat to the restroom in secret tears of frustration. Meanwhile, Bai Yiran and Xiao Yingling exchanged puzzled glances, their curiosity piqued. Du Fei attempted to decline the honor, yet the couple was insistent, leaving him with no choice but to accept the banner. Only then did they proceed to facilitate Lu Yunfei's discharge. After their departure, Xiao Yingling gazed at Du Fei with a look of astonishment. "Dr. Du, I must admit I underestimated you. I never imagined you would receive a banner so swiftly. Impressive." Bai Yiran remained silent, while Du Fei felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. "What do you think? Shall I hang it up?" he inquired. "No, please don't. Do not hang it up." Du Fei himself lacks the face to do so. However, Xiao Yingling mistakenly believes that Du Fei's modesty is commendable. "Dr. Du, why be so humble? This is your honor. Allow me to assist you." "No, truly, it is unnecessary." It was only after Du Fei's firm insistence that Xiao Yingling refrained from displaying the banner. Du Fei had initially thought that once Lu Yunfei was discharged, everything would be resolved. However, he was taken aback when, on the evening of her discharge, Lu Yunfei once again appeared at his door. Upon seeing her enter, Du Fei's eyes widened in disbelief. "Why are you here again? What do you want? Am I not allowed to come?" Lu Yunfei replied nonchalantly. "You haven't hidden anyone, have you?" With that, she glanced around the room, searching for signs of another presence. The room was so small that there was hardly anywhere to conceal someone, leaving Du Fei speechless. "Where could I possibly hide someone? Do you see anyone?" Lu Yunfei nodded, acknowledging the absence of any hidden figures. "I merely came to remind you that I might show up for an inspection at any moment. Don't think that just because I've been discharged, you can relax. And don't even think about misbehaving. All right, that's all." With that, Lu Yunfei left in a flurry. Du Fei finally exhaled a sigh of relief. This young lady truly considers him her husband, going so far as to conduct inspections. Yet, she is still quite young. Is it not permissible for a man to bring a woman into his room, while he himself cannot enter hers? After Lu Yunfei departed, Du Fei's life underwent subtle changes. He began to dedicate more time to his work at the hospital. In the morning, he treated Su Jirua. At noon, he dined with Lu Qiling, followed by a brief period of leisure, which he considered a midday respite. Subsequently, he held consultations in his office, attending to patients. In the past few days, patients began to be assigned to Du Fei for treatment, though they mostly presented with mild ailments, requiring only simple prescriptions, without any complex cases. Du Fei found it challenging to showcase his skills. During his leisure time, he investigated the circumstances of the beautiful women residing on the 6th floor. Soon, Du Fei's attention was drawn to Zhang Nailan, who had previously been quite close to Lu Yunfei. Her medical records indicated that Zhang Nailan's condition was rather severe. She had once been pursued by a fervent admirer who relentlessly harassed her despite her repeated refusals. Eventually, after being rejected once more, This individual succumbed to madness and murdered Zhang Nalin's parents, a horrific scene that she witnessed firsthand. Traumatized, Zhang Nalin developed severe post-traumatic stress disorder, rendering her unable to cope with any stimuli. The sight of blood, discussions of murder, or even the presence of her parents' possessions, anything that could trigger memories of that tragic event, would overwhelm her. After being provoked, Zhang Nalin descends into a state of turmoil. Most often, she curls up on the ground, clutching her head and weeping profusely. At times, she resorts to self-harm. The only fleeting relief she finds from her haunting memories comes through indulgence in certain activities, one of which is chess. Since her arrival at the psychiatric hospital, Zhang Nalin has devoted herself to the intricate study of chess, alongside her ongoing medication regimen. This method serves as a temporary escape from her recollections, allowing her some semblance of tranquility. Yet, this approach proves insufficient, as Zhang Nalin continues to experience episodes of her condition. The doctors are at a loss for effective solutions. Chapter 29. Taking the dog for a walk. Upon reviewing Zhang Nalin's medical records, Du Fei feels a sense of helplessness. Such trauma-induced afflictions are notoriously challenging to heal. After all, the loss of one's parents casts an indelible shadow that few can easily evade. The outcome heavily relies on the patient's own resolve. It is entirely conceivable that such a patient may never fully recover. Confronted with this reality, Du Fei decisively moves on to the next case. This action catches the attention of Xiao Yingling, who peers in to take a glance. "Oh, it's Zhang Nalin's records. How tragic," she remarks. While Bai Yiran beside her is momentarily taken aback, having heard of her plight as well. "Why aren't you treating her?" Xiao Yingling inquires, directing her question at Du Fei. With a heavy sigh, Du Fei responds, "Patients like her are exceedingly difficult to treat. Effective healing necessitates a degree of stimulation to achieve desensitization. Yet, provoking her could lead to even graver consequences. There are no options left but to let nature take its course. Let us proceed to the next patient's records." No sooner had Du Fei spoken than a knock echoed from the office door. "Come in." Upon opening the door, the maid, Xiao Ai, enters. Her demeanor respectful as she addresses Du Fei. "Mr. Du, Miss Su seems to be exhibiting some unusual behavior. Could you please take a look?" Du Fei promptly rises and follows Xiao Ai to Su Zhiruo's room. Typically, this time of day, Su Zhiruo remains in a state of passive waiting. Yet now she appears to be in a frenzy, recklessly smashing items within her room. Fortunately, her actions are not excessively destructive. She shatters cups and tosses blankets onto the floor, engaging in relatively minor acts of chaos. By the time Du Fei arrives, Su Zhiruo has already completed her rampage and is lying on the bed. Upon noticing Du Fei's presence, she eagerly scoots closer to him. "Dr. Du, what does this mean for her?" Xiao Ai questions, bewildered. Du Fei, however, is troubled. It seems she needs to be taken for a walk. Su Zhiruo's treatment plan involves initially instilling in her the persona of a dog, followed by continuous teaching to help her reconnect with her original identity. Prior to her full recovery, Su Zhiruo will undoubtedly believe herself to be a dog for a period. The fact that she can awaken the canine persona outside of hypnosis indicates a significant breakthrough in her treatment. Originally, this was a positive development. Yet, upon witnessing Su Zhiruo's condition, Du Fei found it far from beneficial. Once awakened to her canine persona, Su Zhiruo resembled a genuine dog. For mundane tasks such as using the restroom, Xiao Ai and Xiao An assisted her, even teaching her to use a toilet. Mealtimes required no supervision. Nevertheless, the paramount issue was the necessity of taking her out for walks. How could one walk this dog? Was it truly feasible to lead Su Zhiruo out as one would with other dogs? That was simply out of the question, unless Du Fei wished for his own demise. However, neglecting to walk her would mean Su Zhiruo would continue to wreak havoc at home. The destruction was a minor concern compared to the potential for Su Zhiruo to descend into depression. Should additional ailments arise, treatment would become exponentially more challenging. Du Fei found himself in a quandary. Observing Su Zhiruo nuzzling against him, he gritted his teeth. "This calls for a solution. I shall procure a mask for your young lady to wear. During the nights when no one is around, we can take her for a walk." This posed a dilemma for Xiao Ai as well. If the family head were to discover this, not only would Mr. Su be in peril, but we would also be in grave danger. Are there any alternative solutions? Du Fei furrowed his brows. What other options could there possibly be? After a moment of contemplation, a plan did surface. Although your young lady possesses a canine temperament, she is, after all, still human. With a mask and sunglasses, few would recognize her. The barking could be troublesome, yet a muzzle would suffice to mitigate that, allowing only muffled sounds to escape. The mask would conveniently conceal the muzzle. Thus, taking her out for a stroll would present no issues whatsoever. Upon hearing this suggestion, Xiao AI was left speechless. Mr. Dufay, are you serious? This would only amplify the resemblance to a dog. Moreover, is a muzzle even a proper item? What if it were discovered? That would be utterly bizarre. Dufay shrugged. Well then, perhaps we should simply confine her. After all, your only duty is to ensure she doesn't destroy the house, and if she does, you shall clean up afterward. However, if your young lady becomes distressed and develops further ailments, I shall not be held accountable. Naturally, Xiao AI could not bear that responsibility and quickly shook her head. No. This is not my concern. It is best you, Mr. Du, make the arrangements. Whatever you decide, I shall not interfere. Then quickly procure a muzzle, mask, and sunglasses, along with a leash and collar. Xiao AI felt utterly exasperated. Is this truly a walk for a dog? This is blatantly a peculiar game. It was excessive. Yet, there was no choice. Dufay was the superior, and they had to comply with his directives. Soon, the items were acquired, and the evening had arrived. Dufay intended to take Su Jirua for a stroll. When he fastened the collar around her neck, she displayed little reaction and accepted it quite naturally. However, when it came to fitting her with the ball gag, Su Jirua became somewhat uncooperative. It was only with the assistance of Xiao AI and Dufay that she was finally equipped with it. Next, they adorned her with sunglasses and a mask, draping her in an oversized trench coat that concealed the leash. Mission accomplished. Off to walk the dog. To escort our esteemed young lady. Xiao AI certainly insisted on accompanying them, as Dufay and the others exited the ward. The bodyguards at the door were momentarily taken aback, uncertain of the situation. It was Xiao AI who facilitated communication, explaining that the young lady wished to take a stroll for her health, and instructed them to follow discreetly without disturbing her. The two bodyguards nodded coolly, remaining silent as they trailed behind Dufay and his companions. The hospital surroundings remained lively even in the dead of night. After all, it was a hospital. There was never a shortage of those awake, even after dark. Dufay hesitated to take Su Jirua to a crowded area, opting instead for a simple walk in the hospital's rear garden. In the dimly lit garden, the weak glow of street lamps illuminated the scenery, imparting a unique beauty. In a secluded corner of the garden sat a couple, the man wearing a mischievous grin as he gazed at his girlfriend. He reached out, attempting to slip his hand beneath her clothing. The girlfriend quickly grasped his wrist, whispering shyly, "No, we're in public. Relax. There's no one around." The man replied nonchalantly, "At this hour, who could possibly be here?" This garden was typically a space for patients to breathe fresh air during the day, and given their fragile health, it was improbable that anyone would linger here at night. "Don't worry," he said, leaning in for a kiss. Just then, the woman shivered, pushing him away urgently while murmuring a warning. The man too sensed the disturbance and turned towards the sound, spotting a man escorting a woman in their direction. The footsteps echoed sharply on the pavement. Initially startled, the man soon noticed something amiss. Why was there another woman following them? She appeared to be dressed like a maid. Further back, he caught sight of two imposing figures. What was going on? As they drew closer, the man observed the woman in front, clad in a trench coat, her face obscured by a mask and sunglasses, leaving not a hint of her identity visible. Yet, he could still discern the leash around her neck. This seemed rather excessive, didn't it? Surely, beneath that trench coat, she was entirely unclothed? Having observed those things online, it becomes evident that they all follow a similar pattern, particularly in a place as solemn as a hospital. The men appear exceedingly tense, holding their breath as they watch a few individuals pass by from a distance. Once they have moved along, the men exhale a sigh of relief, their faces reflecting envy. They truly know how to indulge in such pleasures. Afterward, one man turns to his girlfriend beside him, exclaiming, "Look, they seem unperturbed by the possibility of being discovered. What are you afraid of? Come on." With that, he leans in for a kiss. Dufay strolls through the hospital with Su Jirua, who displays an admirable demeanor. Unlike a genuine dog, sniffing around aimlessly, she is simply curious about her surroundings. She appears relaxed, while behind them, Xiao AI and Dufay are fraught with anxiety. Xiao AI's tension is straightforward fear. Her mind is a battleground, pondering what would happen if the family head discovered their secret. Should she divulge the truth or remain silent? It is indeed a dilemma. If she tells, the family head might reproach her. If she keeps silent and the truth comes to light, it would be disastrous. There seems to be no right answer. She can only hope for this walk to conclude swiftly. As for Dufay, his nervousness is entirely justified. After all, he is currently holding the leash, leading such a stunning beauty who is gagged as if he were walking a dog. This situation is undeniably exhilarating. If it weren't for Xiao Ai and the two bodyguards trailing behind, Du Fei might have taken Su Jirua to a secluded corner to indulge his desires. The overwhelming excitement mingles with the knowledge that he cannot act on it, creating a complex emotional landscape. Du Fei is also suffering in silence. Fortunately, the hospital is relatively empty, and after wandering the back garden for approximately 10 minutes, the group finally returns to the ward. They settle Su Jirua down to rest. And Xiao Ai exhales deeply, relieved. Those 10 minutes felt interminable. If this continues, her mental state may not withstand the strain. If the young lady's mental illness is cured, she fears her own might resurface. Glancing back, she sees Du Fei seemingly unfazed, engrossed in his phone. Xiao Ai can only shake her head in disbelief. From this point onward, taking care of Su Jirua has become even more complicated. Morning treatments, afternoon rest, and evening walks will undoubtedly lead to increasing exhaustion and complications. Most importantly, each encounter is fraught with anxiety. They can only hope that Du Fei will soon restore the young lady to health. Once she is well, everything will fall into place. The following day, while Du Fei continues Su Jirua's treatment, Nurse Xiao Yingling knocks on the door to announce, "Director Du, there is a patient here to see you." "Who?" he inquires. She says her name is Tang Yin. Du Fei quickly recalled that it was the female CEO who was overwhelmed by stress, plagued by anxiety and insomnia, and whose mental state had somewhat deteriorated. The last time she visited Du Fei, she had received medication. Du Fei had specifically advised her to alleviate her burdens. Yet it seemed she had not heeded his counsel, resulting in a worsening condition. He instructed her to wait a moment as he would attend to her shortly. The treatment for Su Jirua was nearing its concluding phase, and Du Fei entrusted the task to the incoming assistant, Xiao Ai. "Xiao Ai, please keep Miss Su company and watch some television together," he directed. Xiao Ai was momentarily taken aback. "Is that all we need to do?" she inquired. Du Fei nodded affirmatively. "Here is the program list. Ensure that Miss Su follows it. Simply observe her for signs of fatigue and allow her to rest as needed." This program list was meticulously curated by Du Fei over the past few days. By having Su Jirua engage with these programs, he aimed to subtly instill some mental reflections within her. With time, should the right opportunity arise, it could facilitate Su Jirua's psychological restoration. At this stage, the treatment for Su Jirua became considerably easier, albeit only for Du Fei. Xiao Ai and Xiao Ai found themselves even more fatigued. As long as someone accompanied Su Jirua to watch television, he had no time to spare, thus the responsibility fell to Xiao Ai and Xiao Ai. Upon entering his office, Du Fei encountered Tang Yin, who was anxiously awaiting his arrival. Her face bore a look of urgency. "Doctor, you have finally arrived. I have been feeling unwell lately, suffering from insomnia for several consecutive days, and my anxiety has escalated. The medication I was prescribed has ceased to be effective. Are there any stronger alternatives?" Du Fei shook his head. "What you are currently taking is already the most potent medication available. Miss Tang, to speak candidly, your condition has become quite precarious. This is no longer an issue that can be resolved solely through medication. I strongly recommend that you seek inpatient treatment. Otherwise, you risk exacerbating your mental illness." Upon hearing Du Fei's assessment, Tang Yin paused, her brow furrowing. "You aren't merely trying to frighten me, are you? Have you conducted an examination to arrive at this conclusion?" Du Fei offered a resigned smile. "Miss Tang, you need only look in a mirror to see your current state. It is evident that something is amiss. No examination is necessary." Chapter 31. A moment of relaxation. Tang Yan's condition had deteriorated so severely due to the immense challenges she faced in her business endeavors. Coming from a well-off family, her father, Tang Chong, had ventured to the capital many years ago to establish a business. Over the years, he had opened a small food factory, producing simple snacks such as sugar-coated beans and soft candies. For the past 7 or 8 years, the business had yielded monthly profits of approximately several hundred thousand, culminating in an annual income exceeding 1 million. This income may be considered respectable in other cities, however. In the capital, a place where talent converges, it is merely that of an inconspicuous small enterprise. With this income, Tang Chong managed to purchase his own residence in the capital, along with a BMW worth over 1 million. Yet, years of relentless hard work have taken a toll on his health, as daily socializing and drinking have deteriorated his condition. 2 years ago, he fell ill and was hospitalized, requiring urgent care and resuscitation. Following that incident, Tang Yin realized the arduous journey her father had endured. Consequently, she volunteered to take over the company. However, Tang Yin had no background in business. Her original field of study was a mere liberal arts discipline, lacking any innate talent for business management. The company's performance began to decline under her stewardship. Initially, the drop in performance was minor and seemingly inconsequential. Yet, at that critical juncture, competitors suddenly launched an offensive, seizing many of the company's long-standing clients. To make matters worse, a month ago, they conspired to frame the factory for food safety issues, leading to an investigation and a temporary shutdown. This predicament could very well spell disaster for Tang Yin. If she failed to resolve this issue, the company could face bankruptcy. Overwhelmed with guilt, Tang Yin sought assistance to restore the company to its former thriving state, engaging in constant negotiations to salvage the factory. Unfortunately, as a young woman, she lacked the necessary resources. A month later, although the factory had resumed operations, all previous partners had severed ties. The products produced went unsold, leaving Tang Yin in a state of frantic desperation. As time passed, she transformed from a poised businesswoman into a mere shadow of herself. Her hair appeared disheveled, her face haggard, and her eyes were bloodshot. Even her complexion had dulled. Du Fei presented a mirror before her, calmly stating, "Miss Tang, take a look at your current state. Is this not a serious deterioration in your health? If you do not seek hospitalization promptly, it is possible that in 3 days, or perhaps 5, you may succumb to a breakdown at home." Tang Yin, already under immense stress and feeling deeply aggrieved, found Du Fei's words to be the final straw. Unable to hold back, she burst into tears. "I don't want this, but I am powerless. The factory is on the verge of collapse, and it is all my fault. I have disappointed my parents. If I am hospitalized, I would rather die than go." Observing her distress, Du Fei understood the gravity of the situation and immediately sought to console her. "Miss Tang, my suggestion for hospitalization and treatment does not equate to abandoning the factory. I can also find ways to assist you with your predicament." Tang Yin, already on the brink of despair, wept uncontrollably. The lovely face was adorned with tears reminiscent of a weeping pear blossom. Upon hearing Du Fei's words, her sobs ceased instantaneously. With a quivering voice, she retorted, "Really? Of course it's true. First, tell me what difficulties you are facing, and I will assist you in resolving them. Otherwise, even if I cure your ailment, you will still succumb to it again if your issues remain unaddressed." Du Fei's words quickly instilled hope in Tang Yin. She hastily recounted her troubles to him. Upon hearing her plight, Du Fei burst into laughter. "What a trivial matter. It's quite simple. There's no need to trouble the Su family for this," he assured her. Tang Yin was taken aback. "You have a solution?" "Certainly," he replied. To Du Fei, this was hardly a challenge. "I will take care of your hospitalization paperwork, and I will arrange for assistance with your family matters shortly." Before long, Du Fei had arranged a hospital room for Tang Yin and instructed Xiao Yingling to escort her inside. Subsequently, he made his way to Director Sun's office. "Director Sun, I have a friend who owns a candy factory, but his business is struggling. Could you see how we might assist him?" Du Fei stated, straightforwardly. "Young man, no need for any roundabout talk. Just say what you need," Director Sun responded, momentarily taken aback before quickly regaining his composure. "Oh, that's simple. I happen to know a few business owners who might have an interest. I'll arrange a dinner with them. And you should bring your friend along so we can all meet. Once acquainted, the subsequent matters will be easily resolved. It's merely a matter of signing a contract." "Sounds good." Du Fei readily agreed. He then returned to the ward to see Tang Yin, who was preparing her admission paperwork. Upon seeing him, she eagerly inquired, "Dr. Du, how did it go?" "I've arranged a meeting with several business owners who have potential needs. We'll have dinner together to get acquainted, and once we do, contracts will be signed directly," he explained. "Miss Tang, you should rest well these next few days. Do not appear so distressed." Tang Yin was utterly astonished. The issue that had troubled her for a month had been resolved by Du Fei with just a few words. Yet, she soon came to terms with this reality. After all, this was the capital. Many individuals here wield considerable influence. What may perplex others for a lifetime could be resolved by a mere utterance from someone else. The wealth that eludes many for a lifetime might just be pocket change for a wealthy heir. Such is life in the capital. Tang Yin's face radiated gratitude. "Thank you, Dr. Du. I truly do not know how to express my appreciation. Rest well. Your recovery is the greatest gratitude you could offer me. Now take it easy. By the way, do you play Honor of Kings?" Du Fei suddenly inquired. Tang Yin was left momentarily speechless by the question. "During my school days, I engaged in play. But once I began assisting my family with business, I ceased such activities. No worries. As you conclude your game, I shall bring someone over shortly for our gaming session." Before long, Du Fei arrived with Lu Qingling in tow. Lu Qingling observed Tang Yin with a hint of curiosity before extending her hand. "Hello, Sister Tang. My name is Lu Qingling, and I am also a patient here." Du Fei interjected. "She, like you, suffers from a mental illness induced by excessive stress. Hence, your treatment methods are identical. Simply allowing yourselves to relax can alleviate mental burdens." Chapter 32, The Charming Younger Sister in Truth. Lu Qingling's condition was far more severe than Tang Yin's, as Tang Yin was on the verge of a breakdown due to her overwhelming pressure, while Lu Qingling was already experiencing her illness and receiving treatment here. Yet, paradoxically, Lu Qingling appeared to be in a better state. Having spent the past few days under Du Fei's guidance, playing games and transforming from a frown to a radiant smile, it would be hard for anyone to believe she was afflicted by a mental illness. In contrast, Tang Yan's complexion suggested a more serious condition. The group gathered together, and under Du Fei's direction, they commenced playing Honor of Kings. Despite her long hiatus from gaming, Tang Yin still possessed a solid foundation and displayed considerable skill. Initially somewhat distracted, she quickly became engrossed after playing a couple of rounds, even taking the initiative to direct Du Fei and Lu Qingling in their strategies. One could distinctly sense her joy in the game. They played together for an entire afternoon, until it was time for dinner. Du Fei led the two of them outside to dine, and Lu Qingling was evidently elated. Meanwhile, in the office, Xiao Yingling and Bai Yiran were preparing to leave for the day, finding themselves at a loss for words. Du Fei had been clamoring to treat patients, organizing the office and assigning nurses, yet he spent little time there, often attending to Su Jiruo or playing with Lu Qingling. Now, with Tang Yin added to the mix, Xiao Yingling was nearly exasperated. This Du Fei truly treats the hospital as his home. Bai Yiran scoffed, not a home, but rather a kingdom of women. Just look at the ward. There isn't a single male patient, only beautiful women. Even a fool can discern Du Fei's intentions. Both of us were brought here by him. His life is far too indulgent. Frustration simmered between the two, yet they felt powerless to change the situation. After dinner, Du Fei returned with Tang Yin and Lu Qingling, and they played for a while longer. Tang Yin soon found herself drifting into a state of drowsiness. Upon witnessing her condition, Du Fei gently patted her shoulder. "Miss Tang, it would be prudent to take a rest today." Tang Yin felt somewhat peculiar. Inexplicably, she sensed a hint of fatigue, a stark contrast to her usual struggle with sleeplessness. Du Fei smiled reassuringly. "This indicates that you have begun to relax. It is indeed time for repose. Do not overthink, simply rest well." She had been plagued by insomnia, not due to a lack of tiredness, but rather the overwhelming mental strain that rendered her unable to sleep. It was entirely natural to feel fatigued upon unwinding. Guiding Lu Qingling out of the ward, he left Tang Yin to enjoy her solitude. Du Fei was on the verge of returning to his bedroom when Lu Qingling grasped his arm. "Big brother, are you busy?" "Not at all. Why do you ask? Would you stay and play with me for a while? I find myself quite bored alone in the ward." Without hesitation, Du Fei acquiesced to Lu Qingling's request. All right then. They engaged in play for a time, and even Du Fei began to feel weary. Observing Lu Qingling, he noted her weariness as well, her face betraying signs of fatigue. "Shall we take a break?" Lu Qingling appeared somewhat melancholic, clearly preoccupied with her thoughts. "What troubles you?" After a moment's hesitation, she replied, "Big brother, tomorrow is Sunday, right? My parents are likely to visit." Lu Qingling's parents were ordinary members of the middle class in the capital, both employed by large corporations. They had always held high expectations for Lu Qingling, aspiring for her to one day join their ranks in a prestigious company with a lucrative salary, thereby securing their middle-class status. From a young age, they imposed rigorous academic demands on her, discouraging any leisure activities, including gaming. This relentless pressure contributed to her health issues. Following her illness, they had admitted her to this hospital, managing to visit only on weekends due to their work commitments. One might question the character of such parents. While they were willing to invest significantly in her care, hospital expenses at the 6th hospital being quite substantial, and had enrolled her in various expensive tutoring programs. Their well-intentioned yet demanding nature had inadvertently pushed their child to this brink. The complexity of their parental role often elicits mixed feelings. As for Lu Qingling, she harbored a deep-seated fear of her parents. The joy she found in her time spent with Du Fei had allowed her to momentarily forget her worries. But the thought of her parents' impending visit filled her with anxiety, even hinting at the return of her ailment. Du Fei promptly offered solace. "Rest assured, everything will be fine. Your parents wish to see you because they care, but they have no authority over my methods of treatment. Their disapproval will not affect our approach. Yet, Lu Qiling remained apprehensive. However, I will eventually heal and return, sooner or later. To be honest, Lu Qiling has already sensed a significant shift in her mental state. She has a vague understanding that she will be discharged in a month or two. The circumstances at that time will be more complex. Du Fei merely smiled. Aren't you eager to go out? This is a positive development. Rest assured, if you wish to escape your previous life, I will intimidate your parents, ensuring they dare not treat you that way again. Should you fear leaving the hospital, I can inform your parents that your condition remains unresolved, preventing your discharge. In any case, whatever you desire, I shall assist you. Lu Qingling was deeply touched, yet also concerned. Big brother, if someone discovers your words, wouldn't that lead to scandal? Du Fei, being a doctor, engaging in such actions would be tantamount to exploiting patients and utterly devoid of medical ethics, with severe repercussions. Nevertheless, Du Fei dismissed these thoughts entirely. With the Su family backing me, who could possibly harm me? However, his words held weight. For you, this is nothing. When wooing a girl, one must say what she wishes to hear. Although Du Fei may not be a seasoned romantic, charming a girl like Lu Qiling was quite straightforward. Given his advantageous circumstances, he would not squander them. A bit of flirtation and enjoyment was in order, albeit with caution regarding intimate matters. He had to avoid situations akin to what happened with Lu Yunfei. As expected, upon hearing his words, Lu Qingling was so moved that she nearly wept, throwing herself into Du Fei's embrace. Big brother, you are the best. It is only what I ought to do. Relishing the warmth of Lu Qingling in his arms, Du Fei felt an immense joy. Indeed, little girls possess a certain charm. Chapter 33. The little sister's parents. The following noon, Dean Sun had made all the arrangements. He invited Du Fei and Tang Yin to join a banquet. Upon arriving at a high-end restaurant near the hospital, Tang Yin was taken aback by the guests Dean Sun had invited. Her candy factory was merely a small enterprise, generating profits in the tens of thousands monthly, and thus the companies she collaborated with were predominantly minor firms. However, the individuals Dean Sun had assembled today were all prominent figures in the capital. There were titans of e-commerce platforms, giants of the food supply chain, and even peers from the industry, the owners of the largest candy brand in the country. This was akin to connecting a 100,000-level individual with those worth billions. Du Fei and Dean Sun were truly remarkable to have such connections. As Tang Yin and Du Fei entered, Dean Sun stood to introduce them to the guests. Esteemed bosses, this is Miss Tang Yin, whom I previously mentioned, and Mr. Du Fei. Mr. Du, Miss Tang, allow me to introduce you. This is Su Jijun, the owner of the largest e-commerce platform in the country. This is Gao Chuanfa, the proprietor of a food supply chain. And here, just like you, is a candy manufacturer, Jin Fuji, if you're familiar. This is the owner, Jin Xingyu. These individuals are all prominent figures in their respective fields. They also rose to nod in greeting to Du Fei and Tang Yin. Greetings. Du Fei did not anticipate that the individuals contacted by Dean Sun would be so formidable. He had assumed that only similar business owners would be approached. However, this is also advantageous, as it brings everything to a swift conclusion. Please, take a seat. Dean Sun, as the host, invited everyone to sit down and called the waiter to serve the dishes. After exchanging pleasantries with several business leaders, Dean Sun soon steered the conversation towards Tang Yin. Miss Tang, I have heard that your factory has encountered some difficulties in its operations. Would you care to elaborate? One must commend Dean Sun for his adeptness. He truly excels at navigating the intricacies of the Su family. Everything he did appeared exceedingly natural. Tang Yin felt a mix of surprise and slight nervousness. Indeed, Tang Yin briefly outlined the challenges her factory faced and the sabotage orchestrated by her competitors. Jin Xingyu, being well acquainted with the industry, immediately responded with a beaming smile. I understand the situation now, Miss Tang. He Lin is indeed a despicable character. He has always resorted to underhanded tactics against his peers. He Lin was Tang Yan's previous competitor and the one responsible for reporting her factory, leading to its current crisis. I had heard of his actions before, but his scale was too insignificant for me to bother with. Now that you have brought it to light, rest assured, I will take care of this scoundrel at once. Tang Yin was somewhat taken aback. How will you handle it? Jin Xingyu revealed a mischievous grin. Isn't it simple? I have countless methods at my disposal. After all, I have been in this industry for quite some time. It would be effortless to bring him down. He Lin was of a similar scale to Tang Yin, and dealing with someone like him posed no challenge for Jin Xingyu. With a mere word, he could render He Lin's factory inoperable, making him a target for industry-wide disdain. Su Jijun from the e-commerce platform then chimed in. Miss Tang, altering the fortunes of your factory is actually quite straightforward. If you place your products on our platform, with just a little promotion, you could see monthly profits exceeding 100,000, with a bit more investment. Surpassing 1 million is also easily achievable. You need not worry about this aspect. We can sign a contract later. And I will waive your advertising fees for the first 3 months. With the two of you stepping in, it seems I need not offer assistance? Gao Chuanfa remarked with a smile, pleased to be relieved of the workload. However, he cast a glance at Tang Yin. Miss Tang, should you encounter any issues in the future, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. Especially concerning supply chain matters, I am more than willing to help. Tang Yin looked at the esteemed gentleman with immense gratitude, continually expressing her thanks. Thank you, everyone. And thank you, Dr. Du. I do not require an extravagant fortune. I merely wish for the factory's profits to return to their former glory. I appreciate your assistance. The matters were swiftly resolved. The group at the dining table soon shifted their conversation to other topics. Dean Sun redirected the discussion towards himself, engaging a few prominent figures in dialogue about recent events in the capital. Before long, the meal had nearly concluded, and the guests began to disperse, exchanging contact information before their departure. Following this, Tang Yin found that she need not make any personal appearances. She could simply delegate a representative from the factory to sign the necessary contracts, and everything would be set in motion. Upon exiting the restaurant, Tang Yin felt an immense sense of relief wash over her. She could not help but smile at the bright sunlight outside, the previous gloom having dissipated entirely. However, she understood that such an effortless resolution was solely due to Dr. Du's assistance. It was his connections that facilitated this smooth process. Therefore, her deepest gratitude was reserved for him. Dr. Du, I truly do not know how to express my thanks for your help. If you have any requests, please do let me know, and I shall do my utmost to fulfill them. Then I propose you extend your stay in the hospital for a few more days, Dr. Du replied casually. Tang Yan's condition was not severe. Now that her mental burdens had lifted, she could easily recuperate at home. The initial suggestion for her hospitalization stemmed from Dr. Du's reluctance to see such a beautiful young lady depart so abruptly. Surely, it would be delightful for her to stay and spend quality time with him. Upon hearing this suggestion, Tang Yin was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. Why not? Don't mention just a few days. I could stay in the hospital for 3 years, and it would be perfectly fine. Agreed. Then it is settled, Doctor. Du nodded without hesitation. This left Tang Yin rather astonished. She had merely been jesting. Was he serious about this? The thought of residing in the hospital for 3 years, Tang Yin suddenly felt a twinge of regret. Perhaps she had spoken too freely. Yet, it was too late to retract her words. Had she known he would agree so readily, she might have suggested a month or 2 instead. As Dr. Du and Tang Yin made their way back, they happened to pass by LV Qingling's hospital room. They could see LV Qingling's parents conversing with her inside, and it was evident that her complexion was far from healthy. Miss Tang, you should return to rest. I shall go check on her, Doctor. Du indicated towards LV Qingling's room. Tang Yin nodded in agreement. Upon opening the door, LV Qingling's father, who had been speaking, turned to see the commotion. Recognizing Dr. Du's white coat, he quickly deduced his identity and rose to greet him. Hello, Doctor. Meanwhile, LV Qingling's mother appeared somewhat puzzled. You are not the doctor from before. Are you? Yes, I am the new doctor, and Miss Liu is currently under my care. Du Fei directly stated his identity. Upon hearing this, the couple's expressions darkened. Chapter 34. The Truly Serious Illness. Clearly, upon seeing Du Fei's youth, Liu Qingling's parents harbored some doubts. A doctor so young surely cannot possess the experience of their older counterparts. Is it truly wise to entrust their daughter's treatment to someone like him? Du Fei offered them no time for skepticism, immediately continuing, I am already well acquainted with the patient's condition. Her ailment stems from excessive mental stress. However, this is not your fault. It is the patient who has become too entrenched in her own thoughts. Only when she learns to let go will her symptoms alleviate. I have been communicating with her daily, and it appears to be quite a challenge. Nevertheless, I shall do my utmost. Du Fei intentionally refrained from placing blame on the parents, omitting any mention of their role in their child's condition, instead attributing the issue to Liu Qingling's own inability to see things clearly. This approach effectively garnered their agreement and left them with little room to retort. If he had bluntly accused them of tormenting their child into this state, it would have been commendable if they had not engaged in a quarrel with him. Indeed. After Du Fei's remarks, the couple quickly nodded in agreement. Yes, we sincerely appreciate your efforts, Doctor. Dufay nodded in return, tentatively inquiring. May I ask what methods you intend to employ to continue your child's education after her treatment? Given her prolonged hospitalization, she must have fallen behind in her studies. Correct? Upon hearing this, the couple's spirits plummeted. Lu Lei, the father, sighed heavily. Yes, she has indeed fallen behind, which is why we are so troubled. Once she returns home, our only hope is to find a suitable match for her. After all, they are a middle-class family, financially stable with a pension. Marrying her off to a family of equal standing would ensure her future, even if Lu Qingling were to support us in our old age. It would not pose a significant problem. Lu Qingling's expression grew complex upon hearing this. While avoiding studies is a relief. The matter of marriage, who knows the character of the partner her parents might choose for her? Noticing Lu Qingling's silence, Dufay nodded in understanding. This is indeed a commendable thought. However, I recommend that you first converse with the patient to ascertain her own wishes. After all, it was your previous excessive pressure that led to her severe condition. If you arrange her future without consulting her, it may equally impose pressure, rather than planning. It would be more beneficial to inquire about her thoughts and grant her some time. This approach will also aid in her recovery. Dufay's words made Lu Qingling feel an overwhelming urge to applaud. It was precisely because her parents never listened to her that she had become this way. Dufay truly spoke to the depths of her heart. His insights were remarkably profound. Lu Lei observed his daughter and then glanced at Dufay, feeling a whirlwind of emotions. After much contemplation, he nodded. All right, I will give it serious consideration. But what is the current condition of my daughter? She has shown significant improvement. If all goes well, she could be discharged in a few months. Dufay tentatively probed the couple. Should they remain obstinate, he would assert that her condition was dire and discharge was not an option. Conversely, should they exhibit a more open-minded disposition, he would convey the positive news. This revelation evidently brought them a measure of joy. Really? That is splendid. Indeed, you should have a heartfelt conversation as a family. Remember to take your daughter out for a meal at noon and reminisce together, Dufay said, choosing the opportune moment to excuse himself, not wishing to intrude further. He turned and made his way to Tang Yan's hospital room, only to discover she was not present. Upon sending her a message, she calmly replied that she was preoccupied with business matters. With that burden lifted, her spirits instantly improved. She was indifferent to the notion of hospitalization. Her only obligation was to return later that evening due to her agreement with Dufay. Previously, Dufay, who had been surrounded by admirers, now found himself suddenly bored. Glancing around, he resolved to seek out Zheng Nailan. With so many beautiful women in the hospital, how could he allow himself to be idle? At that moment, Zheng Nailan was alone in her room, gazing out at the scenery. A serene young woman of 26, she wore a loose hospital gown, yet exuded an aura of sophistication. She embodied the essence of a refined lady from a distinguished family. Her slightly melancholic expression as she looked outside added an air of poignant beauty, evoking a sense of tender sympathy. It was no wonder that her admirers were so infatuated that they resorted to stalking her, even going so far as to harm her family. She undeniably possessed a charm capable of unraveling a man's reason. Dufay observed her for a long while, momentarily lost in thought. Finally, he gathered himself and entered the room with ease. Miss Zheng, good day. Zheng Nailan turned her head and, upon recognizing Dufay, smiled gently. Hello, Doctor, you are quite remarkable. You managed to cure Lu Yunfei's illness in no time. Previously, Zheng Nailan and Lu Yunfei had been close friends at the hospital, often engaging in conversations and playful activities together. Unfortunately, Lu Yunfei had been discharged recently, leaving Zheng Nailan feeling rather lonely in her room. Occasionally, she would delve into a game of chess or gaze at the scenery outside. Zheng Nailan's mental health struggles stemmed from the trauma of her pursuers having harmed her family. Although the perpetrator had been brought to justice, the loss remained irreparable. Zheng Nailan found herself a solitary figure, confined to a hospital room. Fortunately, her family had secured accidental insurance, alleviating her financial concerns, as the compensation would suffice for her prolonged stay. Nevertheless, she still needed to be frugal. Zheng Nailan's condition was rather straightforward, accompanied by a slight paranoia, though not overly severe. If someone were to stalk her or regard her with an unsettling gaze, she would be gripped by fear for an extended period, often waking in the middle of the night in a state of alarm. Dufay was well aware of these nuances and spoke candidly. Lu Yunfei's recovery was a testament to her desire to heal. If you too wish to conquer your affliction, you can. Most mental health issues arise from psychological pressure. By simply easing your mind, you could achieve a swift recovery. Jung Nalan could only manage a wry smile. If it were truly that simple, she would not have endured such prolonged treatment. She longed to be free of her illness, to engage in various activities, rather than remain imprisoned within the confines of the hospital. Alas, she lacked the capability. Previous treatments had all ended in failure, including desensitization therapy. The last physician attempted to stimulate her daily to help her accept her circumstances, yet each time, Jung Nalan would spiral into a breakdown, crying out in distress. The final doctor in charge ultimately relinquished hope, opting instead to use her hospitalization period to gradually guide her towards acceptance, which proved futile. Jung Nalan forced herself to refrain from contemplating her troubles, yet whenever those thoughts intruded, she would succumb to her illness. She belonged to a category of patients deemed particularly hazardous within the psychiatric ward. Sharp objects were strictly prohibited, and at night, she had to don restraints to sleep. Her room was positioned closest to the nursing staff, with personnel present throughout the night. Jung Nalan felt a profound pessimism regarding her therapeutic future. However, Dufay held an entirely different perspective. Miss Zhang, during my academic years, I delved deeply into this field, particularly studying the ailments of soldiers afflicted by such conditions after foreign wars. I possess a rather unique treatment approach. Would you be willing to consider it? Jung Nalan was taken aback. It was no surprise that a doctor practicing at the esteemed 6th hospital of the capital would be highly capable. What method could he possibly propose? I cannot disclose it just yet. Revealing it would undermine its efficacy. What I require from you is a simple affirmation of your willingness to try, should you choose to proceed. I must also inform you that it may inflict some emotional damage. The extent of that damage will depend on your individual circumstances. Dufay spoke with an air of mystery. Jung Nalan remained perplexed. However, whether the damage lies in emotions or in the spirit, it becomes evident at a glance. If there are issues with the spirit, it necessitates prolonged hospitalization, perhaps for a lifetime. Emotional troubles, on the other hand, merely lead to a period of sorrow. Jung Nalan swiftly made her choice. I am willing to undergo treatment. Excellent. I shall visit you daily for your treatment, commencing today. I see you enjoy playing chess. Shall we engage in a couple of games? Dufay, a prodigious talent, excels in various domains, chess included. In earlier times, he held a keen interest in the game. Jung Nalan, being a female, naturally lacks the same prowess, as evidenced by professional players. Female chess masters seldom triumph over their male counterparts, while male masters can easily outmaneuver those in the women's category. Ultimately, there exists a significant disparity in cognitive capabilities between the genders in this regard. Despite Jung Nalan's deeper understanding of the game compared to Dufay, he harbored confidence in his ability to win against her. Jung Nalan was oblivious to the nature of this treatment. Nonetheless, since Dufay proposed it, it was preferable to enduring solitude and boredom. As they set up the chessboard, the two began their match. The first game was merely a casual exploration. Dufay quickly discerned that Jung Nalan's skill level was approximately that of an amateur rated between 8 to 10, while his own was around 10 to 12. Against Jung Nalan, he could achieve an 80% victory rate by employing his favored strategies, but only a 40% rate with less familiar tactics. Jung Nalan soon became engrossed in the game. However, Dufay's attention lay not solely on the chessboard but also on her well-being. How are you? Thirsty? Would you like to drink? Jung Nalan, her focus fixed on the board, instinctively replied, I would like juice, preferably pineapple-flavored. Is it possible to have it chilled? I think I'll opt for it at room temperature. After a moment of hesitation, she chose the latter. Are you on your period? Jung Nalan nodded. Yes. It can be quite painful. I've heard that women often feel unwell during this time. I experience considerable abdominal discomfort, which I've been told is due to cold in the womb. Oh, that was a clever move. Would you like some snacks? I can order takeout. That would be too much trouble. It's all right. Snacking can stimulate the brain. In that case, I do like to have snow cakes. They are indeed delightful, with their sweet and savory flavor. I'll make my move here. Unbeknownst to Jung Nalan, Dufay had already noted her preferences. Yet, he continued to engage her in casual conversation, playing chess at a relaxed pace. Dufay did not rush with his inquiries, allowing Jung Nalan ample time to process. Although they had exchanged only a couple of sentences in an hour, the rhythm of their interaction was undeniably pleasant. The two engaged in conversation with a sense of ease. This is Dufay's therapeutic approach, to influence Jung Nalan through love, gradually helping her let go of her past. Such scenarios are often depicted in films and television dramas, and many might find them implausible. However, in reality, they can be quite effective. Zhang Nalan suffers from mild paranoia, stemming from a lack of security. A boyfriend who provides a sense of safety could greatly alleviate this issue. And Du Fei's love could fulfill that role. As long as Zhang Nalan receives meticulous care, she will eventually heal from her previous traumas. The duration of this process depends on Du Fei's capabilities and Zhang Nalan's receptiveness. Should Du Fei align with her aesthetic preferences, the task becomes relatively straightforward. Conversely, if Zhang Nalan is not fond of Du Fei's persona, alternative strategies may need to be considered. After entering a romantic relationship, while it is unlikely that Zhang Nalan will completely forget her family, she will undoubtedly release much of her emotional burden, alleviating the weight she currently carries. Evidence suggests that engaging in chess has proven to be an effective means of bridging the gap with Zhang Nalan. At the very least, she is quite receptive to this approach. Topics she would typically avoid discussing tend to surface unconsciously during their games. It was not until 3 hours later that Du Fei finally stretched and remarked, "Miss Zhang, it's getting late. I shall not impose further." Zhang Nalan nodded in acknowledgement, albeit with a hint of confusion. "Dr. Du, was that considered treatment?" "Indeed," Du Fei affirmed with conviction. "You felt an improvement in your state when playing chess with Lu Yunfei, did you not?" Zhang Nalan nodded, acknowledging the truth of his statement. Being with Lu Yunfei had provided her with a sense of stability, and she rarely experienced episodes during that time. The same applied to her interactions with Du Fei. She felt at ease and relaxed. By merely redirecting her focus elsewhere, her condition improved significantly. Du Fei continued, "Starting today, you might try to find activities that can keep you occupied. When you are busy, your thoughts will naturally dwindle, though it is essential to rest as well. During your downtime, you can seek me out. I will accompany you." As long as Du Fei occupies all of Zhang Nalan's time, her condition will stabilize. "Wouldn't that be too much trouble for you?" Zhang Nalan expressed her concern for Du Fei, who usually had a busy schedule. "Not at all. I am a doctor. This is part of my duty." "Very well, then, you should rest now." Du Fei soon departed from the ward, allowing Zhang Nalan some time to process her thoughts. Chapter 36. He remained unaware as Du Fei exited Zhang Nalan's room. He fortuitously encountered Tang Yin returning. "Miss Tang, you're back?" Tang Yin appeared somewhat embarrassed upon seeing Du Fei. She had promised to stay at the hospital, yet had returned to work without so much as a word. "Initially, I thought Du Fei might not notice, but unexpectedly, we ran into each other." "Ah, I'm back." "Dr. Du, have you had your meal?" "Not yet. It seems a bit early for that. Let us chat for a while and then go for a meal." "It's on me." Tang Yin quickly attempted to ingratiate herself. "Sure." "Oh, Tang Yin, what a coincidence." Just as Du Fei was about to speak, a man's voice echoed from a distance. Upon hearing this voice, Tang Yin's complexion paled instantly, her expression shifting from warmth to cold indifference and disdain. She turned to face the man. "He Lin, what are you doing here?" "He Lin? Isn't he Tang Yan's rival?" Du Fei recalled their previous conversation. It was certainly no coincidence that he followed her to this place. Du Fei scrutinized the man who had arrived. He appeared to be around 31 or 32. With somewhat tan skin. Standing at about 6 feet tall, he had an athletic build, slightly robust, and sported a flamboyant little mustache. His appearance even bore a hint of fashion, especially with the little braid that clearly showed signs of a salon's design. It was evident that Lin took great care in his appearance and enjoyed showcasing his uniqueness. Describing him as ostentatious would not be an exaggeration. Indeed, there were many such individuals in the capital, which piqued Du Fei's interest in him. Lin wore an expression of pride, a smug smile adorning his face. "What am I doing? I just thought there might be something wrong with my mind, so I came to check. I never expected to run into the illustrious Tang Yin here. You're not also here for a mental checkup, are you?" "Ha ha. You better not let your company's people find out, or they might all scatter away." Though Lin claimed to be seeking treatment as well, his words dripped with mockery towards Tang Yin. It appeared he had fortuitously encountered her and had followed her here. His disdain for her seeking psychiatric help evident in his tone. Tang Yin frowned deeply, wishing she could confront him directly. However, Du Fei remained composed. Just yesterday, several influential figures had already agreed to assist Tang Yin. With Lin's arrival today, was he not merely inviting trouble? In the past 2 days, Jin Xingyu was likely preparing to deal with Lin. Unbeknownst to him, he was on the brink of downfall, attempting to show off in front of Tang Yin. "I see from your appearance that your condition might be even more severe than Miss Tang Yin's," Du Fei interjected suddenly. Lin's previously broad smile froze on his face, and his eyes darkened with hostility. "Who are you? What business is it of yours?" Du Fei smiled lightly. "I am Miss Tang Yin's attending physician, also a doctor at the 6th hospital, specifically responsible for psychiatric care. From your appearance, it seems your condition is quite serious. It would be wise for you to seek proper treatment. Although Lin dressed with a certain flair, his manner of speaking was undeniably lacking in refinement. He approached Du Fei with a barrage of insults, glaring fiercely. You have no business here, so stop flaunting yourself. Let me make this clear. Lin's demeanor was decidedly arrogant, his voice booming enough to attract the attention of Su Zhua's bodyguards in the corridor. And what if I do flaunt myself? Lin, I am at a loss as to why someone of your caliber feels emboldened to act so brazenly. However, I must inform you that instead of trying to impress here, you ought to contemplate how to manage your factory's predicament after it has suffered oppression. Du Fei's words rendered Lin momentarily speechless. Clearly, Du Fei was privy to a significant amount of information. It seemed that his defense of Tang Yin stemmed from her having confided in him. A smile reappeared on Lin's face, though it bore a sinister charm. Ah, I see now. Tang Yin, you found yourself a protector. I truly do not understand why you would seek assistance from a doctor from a mental institution. What could he possibly offer you? Is he more handsome than I am? I fail to see how. If only you had listened to me back then and married me, we could have merged our factories. What a splendid opportunity that would have been. Yet now, you insist on complicating matters to this extent. In the capital, numerous factories existed, and Lin had several competitors. However, his focus remained singularly on Tang Yin. Driven by a sole motive, his initial interest in her beauty. Given that Tang Yin was the only daughter in her family, marrying her would eventually lead to ownership of the Tang family's fortune. Yet, Tang Yin harbored no such ambitions and had little fondness for Lin's rather superficial demeanor. Consequently, she decisively rejected his advances. Fueled by humiliation and anger, Lin sought to create trouble for Tang Yin. What he did not anticipate was that she would not yield. Instead, she had enlisted the assistance of Du Fei, an individual he deemed an insignificant pretty boy. In Lin's eyes, while Du Fei's position as a doctor at the 6th hospital indicated some level of competence, he was ultimately just a physician. Though his income was indeed substantial, exceeding $1 million annually, it paled in comparison to the potential of someone engaged in business. After all, business ventures have their limits. What ceiling could a mere doctor possibly reach? At that moment, Lin failed to realize that there were indeed ceilings for doctors. But if a powerful family required Du Fei's medical expertise, he would then possess influential backing. The Su family exemplified such circumstances. The limitations he envisioned were far more expansive than he could fathom. Upon comprehending Lin's implications, Du Fei couldn't help but scoff. So this is your dilemma? You've become desperate because you can't keep up, huh? Ha ha ha. You don't genuinely believe your appearance is dashing, do you? It's rather mismatched. And I wonder who bestowed upon you such misplaced confidence. Du Fei had a keen eye for discerning character. At a glance, it was evident that Lin's Achilles heel lay in his appearance. Having invested considerable effort into his styling, any disparaging remark would incite his immediate fury. Following Du Fei's comment, Lin erupted in anger, exclaiming, "What the hell are you rambling about? Do you possess any sense of appreciation? Are you even aware of the intrinsic value of my look? You resemble a country bumpkin, utterly unacquainted with sophistication." Du Fei shrugged nonchalantly. "I may not understand, but Tang Yin certainly finds you unappealing. So what?" This only deepened Lin's frustration. Du Fei's tongue was indeed too quick, leaving Lin momentarily speechless, and ultimately resorting to indignantly pointing a finger at Du Fei, cursing, "You foolish idiot. May your future children be born without any orifices." Chapter 37. I am his wife. Unperturbed by Lin's impotent rage, Du Fei calmly reminded him, "Lin, I reiterate, it would be wise for you to temper your arrogance. Are you not aware that your factory is on the brink of collapse?" Lin paused, momentarily taken aback, for he had just heard Du Fei utter similar words. Dismissing them as mere idle threats, he had thought Du Fei was simply spouting nonsense. Yet, it appeared Du Fei was indeed serious. This revelation left Lin bewildered. "What business is it of yours whether my factory thrives or falters? Have you allowed your fantasies to cloud your judgment? I assure you, my factory is flourishing. We will earn a substantial profit next month." No sooner had Lin spoken than his phone began to ring incessantly. Initially inclined to reject the call, he hesitated upon seeing the caller's identity and ultimately answered. It was the factory's second-in-command, typically reaching out for matters of significance. "Hello? What is it?" "I'm busy." "What? The e-commerce platform has removed our products? The Market Supervision Bureau is here? They claim there are issues with our products? They want us to cease operations? How is that even possible?" As he listened to the unfolding situation, Lin was rendered speechless. A halt in operations equated to a complete standstill, undoubtedly crippling. The real concern was that his products had been delisted, a potentially catastrophic turn of events. It was highly probable that there was a defect with the products, and once removed from the platform, reinstatement would be arduous. Yet, Yilin was confident that his products were devoid of any flaws. They were identical to those of others. This entire scenario hinted that there was a 90% chance his factory would collapse. Furthermore, the method employed felt oddly familiar. Was it not akin to the tactics used against Tang Yin? Yilin's expression turned fearful as he glanced at Tang Yin and Du Fei. The factory had only just received notification. There was no way Du Fei could have foreseen this unless he was the architect of the entire scheme. Observing Yilin finally grasp the gravity of the situation, Du Fei felt a sense of relief wash over him. At long last, news has arrived. Du Fei is left contemplating whether it is a matter of inefficiency on the part of Su Jijun and his associates. After concluding the call, Yilin, who had earlier displayed arrogance, now bears a changed demeanor, gazing at Du Fei and Tang Yin with a look of bewilderment. He is utterly confounded. Did Du Fei orchestrate this? Or is it merely coincidence? Should he concede to Du Fei? If it was indeed Du Fei's doing, returning to the factory would be futile. It would be wiser to apologize to him. Yet, he is uncertain of the truth. What if it is not Du Fei? That would be quite humiliating. Observing Yilin's dazed expression, Du Fei promptly gestures. What are you staring at? Hurry back and see for yourself. There's no point in lingering here. Yilin seems to grasp the situation upon witnessing Du Fei's demeanor. It must be Du Fei who is responsible. Otherwise, Du Fei would not exhibit such a stance. Clearly, Du Fei possesses formidable connections. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Yilin's expression shifts to one of unease as he addresses Du Fei. Mr. Du, I sincerely apologize for my earlier words. I regret my tone. As for the factory matters, be gone. I have nothing further to discuss with you. Du Fei unhesitatingly dismisses Yilin, feeling no need to show leniency towards such a person. Although Yilin is vexed and even somewhat angry, he dares not retaliate. The fact that Du Fei can reach contacts within the Municipal Supervision Bureau and e-commerce platforms indicates the depth of his connections. Continuing to press the issue could yield even graver consequences. In any case, he must return and sort through all matters, striving to discern the extent of Du Fei's network. Recently, Tang Yin has not been in the best of spirits, compounded by her naturally non-confrontational disposition. When Yilin sought to provoke her, she was clearly out of sorts, unsure how to respond. However, Du Fei's sharp retort to Yilin allowed Tang Yin to vent her frustrations, instantly uplifting her mood. With a beaming smile, she gazes at Du Fei. Du Fei, thank you for standing up to him. You could have chastised him directly. Do not hesitate in such moments. Some individuals simply deserve reprimand. Even if you wish to maintain your genteel image, there are alternative ways to express displeasure. Tang Yin feels a twinge of embarrassment. I wouldn't know how to do that, having never done so before. I simply don't know how to articulate it. Yet, she dismisses her concerns. All right, let us go for a meal. At this moment, Du Fei observes that Tang Yin has transformed significantly from her earlier self. When he first encountered her, she was an aloof and formidable female executive, her gaze imbued with authority. During their recent meetings, Tang Yin has gradually shifted towards a more youthful demeanor, at times even exhibiting a hint of tenderness. Indeed, women are exceedingly intricate beings. While dining with Tang Yin, she unexpectedly brought up the topic. By the way, Du Fei, I mentioned your situation to my father, and he believes we ought to express our gratitude towards you. He wishes to invite you to dinner. What do you think? Du Fei was momentarily taken aback. Is it necessary? For me, simply sharing a meal with you suffices. Tang Yin's face flushed at his words. Du Fei had been remarkably forthright lately, whether suggesting that Tang Yin should stay in the hospital for 3 years or stating that dining together was all that mattered. He seemed to be overtly signaling to Tang Yin his desire for her company. Tang Yin, suppressing her embarrassment, redirected the conversation to serious matters. You've done such a significant favor for our family. It would be remiss not to express our gratitude properly. Du Fei contemplated this for a moment. Regardless of whether he agreed or not, Tang Yin's parents would likely come to the hospital to seek him out. Rather than waiting for that, he opted to acquiesce. Very well, you can arrange a time. I'm not busy lately. Great. Thank you so much. Tang Yin's delight was palpable upon receiving this news. They continued their conversation, meandering through various topics, primarily reminiscing about her school days. Being of the same generation, their dialogue flowed effortlessly without any generational divide. After finishing their meal and returning to the hospital, Tang Yin remained animated in conversation, her demeanor drastically different from when they first met. It seemed she was intentionally trying to bridge the gap between them. Their cheerful banter continued until they arrived at the 6th floor of the psychiatric ward. As they stepped out of the elevator, their lively exchange was abruptly interrupted by the presence of Lu Yunfei. Du Fei, caught mid-sentence, fell silent, and Tang Yin appeared momentarily startled. Du Fei, what is the matter? You two seem to be enjoying yourselves. By the way, who is this young lady? Lu Yunfei interjected with a frosty tone, laced with sarcasm. Her words left Tang Yin momentarily stunned, uncertain and somewhat guilty as she glanced between Lu Yunfei and Du Fei. Du Fei, I am his wife, Lu Yunfei declared, assertively establishing her identity while casting a stern gaze at Tang Yin. Upon hearing that Lu Yunfei was Du Fei's wife, Tang Yin was taken aback. You're married? Du Fei shook his head. Not yet. Not married. Then how can she be considered your wife? Tang Yin regarded Lu Yunfei with a peculiar expression. Lu Yunfei was caught off guard. Du Fei had indeed followed through on his words. In just a few days apart, he had already found a new companion, and a striking one at that. Coupled with the attractive young women in the 6th floor ward, the notion of forming a harem was all too transparent. Naturally, Lu Yunfei was not inclined to accept this situation. However, the current dilemma lies in her apparent inability to exercise restraint. After all, one cannot monitor Du Fei around the clock. Moreover, the individual Du Fei is entangled with this time does not seem to be of the most reputable nature, regardless of the circumstances. It is implausible for Lu Yunfei to relinquish her connection with Du Fei. She has always been one to cherish her pride, and now that she has constructed her persona, proclaiming Du Fei as her boyfriend has already been established. To back down at this juncture would be tantamount to humiliation. Thus, Lu Yunfei retorted without hesitation. How can I not consider him my husband when we have already engaged in the requisite actions? With that, Lu Yunfei draped her arm around Du Fei's, presenting themselves as an affectionate couple. Tang Yin, ever the quick thinker, immediately grasped the situation. You were Du Fei's patient before, weren't you? And what of it? Haha, so you're a patient. Fine, fine, this is your husband. I want to contend with you. Tang Yin's mind had already reached a conclusion. Lu Yunfei's dependence on Du Fei likely correlates with her medical history. If that is the case, Lu Yunfei's assertions of husband and wife may indeed be fraught with complications, possibly mere figments of her own desires. Tang Yin could scarcely fathom the intricate nature of Lu Yunfei and Du Fei's relationship, as it is beyond the realm of comprehension for any rational individual to suspect that Lu Yunfei had once feigned illness. Tang Yin's nonchalant demeanor only exacerbated Lu Yunfei's frustration. It was evident that she dismissed Lu Yunfei's words entirely, perceiving her as a mere mental case. This provoked Lu Yunfei's ire. What kind of attitude is that? Clearly, you wish to usurp another's partner. It is commendable that I haven't called you out. Offended by the unexpected label of a third party, Tang Yin retorted, don't speak recklessly. How am I a mistress? My relationship with Du Fei is merely that of ordinary friends. We have only known each other for a few days. What nonsense are you spouting? Furthermore, if I were truly a mistress, what concern would it be of yours? Tang Yin conceded that Lu Yunfei was indeed quite beautiful, yet she herself was no less remarkable. Being the school's belle, she had attracted numerous admirers. If she desired to pursue someone as partner, it would be a trivial matter. She retained a measure of confidence in this regard. Confronted with such remarks, Lu Yunfei was clearly not pleased. What do you mean by that? That is precisely what I mean. As tensions escalated between the two striking women, Du Fei hastily intervened. Hey, let us not quarrel. We are in a hospital. Take your disputes outside. Du Fei's feigned indifference only served to inflame the tempers of both ladies, who responded in unison. Who do you think this is all about? Neither appeared willing to concede ground. Consequently, Du Fei decided to engage Lu Yunfei in a dialogue to soothe her. Lu Yunfei, were we not on good terms before? I am merely responsible for pretending. It is not necessary for me to assume a genuine role thereafter. Lu Yunfei was infuriated by this assertion. Pretending? Who is pretending with you? From the outset, it was clearly stated that we were genuinely in a relationship. You scoundrel, now you refuse to take responsibility. Du Fei remained unfazed. His character was such that he would boldly embrace the consequences of his actions, even if he was juggling multiple relationships. He did so with unabashed confidence. Regardless, it is what it is. I am indeed a scoundrel. I refuse to acknowledge this, and if you continue to cause a scene, then let us part ways. Faced with Du Fei's unwavering stance, Lu Yunfei was momentarily taken aback. She had never encountered such shamelessness in a man. However, she felt utterly powerless. Very well, let us break up. You may leave. Just as Du Fei was about to dismiss Lu Yunfei, the once defiant Lu Yunfei suddenly deflated. She hurriedly grasped Du Fei's arm. Darling, we cannot break up. If my wretched friends find out, they will mock me mercilessly. I implore you, please do not end this. At the mention of breaking up, Lu Yunfei transformed, pleading pitifully with Du Fei. This scene was too much for Tang Yin, who stood nearby. It was rather demeaning. Was it not? Moreover, Tang Yin held no particular grievance against Lu Yunfei. Their earlier disagreement stemmed simply from Lu Yunfei's unfriendly demeanor. Now, upon hearing Lu Yunfei's lamentations, Tang Yin felt a twinge of empathy. Women, after all, possess a profound capacity for empathy, especially concerning matters involving their so-called friends. As a woman herself, Tang Yin understood Lu Yunfei's sentiments all too well. Many of her peers, possessing average looks and backgrounds, yet managing to attract handsome, affluent, and gentle boyfriends, flaunted their relationships daily, gloating in front of her. Some even made snide remarks about Tang Yin, who had yet to find a partner. What good is beauty if one cannot secure a worthy man? Tang Yin had indeed overheard such gossip about herself. It was reasonable to surmise that Lu Yunfei had experienced similar circumstances, leading her to seek Du Fei's assistance in feigning a boyfriend. With this newfound understanding, Tang Yin's perception of Lu Yunfei shifted. She gently reassured her, Miss Lu, do not be disheartened. Du Fei and I are merely ordinary friends. I sincerely apologize for any offense I may have caused. I have no intention of vying for your man. Upon hearing this, Lu Yunfei gazed at Tang Yin as if she were a benefactor. Thank you. Thank you so much. Observing the interaction between the two women, Du Fei was left utterly perplexed. No wonder these two individuals share a bond akin to that of kindred spirits. Indeed, the breadth of their thoughts reflects a certain eccentricity. One can only ponder how their wavelengths managed to align so perfectly. Just moments ago, they were at odds, and now they have transformed into the best of sisters? Can Tang Yin truly empathize? What experiences have these two beauties endured? Women, indeed, are perplexing. At present, Tang Yin will not impose difficulties upon herself. And Lu Yunfei turns her gaze toward Du Fei. Darling, shall we not part ways? Du Fei, sensing her vulnerability, feels a twinge of pity. For the sake of appearances, she feigns illness and lowers her head. How unnecessary. Nevertheless, he gestures dismissively. All right, we shall not break up, but you must not interfere with my pursuits of other women. If you perform well, I may reconsider your position as my primary partner. Upon hearing that there would be no breakup, Lu Yunfei initially expresses joy. However, the subsequent remarks send her into a fit of rage. Du Fei, how could you be so callous? What about your principles? Chapter 39. Do not become a true dog. Though Du Fei's morals are questionable, Lu Yunfei lacks the standing to criticize him, as she too has strayed from ethical paths, compromising her integrity for the sake of pride. She even succumbed to intimacy with Du Fei rather easily. Alas, it is difficult to resist when he perfectly aligns with her aesthetic ideals. Suppressing her fury, Lu Yunfei acquiesces. Very well, I shall heed your words. That is more like it. Now, Miss Tang, please return to your hospital room while I converse with her. After escorting Tang Yin back, Du Fei leads Lu Yunfei to his hospital bedroom. What prompted you to seek me out today? He inquires curiously, having just finished crying. Lu Yunfei swiftly transitions to a cheerful demeanor. I missed you. Is it me you miss? Or do you simply wish for my assistance in showcasing our affection? At this, Lu Yunfei's face flushes with embarrassment. Of course, it's you I miss. Very well, today I shall not indulge you in any activities, nor will I let you flaunt our affection to others. Seeing Du Fei's declaration, Lu Yunfei hastily alters her stance. I also need your help. Darling, don't be so cold. We are a couple, after all. It's perfectly normal to display a bit of affection. Indeed, it is during such moments that Lu Yunfei thinks of Du Fei, even resorting to a playful demeanor. However, considering her beauty and figure, Du Fei chooses not to dwell on it. Fine, what shall we do? Let us take a photo together. I also brought a toy. Lu Yunfei retrieves a small toy from her bag, a collaborative toy, which is currently trending among women. There exists a prevailing trend within their circle. Whatever is popular, they follow. Today, this game has gained immense popularity, flooding social media, even if some have only played for less than an hour or not at all. Tomorrow, a particular toy is set to become a sensation, even if it costs several times, or even dozens of times its original price. One must procure it from the second-hand marketplace to flaunt in social circles. This phenomenon echoes the past craze for the eye-stumpling toy. The day after tomorrow, Should a dance move capture the public's fancy, one would surely partake in creating a TikTok to share. Liu Yunfei is evidently among those who follow such trends. However, her motivations primarily revolve around showcasing her handsome boyfriend, Du Fei, to her superficial acquaintances. Come on, let us pose like this. Smile, she instructs. Orchestrating a photo shoot with Du Fei by her side. It must be noted that Liu Yunfei possesses a modicum of cleverness, albeit limited. During the photo session, she deliberately focuses on the toy while subtly ensuring that both Du Fei and herself are included in the frame. On the surface, it appears she is merely photographing the toy. However, the true essence lies in capturing moments of her and Du Fei together. Upon closer inspection, Liu Yunfei indeed radiates a certain charm, albeit tinged with a hint of pity. Despite being such a beautiful young woman, she finds herself ensnared by societal expectations. Noticing the complex expression on Du Fei's face, Liu Yunfei pauses. What's wrong? Why the long face? She queries. I'm not sulking. I'm merely reflecting. Why must you place such importance on appearances when you are such a wonderful person? If not for the obsession with face, many of these troubles could have been avoided. Liu Yunfei could lead a perfectly fine life without encountering someone like Du Fei, a cat at heart. From the outset, Du Fei never claimed to be a paragon of virtue. Previously lacking opportunity, he now finds himself in a position to indulge in a harem. With Liu Yunfei being the first to fall into his web, Liu Yunfei finds herself in a state of helplessness. It's only natural to care about appearances. People need their pride. As the saying goes, one lives for face. Would one truly relish being looked down upon? Does one not care about their own dignity? Liu Yunfei's perspective reflects the upbringing she received, likely instilled by her parents from a young age. Du Fei, however, shows no inclination to alter his views. He calmly states, I genuinely do not concern myself with such matters. When my previous girlfriend was taken from me, the man caused quite a stir at my school, making my troubles public knowledge, yet I remained unfazed. By that time, Du Fei had long ceased to care about his reputation within the school. Little did he know that an upcoming event would thrust him into the limelight, revealing to the entire school that a remarkable individual named Du Fei existed. For him, face holds little significance. What truly matters is living well. This perspective extends to Du Fei's interactions with women. While others may label him a cad, he remains indifferent. Only he understands the sheer joy of mingling with so many beautiful women. Liu Yunfei, naturally, fails to comprehend Du Fei's mindset, and upon hearing his words, she merely scoffs. You truly are resilient. The patience of a ninja turtle. After finishing the photo shoot, Liu Yunfei took some time to edit the pictures. By the time she sent them out, it was already past 8 in the evening. Instead of leaving, Liu Yunfei lay down on Du Fei's bed. The implication was unmistakable. She intended to stay the night, and it promised to be an eventful one. Meanwhile, Xiao Ai and Xiao Anai, the two maids, were preparing to switch shifts, tidying up the ward while engaging in light conversation. Xiao Ai wore an expression of curiosity. Xiao Anai, do you think this Du Fei can really cure a young lady? Xiao Anai merely shook her head. I'm not a professional, how would I know? However, I do understand that if Du Fei fails to heal the young lady, it is likely that his entire family will face dire consequences from the master of the house. The Su family's influence in the country is not to be trifled with. Du Fei has already committed such audacious acts. If he succeeds, all will be well. If he fails, his family will pay the price. Xiao Ai's attitude had shifted entirely. I firmly believe Du Fei cannot cure her. Just look at his carefree demeanor. He treats the young lady as if she were a dog. How can someone like that be trusted with a patient's care? Besides, I suspect Du Fei has ulterior motives. It seems he is entangled with other women as well. These days, our young lady has even taken to going out for walks, resembling a dog more and more. I fear that if she isn't cured, she might end up being trained like a true dog. How will we care for her then? Xiao and I shared her sentiments. Indeed. Sujiruwa is quite amiable when she isn't unwell, treating us, her subordinates, kindly. Therefore, working in the Su household has been quite comfortable, with generous wages. If the young lady remains in this dog-like state, it could spell trouble for us. However, Xiao and I quickly shook her head. I don't believe Du Fei is problematic. Remember, when Mr. Su sent us over, he was quite clear that we should attend to Du Fei's needs if necessary. Yet, he hasn't made any advances towards us. He must be decent, or at least not entirely malevolent. Let's not dwell on these matters. We'll await the outcome. As for Du Fei, 2 rounds later, the clock struck 11. He glanced at the time, got up, and began dressing, leaving Liu Yunfei momentarily stunned. What are you doing? She asked. Taking the dog out. He replied. Taking the dog out? Lu Yunfei was utterly perplexed, completely unaware of what Du Fei meant. This matter was rather intricate, and it was not for her to know. He would explain when the time was right. Du Fei kept his lips sealed regarding Su Zhirua. No one could speak freely about it. After dressing, he went to find Su Zhirua, but returned shortly after, having only taken about 10 minutes. The following morning, Lu Yunfei, needing to go to work, rose early to gather her belongings. Du Fei lingered in bed for a while longer before finally getting up. After tidying up, it was time to administer the daily treatment to Su Zhirua. Upon entering the ward, duty nurse Xiao Ai was attentively beside Su Zhirua. As usual, Su Zhirua was staring vacantly at the door, utterly unresponsive. Du Fei approached and waved his hand in front of her eyes. Remarkably, Su Zhirua's gaze followed the movement for a brief moment, astonishing Du Fei. He quickly called out, Miss Su Zhirua. After several attempts, Su Zhirua sluggishly turned her head towards Du Fei. Although still somewhat dazed, there was at least a reaction. Xiao Ai, witnessing this scene, was equally taken aback. Since the onset of the illness, Su Zhirua had never responded to external stimuli until now. This was indeed the first sign of responsiveness. Du Fei's treatment was proving effective. He had been misunderstood. His skills were truly commendable. Unfortunately, Su Zhirua's reaction was limited to this brief moment, and soon she lapsed back into silence. Yet, Du Fei was filled with joy. According to the plan, it was expected that it would take at least a month for her to exhibit such a reaction. And yet here she was responding already. This indicated that the progress of treatment was remarkably swift. In about a week, Miss Su would likely have periods of clarity, allowing for the next phase of treatment. Let us proceed. He was now more motivated than ever. Xiao Ai shared in his excitement, having finally witnessed a glimmer of hope. In the following days, Du Fei treated Su Zhirua in the mornings and spent his afternoons playing chess with Zhang Nalan, engaging in games with El Qi Ling, and chatting online with Lu Yunfei. In the evenings, he would converse briefly with Tang Yin upon her return from work. He wished he could divide himself into 8 parts to manage it all. He was truly a master of time management. Yet, Du Fei did not feel fatigued. Rather, he relished every moment. That evening, Du Fei was invited by Tang Yin's family to join them for dinner. He had deliberately purchased a new outfit for the occasion. Under Tang Yin's guidance, he arrived at the private dining room of the restaurant. Inside, only Tang Yin's parents, Tang Chong and Wang Mei, were present. Both appeared to be in their 40s, though Wang Mei seemed exceptionally well-preserved, resembling a woman in her 30s. In contrast, Tang Chong, having suffered from illness in recent years, had graying hair and a gaunt appearance. After such an extended period of rest, his condition was concerning, as he had likely been perilously close to the brink of death. Upon seeing Du Fei, they both rose, their faces beaming with smiles as they greeted him. Director Du. Hello, I am Tang Chong, Tang Yan's father. And this is my wife, Wang Mei. Hello, Mr. Tang and Ms. Wang. No need for formality, please, take a seat. Du Fei felt completely at ease, effortlessly integrating into the gathering. Tang Chong frequently interacts with others, and his communication is quite natural. Director Du, my daughter has shared your matters with me. I am truly grateful. Without your assistance, I would be at a loss regarding our factory situation. I had heard of Mr. Du Fei's remarkable presence and youthful ambition, and upon meeting him today, it is indeed true. His praises and gratitude rendered Du Fei somewhat bashful. It was merely a small effort. Tang Yin is also my patient, and if I do not address the factory's issues, her condition cannot be treated effectively. Haha. Mr. Du is correct. Yet we must express our gratitude. By the way, I have heard that your connections are quite impressive. Mr. Du, may I inquire as to which prominent family you belong? It seems there is no renowned Du family in the capital. I am not from any distinguished family. My background is rather ordinary, hailing from Fengqing. My parents are both common workers, lacking any notable connections, and they are not even locals. This revelation astonished Tang Chong. How could Du Fei possess such formidable connections? Is it solely due to his own capabilities? That is indeed remarkable. To achieve such success in a place teeming with elite individuals speaks volumes of his extraordinary talent. Consequently, Tang Chang regarded Du Fei with newfound respect. Impressive. Truly impressive. Mr. Du, have you recently graduated? Yes. Are you married or in a relationship? Tang Chong's inquiry was quite direct, with a clear implication. If not, perhaps consider Tang Yin. Naturally, Tang Yin understood the implication, and her face flushed crimson as she hurried to interject. Dad, what are you doing? Are you conducting a census? We are here to express gratitude to Du Fei. Let us just enjoy the meal. Tang Chang chuckled. Indeed, we are here to thank Mr. Du. But is it not also normal to inquire about his personal circumstances? If Mr. Du is single, we could introduce a few lovely ladies as a form of repayment. Wouldn't you agree? Tang Chong looked at Du Fei, who seemed somewhat embarrassed. I appreciate the thought, but I believe matters of the heart should be left to fate. That is indeed true. Romantic relationships are governed by destiny. I had never considered marriage until I met your aunt. Ha ha ha. Tang Cheng chuckled and continued, Mr. Du, you are so handsome and promising. I imagine the young ladies must be pursuing you relentlessly. Before Du Fei could respond, Wang Mei interjected. Darling, that is a bit excessive. No matter how handsome, it's unlikely they would be pursuing him. Tang Chong waved his hand dismissively. Ah, you simply don't understand. This era is different from ours. In our time, it was considered improper for women to pursue men. In this modern era, if one does not actively pursue, good men will inevitably be snatched away. Do you not agree? Chapter 41. Completely unaware of her worries. When discussing matters of love and pursuit, Tang Chong spoke with an air of experience. Do you recall the young woman from the Wang family? Tang Chong's wife, Wang Mei, nodded. I remember her. She is my uncle's daughter, serving as a civil servant in the capital. At 28, she remains unmarried. Yes, that's the one, Tang Chong confirmed. That young woman graduated from a prestigious university and immediately passed the civil service exam, which is quite a feat in the capital. She possesses both capability and beauty, with a delightful personality. In the past, she had several romantic relationships but never felt the urgency to marry, allowing time to slip by. A few months ago, a relative introduced her to a suitor, a businessman in the capital with a modest company, similar in scale to ours, earning around $1 million a year. The young man had an average appearance, but was quite earnest. However, upon their meeting, the Wang family's daughter remarked that he was dull and lacked charm, showing no interest in winning her over. He appeared as stiff as a log, leading her to end the interaction promptly. Can you guess what happened next? Wang Mei shook her head, while Du Fei listened with curiosity. Tang Yin seemed to know something more. It appears that within 2 months, that man found someone else to marry? Tang Chong nodded. Exactly. Although that young man's circumstances were not particularly impressive in the capital, his honesty was commendable. The woman he married was a junior from his company, and it is said that after their blind date, he actively pursued her. He, being an honest man who had never courted a woman before, was completely taken aback by this reversal of roles. Such earnest individuals are easily swayed by a woman's subtle advances. A mere gesture of affection can lead them to succumb. Within 3 months, they hastily tied the knot. Upon hearing this news, the Wang family's daughter was filled with regret. Subsequently, she went on several more blind dates, each suitor worse than the last. After a long struggle, she ended up with a scoundrel who deceived her into believing his family was wealthy, when in reality, he was merely a lowly white-collar worker earning $4,000 a month. The situation escalated dramatically. After recounting the entire tale, Tang Chong expressed a tinge of melancholy. The current age is utterly different from ours. Good women are rare, and good men even rarer. If one does not pursue, do you truly believe that good men will simply present themselves? Upon finishing, Tang Chong cast a meaningful glance at Du Fei and Tang Yin, his implication being quite clear. However, to be honest, Du Fei felt undeserving of such praise. He was not a particularly good person. Indeed, to label him as a scoundrel would not be an exaggeration. His only redeeming quality is that he is not the type to deceive women emotionally, as he always makes his intentions clear from the outset. He was nothing short of a scoundrel. Tang Yin, feeling helpless under her father's gaze, realized that Tang Chong was utterly oblivious to the circumstances. To be frank, Tang Yin harbored a genuine fondness for Du Fei, believing him to be quite capable. However, upon learning about Lu Yunfei, her sentiments shifted. She had no desire to become a part of a harem. She merely wished to express her gratitude to Du Fei for the favors he had extended to her. Tang Chong remained in the dark, inadvertently attempting to play matchmaker between the two. After engaging in conversation for quite some time, they spent over an hour dining before Tang Chong, still not satisfied, settled the bill and bid farewell to Du Fei. He even exchanged contact information with Du Fei, suggesting they meet again, clearly displaying a keen interest in him, almost as if he were ready to acknowledge Du Fei as a prospective son-in-law. This left Du Fei feeling quite awkward. What was he to do? Should he confess to Tang Cheng that he was, in fact, a scoundrel? Certainly. That was not something Du Fei could admit. In exasperation, he took his leave and hurried away. Once Du Fei had departed, Tang Yin expressed her displeasure to Tang Chong. Dad, please stop trying to play matchmaker. Du Fei already has a girlfriend. Tang Chong was taken aback. A girlfriend? That means he isn't married yet. So you still have a chance, don't you? My daughter is so beautiful, surely she can compete with other women. Tang Yin rolled her eyes in disbelief. So, are you suggesting I should compete with other women for a man? Tang Chong shook his head. I never said that. It's just that matters of the heart are unpredictable. Perhaps Du Fei's relationship with his girlfriend isn't as strong as it seems. My dear, Du Fei has quite the impressive background. I did some digging. And the people he associates with include Su Jijun from the e-commerce platform and Jin Xinyu, a senior figure in our industry. He's a big shot. If you were to align yourself with him, navigating the capital would become a breeze. Tang Chong wasn't genuinely seeking to dominate the capital. Rather, he was looking for a safety net. The capital was filled with formidable individuals, and without protection, one could easily be overwhelmed, much like the recent incident involving He Lin. Tang Chong simply wanted to secure a foundation. Tang Yin, increasingly exasperated, responded, Dad, what are you doing? Why are you always fixated on these matters? I only worry for you, he replied. If it weren't for that assistance during the He Lin incident, who knows where we would be now? If you choose to ignore my advice, that's on you. But I'll tell you this. I see that Du Fei is certainly interested in you. If you don't seize the opportunity, don't blame me for not warning you later. Tang Yin sighed in disbelief. Does Du Fei not have an interest in anyone? As long as they are attractive, how many does he not find appealing? Over the past few days, Tang Yin had gradually come to understand more about Du Fei's circumstances. Once again, Tang Yin found herself accompanying El Qingling in gaming and Zheng Nailin in chess. As for the matter concerning Lu Yunfei, Tang Yin had gradually discerned the true nature of Du Fei. In the past, she would have never associated with someone like him. However, since Du Fei had extended his assistance to her, Tang Yin felt compelled to repay this kindness by remaining by his side. All right, I understand. You all should hurry back. I still need to return to the hospital. After Tang Yin departed, Wang Mei was left in a state of confusion. Isn't our daughter already well? Why does she still frequent the hospital daily? Tang Guo, with a sense of self-importance, responded, What else is there to say? Our daughter is simply being contradictory. In truth, she has long harbored feelings for Du Fei, yet she refuses to acknowledge it. Her visits to the hospital are merely an excuse to spend more time with him. They were utterly unaware of the gratitude Tang Yin and Du Fei had discussed, nor did they know that Tang Yin would remain there for 3 years. At that moment, Tang Yin was engulfed in her own worries. Chapter 42. She even played the emotional card that evening. Du Fei idly played games in his room. He had been exceptionally busy lately, leaving him little time to indulge in gaming as he once did. However, even in those earlier days, his gaming time was limited, often spent working under Zhang Feng, primarily in the laboratory. He could only manage an hour of gaming each day, completing daily tasks before logging off. During busier times, he would even enlist a few roommates to play on his behalf. Now, while he spent time playing Honor of Kings with El Qi-Ling and Tang Yin during the day, he had yet to find opportunities to explore other games. Upon seeing Du Fei online, his roommates immediately connected to voice chat. Du Fei, you finally have time to play games? One exclaimed. We thought you were still swamped with work. Du Fei, feeling somewhat fatigued, replied, I am busy. Just a bit more relaxed today. Haven't you noticed I hadn't logged into this game for days? Du Fei, you are truly remarkable. We heard you've already secured a position at the 6th Hospital, a prestigious institution, and as a department head no less. That is impressive, they praised. Everyone at school is buzzing about you. El Kai hasn't dared to show his face in a while. You must look out for us in the future. The excitement among his roommates was palpable. Du Fei joined in the jest, of course. Who else would look after you if not my beloved sons? How can you say that? You Haven Tea brought us meals and days. We've been forced to fend for ourselves in the dining hall. They lamented, feeling quite despondent. After Du Fei's departure, they were left in a state akin to 3 monks without water, having relied heavily on Du Fei's generosity to bring them food. They had considered finding someone to replace him, but none were willing to take on that responsibility. In the end, out of sheer helplessness, he had to invite 3 people to dinner. Observing their joyous camaraderie, Du Fei felt a twinge of nostalgia. How delightful it is, if not for the overwhelming busyness. I would have loved to share a dormitory experience with you all. Alas, having become a director now, what is there to ponder about dorm life? In just half a year, we shall graduate. Do remember to lend me a hand then. Well, the lights are about to be turned off. So let us pause our conversation for now. The group ended the voice chat. Du Fei indulged in a brief gaming session before logging off, and then lay beside his phone, scrolling through it. As he perused, he stumbled upon a rather peculiar update in his social circle. It was a post from Lin Jiao. Du Fei and Lin Jiao had parted amicably, as promised. Hence he had not removed her from his friends list. I am reminiscing, while you have never looked back. Accompanied by a photograph of them together during a past outing. This post evoked a profound sense of melancholy. To an outsider, it might appear to be a poignant story. Yet, Du Fei was fully aware. She had initially ended things with him for monetary reasons, and now she seemed to be reminiscing? Was this not absurd? Who was she crafting this sentimental persona for? Surely not for Du Fei. That would be somewhat beneath her dignity. Initially, Du Fei contemplated scrolling past it. But then a thought struck him. Wait, Lin Jiao had initiated the breakup, and now his own circumstances were the talk of the school. This implied that Lin Jiao and her circle of friends must have caught wind of it. The essence of Lin Jiao's post was unmistakable. She was undoubtedly seeking reconciliation. Why? On one hand, she realized that she had lost a golden opportunity upon discovering Du Fei's financial standing. On the other hand, she must have faced ridicule from her friends. At this moment, Du Fei began to comprehend the sentiments of Lu Yunfei. If that bunch of scoundrels knew about my breakup, they would undoubtedly mock me to no end. This was precisely Lin Jiao's predicament. She was likely feeling quite miserable from the laughter directed at her. Hesitating slightly, Du Fei then scrolled through his friends list until he found a girl named Zhang Ran, one of Lin Jiao's close friends. Previously, while dating Lin Jiao, Du Fei had utilized her to gather information about Lin Jiao. Zhang Ran, are you busy? Upon seeing Du Fei's name, Zhang Ran was momentarily taken aback. Du Fei, what brings you to seek me out? Oh, nothing much. I just need you to check Lin Jiao's post for me and send me a screenshot. Zhang Ran paused, bewildered. Huh, what do you mean? Do you still have feelings for Lin Jiao? What is so great about her? You'd be better off with me. Du Fei hastily began to clarify. No, first send me your moments, and I will explain. Upon receiving this message, Du Fei was taken aback. In the past, Zhang Ran had never spoken to him in such a manner. She had always been quite ordinary in her assistance to Du Fei, occasionally indulging in gossip. Much like a young girl. Now, however, Du Fei's circumstances were different. She even dared to suggest that a romance with Lin Jiao was inferior to one with her. How forthright. Soon, Zhang Ran sent over her moments. Just as Du Fei had anticipated, Lin Jiao's post was visible only to herself. Others could not see it at all. Such cleverness. Du Fei was genuinely surprised. Lin Jiao was not seeking suitors, but had learned the art of strategy. She was attempting to create an opportunity for herself through this means. One could only hope that Du Fei would reflect on their past and consider reconciling. What a fanciful thought. Du Fei had no intention of reconciling. Yet, since Lin Jiao had made her move, Du Fei was inspired to tease her a little. With that, Du Fei liked Lin Jiao's post without responding, merely indicating that she had seen it. She was curious to see how Lin Jiao would react. What was amiss with Lin Jiao's moments? After sending the message, Zhang Ran had not received any reply from Du Fei and took the initiative to inquire. Du Fei forwarded Lin Jiao's post to Zhang Ran. Upon seeing it, Zhang Ran immediately sent a disgusted emoji. Lin Jiao had gone too far. It was she who had wanted to break up, who was unaware of her attraction to Lu Kai's wealth. Now she pretended to be deeply sentimental. It was no wonder she was the subject of ridicule and scorn. Du Fei was taken aback. Lin Jiao was being bullied? Indeed, the entire class was isolating her. Our greatest amusement now lay in discussing her behind her back. Some even did so openly, showing her no mercy. A true clown. Being mocked was only to be expected. Du Fei felt a surge of secret delight upon hearing this. She deserved it. Zhang Ran continued. Du Fei, you were genuinely good to her. We all witnessed it. I told others that finding a boyfriend like you was a blessing. Yet Lin Jiao remained oblivious to her fortune. She insisted that you didn't accompany her, claiming that men were destined for greater pursuits and had no time to linger in the realm of tenderness. Wouldn't you agree? In the past, when Du Fei chatted with Zhang Ran, she had been rather laconic, her responses limited to simple affirmations. Were it not for Du Fei providing her with money for milk tea to help uncover Lin Jiao's preferences, she likely would have ignored him altogether. Yet now, Zhang Ran seemed as if she had transformed into a different person, brimming with enthusiasm. Upon receiving an extensive message from her, Du Fei felt a profound sense of helplessness. Alas, how time has changed. Regardless of the past, at least Zhang Ran bore no ill intentions, and Du Fei chose to overlook previous grievances. Chapter 43. Do you possess such capability? The impact of a simple like proved to be remarkably significant. The moment Du Fei liked Lin Jiao's post, she immediately sent him a message. Clearly waiting by her phone for his response. Are you there? In the face of Lin Jiao's probing, Du Fei remained utterly unresponsive, pretending not to have seen it. Meanwhile, Lin Jiao was enduring immense torment. Ever since the news about Du Fei spread throughout the school, she encountered incessant rumors regarding him daily. Among her peers, the most talked about subject was her role as his ex-girlfriend. The absurdity of Du Fei's decision to join the National Army in 1949 was a source of relentless mockery. At that moment, Lin Jiao finally came to a realization. No wonder Du Fei had so readily agreed to break up. He seemed entirely unfazed by the time, effort, and money he had previously invested in her. It was likely that he had already forged ties with the hospital during that time. Was she not thoroughly deceived? Regret coursed through her, turning her insides gray. Had she not ended the relationship, even if Du Fei had subsequently sought someone else, the fault would not have lain with her. Perhaps she could have secured a substantial separation fee from him. Now, however, she had gained nothing. Adding to Lin Jiao's frustration was the matter of Lu Kai. When Lu Kai pursued her, he was exceedingly generous, promising a monthly allowance of 20,000 yuan if she were to be with him. 20,000 yuan. For Lin Jiao, whose living expenses barely amounted to 2,000. This was an extraordinary sum. Moreover, if Lu Kai decided to break up, he would provide an additional 50,000 yuan as a separation fee. She had already envisioned how to spend that money upon receiving the news. Yet, who could have foreseen that after Lu Kai's visit to the 6th hospital, he vanished without a trace? Lu Kai had suddenly disappeared. No matter how hard she tried to contact him, he remained unreachable and had not returned to school. Lin Jiao had received neither her first month's allowance nor the promised separation fee. The only asset she possessed was an ordinary Apple phone, which served as her sole consolation. At least it wasn't a complete loss. If she had been taken advantage of, that would have been truly tragic. Within the dormitory, her close friends laughed heartily, often bringing up Du Fei's situation in casual conversation. Lin Jiao felt an urge to lash out in anger. After contemplating the entire situation, she pondered how to reclaim her dignity. Ultimately, she resolved to apologize to Du Fei. As long as she could reconcile with him, everything would fall into place. At that moment, no one would dare to speak ill of themselves. Moreover, Du Fei is currently quite affluent and is able to lead a comfortable life. The reason Lin Jiao feels so confident that Du Fei will reconcile is singular. He had once treated her exceptionally well, despite his modest living expenses. He would save money from his own meager budget to buy Lin Jiao milk tea and snacks and take her out for outings. Even though he was often preoccupied with work and had little time for gaming, he would still make an effort to spend time with her. Had it not been for the overwhelming demands of his laboratory work recently, they might not have separated at all. Du Fei's kindness towards her must surely be a reflection of his affection. With such thoughts, Lin Jiao naturally feels assured about the possibility of reconciliation. What she does not realize is that Du Fei's previous kindness stemmed from his belief that a good man should treat his partner with devotion and sincerity. However, after witnessing Lin Jiao's willingness to part ways for monetary reasons, Du Fei matured overnight and gained clarity about women. He understood that loyalty, deep feelings, and genuine intentions were of little value. Rather than being a good man, he found it more gratifying to embrace the persona of a rogue, prioritizing his own happiness. This lesson was imparted to him by Lin Jiao herself. How could the current Du Fei possibly harbor any feelings for a woman like Lin Jiao, whom he now deemed unworthy? Clutching her phone, Lin Jiao gazed at the messages she had sent. Du Fei had yet to block her, which meant there was still hope. Yet, why had several minutes passed without any response from him? Was he preoccupied? Surely, it was well past working hours. Was he contemplating his feelings? Could he be crying over their past memories? As the seconds ticked by, Lin Jiao grew increasingly restless. Are you busy? She sent another message. 5 minutes later. Still no reply. I know you're reading this. Yet, silence persisted. I've been reflecting on how I truly wronged you before, though it was never my intention. No response. I have broken up with Lu Kai, but that was only because you were always too busy to be with me. I was with Lu Kai just to provoke you. Now that I've ended things with him, I realize that my true feelings are still for you. You must feel the same way, right? Please respond. I beg you not to ignore me. I've truly recognized my mistakes. Du Fei, if this continues, we will never have a chance to reconcile. Du Fei, I won't speak to you anymore. What are you doing? As she stared at the numerous messages she had sent, with Du Fei offering no reply, Lin Jiao felt on the brink of despair. If Du Fei were to clearly state that they would not reconcile, leaving her with no lingering hopes, she might have found solace in that. Yet, Du Fei neither rejected nor accepted her overtures. Just a single statement, yet it leaves Lin Jiao utterly helpless. Is she not simply subjecting herself to torment? Lin Jiao stared at her phone, nearly losing her sanity. Meanwhile, Du Fei was not intentionally ignoring her. He had merely taken Su Jiru off for a stroll. Upon returning and glancing at his phone, he was met with an avalanche of messages. Feeling somewhat fatigued, he silenced his phone and fell asleep without giving Lin Jiao a second thought. The following day, Du Fei awoke from a deep slumber, while Lin Jiao had endured a sleepless night. Gazing at the messages she had sent, she felt a sense of disorientation. After rising, Du Fei checked his phone and was overwhelmed by the sheer volume of messages. He was astonished by her ability to send so many. Initially, it appeared that Lin Jiao was probing. Then she grew anxious, and eventually, her messages turned into pleas. When her pleas bore no fruit, desperation set in. Are you doing this on purpose? Fine. You're impressive. You have the audacity. Then do not ever contact me again. You scoundrel. I now see you for who you truly are. I must have been blind to have taken an interest in someone like you. In the end, she issued a stern warning to Du Fei, declaring that his deliberate neglect would compel her to make him pay a price. Du Fei could barely contain his laughter. Lin Jiao, a mere opportunist, truly believed she had any power to exact a toll on him. Chapter 44. She was quite astute, Miss Sheng. Would you care for some juice? Would you like to lie down for a while? That afternoon, Du Fei was once again engaged in a game of chess with Zheng Nailan. However, it was evident that Zheng Nailan's complexion was somewhat pale, and beads of cold sweat adorned her forehead. Her thoughts were clearly not centered on the game, resulting in numerous blunders. Nevertheless, she persisted in playing. Zheng Nailan shook her head. I'm fine, just experiencing some menstrual discomfort. My period has arrived, and it always brings me considerable pain. But it only lasts for a day. Here, have some juice, Du Fei offered, handing her the drink. Without hesitation, Zheng Nailan took a sip. After a mere 10 minutes, her previously agonized expression had significantly improved, and she realized the pain had subsided. She paid little mind to this change. Miss Zheng, aside from playing chess, what else do you enjoy? I study game records, Du Fei inquired with curiosity. Is that all you focus on? Don't you explore anything else? Zheng Nailan appeared somewhat resigned. I would like to, but you know my condition. Due to Zheng Nailan's unique situation, she was unable to watch many films involving themes of family and revenge. Even when such narratives unfolded before her, they caused her immense distress, even if they did not trigger her condition. Du Fei nodded in understanding. It is truly unfortunate. I have a profound fondness for films. Perhaps I could select and share the movies I have watched with you, constantly delving into these matters. Zheng Nailan may eventually confine herself to a life of mere obsession with chess strategies. In time, she might even develop other mental disorders. Zheng Nailan felt a tinge of embarrassment. I hope this does not trouble you too much. Not at all. I am, after all, your primary physician. Du Fei is particularly attentive to Zheng Nailan's treatment, as she is the most challenging patient he has encountered thus far. The psychological trauma she has endured is immense and cannot be easily remedied. Big brother. Just as Zheng Nailan was enjoying her conversation, El Qiling exuberantly dashed in from the adjacent ward. El Qiling? What is it? I drew a super rare skin. I got it for just 1 yuan. Look, look. El Qiling approached Du Fei, her face alight with excitement. Du Fei was taken aback. Goodness, what incredible luck you have. Normally, this skin requires at least 1,000 to obtain. El Qiling is indeed fortunate. Am I not impressive? Since you are so talented, why not draw another one? Come on, help me draw one. How could that be possible? No matter how skilled I am, I cannot be that fortunate. If I truly had such prowess, I would not bother with drawing skins. I would simply go to Pinduoduo for a chance at a red envelope. El Qiling was clearly aware that her luck was merely a stroke of fortune this time. Seeing El Qiling's adorable demeanor, Zheng Nailan couldn't help but chuckle softly. It was then that El Qiling noticed Zheng Nailan beside them. Previously, El Qiling had not encountered Zheng Nailan much, as they were not on the same floor and thus were not familiar. Observing the chessboard before Zheng Nailan and Du Fei, El Qiling felt a bit shy. Ah, did I interrupt you both? Not at all. You are not a bother. Zheng Nailan quickly shook her head, indicating her warm welcome towards El Qiling. After all, it is rare to find someone to converse with in this place. The more people one knows, the more opportunities there are to alleviate one's troubles. Allow me to introduce you. This is your sister Zheng Nailan, also a patient here. Miss Zheng, this is El Qiling from the next room. Zheng Nailan extended her hand. Hello, little sister. Hello, sister. El Qiling's voice was both sweet and tender, melting Zheng Nailan's heart. Moreover, her lively and charming nature only deepened Zheng Nailan's envy. She once was a similar-spirited girl, but alas, she had endured so much. Now, each day was filled with furrowed brows and a heart shrouded in despair. Observing Zheng Nailan's complex expression, Du Fei suddenly proposed a thought. How about the three of us play Dodiju? Dodiju? A card game? Yes. I am in. Lu Qingling quickly agreed, yet Zheng Nailin felt a twinge of embarrassment. I'm not very skilled at this, she admitted. It's fine, just play casually. Came the response. I'll fetch the cards. Once prepared, just before drawing, Du Fei suddenly spoke up. Although we're merely playing Dodiju, it could become rather dull if we don't introduce some additional elements. How about incorporating truth or dare? The loser must choose one of the two options. And the first person to finish their cards gets to issue commands. What do you think? He continued. Without penalties, players often lack seriousness and investment in the game, sometimes even opting to give up entirely. However, adding truth or dare transforms the experience. To avoid embarrassment, everyone will strive diligently to win, enhancing the atmosphere and fostering a greater sense of participation among us. This suggestion was particularly aimed at Zheng Nailin, who had just displayed envy towards Lu Qingling's vivacity. She herself struggled to feel joy, largely due to her lack of engagement in any activity. Even in chess, she appeared to be playing. Yet oftentimes her focus was far from complete. After a few rounds, her attention would wane, her expression growing pensive as her thoughts drifted elsewhere. If only Zheng Nailin could immerse herself wholeheartedly in the game, she too could laugh as joyfully as Lu Qingling. All right, let us begin. Without waiting for Zheng Nailin's agreement, Du Fei commenced the game. Soon, a round concluded. Though Zheng Nailin was inexperienced, she and Du Fei, both farmers in the game, quickly secured victory under his guidance. Now, it was time for Lu Qingling to choose between truth or dare. Choose. Du Fei grinned mischievously at her. After some deliberation, Lu Qingling declared, I choose truth. The first to finish his cards, Du Fei pondered for a moment. Truth, huh? Then tell us, when was the last time you wet the bed? Lu Qingling's face flushed instantly. Given her reaction, it was evident that this was not an incident from her childhood. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been so embarrassed. It was when I was 7, she replied. No lying now. Lying incurs a penalty. Du Fei reminded her sharply, his piercing gaze fixed on Lu Qingling. Feeling somewhat guilty under his scrutiny, she stammered. I'm telling the truth. It happened 2 months ago when I thought I got up to use the restroom, only to realize I must have dreamt it. The fact that Lu Qingling, now in her teens, still experienced such an incident was indeed embarrassing. However, for Du Fei, that was not the crux of the issue. Didn't the nurse notice you wet the bed? Such things are hard to conceal. The bedding is regularly disinfected and cleaned. He queried. Lu Qingling blushed even more. I deliberately spilled water on it to lie. Who would have thought Lu Qingling was so clever? Chapter 45. Intensifying the game. Lu Qingling, having lost a round, revealed her childhood mishap of wetting the bed. Zheng Nailin, contemplating her next move, realized that she could not possibly choose truth. The pressure was overwhelming. Just as she was deep in thought, she was dealt a poor hand, resulting in an expected defeat. Lu Qingling became the first to make her escape, having already disclosed her secret. It was only logical for her to adopt a mindset of dragging others down with her victory. After all, if others were to later recount her past indiscretion, she could not remain defenseless without knowing theirs. Such an imbalance would be unjust. Zhang Jie, will you choose truth or dare? Dare. Zhang Nailin responded without hesitation. Lu Qingling had already anticipated what question Zhang would face if she opted for truth. However, Zheng Nailin defied expectations entirely, leaving Lu Qingling momentarily perplexed about what demand to make. Come on, just say it. What do you want me to do? Du Fei urged from the side. Lu Qingling, biting her lip, declared, then Zhang Jie, you must remove a piece of clothing. Du Fei was taken aback by Lu Qingling's boldness, unable to suppress his admiration for his spirited sister. Indeed, she knew how to keep the game lively. Lu Qingling had not given it much thought. It was a spur-of-the-moment decision. Although Zhang Nailin hesitated briefly, she ultimately complied, recognizing the spirit of the game. One could not afford to back down. Moreover, she wore multiple layers, so it wouldn't be too revealing. In no time, Zhang Nailin shed her outer hospital gown, exposing a fitted short-sleeve shirt beneath. The contours of her figure became strikingly apparent, and the faint outline of her black undergarments was visible through the white fabric. Unexpectedly, the seemingly demure and refined Zhang Nailin donned such alluring lingerie. The black undergarment was not something everyone could carry off, yet it suited her remarkably well, especially accentuated by her fair, delicate arms, enhancing the allure of the black fabric. With the removal of her hospital gown, an air of subtle intimacy enveloped the room. As the next round commenced, it seemed fate intervened. Du Fei received a dismal hand. Fortunately, his experience in the game proved advantageous. Despite his poor cards, he could play aggressively against the landlord. Moreover, Lu Qingling, not being particularly adept, allowed Zheng Nailan to seize the opportunity and win once more. Why is it me again? Lu Qingling lamented her second defeat, visibly disheartened. This time, Zheng Nailan, displaying a calmer demeanor than Lu Qingling, proposed a straightforward punishment. Lu Qingling would have to do 10 push-ups. L Qingling initially believed the task to be rather simple. However, once she began, she realized just how out of shape she truly was. Merely performing 10 push-ups left her breathless and drenched in perspiration. In the subsequent round, Du Fei finally found himself on the receiving end of a punishment. L Qingling gazed at him with a mischievous smile and asked, "Will you choose truth or dare?" "Dare." Du Fei, not lacking in wits, discerned that dares typically wouldn't be excessively outrageous. If he chose truth, however, he might be compelled to divulge some embarrassing secrets. "Then you must lie down while I ride." L Qingling, at heart, remained quite youthful, capable of conjuring such playful ideas. Du Fei was genuinely impressed. Yet, L Qingling perhaps did not realize that for Du Fei, this was hardly a punishment. It felt more like a reward. Once Du Fei lay down, L Qingling promptly mounted him. Her already slender frame felt weightless atop him, especially with her petite feet dangling on either side, with her delicate hands resting on his back. The softness nearly betrayed Du Fei's composure. After crawling around playfully for a brief moment, L Qingling dismounted. "Why do you seem so unfazed?" she asked. Her expression, one of confusion. Du Fei chuckled, "Nothing of the sort. Let's keep going." Continuing with a series of dares, the group's requests remained fairly tame. Sensing that the game could become monotonous, Du Fei decided to take action. After Zheng Nailan once again opted for a dare, Du Fei made a suggestion. "Since you chose dare, you must kiss L Qingling." This request instantly rendered Zheng Nailan crimson with embarrassment. "What is the issue? You're all girls. What is there to fear?" L Qingling appeared unconcerned. "Sister Zhang, it's all right. I permit you to kiss." Although she felt a tad bashful, Zheng Nailan nonetheless leaned in and placed a gentle kiss on L Qingling's cheek. Following that round, it seemed as though a spark had ignited. In the next round, L Qingling commanded Du Fei and Zheng Nailan to hold hands. Though it was merely a fleeting touch, Du Fei genuinely felt Zheng Nailan's soft hand. How tender it was. Zheng Nailan, too shy to speak, remained silent. The atmosphere among the group grew increasingly spirited. At that moment, Du Fei finally comprehended why the youth and bars engaged in such exuberant revelry. It all stemmed from the ambience and the gradual escalation of excitement. Initially, the game was played in a conventional manner, but as the atmosphere intensified, with just one person leading, everyone became bolder in their antics. Ultimately, embracing and kissing became mere childish play. The truly audacious went straight for it, even without the influence of alcohol. Du Fei and his friends found themselves swept up in the thrill of the moment, not to mention other circumstances. Just as Du Fei was eagerly anticipating what would transpire next, a knock echoed from outside the ward. Turning around, he found Bai Yiran glaring at him with fierce intensity. Alas, he had been spotted. "I have something to attend to. You all continue," he hurriedly explained as he exited the room. "Please don't misunderstand. I was treating a patient." It was evident that Bai Yiran was utterly unconvinced by Du Fei's flimsy excuse, responding with an icy demeanor. "It has nothing to do with me. A patient is looking for you." With that, she turned and headed back towards the office. Du Fei quickly adjusted his attire and followed suit. This patient. Why must they choose such an inconvenient time to arrive? He resolved to be more cautious during their next gaming session. After all, this was a hospital, and he wished to avoid any unforeseen incidents. Chapter 46. This is not depression, it is Yu syndrome. The patient seeking Du Fei's assistance was a young lady, likely in her early 20s. She was reasonably attractive, scoring an 8 out of 10, albeit with a slight plumpness, standing at about 1.70 meters. Her weight was probably just over 130 pounds. She had a knack for dressing well. Upon her arrival, she sat before Du Fei, her expression imbued with melancholy reminiscent of Lin Daiyu. "Doctor, I fear I may be suffering from depression," she lamented, glancing at the patient registration details. He noted her name was Wang Hui, a senior student attending university in the capital, not far from here. After pondering for a moment, Du Fei replied, "Miss Wang, let us first conduct a brief examination." He then produced a small toy, placing it before Wang Hui. It was a simple assembly toy, comprised of several basic components that could be fashioned into various shapes, akin to tangrams or building blocks. This was typically employed to assess one's imagination and various mental faculties. Please, give it a try. Wang Hui appeared momentarily taken aback, uncertain of Du Fei's intentions. Nevertheless, she complied, attempting to arrange the pieces. However, just as she had barely begun, Du Fei abruptly snatched away the toy. Startled, Wang Hui shot him an annoyed glance. What are you doing? I was almost finished. Du Fei regarded Wang Hui with a sense of resignation. My dear, it is like this. Individuals afflicted with depression generally experience persistent emotional despondency and a marked reduction in interest. They often find it impossible to engage with the world around them. And in severe cases, this can lead to suicidal tendencies. Your situation, however, merely indicates a temporary low mood. It bears no relation to actual depression. Who would believe that someone so eager to play with building blocks could be depressed? Moreover, you seem quite capable of expressing irritation. Distinguishing true depression is, in fact, rather straightforward, especially someone as professional as Du Fei. During his school days, Du Fei had visited a psychiatric hospital and encountered several patients suffering from depression. Some of these individuals exhibited clear signs of their affliction, while others, more uniquely affected, adeptly concealed their struggles, often referred to as high-functioning depressive patients. In their everyday interactions, they appeared jovial and untroubled, yet in solitude, their condition would invariably worsen. Even in the case of such patients, Du Fei, through meticulous observation of their eyes, emotions, and demeanor, had gleaned a fundamental understanding of their plight. To put it succinctly, the eyes of those afflicted with depression lack any glimmer of light. Most are emotionally closed off, and instigating a shift in their emotional state is not a trivial endeavor. Upon first encountering Wang Hui, Du Fei did not initially perceive her as a depressive patient. His earlier assessment was merely a formality. He pondered whether she could genuinely be devoid of any symptoms of depression while proclaiming her condition so boldly. To his astonishment, it turned out that she was indeed quite normal. Upon hearing Du Fei's remarks, Wang Hui visibly felt a loss of face, her cheeks flushing with indignation. Particularly when she noticed Xiao Yingling beside her stifling laughter, her embarrassment intensified. In a fit of anger, she exclaimed, "Are you even a competent doctor? Do you not understand depression? Am I unaware of my own condition? Do I come here to waste money? Don't I have to wait for my appointment? You are nothing but a quack. You can't comprehend anything, and yet you speak so recklessly." Du Fei, feeling quite helpless, mused to himself about how her incessant chatter hardly resembled that of a typical depressive patient. Was there no sense of propriety? Nonetheless, considering his role as a physician, he chose not to engage further. Calmly, he replied, "If you believe I cannot assist you, perhaps you should seek another hospital. What about the time you've wasted?" She retorted, "You expect me to just leave? Do you think I have no other commitments?" I refused to depart without a satisfactory explanation. What a formidable challenge he faced today. Was this woman unwell? Certainly not with depression. Perhaps she suffered from mania. Meanwhile, Bai Yiran had begun to sense something amiss, her gaze sharpening, while Xiao Yingling continued to giggle as if nothing were amiss. Du Fei felt an urge to reprimand Xiao Yingling, for her laughter was undoubtedly the catalyst for Wang Hui's ire. Fortunately, Wang Hui was no pushover, and neither was Du Fei, especially in a contest of wits. Few could match his prowess. Upon hearing Wang Hui assert her illness, Du Fei swiftly adjusted his demeanor. "Miss, please do not be upset. It is possible that my diagnosis is flawed. Let us conduct another test." With that, Du Fei handed a toy to Wang Hui once more. "Come, let us assemble it." This time, Wang Hui had learned her lesson and promptly pushed forward. "I refuse to participate. Miss Wang, it appears you are suffering from a severe case of depression. Allow me to prescribe you some medication for you to take home." As he spoke, Du Fei began to write out a prescription with remarkable speed, leaving Bai Yiran and Xiao Yingling in a state of astonishment. What is happening? What is Du Fei doing? Is this how a man of stature behaves? Can one truly administer treatment in such a manner? Just moments ago, he claimed this individual showed no signs of depression, yet now he has conceded? It was quite astonishing that the director of the 6th hospital would behave in such a manner. Moreover, the act of prescribing medication not only left the two beautiful women dumbfounded but also caught Wang Hui off guard. Though she had instigated the commotion, she had not genuinely intended to cause any harm. Her aim was merely to vent her frustrations and to test Du Fei's reaction. To her surprise, Du Fei actually proceeded to prescribe her medication along those lines. After a moment of hesitation, Wang Hui quickly resolved to take it easy. "Forget it. It doesn't matter. After all, I came here today solely for a diagnosis of depression." Indeed, Wang Hui sought to obtain a certificate of depression. As a senior, She was on the verge of graduation but felt profoundly pessimistic about her future employment prospects. She also harbored desires to continue enjoying life for a few more years, which led her to contemplate pursuing a graduate degree. Unfortunately, during her preparations, she had not devoted herself to studying adequately. She was well aware that her chances of scoring well on the entrance examination were slim. During a moment of frustration, someone suggested that she feign depression and visit a hospital to obtain a certificate. This way, she could use the diagnosis to mask her lack of preparation. If fortune favored her, she might even stir up some trouble to secure a chance for guaranteed admission to a graduate program. After all, in this day and age, it is quite commonplace for young ladies to make a fuss in order to obtain such opportunities. There had been a case of a girl who, having stolen someone else's belongings and been caught, immediately claimed to be suffering from a mental disorder and threatened to take her own life. The situation escalated until the school, in desperation, granted her a spot in the graduate program to quell the uproar. With such incidents as precedents, others naturally began to follow suit. And Wang Hui was among them. The thing about depression is that, to the average person, it is nearly impossible to discern. One can merely feign symptoms. And what can you do about it? Thus, when Wang Hui heard Du Fei assert that she was not depressed, she felt a surge of anxiety and uttered some hasty remarks. It seems her anxiety was indeed warranted. Du Fei had effectively acknowledged her depression, and obtaining the certificate was merely a matter of time. Wang Hui felt an overwhelming sense of triumph in her heart. She had not anticipated that things would unfold so smoothly. Here, take this prescription and go procure the medication. As he contemplated, Du Fei had already handed over the prescription. Wang Hui glanced at it, and her eyes widened in shock. Chapter 47. No Ripples in the Water. The prescription Du Fei provided to Wang Hui clearly listed the required medications, totaling a staggering 120,000. Du Fei spoke nonchalantly. Once you purchase the medication, I will issue you a certificate. Isn't that what you desire, to be diagnosed with depression? Let us see if you can handle it. Wang Hui turned pale. As a student, where could she possibly find such an exorbitant sum? Her family was not particularly wealthy. If they were, she wouldn't be so anxious about her postgraduate application. You're toying with me. Wang Hui glared fiercely at Du Fei. Du Fei, however, shrugged nonchalantly. Don't speak carelessly. Medications for depression are indeed this costly. We are at a top-tier hospital, unlike those dubious establishments. Otherwise, you may seek treatment elsewhere. Wang Hui felt utterly helpless, akin to a mute suffering in silence. She knew Du Fei was deliberately making things difficult for her, yet she had no recourse due to her financial constraints. Seizing the prescription, Wang Hui tore it to shreds and discarded it on the floor, leaving without a backward glance. After she departed, Xiao Yingling could no longer contain her laughter. How dare someone with depression claim such a thing? Lower your voice, she might hear you. Du Fei quickly interjected. If Wang Hui returns, she will certainly seek trouble with him. Bai Yi ran, however, could not find humor in the situation, her expression clouded with annoyance. It's astonishing to encounter such foolishness everywhere, especially in a hospital. All right, let us wrap it up quickly. Otherwise, she might very well come back. Although there were still 30 minutes until the end of the shift, Du Fei was eager to avoid any further confrontation with Wang Hui. Better to make a hasty exit. As Du Fei began to pack his belongings, Xiao Yingling chimed in. Du Fei, you're in trouble. That Wang Hui looks like a fairy. With her various ailments, she has bound to post about you on Zaihangshu. Du Fei was unfazed. Let her do as she pleases. Am I to be afraid? I'll show you. She has probably already posted it. Xiao Yingling pulled out her phone to begin searching. Take your time. I'm leaving. Not 10 minutes after Du Fei exited the office, Xiao Yingling suddenly stumbled upon a video, freezing in place. What's wrong? Bai Ran inquired curiously. Look, this person is talking about Du Fei, right? In a video on Zaihangshu, a woman, adorned with facial effects, was lamenting. Due to the effects, her true appearance remained obscured. Family, who understands? I dated a senior named Du Fei in college, who treated me exceptionally well. He constantly brought me meals and took me out for outings. Aren't we in a medical university? We are both busy, yet he still made time for me. I empathized with him. I intended to part ways without disturbing him, planning to reconcile once he emerged from this busy period. To my astonishment, he has begun a relationship with someone else. At the medical university, all the data regarding Du Fei aligns perfectly. It is also the capital. Besides this, the woman has recounted many past moments with Du Fei. This individual is none other than Du Fei's ex-girlfriend, Lin Jiao. Last time, she wept to Du Fei, yearning for reconciliation, But her efforts were in vain. Now she seeks validation online. The story is evidently embellished. When one posts online, they seldom reveal unfavorable truths about themselves. Otherwise, it would be akin to a self-destructive revelation. Lin Jiao is not a fool. She claims not to disturb him and refrains from mentioning El Kai, effectively distancing herself. Conversely, Du Fei has been portrayed as the one who has strayed. This is the art of insinuation. Xiao Yingling and Bai Yiran naturally do not believe it, as they have heard of Lin Jiao's affairs. The situation between Lin Jiao and El Kai has garnered considerable attention. Upon hearing Lin Jiao's remarks, Bai Yiran displayed disdain. What a shameless person, seeking validation online. Is this what deserves attention? Xiao Yingling retorted. Bai Yiran appeared bewildered. If not this, then what should one focus on? Of course, one should pay heed to her assertions. The matters she discussed regarding her relationship with Du Fei should not be fabricated. She has no need to deceive in that regard. According to her account, Du Fei must have been quite affectionate in the past. Hearing Xiao Yingling's words, Bai Yiran was taken aback. Indeed, Lin Jiao has no reason to fabricate in this aspect. Thus, Du Fei must have treated Lin Jiao quite well in the past. At a school like the medical university, with an abundance of aspiring nurses, securing a girlfriend should be a trivial endeavor for someone like Du Fei, who possesses a modicum of charm. Moreover, Lin Jiao's pursuit of Du Fei complicates matters. If the Du Fei of yesteryear is akin to the present Du Fei, then he would have already been entangled with multiple partners. In such an environment, seeking a girlfriend is akin to indulging in a buffet. What has caused Du Fei's transformation? Clearly, it is related to Lin Jiao. Considering Lin Jiao's breakup with Du Fei and her subsequent pursuit of El Kai, everything falls into place. At this moment, Xiao Yingling even felt a twinge of sympathy for Du Fei. So, he was betrayed, leading him to abandon hope? Bai Yiran, see? I told you Du Fei must have his struggles, yet you insisted on labeling him a scoundrel. Previously, Bai Yiran and Xiao Yingling had numerous discussions about Du Fei in the office. Xiao Yingling maintained a detached perspective, indifferent to the matter. In contrast, Bai Yiran held a deep-seated aversion towards Du Fei, primarily due to his incessant flirtations with other girls. At that time, Bai Yiran believed Du Fei was merely a lecherous individual. It now appears that Du Fei has indeed been hurt. However, such behavior is unacceptable. Is this not a detriment to other young women? Bai Yiran remains unwilling to acknowledge that Du Fei has no issues, although her tone has noticeably softened. It is true that this matter cannot be entirely blamed on Du Fei. At this moment, Xiao Yingling is somewhat contemplative. Who would have thought that the former Du Fei was such a romantic? Alas, what a pity. If his first girlfriend had not been someone like Lin Jiao, they might have already been married by now, living as a celestial couple. Bai Yiran scoffs, it has nothing to do with me. I'm off work now. With that, she hurriedly gathers her belongings and departs. Xiao Yingling, still watching the video, cannot help but feel a pang of nostalgia, unable to restrain her astonishment. She glances at the comments section and is taken aback. Soon, she bursts into laughter. It turns out that someone in the comments recognized Lin Jiao. Exposing her deceit and bringing up the matter of LV Kai, Lin Jiao is still attempting to defend herself, claiming that her relationship with LV Kai is merely superficial and that nothing serious occurred. Her explanations come off as utterly ridiculous, resembling that of a jester. It seems Lin Jiao aimed to use this video to pressure Du Fei, however, since the issue was fundamentally hers. It failed to create any ripples online and instead backfired on her. Chapter 48. The school bell seeks assistance. Du Fei, do you need to complete your graduation procedures? Early that morning, Du Fei received messages from his close friends, informing him that the school had begun to tally graduation data. The students of this cohort could commence their graduation processes. Originally, Du Fei only needed to finalize his thesis under Zhang Feng and complete his graduation project to graduate directly. However, given the tumultuous events that transpired, he is now uncertain about how to proceed with his graduation, particularly since Zhang Feng has been elusive lately. Du Fei can no longer locate him. With the absence of his advisor, how can he graduate? In exasperation, Du Fei could only reply that he would return to school in the afternoon to consult with the administration on how to proceed. By now, the principal and vice principal of the school should be familiar with him. After concluding treatment for Su Jirua in the morning, Du Fei hurried to the school after lunch, heading straight for the principal's office. Upon learning that Du Fei had arrived, Li Qifeng, the president of the medical university, promptly came to receive him without hesitation. Du Fei, is there something you need? Li Qingfeng's words reflect a commendable level of decorum, addressing him as classmate initially, followed by you. showcasing an admirable balance of respect and clarity. Du Fei feels a touch of peculiarity upon hearing this. Not much. I merely wish to inquire about my graduation. I've heard that the procedures are underway. But with Zhang Feng absent, what should I do about the formalities? Upon hearing this, Li Qifeng quickly nodded. Rest assured. I will ensure that these procedures are taken care of for you. Just wait and see. Within 3 days, your graduation certificate will be ready. 10 minutes later, Du Fei found himself standing on campus, astonished at how swiftly matters had been resolved. He had anticipated that this process would take considerably longer. The efficiency was so remarkable that Du Fei felt somewhat bewildered. What should he do now? Should he return to entertain the patient or take a leisurely stroll around campus? Given that he would likely not return again? As he pondered, a group of students passed nearby, initially engaged in laughter and conversation. However, upon noticing Du Fei, their expressions abruptly changed. Is that Du Fei? Indeed, it appears to be him. Isn't he the director at the 6th hospital? Has he come back to school? Can he visit? Such astonishment. He's a renowned figure. The students began to murmur among themselves, and Du Fei, of course, took notice. It seemed unwise to linger on campus any longer. He should head back instead. Du Fei, just as he was about to exit the school gates, a voice called out to him. Turning around, he saw the campus belle, Song Yuan, approaching with a few books in her arms, dressed in simple casual attire. A white t-shirt paired with dark blue jeans, and sporting a ponytail that bobbed playfully as she ran, her appearance was refreshingly unpretentious. Yet, her beauty was undeniable. Her visage could only be described as enchanting, captivating all who beheld her. Even in such modest clothing, she radiated charm, drawing glances from those around. Is it truly you? What brings you back to school? Song Yuan inquired with curiosity. Oh, just some graduation formalities, Du Fei replied. Such procedures can be quite cumbersome, I imagine? She remarked. Du Fei scratched his head. Cumbersome? Not really. I merely mentioned it to the principal, and it was handled promptly. It was quite straightforward. Song Yuan then realized that Du Fei was no longer an ordinary student. The principal was well aware of Du Fei's esteemed connections, thus treating him with utmost courtesy. Could you do me a favor? She asked hesitantly. What is it? Actually, I would like to change my dormitory. Song Yuan, the campus beauty of the medical university, was in her 2nd year of graduate studies with over a year until graduation. During her 1st year, she had moved into a new dormitory, but unfortunately, her roommates were far from pleasant. One, in particular, harbored a deep jealousy of Song Yuan's beauty and constantly antagonized her, making her daily life in the dormitory quite uncomfortable. She had long wished to switch rooms, yet in a place like school, success often hinges on one's capability to navigate such challenges. Changing dormitories is not as simple as one might wish. It largely depends on the cooperation of the supervising instructor. Should fortune favor one with a benevolent instructor, the process may be facilitated. However, encountering an obstinate individual could render such a request nearly impossible. Unfortunately for Song Yuan, her instructor is not particularly amiable. This male instructor, a recent graduate who opted to remain at the university, directly responded to her request to change dorms by stating that while he could accommodate her, it would require a favor in return. Even if Song Yuan did not propose a romantic liaison, he insisted on a few dates. Naturally, she was unwilling, and thus her request to change dormitories languished. She continued to make do in her current accommodation. Upon hearing that Du Fei could expedite her graduation paperwork with a mere word, Song Yuan felt an overwhelming sense of hope. Surely, the matter of changing dormitories could be resolved with a single utterance. Once Du Fei grasped the situation, he readily agreed. That is not a problem, he declared, promptly retrieving his mobile phone to call Li Qifeng. This number had been noted just 10 minutes prior, and he was surprised to find it so quickly put to use. Du Fei, what can I do for you? Li Qifeng, the principal, inquired. I have a classmate, the campus belle Song Yuan from our medical university, who wishes to change her dormitory. Could you please arrange for a single room? Certainly. No problem at all. Li Qifeng responded with remarkable alacrity. For someone in his position, such a request was trivial, and it also afforded him the opportunity to do Du Fei a favor. Once the arrangement was finalized, Song Yuan was so elated that she struggled to find the words to express her gratitude. You truly are impressive. Thank you so much. It's my pleasure. Assisting such a beauty is an honor, Du Fei replied, waving his hand dismissively. There is no need for that. It's still early. It's only a little past 2 in the afternoon. What is the rush for a meal? No worry. Let us plan to dine together this evening. I insist on treating you, or else I will feel quite indebted. After some persuasion from Song Yuan, Du Fei acquiesced. However, with several hours until evening, they sought a place to pass the time. Fortunately, the vicinity of the medical university offered numerous distractions, from shopping malls to entertainment venues and various recreational facilities. With no classes in the afternoon, Song Yuan stowed her belongings and ventured out with Du Fei to browse the nearby mall. As they strolled, they conversed casually. Like old friends. Du Fei, did you see that video Lin Zhao posted online? Du Fei paused, taken aback. Video? What video? Noticing the confusion etched on his face, Song Yuan couldn't help but laugh. You're truly a busy person these days, unaware of such trivial matters. In the past, when we were all students, any event could be swiftly communicated among us. Currently, Du Fei is primarily residing in the hospital and is rather uninformed about the affairs of the school. In Chapter 49, this topic of conversation arises. Song Yuan swiftly locates the video that Lin Zhao had sent and presents it to Du Fei, who soon comprehends the situation. Unable to contain his feelings, he exclaims, "What a fool. What purpose does such a video serve? It will hardly affect me." The environment surrounding Du Fei is that of a hospital, filled with either patients or medical staff. The doctors and nurses dare not confront him, while the patients are not particularly well informed. Even if rumors were to circulate, they would bear no weight, especially since no rumors have been fabricated yet. However, Song Yuan's concern lies not with the video itself, but with a teasing remark. That is not the crux of the matter. The real point is that I had no idea you were such a warm-hearted, romantic soul. Your ex-girlfriend is quite complimentary of you. Lin Zhao's praise for Du Fei has its motives, intended to evoke an emotional appeal to rekindle their relationship, thus providing an avenue for both parties to gracefully exit their predicament. Of course, such flattery is laden with exaggeration, and indeed, it is quite extravagant. To Du Fei's astonishment, Song Yuan takes it seriously. He immediately dismisses it with disdain, declaring, "Do not listen to her nonsense. I am far from being a good man. To say nothing of it, I already have a new fling here in the hospital and am currently flirting with several beautiful women." Once again, he is met with her incredulity. How can this possibly be true? Song Yuan retorts, evidently skeptical. Du Fei is bewildered. Why do you not believe me? Surely you must be engaging in self-destructive behavior. She insists. There is truly no need for that. I think highly of you. And if we were to date, it would certainly be a source of happiness. Du Fei feels a wave of frustration. My dear lady, I am indeed a cad. Must you witness me surrounded by women to find joy in this? He laments that no one believes his admission of being a scoundrel. In response to his clarification, Song Yuan remains entirely indifferent, showing no signs of belief. She waves her hand dismissively. All right. I understand you're a cad. Let us purchase some milk tea. Clearly, Song Yuan is uninterested in continuing this discussion. Shall we go see a movie together? Upon arriving at the mall, Song Yuan appears to have a sudden inspiration. There is a film that has just been released that I am eager to see. Which film? Du Fei inquires. It's called Love Wins. Du Fei is momentarily at a loss for words. What a ludicrous title for a romantic film. The current offerings of domestic romance films are, by and large, unimpressive. It is likely yet another production featuring some young heartthrob alongside a popular star. Nevertheless, since Song Yuan wishes to see it, Du Fei begrudgingly acquiesces. Very well. Let us go watch it. With time still to spare before the film begins, the two sit aside, engaging in conversation. Song Yuan is filled with sentiment. It has indeed been quite some time since I last indulged in a film, as my studies have consumed me entirely. Had I known that the life of a medical student would be so demanding, I might have reconsidered my choice to pursue medicine. Both Song Yuan and Du Fei are students driven by the aspiration to become doctors. However, their specializations diverge, with Song focusing on obstetrics and gynecology while Du delves into psychiatry. Recently, the pressure has intensified, and I have noticed an alarming amount of hair loss. Do you see it? As she spoke, Song Yuan lowered her head for Du Fei to observe. Indeed, it was evident that she had lost a considerable amount of hair in the center, and parting her remaining locks revealed her scalp clearly. At this rate, I fear I may end up with a bald crown. Du Fei chuckled heartily at her plight. A bald head is perfect for wearing wigs. You could sport a different style every day, and with your striking features, who wouldn't be captivated? They indeed have such playful options, don't they? Song Yuan appeared utterly speechless. Your optimism is commendable, yet the community surrounding that scene is excessively distasteful, and I harbor no interest in it. She referred to individuals who don costumes from films, television dramas, or animated games to portray various characters. Many years ago, those who engaged in such activities were relatively innocent, merely enjoying the pastime. However, over the years, the essence of this community has drastically altered. Some individuals now exploit it for financial gain. After all, one can earn 600 for a night without donning any attire. Adorning oneself in those costumes can double that to 2,000 or even 4 or 5,000. Who wouldn't be tempted by such lucrative opportunities? Consequently, the community has become rife with inauthentic individuals, and many have begun to flock to these figures. Thus, the atmosphere has grown increasingly foul. There are even occurrences that challenge one's moral compass. It has become commonplace for married women with children to seek out side gigs, and the emergence of effeminate men has become prevalent. Initially, Song Yuanyu held a modicum of interest in this realm, but upon discovering these unsettling truths, all curiosity dissipated. Well then, one could simply seek alternative outlets for stress relief. It is quite a straightforward matter. Release? How does one go about that? What do you typically do to unwind? Song Yuanyu inquired with a hint of curiosity. Du Fei felt a twinge of embarrassment at the question. Is this something one should even discuss? I cannot divulge. Otherwise, it would be tantamount to sexual harassment. His words rang true. He had previously endured significant academic pressure and found solace in gaming and self-pleasure. Engaging in intimacy is scientifically proven to alleviate stress significantly. Naturally, Song Yuan, as a medical student, was aware of this. She quickly grasped Du Fei's implication. You might as well have said it outright. Such a method is not feasible for me. I reside in a dormitory, and if discovered, it would be utterly mortifying. Aren't you about to transition to a single room soon? Du Fei had already conferred with Principal Li Qifeng, who clearly understood the situation. Certainly, it is unlikely that Song Yuanyu would merely be assigned a single dormitory. She would undoubtedly receive assistance from Du Fei in various aspects. After all, he had specifically requested to care for her. At this moment, Song Yuan had not yet realized how naturally she had begun to engage in such intimate discussions with Du Fei, becoming engrossed in the discourse. What of a single room? A solitary situation could just as easily be discovered. Moreover, if a phone call were to interrupt halfway through, would that not extinguish all enthusiasm? Furthermore, toys can never compare to human interaction. Have you ever tried? Du Fei's casual remark left Song Yuan momentarily stunned, her face flushing a deep crimson. What nonsense are you uttering? I shall report this, she exclaimed, though it was undeniably true that she had experienced it, albeit infrequently. Du Fei, however, appeared utterly indifferent. Look at you, blushing over such trivial matters. Is it not perfectly normal? What difference does it make if you confess? I have experienced it too, after all. Truly shameless. Song Yuan retorted angrily, hastily sipping her milk tea to calm her agitated heart. Nevertheless, she pondered the validity of Du Fei's words. In this day and age, traditional values have dwindled considerably. Discussing such topics is hardly taboo. Chapter 50. Couples half-price time always seems to fly during conversations. And soon it was time for the movie to begin. Du Fei and Song Yuan went to watch a romantic film. Naturally seated in a couple's theater where the seats were arranged for pairs. After settling down, Du Fei politely maintained a distance from Song Yuan, mindful of the fact that they were still merely friends, and that excessive intimacy might be inappropriate. At the start of the film, Du Fei found himself growing drowsy. But as the narrative approached its climax, featuring a tragic plot twist involving a terminal illness, he became increasingly bored. In contrast, Song Yuan beside him was already in tears. Sniffling audibly, clearly without tissues. Du Fei retrieved a pack of tissues from his pocket and offered them to her. Song Yuan was momentarily taken aback, but quickly accepted them. Not only her, but the other women in the cinema were also weeping profusely, the emotional scenes reaching a peak of sentimentality. Some were even crying out loud. Not far behind Du Fei and Song Yuan, another couple observed the scene, the woman glancing enviously at Du Fei as he handed over the tissues. She chided her boyfriend softly. Look how considerate he is. He even brought tissues. And look at you. You act as if attending a movie is a life and death situation, not even a bit moved. The man, however, was quite displeased. What is the big deal? It's just tissues. Besides, do you really think they're a couple? Where can one find a couple so distant from each other? The woman, equally indignant, retorted, regardless of the circumstances, he is attentive and considerate. Do you dare to argue? She continued, if you persist in this manner, it would be better to part ways altogether. Their conversation, though subdued, did not escape the ears of Song Yuan. After wiping her nose, she unexpectedly nestled beside Du Fei, leaning her head against his shoulder. The atmosphere that once reflected mere friendship between them transformed instantaneously. A blush crept over Song Yuanyuan's cheeks, rendering her bashful and speechless. Du Fei, still trying to comprehend the sudden shift, observed the couple scattered around the theater and began to grasp the situation. His focus was diverted solely to the film. Yet it became clear that many couples in the theater were not there to watch a movie. In this emotionally charged environment, several pairs had already begun to embrace and kiss. Particularly, the couple adjacent to Song Yuanyuan was quite bold. The man had even slipped his hand beneath the woman's skirt. It was no wonder Song Yuanyuan sought refuge beside him. No wonder her face was aflame. Goodness, this is a cinema. Is such behavior truly appropriate? Are they unaware that their actions are glaringly obvious to others, especially the staff? Whether it was an attempt to blend into the romantic ambience or a genuine distraction from the film, Song Yuanyuan nestled against Du Fei like a shy little wife, leaving him too timid to make a move. They endured until the film concluded, and he finally exhaled a sigh of relief. "Shall we go?" he suggested. With a rosy complexion, Song Yuanyuan nodded and exited alongside him. Du Fei, feeling a bit bashful himself, hesitated to discuss the film, quickly shifting the topic. Once outside the couple's theater and inhaling the fresh air, he felt considerably more at ease. It was just around mealtime. "What shall we eat? What do you like?" he inquired. "How about hot pot?" Du Fei expressed his fondness for hot pot, particularly the spicy variety. Song Yuanyuan's eyes brightened at his response. "You enjoy hot pot?" "So do I. Let's go to that restaurant. I have a membership." Swiftly, she led Du Fei to the hot pot venue, deftly avoiding any mention of the movie. Upon their arrival, they discovered an ongoing promotion. Couples dined at half price. Thus, after greeting the two, the staff promptly inquired, "Are you two a couple?" Glancing at the discounted price, Song Yuanyuan bit her lip. Yes. She was not known for extravagance, often opting for more affordable options when it came to purchasing milk tea. Hot pot is inherently quite expensive, and dining here costs over 200. Song Yuanyuan's monthly living expenses are merely around 2,000, which naturally causes her considerable distress. If there are discounts available, one must certainly opt for them. Even if they are not a couple, they must pretend to be one. "Are you certain?" "Indeed." Given Song Yuanyuan's significant sacrifice, Du Fei would not voice any objections. "Please, you two, come inside." The staff member welcomed them smoothly. At this point, everything seemed perfectly normal. Du Fei and Song Yuanyuan engaged in casual banter and indulgence like an ordinary couple. However, amidst their conversation, a man's voice interrupted. "What is the matter? How can this not be considered a couple?" Du Fei casually glanced towards the entrance, only to be taken aback. Two men stood at the door, one of whom was the speaker, adamantly defending his stance. "Are we not allowed to be in a relationship? Are you discriminating against us?" Song Yuanyuan noticed the commotion and looked over, her eyes widening in astonishment. "Incredible! Truly remarkable!" The staff member appeared awkward, yet the experienced floor manager swiftly intervened to apologize. "I sincerely apologize. Our staff merely wanted to confirm and had no ill intentions. You two may take your seats first. As an apology, allow me to offer you a complimentary large drink. Please choose." Thanks to the manager's diplomatic handling, the two men accepted the situation. Song Yuanyuan shook her head in resignation. Truly, the world is declining and human nature is becoming increasingly unrecognizable. Du Fei chuckled in agreement. Clearly, they came for the half-price deal. Haha. They are really going all out for it. However, half an hour later, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A few students from the medical university entered the establishment and sat beside Du Fei and Song Yuanyuan. One of the men cast a glance at them and immediately widened his eyes. He whispered to the others, "Isn't that our school's campus beauty? It really is." Who was she dining with? A boyfriend? Impossible. Didn't she say she was single? Yet, their seating was in the promotional area. What promotion? The couple's half-price deal, exclaimed another. Oh no, the campus beauty is in a relationship? My heart is shattered. Shattered my foot. This must be a hoax. As they conversed, the previous man's voice echoed again. Do we still need to prove we are a couple? It was the same two men, who had finished their meal and were preparing to settle the bill and leave. Hearing the commotion, Du Fei quickly exchanged a knowing glance with Song Yuanyuan. Looks like we have a spectacle to witness. Chapter 51. To kiss or not to kiss upon entering. This fellow insisted on proclaiming that he and another companion were a couple, demanding a half-price discount for couples. After some commotion, they have now finished dining. Yet the ruckus has reignited, undoubtedly during the settlement of their bill. The response comes from the manager of the hot pot restaurant, who gazes at the duo with a bemused expression. With an air of pride, he articulates, "Dear guests, we have no doubt regarding your relationship status. However, according to our promotional regulations, all couples must share a kiss at the time of payment as a memento. You wish to enjoy the couple's discount, yet refuse to kiss, which presents quite a conundrum for us." Observing the manager's demeanor, Du Fei and Song Yuan, who are quietly enjoying the spectacle, nearly burst into laughter. These two have clearly drawn attention to themselves. Attempting to take advantage of the situation is not as simple as they had hoped. The more irritable of the two promptly retorts, "I refuse to kiss. If it comes to that, we shall forego the couple's discount and pay the full price." It is evident that this man and his companion are not truly a couple. They merely seek to exploit the offer. Now, they appear to be backing down. For the prospect of kissing for a mere 100 yuan is undeniably humiliating. If they were in a place where no one recognized them, it might be different. But the shopping mall and hot pot restaurant are adjacent to the medical university, and most patrons are students from there. Should they kiss? The next day's headlines would undoubtedly feature them, likely surpassing even Du Fei's previous amusement. It would be better to part with their money to avoid such disgrace. Unexpectedly, after the man's outburst, the hot pot restaurant manager merely smiles and calmly responds, "Gentlemen, our promotional activities come with stipulations. Furthermore, we have established rules. Do you see this? If you are posing as a couple, you will incur a penalty of 3 times the amount. You have spent 243 yuan. I shall round that down to 240, which means you owe us 720. The authority to interpret all aspects of this promotion resides with us. Originally, these impoverished students had come here seeking a modest discount. Now, they are being asked to compensate 720? Naturally, the young man refuses vehemently, gritting his teeth as he declares, "I have no money. Do as you please. Then I shall inform your school. I am acquainted with the administration there." He continues, "If necessary, I shall call the authorities and notify your parents." You think I cannot manage this situation? The manager is no pushover, his resolve unwavering. He has them firmly in his grasp. Song Yuan is nearly in stitches watching this unfold. Why are they not just kissing to resolve the issue? The more they argue, the larger the problem grows. Du Fei looks at Song Yuan with exasperation. She truly revels in this drama. Do these people have no sense of dignity? It is impossible for them to kiss. At this moment, the companion of the irate man senses the gravity of the situation and pulls him aside. "Let us just pay up," he concedes. In such circumstances, it is indeed a case of losing wealth to avert disaster. Although it means enduring a month of hardship, there is little choice in the matter, considering their culpability. After settling the bill, the two men finally departed, prompting an immediate eruption of laughter from those around. These two were utterly amusing. Though it was a pity that a genuine kiss did not transpire, everyone had their cameras at the ready. Song Yuan was also beaming with delight, as at that moment, everyone believed this was merely the manager's tactic to address such individuals. However, the situation took a turn when the next couple approached the counter to settle their bill. The manager repeated his earlier request. "Ladies and gentlemen, to validate your romantic relationship, might I ask you to share a kiss?" Upon witnessing this scene, the previously cheerful Song Yuan's smile abruptly faltered. Du Fei, facing away from the cashier, remained oblivious, only noticing Song Yuan's frozen expression. "What's wrong?" he inquired, to which Song Yuan pointed towards the counter. After witnessing the same scenario, Du Fei was equally taken aback. Goodness, it's not just those two men. It appears that everyone participating in the couple's event must comply. In an instant, Du Fei seemed to grasp a multitude of revelations. He understood why the staff had initially inquired if they were partaking in the event, why this particular event had a clause for triple compensation, and why, despite such activities, the establishment's business did not appear particularly bustling. The manager was not merely interested in the event. He was keen on those seeking to exploit the situation. What an extraordinarily considerate manager. The implications were delightful. Either Song Yuan would grant him a kiss, or she would pay to avoid the predicament. Given her demeanor, it was likely that her financial situation was not robust, making her susceptible to yielding. What to do, Du Fei? Song Yuan was rendered speechless by the unfolding scenario. She was unwilling to part with money, as her finances were tight. However, the prospect of kissing posed an even greater dilemma. She did not actually despise the idea of sharing such an intimate moment with Du Fei, but they were not officially a couple. A kiss would not only set tongues wagging at school, but would also complicate their relationship beyond repair. Du Fei looked at Song Yuan with an innocent expression. "I don't know. Do you have the funds to compensate? None. Du Fei replied decisively. Song Yuanyuan was left speechless. You, a director at the 6th hospital, lack even this much money? Who are you trying to fool? It's easy to procure a considerable sum. Du Fei shrugged his shoulders. I genuinely don't have it. I've only just started, and I haven't even received my first month's salary yet. I am currently on paid leave. Du Fei was indeed correct. The hospital had not compensated him. It was the Su family that provided for him, but he certainly would not divulge that information. Observing Song Yuanyuan's troubled expression, flushed cheeks, and evident confusion, Du Fei felt a sense of amusement. I will seek someone to borrow from. Song Yuanyuan hastily attempted to reach out to her contacts. As luck would have it, at that moment, the waiter approached. Would you like to add more broth? The duo had already finished their hot pot, leaving the pot devoid of contents, and much of the broth had evaporated, nearly revealing the bottom of the pot. Song Yuanyuan longed to request more broth. Yet how could she do so when there was nothing left? She felt too embarrassed to voice her need. Noticing the flush of embarrassment on Song Yuanyuan's face, Du Fei smiled gently. No need, let us converse for a while before settling the bill. Very well, I shall turn off the stove for you. The waiter responded with a normal demeanor, though to Song Yuanyuan, it only heightened her discomfort. She wished to settle the bill swiftly, yet felt uncertain about her next steps, akin to an ant on a hot pan. Moreover, upon glancing at her contacts, Song Yuanyuan found herself in quite a predicament. Her relationship with her roommates was merely average, and most of her closer friends were superficial companions unlikely to lend her money. A few male acquaintances, whom she had added due to school matters, were all suitors, and Song Yuanyuan was even less inclined to seek their assistance. After all, asking for help once would create a debt of gratitude, and she was uncertain how she would repay it in the future. Discussing it with her family was even more daunting. In that moment, Song Yuanyuan realized she felt utterly isolated. What was happening? Was she truly considering kissing Du Fei? Perhaps just to get it over with? Chapter 52. The little sister is upset, flushed with anxiety, especially when she noticed the manager glancing in her direction. Despite the fact that he was not looking at her, Song Yuanyuan felt as if he had discerned that she and Du Fei were not a couple and was preparing to take advantage of the situation. As beads of sweat began to form on her brow, Du Fei could no longer bear to torment her. Let me handle the payment. Really? But you said you didn't have any money. It's all right. I can ask my wife. Once again, he jested, having just broken up, how could he have a wife? She suspected he was simply wealthy, yet was purposefully putting her in a difficult position. For some inexplicable reason, Song Yuanyuan always felt that Du Fei should be single. Du Fei was at a loss for how to explain himself. She would likely not believe him unless she saw him with Lu Yunfei in an intimate setting. Du Fei chuckled softly. I merely wish to see you flustered. It's quite endearing. You wicked rascal. Song Yuanyuan playfully reproached him, her tone more akin to a tease than an accusation. Her bashful yet charming demeanor, combined with her delicate voice, almost melted Du Fei's heart. Truly, she was the belle of the campus, usually exuding elegance and grace. When she chose to act coy, she was unparalleled. Remarkable. Today's expenditure felt entirely justified. Together, they proceeded to settle their bill. Du Fei spoke decisively. Boss, we are not a couple. You may impose any fine you deem appropriate. 3 times. That amounts to 630. Du Fei readily scanned the code, and the manager's smile seemed to stretch all the way to the heavens, an unmistakable expression of a scheme successfully executed. Come again next time. This left Song Yuanyuan feeling quite displeased. I shall never return, she exclaimed, nearly infuriated. How could I possibly come back? Stepping out of the hot pot restaurant, Song Yuanyuan wore an apologetic expression. Du Fei, I will return your money promptly. Money? There's no need to repay. I have already received the goods. Song Yuanyuan was taken aback. Goods? What goods? I spent the entire day on a date with the extraordinarily beautiful and charming campus belle from the medical university, and I only spent 630. I've already made a profit. Upon hearing Du Fei's words, Song Yuanyuan playfully shoved him. What are you babbling about? Although her tone seemed angry, her cheeks betrayed her with a genuine blush. Indeed, women are such creatures. If you tend to their emotions, you can easily win them over in no time. Having eaten and drunk sufficiently, Du Fei realized it was time to head back. After bidding farewell to Song Yuanyuan, he prepared to return to the hospital. Pulling out his phone to summon a cab, he was met with a barrage of messages. There were 2 from Zheng Nailan and over a dozen from Lu Qingling, all inquiring about his whereabouts and activities. Notably, Lu Qingling's messages sent a chill down his spine. Big brother, where are you? Are you busy? When will you return? I went to find you, but you weren't there. Sister Xiao said you went out to find women. Is that true? Big brother, are you dead? Hurry and reply, or I won't talk to you anymore. Are you just watching and deliberately ignoring me? I will tell Sister Zheng about your escapades. Just wait. I'm so angry. Initially, Lu Qingling's inquiries were normal, but her tone quickly escalated into one of panic. Surely, this girl was not that anxious after not seeing him for a short while. Having silenced his phone during the movie, Du Fei had not paid attention while dining. Seeing the messages, he hurriedly returned Lu Qingling's call. Miss Lu? What is going on? On the other end, Lu Qingling sounded exceptionally irate. Don't listen to what Sister Xiao says. I am not out chasing women. I am handling paperwork at school. Then why was I unable to reach you on your phone? The school office must be on silent. I'll return shortly. I'll play games with you tonight. All right, just hurry back. Although the little girl was quick to anger, she also calmed down just as swiftly. Hearing that Du Fei would join her for gaming lifted her spirits instantly. On his way back, Du Fei did not forget to purchase a bouquet. Such tokens are universally cherished. Upon seeing this, Lu Qingling's temper would dissipate, regardless of how irritable she might be. Indeed, when Du Fei entered Lu Qingling's hospital room with flowers, her impending frustration was immediately diverted by the sight of the blossoms. Big brother, did you buy flowers? Yes. They're for you. Quickly find a vase to arrange them. Thank you, big brother. Witnessing Lu Qingling's radiant smile, Du Fei let out a sigh of relief. He realized that he must coordinate with these individuals before going out in the future. Fortunately, Lu Qingling was of a temperament that could be easily appeased. Otherwise, the consequences could be troublesome. It is essential to note that these young women are all patients in a psychiatric hospital, and their mental stability is often precarious. A careless word from Du Fei could potentially trigger a crisis for these ladies, and remedying such situations would be quite challenging. Conversely, this also meant that these women would develop a strong dependence on Du Fei. Those who struggle with mental health issues often possess a sense of emptiness in various aspects of their lives. Once Du Fei becomes their pillar of support, they tend to rely heavily on him. The reason for his interest in these women is precisely because of this dynamic. Take Lu Yunfei, for instance. Du Fei had merely offered her comfort, and she was soon in his embrace. After spending some time playing games with Lu Qingling, she quickly grew weary. And while she drifted into slumber, Du Fei quietly exited the room. Just as he was about to return, he noticed a beautiful woman in the corridor. Her face etched with concern as she made her way toward the patient rooms. This young lady was unlike any he had encountered before. In her early 20s, her long, lustrous black hair cascaded down her shoulders. Notably, her ample bosom was barely concealed by her hospital gown. Although her face bore a hint of baby fat, it did not detract from her exquisite features. She walked with a languid grace, exuding an aura of fragile femininity. Dressed in a hospital gown, it was evident that she was a severe case. Du Fei had reviewed the medical records of all the female patients on the 6th floor, and he recognized her photograph. Yet he could not recall her specific condition. Currently, there were 12 patients on the 6th floor, including Su Zhirua, whom Du Fei aimed to familiarize himself with. Unfortunately, his limited energy was devoted to managing Su Zhirua in the morning, Lu Qingling and Zheng Nailan in the afternoon, and occasionally Lu Yunfei in the evening. Consequently, his acquaintance with the other patients had been postponed. Spotting this particular patient, Du Fei couldn't help but steal a few glances. Why couldn't he remember her diagnosis? What's the matter, doctor? Still working this late? The beautiful woman noticed Du Fei's gaze and greeted him with a smile. Du Fei, momentarily taken aback by her question, replied, I've been busy for a while. It's quite exhausting. Chapter 53. The Madness Within Madness. As the beauty expressed her sentiments, she shook her head as if empathizing with Du Fei. She appeared unaffected by the severity of her mental illness. Du Fei found himself intrigued. I recall that the beautiful lady's name is Chu Yuqi, remarked the lady softly. The 3 characters rolled off her tongue with a lyrical quality. Indeed. My apologies. I am still new to the hospital and have yet to recognize all the patients. Chu Yuqi smiled gently, covering her delicate mouth with her hand. Reminiscent of the graceful Lin Daiyu. It's quite all right. You seem rather melancholic, she observed. Du Fei had been focused on her expressions, and now, coupled with her graceful gestures, he was convinced that this young woman resembled the ethereal Lin Daiyu, embodying the fragile beauty of a delicate and ailing maiden. Chu Yuqi was filled with myriad emotions. In this hospital confinement, who could remain untroubled? Who could escape madness? Everyone merely persevered, uncertain of how long they could endure. Perhaps it was her habit to elongate her words slightly, as if on the brink of song. This only heightened her pitiable demeanor. Du Fei quickly reassured her. It's all right, Miss Chu. Once you recover, everything will improve. My purpose here is to attend to patients like you. Tomorrow, I shall review your medical history and devise a new treatment plan. Chu Yuqi felt immensely touched, yet curious. You truly take on a considerable burden, Dr. Du. I am eager to know, is this treatment plan available to all the other ladies as well, or just for me? Du Fei paused, taken aback. A treatment plan is certainly provided for everyone. Chu Yuqi smiled wryly upon hearing this. I see, you truly have your hands full, Dr. Du. Attending to so many of us, while also concerning yourself with my case. I am quite flattered. Her words left Du Fei feeling somewhat weary. What was amiss? Did she indeed possess some psychological affliction? Yet, having ventured this far in conversation, he felt compelled to continue. I will specifically tailor a treatment plan for you. By the way, what illness brought you here? In response to this question, Chu Yuqi smiled subtly, a smile that carried a hint of malice. Me? I have no illness. It is merely their belief that I do. I simply dealt with a scoundrel, and their uproar ensued. Ironically, it is here that I might just fall ill. Oh. I am feeling a bit fatigued. Dr. Du, we shall meet again. Thank you for your company. I hope our next encounter entails more than mere conversation. With that, Chu Yuqi sauntered back to her room in a languid manner. Observing her retreating figure, Du Fei sensed something was amiss. After a prolonged gaze, Du Fei finally noticed the restraint strap on Chu Yuqi's leg. This simplistic binding apparatus was akin to those used on hospital beds, employed to control patients' movements. However, the strap on Chu Yuqi's leg bore a resemblance to shackles, designed to inhibit her mobility. This indicated that Chu Yuqi was a particularly perilous type of patient. As far as Du Fei could recall, only one individual had ever been subjected to such restraints in this facility, a person with a history of murder. After much contemplation, Du Fei resolved to search for her medical records in the office. A mere 15 minutes later, he laid eyes on Chu Yuqi's file. The patient was diagnosed with delusional disorder, exhibiting an overwhelming need for control and possessiveness, alongside an extraordinarily intense emotional expression. 2 years prior, she had brutally taken the life of her boyfriend, whom she had only dated for a single day. Due to her mental state at the time of the crime, characterized by schizophrenia, she was not held criminally accountable and had been placed under supervision at the psychiatric ward of the 6th hospital. Upon absorbing this information, Du Fei was rendered speechless. Chu Yuqi was a murderer, one ensnared by her emotions. How could she kill someone after merely a day of romance? The perplexity was overwhelming. Although he had previously reviewed this file and had been taken aback, the carefree days had caused him to forget such grim details. Continuing his perusal, he noted that the patient's current recovery status was favorable, warranting continued observation. The subsequent notes detailed her behavior during the observation period. Over the past 2 years, Chu Yuqi had not engaged in any inappropriate conduct. In fact, she appeared more stable than many others. The previous physician had tentatively diagnosed her with an emotionally unstable personality, asserting that she would lose her rationality when it came to matters of the heart, yet remained untroubled in her everyday life. In essence, she was a yandere, a term denoting a character who is dangerously obsessed with love. What he had initially perceived as fragility turned out to be a complex psychological profile. This stark contrast sent a chill down Du Fei's spine. Surely, he hadn't spoken out of turn earlier? No, he reassured himself. There was no reason for fear. Given her current condition, at least her illness was stabilized, and the restraints hampered her ability to walk, forcing her to move as if her feet were bound like those of a woman with bound feet in ancient times. What was there to fear? Treating Chu Yuqi's affliction would undoubtedly present a significant challenge for Du Fei. The following day, Du Fei promptly sought out Xiao Yingling for insights regarding Chu Yuqi. As a nurse at the hospital, she had a penchant for gossip and possessed an intricate knowledge of the hospital's affairs. She would undoubtedly be well informed about Chu Yuqi's case. Upon hearing Du Fei's inquiry, Xiao Yingling responded with palpable enthusiasm. You're intrigued by Chu Yuqi as well, aren't you? Let me tell you. She is a legendary patient in our hospital. Her story is simply astonishing. Did you know? She killed her boyfriend after just a day of dating. Du Fei gazed expectantly at Xiao Yingling, pondering the situation. What was going on? I specifically consulted someone about this matter. They had heard that it reached the court and that Chu Yuqi's boyfriend had declared his feelings on the first day, only for her to discover a video of a glamorous lady in black stockings the following day. Consequently, she swiftly dealt with him. The poor man hadn't even held her hand before meeting his demise. Du Fei felt a chill run down his spine. Killed for merely watching a video of a beautiful woman? Chu Yusi was undoubtedly a lunatic among lunatics. He initially thought all the beauties in this hospital were merely lambs awaiting slaughter. Yet, it turned out a fierce individual had infiltrated their midst. What are you going to do, Director Du? Aren't you fond of charming the ladies? Stop talking nonsense. Du Fei immediately shook his head. Who would dare to approach her? At this moment, Du Fei was solely focused on how to promptly heal this formidable figure and send her on her way. Chapter 54. An opportunity not to be missed in a classroom at the medical university. With 10 minutes remaining before class, Song Yuan idly fiddled with her phone. A girl entered and, upon seeing Song Yuan, walked directly over to sit beside her. Yuan. Good morning. Song Yuan glanced at the girl beside her, her brow furrowing slightly. With a hint of displeasure, she remarked, "So, you're not dead after all." "Hey, don't speak so harshly. If I were dead, who would be your good sister?" This girl was one of Song Yuan's closest friends, Jiang Yuqi. Unlike other superficial friends, their bond was genuinely strong, sharing everything. When Song Yuan encountered trouble at the hot pot restaurant yesterday, she immediately messaged Jiang Yuqi. However, Jiang Yuqi had not responded at all. Even now, upon their meeting, she hadn't replied to Song Yuan's messages. This was precisely why Song Yuan spoke to her in such a manner. Jiang Yuqi looked somewhat embarrassed. "I had no choice. You insisted on borrowing money. Do I look like a wealthy person? You, a campus belle, are broke. So how could a mere nobody like me have any money? By the way, what did you need the money for? What happened in the end?" Song Yuan helplessly recounted the events to Jiang Yuqi. After hearing the entire story, Jiang Yuqi was somewhat taken aback. The owner of that hot pot restaurant is truly inconsiderate. How could they treat college students like this? Outrageous. However, you too, why didn't you seize such a good opportunity? Aren't you rather fond of Du Fei? They had previously discussed Du Fei, from his breakup with Lin Xiao, her entanglement with Lu Kai, to the exposure of Du Fei's identity, which had spread throughout the school. Even later, upon seeing the video Lin Xiao posted, they both agreed. Anyone praised so highly by an ex-girlfriend must indeed be a good man. She is merely an ex-girlfriend, someone one might wish a dreadful fate upon. It is evident that Du Fei is quite remarkable. At that time, Song Yuan also thought well of him. She shot a glance at Jiang Yuqi. Can a mere fondness lead to such intimacy? Oh, we are university students. What is kissing in the grand scheme of things? It is not as if we are jumping into bed. If it were me, you would expect me to go even further. Hold on. Jiang Yuqi. A girl who relishes idle chatter often speaks without restraint. In truth, she lacks the courage to act on her words. Even in the classroom, she dares to say such things. One can only imagine what she might do in private. Song Yuan shudders at the thought. However, soon enough, Song Yuan found another way to express herself. "I have no chance with Du Fei. He has openly acknowledged himself as a scoundrel and is already married." Though Song Yuan did not truly believe this, she hoped to dissuade Jiang Yuqi from pondering it further. "Nonsense." Jiang Yuqi immediately retorted. "That is utterly impossible." "Just him?" From what Lin Xiao implied, Du Fei seems like an innocent young man. How could he be married? Don't let him fool you. In any case, Du Fei is indeed a fine individual. Just look at him, handsome, a romantic at heart, the head of a department at the 6th hospital, and possessing a pleasant demeanor. Unlike the perverse rich second generation like LV Kai, his future is promising. I assure you, his qualifications surpass those of 99% of men nationwide, given your own merits. If you do not seize this opportunity swiftly, beware that he might run off with another woman. Du Fei's appeal lies in the fact that he is of the same age. Those with better financial standing than Du Fei are typically much older, while those who are more handsome are often impoverished. Only Du Fei excels in every aspect. He is truly a versatile gem. Song Yuan felt a twinge of fear at the thought. Would he truly leave for another woman? Surely not. How can you say that? At our medical university, have you not witnessed numerous tragedies? The ratio of women to men is skewed, leading to infidelities, women pursuing men, and breakups only to seek reconciliation, all of which unfold daily. If Du Fei's affair with Lin Xiao did not involve LV Kai, this situation would hardly raise an eyebrow at our medical university. If you do not act swiftly to secure Du Fei, prepare to regret it. Jiang Yuqi, alarmist as ever, sought to frighten Song Yuan. Song Yuan hesitated, exclaiming, No. What do you mean by securing him? Du Fei and I are merely ordinary friends. My feelings for him are purely platonic. How could I just pursue him outright? At this moment, Song Yuan did not yet recognize her feelings for Du Fei as anything more than gratitude. Seeing Song Yuanyuan so oblivious, Jiang Yuqi simply shrugged. Well, we shall see. When Du Fei truly gets involved with another woman, do not blame me for not forewarning you. I have heard that one of the nurses in his office is a senior from our school. She was the previous campus belle. Bairan? Upon hearing the mention of the former campus belle, Song Yuanyu immediately connected the dots. Bairan also hailed from the medical university and was indeed a campus beauty in her own right. During Bairan's senior year, Song Yuanyuan had just begun her studies. Afterward, Bairan went on to intern for a year before graduating. And it was only after her graduation that Song Yuanyuan ascended to the title of the new campus belle. Bairan's popularity surpassed that of Song Yuanyuan, largely due to her demeanor as an enigmatic and frosty beauty, exuding an air of arrogance as she regarded others with disdainful eyes. Many eccentric admirers at the school were captivated by this allure, fervently bolstering Bairan's popularity. Song Yuanyuan harbored a glimmer of hope. After all, office romances were unpredictable, weren't they? Jiang Yuqi's words left Song Yuanyuan feeling somewhat anxious. Could it be that Du Fei had already been secured by another woman? To this day, Song Yuanyuan remained oblivious to the fact that Du Fei was, in reality, quite the rogue, entangled with several beautiful women. At that moment, Du Fei was unaware of Jiang Yuqi's insinuation regarding office romances. Had he heard, he would have surely reprimanded Jiang Yuqi harshly. Office romance indeed. Bairan had hardly exchanged a meaningful word with him during their time together. Initially, Bairan regarded Du Fei with disdain, believing him to be merely a beneficiary of connections. However, upon discovering his capabilities, her perception shifted. Yet, after witnessing Du Fei mingling with Lu Qingling and Zheng Nailin, her indifference towards him deepened. Each day, she regarded him with the same contempt one might reserve for refuse. Had it not been for Du Fei's superior position, Bairan might have dared to slap him daily. Chapter 55. Why are you here? Miss Su, how are you? Can you recognize this person? This is your maid, Xiao Ai. In the hospital room, the somewhat dazed Suzhou sat upon the bed. As Du Fei inquired softly, his tone a blend of anxiety and tenderness. He guided Xiao Ai to stand before Suzhou for her recognition. Suzhou slowly responded, Xiao Ai? Witnessing this interaction, Du Fei felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. The treatment was proving effective. Suzhou had awakened beyond her usual treatment hours. Although her clarity was still somewhat limited, every journey begins with a single step. Once this threshold was crossed, it was merely a matter of time before Suzhirua's recovery became a reality. Xiao Ai, equally exhilarated, grasped Suzhirua's hand and exclaimed, Miss, it's me. Are you all right? You fell ill, do you remember? Suzhirua seemed to attempt a recollection, but soon, the flicker of light in her eyes faded, returning her to her previous state of stupor, speechless. Xiao Ai grew anxious. Did I say something wrong? It's all right. This is a normal part of the treatment process. Du Fei reassured himself inwardly. After this, your young lady will gradually awaken for longer periods. Please ensure that you are by her side while she is conscious. Engage her in conversations. The more you talk, the more beneficial it will be for her condition. Furthermore, the previous treatment plan can be discontinued. A new treatment regimen needs to be arranged. Everything has finally fallen into place. No longer will entire mornings be spent at Suzhirua's side, nor will you have to take her for late-night strolls. During this time, Du Fei has been discreetly taking her downstairs every evening, which is not good for the heart. Henceforth, spend time watching television with your young lady, preferably cozy, down-to-earth dramas, particularly older ones. Xiao Ai nodded. All right. As for the young lady's news, let us wait until she can converse normally in a few days before informing the Su family. Reporting good news prematurely could lead to complications. If things go awry, it would be challenging for Du Fei. Exiting Suzhirua's hospital room, Du Fei first went downstairs to buy snacks and drinks before heading to Zheng Nailin's ward. During this time, unless there were special circumstances, Du Fei would play chess with Zheng Nailin. Although they only had around 3 hours daily, Du Fei felt that their relationship had made remarkable progress. They could engage in more profound discussions, especially about their experience with El Qingling, which had been quite thrilling. Upon entering Zheng Nailin's room, Du Fei saw her and El Qingling engrossed in a chess match. They turned to look at the commotion. El Qingling's face lit up with surprise. Big brother, you're here. I must tell you, Jing Jie was being quite unfair. Wait, Zheng Nailin attempted to interrupt El Qingling, but she was too quick to speak. We were playing chess, and she actually called me Dr. Du. Isn't that outrageous? Zheng Nailin felt a bit embarrassed and hurried to explain. I merely misspoke. What do you mean misspoke? I see Jie thinks I can't play chess and insists on playing with Big Brother. Qi Ling expressed her discontent. Zhang Nailan, despite having her own company, still seemed to be preoccupied with Du Fei. It was as though she was eyeing the pot while eating from the bowl. Du Fei could understand. Initially, when he played chess with Zhang Nailan, she had called him Lu Yunfei a few times. Zhang Nailan was the kind of person who immersed herself in whatever she was doing, making it easy for her to develop subconscious habits. This was advantageous for Du Fei. Here, have some snacks. Du Fei offered the treats to Qi Ling, who frowned upon seeing the selection. Why are they all things Zhang Jie likes to eat? Big Brother. What are you plotting? I just didn't realize you would be in the ward. I initially intended to buy you different snacks. Du Fei had originally planned to enjoy a moment alone with Zhang Nailan. I can't believe you, Lu Qingling said, looking at Du Fei with a hint of frustration. She had begun to discern Du Fei's true nature. All right, let us have some fun. Du Fei quickly shifted the topic. What shall we play? Chess or poker? Are there any other options? Lu Qingling, being a young girl, often found her interests fleeting. She had grown weary of those games. Besides, she wasn't particularly fond of board games and had become quite confused after playing with Zhang Nailan earlier. Big Brother, shall we go out to play? She suggested. However, Zhang Nailan couldn't leave. As a critically ill patient, she was not permitted to wander from the ward. There were watchful eyes downstairs. Lu Qingling, aware of this, proposed. What if we go out? The private room will only have the three of us. It would just take some time on the road. And Zhang Jie's condition is stable. A short outing would be fine. Please. Lu Qingling tugged at Du Fei's hand, swaying it back and forth like a swing, leaving Du Fei at a loss. All right, but we need to change clothes first. Before long, they were ready. And Du Fei escorted the two young ladies out through the back door of the hospital. With Du Fei, the director, present, a casual greeting outside was manageable. They headed straight to a nearby establishment. The journey was smooth, and they quickly entered the private room. Du Fei had never been there before, as his studies consumed all his time, and it was evident that Lu Qingling had not experienced such places either. Only Zhang Nailan seemed familiar with the setting. Zhang Nailan. Have you been here before? Du Fei inquired. Zhang Nailan nodded. Yes, I've come a few times with friends, but I'm not very good at singing. No worries. Neither am I. Since we're here, let us pick a song, Du Fei suggested. The trio stood there, momentarily silent, with no one eager to take the lead. Du Fei turned to Lu Qingling. Aren't you the one who wanted to sing? Go ahead. Lu Qingling appeared quite embarrassed. I am also a first-timer here. I just heard it was fun. Big Brother, why don't you go first? Du Fei was equally perplexed. I haven't been here either, and I can't sing. Zhang Nailan quickly shook her head. No, I'm not good at singing. Then what are we here for? Du Fei was bewildered. They had been so excited about coming, and now, when it was time to sing, their enthusiasm had waned. To have fun? Du Fei had already spent money. Lu Qingling and Zhang Nailan exchanged glances, unable to fathom how things had turned out this way. It seemed they were all novices at this sort of entertainment. At that moment, Du Fei thrust the microphone into Lu Qingling's face and, with a mock sternness, commanded, Sing. Qi Ling felt somewhat embarrassed. But I truly cannot sing. She protested. If I don't sing, I shall strip you of your clothes. Du Fei exclaimed, already reaching out to tug at her attire. Chapter 56. Aren't you embarrassed? Don't. Big Brother, I was wrong. As Du Fei pressed the microphone to her face, Qi Ling found herself grappling with her clothes being pulled. Her adorable voice continuously cried out in protest, reminiscent of the female protagonists in Japanese romantic films who repeatedly lament, Yamit. The most alarming aspect was that her voice was amplified through the microphone. Fortunately, the sound insulation of the private room was excellent. Otherwise, those outside would surely indulge in wild imaginations. Zhang Nailan also stepped in to defend Qi Ling, attempting to thwart Du Fei's advances. If she doesn't want to, then let it be. How about you sing instead? I'll hold her down. Upon hearing that she was to sing, Zhang Nailan unhesitatingly chose to betray Qi Ling. Qi Ling felt tears welling up. Sister Zhang, how could you betray me? The group frolicked in the private room. And while Du Fei would never truly strip Qi Ling bare, she did manage to remove her outer jacket and pants. At that moment, Qi Ling was left wearing only a sports tank top and a pair of diminutive underwear, shyly covering her body. Du Fei looked on with disdain. Why are you covering up? You have nothing to hide. Qi Ling felt an overwhelming surge of anger but was powerless to retaliate. Du Fei had relented after merely removing her pants and jacket, for which she was already immensely grateful. If all her clothing had been stripped away, She feared she would weep uncontrollably. With both of them refusing to sing, Du Fei found herself in a dilemma. Fine, I'll call someone who can sing. We can't waste this money. With that, she dialed Xiao Yingling and Lu Yunfei. Among all the acquaintances Du Fei had, these two were likely the only ones who frequented such places, especially Lu Yunfei, who was always surrounded by friends, frequently indulging in outings, be it shopping or singing. Xiao Yingling was typically lively, and even if she didn't visit often, getting her to sing should pose no issue. It was merely Zheng Nailan and El Qingling's more reserved personalities that deterred them from singing. After the calls were made, both women gladly accepted the invitation and were on their way. Meanwhile, Zheng Nailan and El Qingling were exploring the surroundings, intrigued by the novelty of their first visit. They selected a few songs to listen to, transforming the singing venue into a place for music appreciation. Soon, Xiao Yingling arrived. Upon seeing El Qingling's attire, she was momentarily taken aback, then cast an incredulous look at Du Fei. Du Fei, you've gone too far. How could you do this to a young girl? It's not my fault, I swear. Du Fei quickly explained the situation. Upon hearing the unfolding events, Xiao Yingling could no longer contain herself and burst into laughter, cackling uncontrollably for quite some time. A question akin to that posed by Du Fei was raised. Why are you all so hesitant to sing? Lu Qiling appeared somewhat embarrassed, intrigued by the notion that it would be quite enjoyable, especially since she assumed that Sister Zheng and the older brother would participate in the singing. Du Fei felt a sense of helplessness upon hearing this. Lu Qiling, allow me to pose a query. During the New Year, I have a pig and a donkey at home. If I desire meat for the celebrations, which should I sacrifice? Lu Qingling was momentarily taken aback. The pig, perhaps, as pork is more commonly consumed. The foolish donkey thinks so too. Realizing the absurdity, Lu Qingling pondered. Is it the donkey? The pig might think the same. It dawned on Lu Qingling that their situation mirrored this dilemma. She and Du Fei, along with Zheng Nailan, shared this sentiment. Du Fei felt truly exasperated. Lu Qingling, being such a young girl, was unaware of the jokes embedded in this skit. The youth of today? Well then, since you are too timid, I shall take the lead. Xiaoying was pleased to have someone to entertain. However, just as she began to sing, Du Fei received a call from Lu Yunfei. She couldn't find her way and needed him to pick her up. Upon locating Lu Yunfei, her face radiated joy as she cheerfully ran to embrace Du Fei. She sweetly remarked, Du Fei, you've finally come to your senses and decided to bring me along to sing? Observing Lu Yunfei's elation, Du Fei suddenly recognized a troubling truth. She had misunderstood the situation. When he called her, he merely invited her to sing and informed her of the location without mentioning the number of attendees. She likely assumed it was just the two of them. How would she react upon discovering a room full of beautiful women? Du Fei felt a twinge of apprehension. What's wrong, darling? Lu Yunfei looked at him expectantly, her affectionate demeanor utterly charming. Yet, the more charming she appeared, the greater the potential for an explosive reaction later. It was imperative to be forthright and reveal the truth. Perhaps he could defuse the situation preemptively. Actually, besides you, your dear friend is also here. Lu Yunfei paused in surprise. Ah, Zheng Nailan? That is fine, as they are quite familiar with each other. Additionally, I arranged for a nurse to care for Zheng Nailan. That sounded acceptable. Zheng Nailan has recently become quite close with a young girl, whom I also brought along. At this point, Lu Yunfei began to sense something amiss. Why were there increasingly more people? Is there anyone else? No, that's all. Hearing this, Lu Yunfei let out a sigh of relief. She began to murmur softly, her words unclear. Du Fei leaned in closer. What are you saying? I'm reciting the Heart Sutra. The Heart Sutra? Well, let's not be angry. After all, I chose my husband. There's no reason to be upset. If he were to run away, I would only become the subject of my friends' jokes. One must be magnanimous, as life is about maintaining one's dignity. And who could blame me for having such a handsome husband? The calming effects of the heart's wisdom truly work wonders, and soon, Lu Yunfei found herself at peace, even managing a smile. She took out her phone and snapped a selfie with Du Fei, promptly sharing it on her social media. It seemed she was ever so eager to showcase her love. Du Fei had previously viewed Lu Yunfei's social media posts, which were nothing short of impressive. She had meticulously crafted an image of a blissfully happy, emotionally rich, and aesthetically pleasing partner, balancing her work with leisure. One would never suspect that she had once battled with mental health issues. Is this the life of one who thrives on appearances? How terrifying. I'm back, Du Fei announced as he ushered Lu Yunfei into a private room, greeting a few acquaintances. The sight that greeted him left him momentarily dumbfounded. There stood Xiao Yingling, Lu Qiling, and Zheng Nailan, joyfully engaged in a duet of love songs, their faces glowing with delight. However, upon noticing Du Fei's presence, their smiles froze instantly. Lu Qingling even sheepishly hid the microphone behind her back. Du Fei, taken aback, approached and playfully pinched Lu Qingling's adorable face. "Didn't you say you were too shy to sing? What are you doing?" Lu Qingling looked embarrassed. It's not that," she stammered, struggling to articulate her thoughts with her face being held. "What do you mean, not that?" Chapter 57. Caught red-handed, big brother. "I didn't mean to. I just felt shy singing in front of you," Lu Qingling explained, her shyness somewhat justifiable. Yet, with Du Fei present, the others became shy as well. Once he departed, they would unleash their enthusiasm. This contrast left Du Fei feeling rather amused. Nevertheless, singing was certainly better than silence. With Lu Yunfei and Xiao Yingling joining in, the group finally began to enjoy themselves. However, their singing abilities were rather mediocre, with Du Fei, Zheng Nailan, and Lu Qingling barely managing to stay in tune. Xiao Yingling's voice was a touch more melodious, while Lu Yunfei had the most beautiful voice, although she only sang a couple of songs before sitting beside Du Fei. She deliberately removed her jacket, snuggling close to him to take selfies. Afterward, she began to edit the photos. Despite her natural beauty and photogenic nature, she still sought perfection in her edits. Though she claimed to be there to sing, Lu Yunfei served primarily as a mood enhancer, her thoughts entirely focused on Du Fei. Leaning against his shoulder like a doting wife, she radiated warmth. Initially, the group was filled with joy, especially with a small stage and a fixed microphone in the room. Sitting there and singing like a star, Xiao Yingling felt quite content in her position. She glanced down at the people in the room, but as time passed, an unsettling feeling crept over her. The affection displayed between Du Fei and Lu Yunfei was overly intimate. Watching them drained her enthusiasm for singing. Meanwhile, Lu Qiling, whether out of jealousy or some other sentiment, swiftly moved to sit beside Du Fei, wrapping her arms around one of his. This only complicated matters. Du Fei was neither embracing nor rejecting, but instead found himself caught in a precarious situation, as if he were being simultaneously restrained by both sides. "Big brother, what shall we eat later? What do you fancy?" she inquired. "Let us order at a restaurant." "Sounds good." Just as Du Fei agreed, Lu Yunfei tugged at him, a playful smile gracing her face as she cooed, "Darling, I want to eat hot pot. Let us go together." Dining on hot pot and sharing photos would be far more suitable for social media. Ideally, it would just be Lu Yunfei and Du Fei. Lu Qingling furrowed her brow. "You already promised me. No backing out." All right, no backing out. We'll go with you," Du Fei replied. Lu Yunfei's expression soured at his response. She had expected that a little charm might sway him to her side. To her dismay, Du Fei was resolutely impartial. Clearly, he sided with Lu Qingling and the larger group. Lu Yunfei had considered letting Du Fei choose, aware he would likely lean toward the side with more women. Yet she had not anticipated his steadfastness. It was enough to break her heart. Of course, it was merely a fleeting thought. She wouldn't dare act upon it, knowing her friends would find it utterly amusing. In this situation, Lu Yunfei knew precisely what to do. It was time to assert her claim. If he wouldn't eat, then she would kiss him. Without hesitation, she leaned in and captured Du Fei's lips with her own. The atmosphere in the private room shifted dramatically, leaving Zheng Nailan momentarily speechless mid-song and Lu Qingling wide-eyed. Xiao Yingling could hardly bear to watch. Observing their reactions, Lu Yunfei couldn't help but feel victorious. These girls vying for her man were still a century too early. With newfound audacity, she playfully extended her tongue, further transforming the room's ambience into one of peculiar tension. Lu Qingling, determined not to be outdone, quickly pulled Du Fei in for a kiss on the cheek. Zheng Nailan lacked the courage to join in, and Xiao Yingling showed no interest in participating. Du Fei was momentarily taken aback. How was he to respond? He had never encountered such a situation before. In this scene surrounded by beautiful women, particularly as the relationship with these individuals remains in its nascent stages, one could imagine that if these beauties shared a close bond with Du Fei, he would be able to embrace them at will, indulging in kisses and hugs. Yet, the situation has not yet reached such intimacy, leaving him powerless. Time seemed to stand still as the group exchanged glances, caught in an awkward silence. Du Fei quickly sought to alleviate the tension, suggesting that it was time for dinner. He rose and hurriedly ushered everyone to the dining venue. Half an hour later, in a nearby restaurant, the group had placed their orders, sharing laughter and camaraderie. Lu Yunfei and Zheng Nailan, who already had a strong friendship. Found it difficult to converse amidst the raucous atmosphere, but now outside, they could engage in discussions about their lives, seemingly forgetting the earlier awkwardness. As the dishes were served, they began to eat and chat. Suddenly, Lu Yunfei froze, quickly lowering her head. Du Fei, sitting beside her, looked equally startled. "What's wrong?" he inquired. "My best friend," Lu Yunfei whispered urgently. It wasn't that she was ashamed of being seen by her friend, but rather she dreaded her friend witnessing Du Fei dining amidst so many lovely women. Who knew what she might say? Fortunately, her friend seemed oblivious, passing by without noticing them. Lu Yunfei let out a relieved sigh. The situation had been quite terrifying. Observing her reaction, Du Fei felt a sense of helplessness. Her obsession with appearances bordered on the irrational, perhaps even comparable to a mental affliction, significantly impacting her daily life. However, as it was her choice, he refrained from commenting. After this minor episode, the dinner proceeded calmly, and since Lu Yunfei was present, she naturally returned with Du Fei. She intended to extract every bit of his energy that evening, having previously resolved that the best way to prevent a man from straying was to drain him completely. Even if he were to betray her, he would be rendered weak. Henceforth, whenever the opportunity arose, Lu Yunfei would seize the chance to exert her influence over Du Fei. Zhang Nalan and LV Qi Ling, feeling exhausted from their escapades, retreated to their ward for some rest. In Du Fei's bedroom, Lu Yunfei was still engrossed in her phone. Suddenly, she exclaimed, "What on earth?" Du Fei, intrigued, glanced at her. She usually prided herself on her composure, always presenting a gentle and demure demeanor. She seldom resorted to expletives. Clearly, something significant had occurred. Lu Yunfei looked distressed as she addressed Du Fei. "During dinner, my friend saw me, and she asked me about it." Du Fei discerned the implications that Lu Yunfei's friend was no ordinary observer. She must have noticed something during dinner, yet remained silent, likely discussing it behind their backs before finally revealing the situation. Upon glancing at Lu Yunfei's phone, the situation appeared even more alarming, as the photograph had been shared within a group chat. Chapter 58, The Strain of Maintaining Appearances. What should I say now? Lu Yunfei felt a surge of panic upon seeing the image. Claiming these individuals were merely ordinary friends? Who would believe such a tale? Her closest confidants were acutely aware of the nature of her acquaintances. Clearly, these young women were brought along by Du Fei. However, admitting this would imply that Du Fei had relationships with these women, effectively branding him as a cad. Should she be entangled with a scoundrel? Her friends would undoubtedly ridicule her. In this moment of uncertainty, Lu Yunfei was at a loss. Observing her distress, Du Fei decided to lend a piece of advice. Simply assert that these individuals are my admirers. Your boyfriend is in high demand. Surely that would bring you some esteem? Lu Yunfei was reluctant to adopt this line of reasoning. After all, being sought after implied the risk of being taken away. If one of her friends were to catch Du Fei with another woman, it would surely ignite rumors of infidelity and provide fodder for mockery directed at Lu Yunfei. Du Fei continued to counsel her. "My dear wife, it is inevitable that I will stray. Concealing it serves no purpose. Instead, why not cultivate an image of a devoted partner? If I were to stray, you could choose to forgive me. Besides, if your husband is surrounded by women, it only enhances his worth, does it not? A man with one woman is commonplace. With two, he is unfaithful. With three, he is accomplished. But if a man has more than four, one must wonder how extraordinarily charming he must be to attract such attention from so many women. There is a concept in social psychology that you ought to understand. When a person is exceptionally outstanding, they naturally draw the company of many. An accomplished woman will have admirers aplenty, just as an accomplished man will attract numerous beautiful women. Only those who have entered my circle are recognized as worthy. Does that not seem splendid? You are a part of this circle, and you should take pride in that. You are far more formidable than any of your so-called friends." Du Fei's rhetorical question was met with an exaggerated eye roll from Lu Yunfei. Who are you trying to fool? You've concocted a plethora of justifications for your own infidelity. And you say it so casually. I truly do not comprehend Du Fei's mindset. Lu Yunfei would never concede to such claims. Yet, the current predicament transcended mere acknowledgement. The reality was evident, and even if she refused to admit it, she needed a narrative to smooth over the situation. In this light, Du Fei's suggestion was indeed the most prudent among the less favorable options. Lu Yunfei, what is truly going on? It appears your boyfriend shares an unusual bond with the women here. As Lu Yunfei pondered her predicament, her friends urged her once again, pressured by their insistence. She gritted her teeth and replied promptly, "These are my boyfriend's admirers, and I am quite troubled by it. Each of them insists on pursuing him. despite being fully aware of my existence as his girlfriend. Now that you have seen this, please offer me some advice on how to handle this situation. I am typically preoccupied with work and lack the time to keep an eye on him. While I trust that my boyfriend would never betray me, I fear these unscrupulous women may employ underhanded tactics. Upon reading Lu Yunfei's response, her friends were momentarily taken aback. She truly dares to say that. Who would believe these are Du Fei's admirers? It's more plausible that Du Fei is pursuing them. However, how to address this matter remained a conundrum. These women were adept at scheming, each calculating in their own minds. One of her friends quickly devised a plan. Why not seize this opportunity to test your boyfriend? We must ascertain whether his feelings for you are genuine, right? If he is not sincere, he will eventually betray you. Lu Yunfei was taken aback. Test? How do you intend to do that? Of course, we will enlist Yinshi. Among the group of friends was an exceptionally cunning individual, Li Yinshi. Her real name was Li Yin, but due to the unrefined nature of her original name, she rebranded herself as Li Yinshi. This name, reminiscent of a Korean persona, served to mislead others. Li Yinshi was not only astute in her choice of name, but also in her appearance and the art of manipulation. She was a formidable seductress. Rather than engaging in random flings, she would enter relationships solely to have her partner spend money on her, after which she would promptly discard them. Her catchphrase was, "Playing him is like playing a dog." She once deceived a man 3 times, extracting over 30,000 from him. Naturally, this was far from the prowess of a relationship guru who could coax someone into spending 180,000 with just 3 phrases. Her demeanor mirrored that of a playboy, seducing various women only to discard them after achieving her objective. The distinction lay in her pursuit of men, not for monetary gain, but for physical gratification. However, Li Yinshi was not exceptionally beautiful. Her looks rated a mere 7 out of 10 at best. Her true talent lay in makeup and presentation, which elevated her appearance to above 8 when properly adorned. Coupled with her frequent employment of various green tea or delicate girl tactics, she easily ensnared unsuspecting young men. Previously, she had assisted several friends in testing the boyfriends they had found, and unsurprisingly, she succeeded in captivating all of them. Ultimately, each of her friends who had their boyfriends ensnared ended up losing face within their social circles. It is precisely because she has witnessed such matters that Lu Yunfei is resolutely unwilling to suffer embarrassment. Glancing at Du Fei and then at Li Yinshi and their proposal, Lu Yunfei hesitated. Should she proceed in this manner? Yunfei, don't you wish to ascertain whether your boyfriend possesses self-control? He is such a remarkable individual, surely. He can pass any test. Here, share your WeChat with Yinshi, and let her give it a try. Just make sure not to disclose to Du Fei that you intend to test him. You must be curious to know if Du Fei truly loves you, right? Naturally, Lu Yunfei was utterly reluctant. Yet, thrust into this predicament, she found it difficult to decline. With no other option, she reluctantly forwarded Du Fei's contact information to Li Yinshi. Turning back to face Du Fei, Lu Yunfei initially planned to give him a hint. However, upon seeing him engrossed in videos of beautiful women clad in black stockings, she suddenly felt a sense of hopelessness. Perhaps there was no chance after all. Given his current state, even if she were to inform him, he would likely fall into the trap regardless. Sighing, Lu Yunfei felt an overwhelming weariness. Why had the course of events begun to deviate from her expectations? Chapter 59. A chance in the next life. Though Lu Yunfei's friends shared a bond with her, they were astutely aware of one thing. Lu Yunfei too was curious to know if Du Fei would indeed succumb to Li Yinshi's allure. If Du Fei were to be attracted to someone like Yinshi, Lu Yunfei would be utterly disillusioned. It is essential to recognize that Li Yinshi does not embody the standard of beauty. She is merely a woman skilled in manipulating men. If Du Fei could be ensnared by someone like her, he would likely become a plaything for many in the future. Though Lu Yunfei provided Li Yinshi with Du Fei's WeChat, Yinshi chose not to add him. She understood a fundamental principle: actively pursuing men is certainly not the best strategy. A sophisticated hunter often conceals themselves as prey. To secure Du Fei's affections, she must adopt an unconventional approach. If she were to add him herself, she would inevitably find herself in a passive position. Hence, when they conspired to test Du Fei, Li Yinshi had already devised a plan. The following day, shortly after Du Fei began his work, Xiao Yingling approached him, informing him of a patient. Assigning the treatment of Su Zhiruo to Xiao AI, Du Fei proceeded to the office. Currently, Su Zhiruo's treatment was progressing smoothly, with certain tasks entirely manageable for Xiao AI and her colleagues. Du Fei merely needed to ascertain Su Zhiruo's mental state. Upon entering the office, Du Fei was momentarily stunned by the sight of the patient before him. This young woman certainly knew how to adorn herself. clad in a sleeveless black low-cut top paired with a gray bodycon skirt and black stockings, complemented by black high-heeled shoes. She exuded an aura of sensual elegance. Particularly striking was her hair, dyed a deep brown and cascading in large, wavy curls, enhancing her exquisite beauty. She also sported a long black wrist guard on her right arm. Each piece of clothing, though seemingly ordinary when taken individually, creates a striking impression when combined. The makeup is equally exquisite, featuring a fair complexion, rosy lips, and bright, expressive eyes. It is not an exaggeration to assert that this individual's appearance far surpasses any beauty that Du Fei has encountered thus far. This can also be attributed to the fact that the beauties in the mental institution lack the inclination to adorn themselves. Some of them are not in the best of spirits, rendering them less radiant than the captivating figure before him. The only flaw lies in her face. As the foundation appears rather thick, Du Fei can hardly imagine what lies beneath. This enchanting person is Li Yanhui. After spending over 2 hours on her appearance and selecting from dozens of outfits, she finally chose this ensemble to meet Du Fei. Observing the dazed expression on Du Fei's face, Li Yanhui felt a swell of pride and joy, confident that she had captured his attention. Meanwhile, Bai Yiran, standing nearby, noted Du Fei's gaze with evident displeasure and let out a cold hum, which jolted Du Fei back to reality. He returned to his seat and glanced at the medical records. Miss Li Xiyan. Upon hearing the name, Li Yanhui's expression darkened instantly. How could Du Fei misinterpret such an elegantly chosen name? Beside her, Xiao Yingling nearly burst into laughter, just as Li Yanhui was about to unleash a string of expletives. She quickly composed herself and corrected her tone. No, I am Li Yanhui, not Li Xiyan. Oh, my apologies. Miss Li Yanhui, have you been feeling unwell recently? Li Yanhui nodded. Noticing that Du Fei remained indifferent to her delicate address, she swiftly adjusted her approach. This is where Li Yanhui excels. She continuously tests and adapts to discover the preferences of her male counterpart. Actually, I have been feeling a bit of pressure in my chest lately, but after examination, they assured me there was no issue. Right here, she said, taking Du Fei's hand and placing it against her chest. Du Fei was taken aback. How forward? Nevertheless, Li Yanhui had left some restraint, positioning his hand above her chest. Any further descent would not be permissible. Have there been any recent difficulties in your life? I recently broke up with my boyfriend. He professed his love for me, yet just days after I agreed to be with him, I saw him with another girl. It truly saddened me. It's not that I wouldn't have accepted it. I understand he is quite exceptional, and it is normal for him to have female companions. But why not inform me? If he had told me, I would have agreed. Li Yanhui was astutely addressing the issue at hand. Believing that Du Fei embodied the archetype of a cat, dealing with such a man was a straightforward task. One merely needed to showcase their magnanimity. Xiao Yingling furrowed her brow upon witnessing the situation, quickly realizing that something was amiss. Li Yanhui continued to speak, expressing her recent feelings of aimlessness, lamenting that her relationship with him was undoubtedly over. At this point, I merely seek a man who can genuinely cherish me. Even if his affections are not exclusively for me, how did I end up in such a miserable state that I have contemplated ending it all? Doctor, do you think I might be suffering from depression? As she spoke, Li Yanhui placed her hand on Du Fei's, her demeanor earnest and pleading. To be frank, Du Fei had never encountered a woman so forward before. While both were assertive, the attitudes of Lu Yunfei and Li Yanhui were distinctly different. As for Du Fei's feelings towards Li Yanhui, they were unequivocal. He simply was not interested. The foundation on her face was clearly problematic, and Du Fei had little attraction to those who relied on makeup to enhance their beauty. Wasn't she akin to those female internet stars who utilized beauty filters? Just because a filter made one appear attractive, did that truly render them beautiful? They remained unappealing, regardless. Moreover, Du Fei's energy was already stretched thin with the few beautiful women currently in his life. Adding more would be overwhelming. Furthermore, upon observing Li Yanhui, he noted that she did not exhibit signs of depression. There is no need for concern. You are certainly not depressed, he asserted confidently. Li Yanhui frowned, questioning his certainty. Why are you so sure? I genuinely feel downcast. Du Fei was taken aback. Miss Li, look at you, dressed so beautifully and cheerfully attending a consultation. How could you possibly be depressed? It seems to me that you were here for a blind date rather than seeking help for a gloomy mood. Her demeanor of discontent was palpable. What was Du Fei playing at? His dismissive attitude was frustrating. However, the charade had to continue. With a sigh, Li Yanhui lamented. It seems I must find a boyfriend, but it is not that simple. Doctor, I truly believe my mood is rather poor. My thoughts are all over the place. If only I could find a boyfriend as dashing as you. Li Yanhui's pretense was glaringly transparent. Du Fei, lacking any genuine interest, waved his hand dismissively. You might as well resign yourself to never having such an opportunity in this life. Perhaps in the next life, if you were more attractive, you might stand a chance. In that moment, Li Yanhui could no longer contain herself. Du Fei's stubbornness had reached an unbearable level. Must he scrutinize her appearance so? Had she not presented herself well? On what grounds could he dismiss her? Her outburst effectively obliterated any lingering goodwill she had harbored. Did he truly think she held any affection for him? He was not even worthy of carrying her shoes. With that, Li Yanhui angrily grabbed her bag and stormed out, leaving Du Fei momentarily stunned. In truth, Li Yanhui was not so easily provoked. However, Du Fei mistakenly perceived her as Li Shiyan. This name was her pride. And such an incident at this juncture left Li Yanhui utterly devastated, albeit she was merely concealing her turmoil. At this moment, she could no longer contain herself. What transpired? Did I utter something erroneous? Xiao Yingling erupted in laughter. Surely, you have not merely misspoken. You have fundamentally disregarded her humanity. Upon exiting the hospital, Li Yanhui promptly messaged the group. Lu Yunfei, your boyfriend is a fool. The test has concluded. Did you intentionally leak information? Was it deliberate? Lu Yunfei was taken aback. The test had ended so swiftly, and Li Yanhui was evidently furious. This was a clear indication of failure. Yet, this could be perceived as fortuitous. It is worth noting that Lu Yunfei had not informed Du Fei in advance. She hurriedly turned to chat with Du Fei. What did you do to Li Yanhui just now? Du Fei was momentarily taken aback. Li Yanhui? You know her? I did nothing. She merely came for a consultation. And for some reason, she became upset. Witnessing Li Yanhui's distress, Lu Yunfei was filled with delight and explained the situation to Du Fei. Upon grasping the circumstances, Du Fei furrowed his brow. Wife, this is where you went wrong. Lu Yunfei anticipated that Du Fei would admonish her for testing him, suggesting she should have trusted him instead. To her surprise, Du Fei immediately remarked, if you must test me, at least choose someone more aesthetically pleasing. Are you not insulting my taste? Lu Yunfei was left speechless. Nevertheless, the matter had somewhat resolved itself. Ultimately, it could be deemed a positive outcome. Days later, in the hospital room of Su Jirua, Su Tao gazed solemnly at his sister. Presently, Su Jirua was able to maintain over an hour of consciousness each day. During these lucid moments, communication posed no issue. However, there were certain sensitive topics related to the Su family that must be avoided. After Du Fei briefed Su Tao on the situation, he endeavored to engage his sister in conversation. Jirua, are you all right? Do you still recognize me? Brother. Of course I do, Su Jirua replied with a calm demeanor. Observing her state, Su Tao felt a surge of excitement. Really? That's wonderful. How have you been these past few days? Su Jirua clutched her head, expressing her discomfort. I have been experiencing persistent headaches, and my thoughts feel muddled. At times, I feel as though I am not even human. Indeed, she was not entirely herself. She had been treated like a mere dog. Regardless, the fact that Su Jirua could converse normally represented a significant advancement. After a brief exchange, Su Tao conveyed a singular message, that Su Jirua should focus on her recovery and not concern herself with family matters. Subsequently, Su Tao called Du Fei and Xiao and I outside. Mr. Du, how long do you think it will take for my sister to recover? Du Fei furrowed his brow. Her recovery will likely take a considerable amount of time. Although Miss Su's treatment has progressed smoothly, her condition is rather severe. While her waking hours are indeed increasing daily, my estimation is that it will plateau at about 4 to 5 hours of consciousness each day. The majority of her time will still require rest. For Su Tao, this was just perfect. It would neither affect his inheritance of the Su family nor bring too much shame upon them. Su Tao then retrieved a bank card from his pocket and handed it to Du Fei. Mr. Du, this contains 10 million. It is a token of goodwill from the Su family. I hope you can continue to take great care in her treatment. Furthermore, Xiao and I, you shall accompany Mr. Du from now on. Saying this, Su Tao placed Xiao and I in Du Fei's arms. Du Fei was taken aback. What does this mean, Mr. Su? She is yours now. You may call her master. In the eyes of a family like the Su's, servants are hardly regarded as individuals but rather as commodities. This was particularly true for maids like Xiao and I and Xiao AI. Thus, transferring them from one person to another was quite commonplace. However, Du Fei found it utterly incomprehensible. This is a living person. How can one simply give her away? Moreover, did Xiao and I not possess her own consciousness? Hello, master, Xiao and I shyly greeted. already standing beside Du Fei, recognizing him as her new master. I have other matters to attend to. Please keep me informed of any new developments regarding Su Zhiruo's condition. Understood, Du Fei replied. After Su Tao departed, he turned to Xiao and I, bewildered. Is this some sort of trap? Are they attempting to ensnare me? It seemed unlikely that the Su family would orchestrate such elaborate schemes merely for Du Fei's sake. Su Tao likely intended for Xiao and I to assist Du Fei in his daily life, perhaps even his private affairs, to prevent any inadvertent mistakes while he was constantly near Su Zhiruo. To be honest, Du Fei knew very little about Xiao and I and Xiao Ai. He was only aware that they were maids of the Su family, having grown up alongside Su Zhiruo, and that both were exceedingly beautiful. The difference lay in that Xiao and I was taller, exuding an air of elegance, while Xiao Ai was shorter and more endearing. Each day, they donned the Su family's designated maid attire, a white undergarment paired with a long black skirt and flat shoes, complete with an apron for convenience. Their maid uniforms were quite conservative and elegant, designed to reveal nothing. Du Fei often mused that if they were his maids, he would never allow them to wear such drab uniforms devoid of romance. It was unexpected that Su Tao truly gifted Xiao and I to himself. This presented an opportunity for Du Fei. Xiao and I, is there something you wish to convey to your master? Hearing Xiao and I address him as master filled Du Fei with a sense of elation. It was no wonder that players in games often call their masters. The feeling was indeed unique. This was far more impactful than being addressed as Big Brother. Is your real name indeed Xiao and I? How come I have never heard you speak of yourself? Can you genuinely acknowledge me as your master? Previously, Du Fei had been unable to inquire about such matters. But now that he had assumed the role of master, it seemed appropriate to ask. Xiao and I appeared somewhat shy. I am known solely as Xiao and I. In truth, I am not from your country, but a maid from the Philippines. The wealthy tend to prefer hiring Filipino maids for a simple reason. They are diligent and possess vulnerabilities that are easily managed. Their families serve as their Achilles heel. The situation in the Philippines is far from ideal. Many individuals find themselves with no prospects at home and are compelled to seek employment abroad, sending their earnings back home to ensure their families have enough to eat. Why do employers prefer to hire foreigners rather than locals? This is the essence of the matter. As the saying goes, it's easier to guard against external threats than to watch for treachery from within. Hiring domestically differs from employing individuals from abroad. Those from the local area typically have their own networks and connections, along with their own vulnerabilities. There is always the possibility that one day, for various reasons, they might betray their families. However, Filipino maids are different. They are unfamiliar with the locale. Although they too may betray, the potential damage is minimal, and the likelihood is significantly reduced. Even if someone attempts to exploit their vulnerabilities, their familial connections are generally obscure and hard to trace. Du Fei regarded Xiao and I before him. No wonder she had no other name, merely the title of Xiao and I. If she were a Filipino maid, everything began to make sense. Furthermore, Du Fei had previously sensed an exotic beauty in Xiao and I, reminiscent of the character Xiao Xiao from the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber. Indeed, upon closer inspection, she appeared to possess foreign lineage. After engaging in a brief conversation with Xiao and I, Du Fei gleaned a clearer understanding of her circumstances. Her family was impoverished. Around the age of 7 or 8, the Su family sought candidates in her region and happened upon Xiao and I. Thus, she began her service to the Su household, caring for Su Zhiruo from a young age. At the age when she began to form familial attachments, her home life had been fraught with hardship, making her time with the Su family feel like a fortunate turn of fate. Consequently, Xiao and I was quite content with her current situation. The Su family would regularly send financial support to her family, and she maintained regular contact with them. Although she was uncertain when she might return, Xiao and I remained filled with hope. Her aspiration is to one day bring her entire family back home, relying on the earnings she has amassed in the Su family to ensure their later years are filled with comfort and ease. For her, this is far from a formidable challenge. To date, her income has already been sufficient for her family to live well in the Philippines. After listening to the entire story, Du Fei felt somewhat dazed. By her account, there seems to be no necessity for such sacrifices. Surely, even without selling herself, she could earn a considerable fortune? Upon hearing this, Xiao Ni's cheeks flushed crimson. I merely wish to repay kindness. Repay kindness? Such a degree of sacrifice is unwarranted. Du Fei observed Xiao and I, who appeared rather bashful. Is this truly an act of gratitude? It seems more like she is simply entranced. In a place like the Su family, she had always been cautious, but now, in the hospital, assigned to Du Fei, she found herself considerably freer. However, If Xiao and I insist it is an act of gratitude, so be it. Du Fei was not a man lacking in understanding of romance. He would not simply refuse. Now that Xiao and I had been entrusted to him, it implied that he could do as he pleased, right? With a mischievous grin, Du Fei declared, "Let us start with changing out of that maid outfit. Look at you, that attire hardly resembles a maid." With that, he promptly ordered 2 sets of new outfits online. They arrived in under 2 hours, delivered right to him. "Here, put this on." The maid outfit Du Fei selected for Xiao and I was markedly different from her previous one. Her prior attire was quite conservative, with a long skirt. The new dress, however, featured a short hem, resting well above the knee, revealing a tantalizing glimpse with even the slightest movement. Furthermore, the top was a stark contrast to her former, almost suffocating blouse. This one was off-shoulder and sleeveless, showcasing her delicate collarbone. He even paired it with a set of black stockings. Now, this is what a maid should look like. Xiao and I, being a tall and slender girl, found this ensemble accentuated her figure beautifully. However, as she donned the new outfit, she appeared somewhat uneasy. Her left hand clutching her chest while her right tugged at her skirt, her expression one of bashfulness. "Must I really wear this?" "Indeed. And have you forgotten a certain title?" "A master." Previously, in the Su family, Xiao and I had addressed the patriarch, the young lady, and the young master without a second thought. Yet now, calling Du Fei master brought an unexpected wave of embarrassment. Wearing this outfit only heightened her sense of shame. This demure demeanor was simply irresistible to Du Fei. Upon reflection, when I first encountered Xiao and I, she possessed a certain aura of sophistication. Now, she has transformed entirely into a little sister figure. This is splendid, truly splendid. Du Fei is immensely pleased. "From this day forth, you shall be my personal maid. Let us first seek out Zheng Nalan and LV Qingling for some amusement." Before long, in Zheng Nalan's hospital room, the two beheld Du Fei's maid, their faces adorned with astonishment. "Who is this?" Zheng Nalan inquired. "What game are you playing now?" "She is my maid, Xiao and I." "A maid?" Zheng Nalan's expression was one of utter confusion. LV Qingling appeared even more bewildered. "What on earth are you up to, big brother? It is not a matter of what I am doing. Given my esteemed status, it is only reasonable that I have someone to attend to my daily needs, is it not? Therefore, seeking a maid is entirely normal, would you not agree?" Yet, the two remained somewhat perplexed. After all, the concept of a maid is not particularly prevalent in our country, being rather niche. They are only familiar with housekeepers. Isn't that akin to a servant, like in the television dramas? LV Qingling seemed to catch on. "That does make sense, but I shall call her a maid." "Why?" "Because a servant addresses their master, while a maid addresses their owner." Upon hearing Du Fei's reasoning, Zheng Nalan's expression shifted to one of peculiar astonishment. Her gaze directed at Du Fei with a hint of annoyance. "You pervert. Hey, do not speak nonsense. How is this perverted?" Meanwhile, LV Qingling's curiosity deepened as she approached Xiao and I. "Sister, what is your monthly salary?" Xiaoni's face flushed with embarrassment. "I cannot disclose that." She was bound by a contract with the Su family, restricting her from discussing numerous matters. Though her current master is Du Fei rather than the Su family, the associated contract merely transitioned from the Su family to Du Fei. The rules remain unchanged. It must be substantial. When I grow up, I also wish to pursue such a profession. It requires no mental strain and allows one to dress so beautifully. Zheng Nalan was utterly speechless upon hearing this. LV Qingling, being a young girl, clearly did not grasp the intricacies involved. She even aspired to become a maid. Chapter 62. A matter of caution for Zheng Nalan and her companions. Du Fei's acquisition of a maid bore little consequence. However, for Du Fei, the situation was entirely different. From initially playing chess with Zheng Nalan, to now including LV Qingling in a game of dodiju, and subsequently being able to engage in mahjong with Xiao and I, the progression continued. Eventually, they could play Sanguosha with 5 players and Werewolf with 6. If this trend persists, Du Fei would inevitably lead this group of captivating women from the psychiatric hospital into a grand battle royale. Of course, it would not be a life and death struggle. Du Fei would assume the role of the hunter, targeting the beauties in a more playful manner. With Xiao and I's inclusion, the enjoyment among the group has only intensified, and they swiftly played into the night. Du Fei glanced at the shy girl beside him. "What do you say for tonight?" Xiaoni's face flushed with embarrassment as she replied, "I will follow my master's lead." Du Fei contemplated pulling Xiao and I into the room for a more intimate encounter that evening, yet upon further reflection, he deemed it inappropriate. Primarily, the atmosphere was not conducive, and their feelings had not yet matured. Although Du Fei often labeled himself a scoundrel, he preferred that matters unfold naturally. With someone of LV Qingling's intellect, he could easily manipulate her into bed, and even if unsuccessful, he could still derive some advantage. However, he refrained from such actions. On one hand, he felt a profound sense of guilt. On the other, he believed their emotional connection was not yet sufficient. Despite his reputation, he still valued maintaining a semblance of respectability. Then perhaps you should stay in my room tonight, he had already mapped out in his mind. Yet, Du Fei's tongue was more candid, regardless of the ambience. As long as Xiao and I did not object, did that not imply their readiness? Xiao and I understood the underlying meaning, her cheeks flushing even more. Just as she was about to nod in agreement, Du Fei's phone rang at the most inopportune moment. Initially, he intended to dismiss the call. But upon seeing the name of his roommate, Wang Shuai, he decided to answer. After all, he could not afford to be disrespectful to a close companion. Hey, handsome. What's up? Du Fei inquired. Do you have any money? Wang Shuai's question elicited a mischievous grin from Du Fei. Oh, have you gone and splurged again? How much do you need to borrow? 300 or 500? Fixed repayment or principal and interest? Du Fei jested, fully aware that they had shared many financial exchanges in the past, often lightheartedly. In their earlier days of limited means, borrowing money was a matter of necessity, and repayment was expected. Now that Du Fei had achieved a degree of success, even a sum of 3,000 or 5,000 would pose no issue for him to lend. However, Wang Shuai's tone on the other end shifted noticeably, revealing an undercurrent of distress. 200,000. What? Du Fei was taken aback by the figure. What predicament required such a substantial amount? Are you in trouble? Well, it's complicated. Wang Shuai's demeanor suggested that the situation could not be succinctly explained. Is the dormitory still open? Gather the others, and let us go out for barbecue at our usual spot. We can talk while we eat, my treat. Resolving a brother's troubles over a meal seemed the most fitting approach, given that Wang Shuai sought him out for assistance. It was likely the rest of their dorm mates were already aware of the situation and could contribute to the discussion. After all, their camaraderie was strong. Apologies, Xiao and I. You should rest today. I have some matters to attend to. Du Fei looked at Xiao and I with genuine regret. Xiao and I let out a soft laugh. Master, what nonsense are you talking about? Of course, I am merely following your arrangements. How could I possibly feel discontented? In truth, she felt a sense of relief, for she had been quite anxious. Soon, Du Fei arrived at their usual spot outside the school, a barbecue stall. Wang Shuai and a few others were already there, having placed their orders and waiting for Du Fei. Upon seeing him, they waved eagerly. Du Fei, over here. This barbecue stall, frequented by students, remained bustling even during class hours. Some students would indulge in late-night feasts before heading to internet cafes to play through the night. The atmosphere was vibrant and lively. As Du Fei took his seat, the barbecue was served. Come, let us raise a toast. Within a matter of minutes, as they savored the barbecue and sipped on drinks, the ambience grew increasingly animated. Du Fei then broached a serious topic. Handsome, what is going on? Please share, Wang Shuai replied, wearing a troubled expression. Before he could elaborate, Li Rui interjected. What else could it be? It's about his old flame. Wang Shuai had been in a relationship with Lin Yanfei, a fellow student, for 3 years. Among their dormitory of 4, aside from Lu Qing, who was immersed in his own world, the others were all in relationships. Wang Shuai began to recount his predicament. I've been with Lin Yanfei for 3 years now, with graduation approaching. I've heard she plans to continue her career in the capital while I intend to return to my hometown. I want to marry her. But she mentioned that according to her family's customs, the bride price must be at least 200,000, plus a house in her name. My family does own a house, so that's not an issue, but the bride price is a dilemma for me. My parents have spent nearly all their earnings on the house and my education, so it's impossible to gather that sum. Consequently, Wang Shuai contemplated borrowing money. We've been together for 3 years, and her character is commendable. I truly don't want to lose her. Besides, as a man, I must take responsibility in this regard. Wang Shuai's words were imbued with emotion. However, Du Fei's response was markedly different. He patted Wang Shuai on the shoulder, saying, My friend, given our bond, if you need to borrow money, I will certainly help. However, I advise you to think this through carefully. Look at my situation with Lin Jiao. It has been long since that unfolded. I'm not disparaging Lin Yanfei, but have you truly considered all aspects? For Du Fei, losing 200,000 was no longer a concern. He had recently received a reward of 10 million from the Su family, approaching financial freedom. He realized that with the prospect of curing Su Zhuruo, the Su family would likely provide even more support, making him aware that he was no longer in need of money. Yet, for Wang Shuai, that 200,000 represented a significant challenge. He is a university student on the brink of graduation, yet to secure a job. If he were to suddenly incur a loss of 200,000, or even lose his parents' home, it would be an immense blow. One must understand that in this day and age, the motivations of women in marriage are often ambiguous. How many women marry merely to receive a bride price, obtain a house, and then, within a mere few months, divorce, thereby seizing a substantial portion of wealth? Caution is warranted. Chapter 63. Exercise caution. Wang Shuai was also hesitant regarding Du Fei's advice, furrowing his brow. I believe it shouldn't be an issue, after all. We have been together for 3 years. And in these 3 years, how far have you progressed with her? Du Fei inquired. We have gone out together numerous times, and our relationship has been quite harmonious. Although we have yet to share a room, we have at least kissed, Wang Shuai replied, embodying the quintessential Na'vi young man. To him, a kiss was almost tantamount to a promise of lifelong commitment. However, Du Fei, with his more seasoned perspective, held a starkly different view. My friend, to put it bluntly, a kiss is merely that, a kiss. What does it prove? After she breaks up with you, how will others know how many people she has kissed? These 3 years, you have merely been playing. How can you discern her true character in such a context? To truly understand someone, one must consider other factors, such as someone like Lu Kai. Upon mentioning this, Du Fei suddenly had an idea. Why not have Lu Kai conduct a little test? Initially troubled, Wang Shuai burst into laughter. Lu Kai? Someone like him? How could Lin Yanfei possibly be interested in him? That is quite a joke. Du Fei, however, remained undeterred. Let us not dismiss the idea so quickly. I believe it's worth a shot. Look, Lin Yanfei is demanding a bride price of 200,000. What could possibly compel her to insist on this amount? Can't you simply save up a little more before acquiescing to her demands? Du Fei's words were already quite tactful. In truth, the moment he first heard Lin Yanfei's demand for a bride price, he had wished for her to distance herself as much as possible, not to mention the matter of the house and the name attached to it. It was merely out of consideration for Wang Shuai's feelings for Lin Yanfei that Du Fei refrained from voicing his true thoughts. Previously, Du Fei had viewed the bride price and house as tokens of sincerity. However, after encountering many women, his perspective had shifted. Take Lu Yunfei, for instance. What kind of person is she? And what about other women? If someone genuinely cares for you, would they truly concern themselves with a bride price or a car? Would Lin Jiao demand a bride price or a car when with Lu Kai? She wouldn't, because she knows that as long as she marries him, or even just spend some time with him, she can acquire plenty of wealth without needing to ask. Du Fei observed Wang Shuai, who still appeared quite conflicted. Du Fei boldly spoke up. Thus, I shall have Lu Kai test Lin Yanfei. Regardless of whether she passes or fails, I will grant you 200,000. If she succeeds, this sum will serve as your betrothal gift, a contribution from me. If she does not pass, then this 200,000 shall be your entrepreneurial fund. You may use it as you wish, whether for a house down payment or to establish a clinic back home. Du Fei clearly expressed his stance. He was not concerned about the money itself, but rather he was genuinely apprehensive about Wang Shuai being taken advantage of. Witnessing Du Fei's generosity, Wang Shuai realized that any further hesitation on his part would be unwise. Gritting his teeth, he nodded in agreement. All right, I will follow your lead. Du Fei promptly contacted Lu Kai's father, Lu Lei, having saved his contact information when he dealt with Lu Kai previously. This was to ascertain whether Lu Kai had undergone a chemical castration. Presently, Lu Kai had become a recluse, too frightened to step outside, having developed an obsession with gaming. He had not attended school since that incident. Upon receiving Du Fei's call, Lu Lei immediately took it seriously and respectfully inquired about the situation. Du Fei briefly explained that he was assigning Lu Kai a task to secure Lin Yanfei using money. As for how much, they would determine that themselves. Lin Yanfei's name was quite unique. She was the only one in the entire school. Lu Kai, leveraging his connections, would undoubtedly be able to find her. After learning about the task, Lu Lei quickly agreed and set off to communicate with Lu Kai. Meanwhile, in a room on the 6th floor of the hospital, Xiao Ai had just finished attending to the young lady and returned to her own quarters to rest. At that moment, a middle-aged nurse was accompanying Su Zhuo. Since her hospitalization, Su Zhuo had been attended by 6 caregivers, 2 maids, 2 bodyguards, and 2 nurses. The maids were responsible for Su Zhuo's daily needs, while the nurses kept watch during the night. Should anything arise, they would alert the others. Upon Xiao Ai's return, She caught sight of Xiao and I admiring her new-made outfit in front of the mirror. Hearing Xiao Ai's movements, Xiao and I attempted to hide. But it was too late. Xiao Ai had seen everything. Xiao Ai was momentarily taken aback. What are you doing? I'm not doing anything. This outfit is what Du Fei wants me to wear, Xiao and I replied, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Although she felt a wave of shyness when she first donned the outfit, in the absence of anyone around, she began to joyfully admire her new attire. It is worth noting that in the Su household, she possessed only a few sets of maid uniforms. Her daily work was not particularly taxing. Yet there were no days off, nor could she go out to have fun. She could only join in when Su Zhao was engaged in some activity. This was her first time wearing clothing beyond the Su family's maid uniform, particularly something so exquisitely beautiful. Unlike the attire of the Su family's maids, which emphasizes functionality, this outfit is both simple and modest, yet quite beautiful. Xia Ai looked on with envy. By the way, I heard you were given to Du Fei? Xiao and I nodded. Hasn't he done anything to you, has he? Xia Ai hurriedly inquired, having pondered over these matters throughout the day. Xiao and I felt quite embarrassed by the question. No, he hasn't done anything. Impossible. That old lecher would do nothing? Xia Ai exclaimed. When he first saw us, his eyes nearly popped out. At least young Master Su is respectable. He never looks at us with such eyes. Xia Ai's words left Xiao and I speechless. Is there really a need for such gazes? It's clear he looks down upon us, the lower class, to an ordinary person. Both Xiao and I and Xia Ai might seem strikingly beautiful. However, to someone like Su Tao, they were merely average. This is because the women surrounding Su Tao were all exceptionally stunning, including top-tier actresses he could meet at will. How could someone of his status possibly linger his gaze upon a mere maid? If he had, he wouldn't have so readily given Xiao and I to Du Fei. Why are you blushing? Xia Ai remarked, noticing Xiao and I's silent, flushed expression. Suddenly, she sensed something was amiss. You don't actually have feelings for Du Fei, do you? No, I merely have a slight fondness, Xiao and I quickly denied. Her feelings for Du Fei were indeed just that, mere fondness. Primarily because she had scarcely encountered other men at the Su household. The Su family members were all high and aloof, creating an inherent divide with individuals like her. Not to mention fondness, she didn't even dare to meet their gazes. Du Fei, however, was different. He was both charming and easygoing. Chapter 64. Who wouldn't be moved? LV Kai is a wealthy second-generation heir and a seasoned player in the realm of romance. He has charmed countless women, far surpassing the principal who merely resorts to greasy compliments. However, LV Kai typically refrains from employing such tactics. Why bother with intricate schemes when he can easily dazzle women with his wealth? Therefore, upon receiving the task to woo Lin Yinfei, he felt exceptionally confident, especially upon discovering that she was merely an ordinary student from a medical university. Such a girl could be won over with just a few subtle moves. The only frustration was that he had become somewhat of a eunuch, yet still had to engage in such pursuits, which was emotionally taxing. Nevertheless, he felt he had no choice, as this was his father's arrangement. Rather than face elimination after resistance, LV Kai preferred to live on as a eunuch, free from worries about sustenance. Even without women, at least he still had video games, right? The day after receiving his assignment, LV Kai promptly reached out to Lin Yinfei's roommate, undertaking an action that would baffle the average person. Thus, each of these roommates received the latest Apple phone along with stylish bags. Furthermore, they were instructed to present a unified front, claiming that their boyfriends had gifted them these items. With a generous budget for wooing women, Lu Kai was able to employ some elaborate tactics. Naturally, the roommates who received these gifts were elated. Who would refuse a free gift? In Lin Yinfei's dormitory, under Lu Kai's covert arrangements, several roommates began to flaunt their new Apple phones and bags. Observing this scene, Lin Yinfei felt a pang of distress. Women are inherently prone to jealousy. When others surpass them, they feel envious, and when someone with lesser attributes finds a boyfriend better than their own, it can provoke intense jealousy. Why? Despite her roommates being less accomplished, did they all manage to secure affluent boyfriends? With an unbalanced heart, Lin Yinfei immediately searched for the total cost of the phones and bags. Upon seeing the prices, her frustration deepened. She then mentioned it casually to Wang Shui over the phone. My roommates seem to have lost their minds, insisting that their boyfriends buy them phones and bags. Wang Shui, intrigued, inquired, did they actually buy them? Yes, indeed. They all purchased them and planned to go shopping together this weekend with their new bags. Wang Shui could sense Lin Yinfei's envy, yet felt powerless to change the situation. My dear, you know I'm currently preparing your dowry. I simply don't have the discretionary funds for such items right now. Please bear with me, and once we start working, I will buy you one. Lin Yanfei understood this rationale and had not yet lost her sense of reason. I understand, don't worry. However, gazing at her friend's phones only intensified her desire. After pondering for a while, a thought suddenly struck her. Perhaps she could purchase a phone in installments? Although the latest high-end Apple model costs over $10,000. Spreading the payments over 3 years would render the monthly cost quite manageable, around $300 and interest-free. With this thought in mind, Lin Yanfei promptly ordered an Apple phone. Once she received it, she would certainly not disclose that it was an installment purchase. Instead, she would claim it was a gift from Wang Shuai. This news quickly reached Wang Shuai, as he knew several of Lin Yanfei's friends, making it easy to find out. Upon hearing this, Wang Shuai excitedly called Du Fei to boast. Du Fei, I told you my judgment wouldn't fail. Look at my girlfriend. What a wonderful person. She secretly bought a phone and claims it was for me. Wang Shuai was genuinely thrilled by this development. However, Du Fei was far less optimistic. It appeared that Lu Kai had already begun to take action. Wang Shuai has yet to grasp the gravity of the situation. My dear fellow, do you truly believe this is a fortuitous turn of events? When she purchased a mobile phone claiming it was a gift from you, was she embellishing your image or her own? If Lin Yanfei were indeed the virtuous woman one would hope for, should she not be striving to gather the necessary funds to present the betrothal gifts? Or better yet, forgo the gifts entirely? The mere act of acquiring this phone serves as a testament to her entrapment. She cannot be without what others possess. This is an exceedingly perilous signal. Upon hearing this, Wang Shuai fell into silence, recognizing the complexity of the matter. Meanwhile, Lu Kai had not yet ceased his endeavors. The following day, he approached the least attractive girl from Lin Yanfei's dormitory, persuading her to invite Lin Yanfei out for a meal, just the three of them. Unbeknownst to Lin Yanfei, she entered the snare without any suspicion. At a restaurant outside the campus, Lin Yanfei was taken aback upon encountering Lu Kai. Her eyes widened in astonishment. Is that you? It is worth noting that Lu Kai had been absent from the medical university for quite some time. With a smile, Lu Kai nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed. Let us not ponder too much. Let us order. Under Lu Kai's guidance, the trio began their meal. At a strategic moment, Lin Yanfei's roommate excused herself to the restroom, leaving only Lu Kai and Lin Yanfei at the table. This was, of course, orchestrated by Lu Kai. With a faint air of melancholy, he remarked, "Ah, Miss Lin, your roommate is truly difficult to pursue. I consider my own circumstances rather favorable. I gifted her a phone and a handbag, and even promised an 88,000 yuan betrothal gift, along with a job in the capital. Despite such excellent offerings, she remains unyielding. Why is it so challenging to find a woman for marriage?" Lin Yanfei was taken aback by his words. What? You intend to marry? Lu Kai nodded affirmatively. Indeed, my father has issued a final ultimatum, demanding that I marry within a month. I merely sought your roommate. Otherwise, why would I ever consider her caliber? Seeking you is far superior. At this, Lin Yanfei was thoroughly astonished. Is this for real? Absolutely. I swear. When have I ever shown interest in women of such quality? My marriage is merely a formality, a means to appease my parents. In a mere 2 years, divorce will follow. Our family is not lacking in wealth. Lu Kai's declaration stirred a profound intrigue within Lin Yanfei. An 88,000 yuan betrothal gift. That sum could secure her a home. Additionally, securing a job in the capital alongside Lu Kai would enable her to fulfill all her aspirations. After all, Lin Yanfei's primary desires are wealth and a position in the capital. Although Lu Kai may be flawed, the prospect of exchanging 2 years for a lifetime's worth of earnings is undeniably enticing. Who could resist such an allure? Chapter 65. Bewildered by insults, Lu Kai's intentions were as clear as day. If Lin Yanfei was willing, he would immediately present the betrothal gifts to marry her, rendering feelings and emotions utterly inconsequential. Lin Yanfei felt a stir of excitement, yet hesitated to take action, for she was not the typical gold digger devoid of shame. As she finished her meal, she remained entangled in her thoughts about this matter. She even called her parents to seek their counsel. If Lin Yanfei still possessed a shred of dignity, her parents were the embodiment of insatiable greed. Upon hearing of a potential suitor capable of offering a staggering betrothal gift of 880,000, their interest was piqued. They eagerly inquired, "Dear daughter, can this man truly provide such a sum?" "It should be possible. His family is quite affluent," she replied. "Then what are we waiting for? Even without a betrothal gift, you should marry him. We will take charge of this matter." Seeing her parents' unwavering stance left Lin Yanfei in a state of confusion. What should she do? Meanwhile, Lu Kai's plans were unfolding, while Du Fei enjoyed his time at the hospital, playfully engaging with Zhang Nailan and her companions. However, since they had yet to cross that threshold, the variety of their activities remained somewhat limited. Once he truly secured Zhang Nailan's affections, the possibilities would surely expand. One day, Du Fei visited Su Jirua's hospital room to check on her condition. At that moment, Su Jirua appeared relatively alert, recalling everyday knowledge and even articulating matters regarding the Su family with clarity. Little AI, witnessing this progress, felt a surge of joy, as it indicated that the young lady's recovery was drawing near. After confirming Su Jirua's status, Du Fei expressed his satisfaction. She is recovering splendidly. Little AI, let us continue with the plan I provided earlier. Show her some television dramas that are easy to comprehend. Little AI nodded. We have been watching The Legend of the White Snake, but we're nearing its conclusion. What shall we watch next? How about Deep Love in the Misty Rain? After all, they are all romantic tales that resonate with young women. These narratives will aid Su Jirua in awakening or forming a new persona. Very well, call me if anything arises. Du Fei concluded, his anticipation mounting as he set out to find Zhang Nailan. However, just a few steps away, Su Jirua suddenly grasped his arm. Du Fei, she said. Her large, watery eyes fixed on him, her lips poised to speak yet hesitating, tinged with a blush. Little AI stood frozen, taken aback. Is there something you wish to convey, miss? Yet, in the end, Su Zhou merely allowed Du Fei to depart, her thoughts unspoken. Miss Su, feel free to call me whenever you need anything. After Du Fei offered this reminder, he took his leave. The room was left with only Su Zhou and Xiao Ai. In a hushed tone, Xiao Ai inquired, Miss, what were you about to say just now? Having grown up together, their conversation flowed with little barrier. And shyness was a rarity. Su Jirua lowered her head, blushing. I am not quite sure why, but I inexplicably wish for Du Fei to stay. Xiao Ai looked bewildered. Could it be that her esteemed lady had developed feelings for Du Fei? Upon exiting Su Jirua's hospital room, Du Fei witnessed a scene unfold in the corridor. Bai Yiran stood at the foot of the stairs, her face a mask of fury as she confronted a man before her. I told you, do not come looking for me again. The man, unyielding, replied, Yiran. I am doing this for your own good. Look at you, spending every day here amongst these patients. Sooner or later, it will drive you mad. Quit your job and come with me. I can arrange a position for you with a yearly salary of 1 million. You won't have to toil or worry about finances. Du Fei scrutinized the man, immediately discerning his affluence. Dressed in designer casual wear, the ostentatious Rolex on his wrist was particularly striking, likely worth at least several $100,000. He was reasonably attractive, with a hint of arrogance in his demeanor. Upon hearing his proposal, Bai Yiran furrowed her brow. Zhang Jifeng, I have told you, I am not interested in such things. Do not block my way at the hospital again, or I will call the police. Oh, Du Fei realized that this man was not merely a suitor, but a rather obsessive one. Was there truly any difference between this and stalking? That is all I have to say. With that, Bai Yiran attempted to leave but was abruptly seized by the man. Hey, Yiran, don't go just yet. Let us talk this through. What do you want? Let go of me. Do not call me Yiran. You have no right to. As the two appeared on the brink of a confrontation, the increasingly brazen Zhang Jifeng prompted Du Fei to intervene. He called out loudly, Hey, what is going on here? His voice echoed sharply through the hospital, creating an unexpected disturbance. Startled, Zhang Jifeng released Bai Yiran, who seized the opportunity to retreat behind Du Fei. Realizing he had overreacted, Zhang Jifeng shot Du Fei a resentful glare. Who are you? I am the only one permitted to call her Yiran, Du Fei retorted mockingly. You were quite enthusiastic in calling her by that name just now, weren't you? Zhang Jifeng's teeth ground together in frustration. However, upon noticing the white coat worn by Du Fei, he quickly realized. Are you the doctor here? You, treating mental illnesses? You appear to be as mentally unstable as those you claim to help. Even in my most troubled state, I would never cling to a girl like that. What makes you think you are so exceptional? You seem like a perfectly normal man, yet you lack even a shred of gentlemanly decorum. Are you perhaps a man who has never touched a woman in his entire life? Is this the extent of your excitement upon encountering a woman? Is it truly necessary to act in such a manner? Du Fei's words left Zhang Jifeng's face a ghastly shade of green, inciting him to respond with anger. You are the one who is a virgin. Oh, are you not a virgin? Then what are you doing to the innocent women at our hospital? If you wish to wallow in filth, do not drag others down with you. You imbecile. In Du Fei's perspective, his remarks lacked any real bite. After all, Such vulgarities are often dismissed online, where some might even interpret them as playful banter. Yet, for Zhang Jifeng, the sting of the words was profoundly sharp. He was, after all, a quintessential second-generation rich kid, whose father had made a name for himself in the capital. He fancied himself part of the upper echelons of society and had never encountered such base insults before. Chapter 66. Targeted by an older woman drenched in humiliation from Du Fei's scathing critique, Zhang Jifeng was naturally enraged, even contemplating physical confrontation. Nevertheless, he fought to restrain his temper, glaring menacingly at Du Fei. What a tasteless individual you are. You have such refinement, harassing young women as you do. If everyone possessed your level of sophistication, what sort of world would we inhabit? Dressed so well, yet you resemble a village hermit who has never beheld a woman. Rushing toward any female you see. Were you a Pekingese or a teddy in your past life? Oh, what is that look in your eyes? Are you planning to strike? Perhaps you should assess your own frail limbs. Pathetic fool. I warn you, should you dare to harass Bai Yiran again, I will ensure you find yourself begging on the streets. Du Fei's relentless barrage left Zhang Jifeng at a loss for words, ultimately resorting to seething resentment as he glared at Du Fei. Du Fei, uninterested in further confrontation, took Bai Yiran and departed, while Zhang Jifeng seethed behind them, shouting, "You wait right there." Upon returning to the office, Bai Yiran finally exhaled in relief, gazing at Du Fei with heartfelt gratitude. "Director Du, thank you." Xiao Yingling, initially preoccupied, perked up at the exchange. "Oh, what transpired?" Bai Yiran shook her head. "It's nothing." Du Fei interjected, "Just lending a small hand. That's all. Tell me, do you truly have no interest in that fellow? If you genuinely feel that way, I can assist in driving him away. After this encounter, he will surely not relent." Du Fei could take the initiative and force that young man to leave the capital. Bai Yiran nodded. "I truly have no interest in him, but driving him away might prove to be quite challenging. His family is in business, and I've heard they are quite formidable." Du Fei, however, was indifferent. After all, can they rival the Su family? It's merely a matter of a single word from a member of the Su clan. At worst, Du Fei may not be able to secure their assistance. Yet, whether they would help or not is something that can only be determined through experience. What kind of business do they engage in? What is his father's name? They specialize in snacks. His father is Zhang Hong, and they own a brand called Snack Shop. Upon hearing that they dealt in snacks, Du Fei felt a sense of relief. This is straightforward. In this day and age, those in the snack business predominantly rely on e-commerce platforms. Particularly, the Snack Shop brand derives 80% of its sales from such platforms. Coincidentally, Du Fei knew someone, the owner of the e-commerce platform, Su Jijun. A simple word to him would swiftly undermine Zhang Jifeng's business. Within 3 days, that young man would come crawling to Du Fei to apologize. Just wait. After Du Fei finished speaking, he stepped outside to make a phone call. Xiao Yingling, filled with curiosity, pulled Bai Yiran aside and began to inquire. "What is going on? Do tell. We are good colleagues after all. If you don't say anything, I might just burst from anticipation." All right, I'll tell you." Bai Yiran relented to Xiao Yingling's persistence and shared the details. Outside, after a brief exchange with Su Jijun, Du Fei articulated his intentions. Su Jijun was a connection Du Fei had made through the Dane, and he had no concerns regarding the personal favor. Upon hearing this, Su Jijun immediately agreed. After hanging up, Du Fei returned to the office and waved at Bai Yiran. "All set. Just wait for Zhang Jifeng to come personally to apologize to you." With that, Du Fei didn't even enter the office. He turned and headed to Zhang Nalin's hospital room, leaving Bai Yiran and Xiao Yingling behind. Once Xiao Yingling learned of the situation, she was filled with profound admiration. Du Fei truly has a certain charm when he is assertive. What a pity he is far too irreverent. The way he stood up for Bai Yiran was utterly exhilarating for her. Bai Yiran had longed to berate Zhang Jifeng, but as a young woman, it was difficult for her to voice such sentiments. Du Fei stepped in as her verbal advocate, unleashing a torrent of words that left Zhang Jifeng utterly speechless. It was as if all of Bai Yiran's pent-up frustrations were released at once, leaving her feeling immensely satisfied. Naturally, her fondness for Du Fei grew considerably. However, her sentiments mirrored those of Xiao Yingling. He is quite a remarkable individual, yet far too frivolous. Otherwise, as a brilliant medical student, charismatic and promising, one would expect that his emotional turmoil would attract many admirers. "Greetings, is Dr. Du available?" Just as the two were engrossed in their conversation, yet another nurse entered the office. This nurse appeared to be around 30, clad in a white coat that did little to conceal her ample figure. The coat was unbuttoned, revealing a form-fitting skirt and black stockings that accentuated her allure against the stark white of her attire. Particularly striking were her bosom, which could easily overshadow that of most women. In contrast to her physique, her facial features were rather unremarkable, perhaps a modest 8 out of 10. However, the beauty mark at the corner of her mouth added an enchanting and tempting quality to her appearance. Sister Zhou is attending to a patient, Du Fei replied. Oh, which ward? We are not certain. Then I shall go search for her, Bai Yiran remarked, her curiosity piqued. Do you have something to discuss with her? I need to deliver some documents. I will seek her out, Sister Zhou stated before departing. Xiao Yingling could not help but gasp in astonishment. Goodness, what has Du Fei done to attract Sister Zhou? Bai Yiran appeared somewhat bewildered. Sister Zhou, what is the matter? Unlike Xiao Yingling, who frequently engaged in hospital gossip and chatted with nurses about various scandals, Bai Yiran was solely focused on her work and paid little attention to the intrigues of the hospital. Thus, she was unaware of the rumors surrounding Sister Zhou. Xiao Yingling kindly explained, Sister Zhou is the most provocative woman in our hospital. It is rumored she has entangled herself with several of our doctors. They say her divorce 2 years ago was triggered by her husband discovering her affairs. Even now, she often seeks out casual encounters, having charmed many of the male doctors. She must have ulterior motives in seeking out Du Fei. Bai Yiran expressed her disbelief. Really? Is that true? Perhaps she is indeed just delivering documents, Bai Yiran suggested tentatively. Xiao Yingling scoffed, no way. If she were merely delivering documents, she could leave them here. We wouldn't peek, nor would we comprehend them. It is evident she is here for Du Fei. That woman, with her gaze, reveals her intentions. As women, Xiao Yingling had a keen understanding of their minds. Chapter 67. This enchantress is quite intimidating. Sister Zhou's reputation for flirtation was well known throughout the hospital. It was only Bai Yiran, uninterested in gossip, who was unaware of it. Now, however, she too was informed. What purpose could such a woman have in seeking out Du Fei? There was little doubt about her intentions. Though Xiao Yingling felt a tinge of anger regarding the situation, her curiosity soon intensified. Do you think Du Fei will fall for her charms? Bai Yiran hesitated in her response. It's difficult to say. If it were in the past, I would have readily believed Du Fei would be susceptible. But after the incident with Li Yinxi, I harbor some doubts. It appears that Du Fei is quite particular about appearances. If a face does not meet his standards, he shows little interest, despite an impressive physique. Du Fei has essentially become a discerning connoisseur. He undoubtedly favors beauties, while those he dismisses are certainly deemed inadequate. However, Xiao Yingling is quite certain that Du Fei will not be able to resist. Sister Zhou, at 30, has mastered the art of captivating younger men. Moreover, she is not lacking in beauty, unlike Li Yinwei, whose looks barely reach a 7 out of 10 and rely heavily on makeup. In contrast, Sister Zhou boasts an 8 out of 10 allure, all without any cosmetics, relying instead on her natural assets. Such endowments are rarely withstood by men. Meanwhile, Sister Zhou has located Du Fei, who was previously enjoying his time in the hospital room with Zheng Nalin and others. She insisted on summoning him outside. You must be the new director, Du, looking quite handsome. Upon calling him out, Sister Zhou took a moment to scrutinize Du Fei from head to toe, her eyes seemingly devouring him, sending a shiver down his spine. Du Fei could only manage an awkward smile. Ah, yes, that's me. You can just call me Sister Zhou. Director, Zhou asked me to give you this document. As she spoke, Sister Zhou handed the materials to Du Fei, who promptly accepted them, only to realize that she had not let go. Instead, she clutched the document tightly, gazing at him with curiosity. Sister Zhou? The document. Sister Zhou chuckled, choosing not to respond to his question. Instead, she reached out with her other hand and patted his arm, reflecting with a hint of nostalgia. You seem rather slender, yet your arms are quite impressive. At that moment, Du Fei felt a surge of trepidation for the first time. Previously, he was the one approaching women to flirt, chat, and engage in playful banter. Now, the roles had reversed. He acutely sensed a crisis regarding his own virtue, but felt utterly at a loss as to how to navigate this shift. It was a terrifying experience. Haha, I am unsure of how to proceed. Du Fei managed to reply with an awkward laugh. I've heard you've captivated both the nurses and patients at the hospital. Is that true? Although Sister Zhou claimed to be delivering documents, she withheld them from Du Fei, instead bombarding him with questions. Du Fei, reluctant to refuse her, felt a twinge of fear and could only scratch his head. Not really, I suppose? You haven't heard? The entire hospital is abuzz. All the little nurses are eager to flock to the psychiatric department. If it weren't for my watchful eye, they would have rushed over here to see the spectacle. Aren't you grateful for my vigilance? The 6th hospital has many nurses, and it's natural that not all are exceptionally beautiful. However, it was only 2 particularly stunning ones, by Iran and Xiao Yingling, who were sent to Du Fei. The quality of the other nurses is rather inconsistent, a matter difficult to articulate. Yet, those nurses, despite their varying abilities, all hold a profound admiration for Du Fei, as his attributes are undeniably exceptional. At the 6th hospital, the male doctors are predominantly in their 40s or 50s, and finding a man in his 30s is a rarity, often already encumbered with family responsibilities. For these young nurses aspiring to marry a male doctor, such aspirations are nearly unattainable. The situation is even more challenging for others. The nursing profession, akin to teaching, was once highly sought after. Marrying a nurse or a teacher was once a hallmark of success in life. In these times, however, securing a union with either profession often signals the onset of hardships. Nurses frequently endure excessive overtime, spending days on end at work, returning home merely to sleep, sometimes for months on end. After all, they are entrusted with matters of life and death, leaving no room for error. As for teachers, their occupational ailments are severe. They tend to lecture anyone they come across, and some possess rather irritable temperaments. In the past, these issues were largely overlooked, leading many to pursue them fervently. Moreover, the likelihood of infidelity in hospitals and schools is notably high. At the 6th hospital, a figure like Sister Zhou has entangled many of the male doctors in her affairs. If exposed, the fallout would be catastrophic. Many have now awakened to these realities, losing interest in women from these professions. For nurses seeking a good partner, their best option remains within the hospital, where mutual understanding of their struggles fosters support. In such an environment, someone like Du Fei becomes a coveted figure. His mere age already surpasses many peers, as most doctors only begin to achieve recognition in their 40s or 50s, making Du Fei's ascent from the pinnacle of success quite rare. Due to the remarkable tales surrounding Du Fei at the 6th hospital, numerous young nurses are drawn to visit him frequently. Sister Zhou, as the head nurse, plays a significant role in managing these encounters, often taking credit for them. However, Du Fei remains oblivious to this dynamic, awkwardly smiling in response. Thank you, Sister Zhou. Is that all? Sister Zhou, with a gaze laced with charm, leaned closer, her fragrance enveloping him. At this moment, Du Fei had nowhere left to retreat. He could not allow the situation to persist. He quickly interjected. Could you kindly place that document on my desk? I still have patients to attend to, so I must excuse myself. My apologies. With that, he turned and entered the ward, shutting the door with a resounding thud, even covering the observation window. Witnessing Du Fei's reaction, Sister Zhou erupted into laughter. Finding amusement in teasing such an innocent young man, a pastime she particularly relished. Though still craving more interaction, she decided to let it rest for the day. Zhou Jia, following Du Fei's instructions, placed the documents in the office. Upon witnessing Zhou Jia's comings and goings, Xiao Yingling and Bai Yiran were filled with speculation. Yet none dared to inquire. They merely observed as Zhou Jia entered and exited, only speaking in hushed tones once she had departed. Is this a failure? Surely not. It must be. Meanwhile, Du Fei was quite taken aback. Upon seeing his expression, Zhang Nailin was astonished. Du Fei, you don't look well. Du Fei waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. Unbeknownst to him, Zhou Jia's predatory aura had already alerted Du Fei to a lurking danger. Chapter 68. Watching television with her that morning, Du Fei awoke from his slumber to find himself gazing upon the delicate features of Xiao and I. They shared the same bed. Initially, Du Fei had intended to indulge in a romantic escapade. However, his plans were disrupted on the first day due to matters concerning Wang Shuai. After subsequently inviting Xiao and I to his room, Du Fei found himself repeatedly unable to muster the courage to act. It felt inappropriate to initiate a kiss directly, and even more so to remove her clothing. Thus, he resolved to employ a gradual approach to win over Xiao and I, sharing the same bed. He believed that a mere accidental touch would grant him the opportunity to seize her in a moment of surprise. Yet, Xiao and I was not like the enchanting beauties depicted in television shows or animated novels. Her sleeping posture was remarkably composed. Regardless of how she slept at night, she retained the same poise by day. Her movements were minimal, and her position remained unchanged. Furthermore, she was a light sleeper, stirring at the slightest noise, which nearly exposed Du Fei on several occasions. This was understandable, as one could not afford to appear careless when serving a prominent household. As Du Fei rose, Xiao and I immediately awakened, hastily dressing herself. She then proceeded to prepare breakfast for Du Fei, or rather, for several individuals, including Zheng Nailan and LV Qingling. Although they shared a life reminiscent of cohabitation, the days passed without incident. Was this reasonable? Was it scientifically plausible? Du Fei was on the verge of despair. At that moment, a message arrived from LV Kai, an image of Lin Yinfei reclining unclothed in a hotel room, accompanied by the note, "I've handled it, brother Du." Du Fei was left bewildered. Hadn't LV Kai claimed to lack the means? How had he accomplished this? What did you do? He inquired. Used money, of course. LV Kai, evidently misunderstanding the question, assumed Du Fei was inquiring about the individual involved. Du Fei felt it futile to press further. After all, whether it was a mere object or a substitute mattered little. Reflecting on the timeline, it had been exactly 4 days since he had assigned the task to Lin Kai. And in that span, Lin Yinfei had been secured. Initially, I believed Lin Yinfei to be a fairly ordinary individual. However, it appears her avarice is not absent, but rather contingent upon the offerings presented to her. How much was expended? Du Fei felt a tinge of curiosity. Lu Kai began enumerating the expenses to Du Fei. I invested over 70,000 to win over her roommates. For her personally, I spent more than 30,000 on gifts and dining, in addition to providing her with 20,000 in cash. Moreover, I pledged a bride price of 880,000, a house valued at 4 million, and a car worth 1 million, significantly more than what I initially spent on Lin Jiao. Of course, the promises of empty checks do not count. Now that the outcome was evident, Du Fei deemed it necessary to inform Wang Shuai. However, he certainly could not send the photographs, otherwise, Wang Shuai might find it unbearable. The individual who held steadfast to tradition and maintained a 3-year relationship was swiftly supplanted in just 4 days. 4 days accomplished what Wang Shuai had failed to achieve in 3 years. Thus, some individuals proclaim their fidelity merely because the opportunity has not presented itself. If the chance truly arose, whether they could remain steadfast is a question even they cannot answer. When Du Fei relayed the news to Wang Shuai, his immediate reaction was disbelief. Du Fei, unsure of how to elucidate the situation, could only sincerely assert, "My friend, I have no need to deceive you. If you doubt me, just wait. Lin Yinfei will soon propose a breakup." After this, Du Fei sent a message to Lu Kai. Within 10 minutes, the news of Lin Yinfei's intention to end her relationship with Wang Shuai reached him. Upon receiving this information, Wang Shuai was compelled to accept the truth. His initial fury subsided into a calm resignation as he reconciled himself to the reality. Thankfully, Du Fei had prepared him mentally beforehand, allowing for a quicker acceptance. If a breakup was inevitable, then so be it. His mindset now mirrored that of Du Fei, though Du Fei had been notably more at ease at that time. Ultimately, this was a positive turn of events. It was far better than deceiving Wang Shuai after marriage. With the task accomplished, Lu Kai deemed it unnecessary to maintain his FAA day and promptly vanished from the hotel. After informing Wang Shuai, Du Fei refrained from further conversation, recognizing that Wang Shuai would require time to process this on his own. After finishing breakfast, Du Fei proceeded to treat Su Zhirua. He conducted a routine examination, after which Su Zhirua would gradually immerse herself in the realm of film and television. As soon as the checkup concluded, Xiao AI unexpectedly proposed, "Mr. Du, I have something to attend to. Could you accompany Miss Su in watching television today? You, a maid, have your own affairs? Are you not concerned about Su Tao's reprimand? What could possibly be more important than Su Zhirua?" Xiao AI's expression became noticeably awkward as she struggled to find the right words. A moment of silence ensued. Du Fei, being considerate of the adorable Xiao AI, immediately waved his hand and replied, "Very well, tend to your business. I shall take care of Miss Su today." "Really? Thank you, Mr. Du." Xiao AI hurriedly dashed outside, her departure marked by a significant expression that left Du Fei somewhat perplexed. I glanced at the records. Had I already reached this point? Quite swift indeed. Upon discovering the television series, I found Du Fei and Su Zhirua seated together, watching television and engaging in conversation. While indulging in snacks, Du Fei conversed with Su Zhirua in a casual manner, which was, in fact, a part of the therapeutic process. Xiao AI's previous actions mirrored this, utilizing dialogue to exercise Su Zhirua's cognitive abilities, aiding her in maintaining prolonged awareness. This method also subtly encouraged the awakening of her inherent persona. Thus, they progressed closer to her recovery. "Miss Su, while watching The Legend of Madame Whitesnake, do you not have a question?" Su Zhirua appeared taken aback. "What question?" "Consider this. Su Xian hails from Zhejiang, correct? Yet, Bai Suzhen and Xiao Qing are from Sichuan, and Fahai is from Hunan. Two serpents from Sichuan engage in a battle with an old monk from Hunan over a man from Zhejiang, ultimately flooding the Jinshan Temple in Jiangsu. Do you not find it unjust for Jinshan Temple? Are the monks within not wronged? Upon hearing Du Fei's analysis, Su Jirua burst into laughter. Indeed, Mr. Du. Your observations are quite amusing. Did Xiao AI not mention this to you? Su Jirua shook her head, indicating her lack of understanding. Xiao AI, having been a maid, was exposed to foreign cultures from a young age. Upon returning home, the experiences she encountered were akin to those Su Jirua had. Thus, it was impossible for their conversations to possess novelty unless Xiao AI had encountered something unseen by Su Jirua. However, the two had been together consistently, leaving little room for such experiences. Du Fei was surprised by Su Jirua's reaction. Her comprehension of such intense content suggested her cognitive recovery was nearly complete. Moreover, judging by her demeanor, her personality seemed to have largely restored. Could it be that she was on the verge of full recovery? While Du Fei pondered this, Su Jirua inched closer, reducing the space between them. Chapter 69. Could there be after effects? The scene of Du Fei and Su Jirua watching television in the hospital room diverged from typical expectations. This was Su Jirua's opulent ward, though a hospital bed was nearby. It was accompanied by a sofa and a television mounted on the wall. Du Fei occupied the sofa, while Su Jirua sat beside him, initially separated by an empty seat. However, as their conversation progressed, she gradually edged closer. Before long, she found herself seated right next to Du Fei. Du Fei was no fool. He recognized the shift in proximity. Yet, there was no possibility for him to shift away, as he was already at the edge. His current concern lay in the potential for their intimate demeanor to be captured in a photograph or witnessed by others. If this situation were to reach the Su family, alas, he feared he might face a most severe punishment. Du Fei possesses a remarkable self-awareness. Given his current state, serving the Su family is nearly a fitting role for him. To aspire to marry Su Jirua is not but a fanciful dream. Even if he were to consider becoming part of the family through marriage, he would still not be chosen. The notion of employing dog training methods on Su Jirua is already a significant act of disrespect. Should such rumors circulate, it would be a grave matter. Indeed, Su Jirua is exceptionally beautiful, yet Du Fei has no intention of risking his life for her. There are other captivating women awaiting him, such as Lu Yunfei, Zheng Nailin, Tang Yin, and Xiaoanai. Filled with trepidation, Du Fei cautiously edged away. Realizing there was no path of retreat, he resolved to act decisively. I'm going to the restroom. Me too. Su Jirua's startled response left Du Fei momentarily stunned. Her face flushed with shyness. I'll wait for you. As Du Fei entered the restroom, he was taken aback to find Su Jirua standing outside, patiently awaiting his return. At that moment, he finally grasped the gravity of the situation. What was happening? Could it be that Miss Su had developed feelings for him? Was he truly that charming? Though he dismissed the thought, aside from treating Su Jirua, he had done nothing to earn her affection. Du Fei remained rational, unconvinced that someone of Su Jirua's stature would inexplicably take an interest in him. So, what could be the reason for her lingering outside? With these questions in mind, he emerged from the restroom. Upon opening the door, he found Su Jirua startled, rising abruptly from the ground, her expression shy. Had she been crouching there moments before? This scene sparked an understanding in Du Fei. It was indeed the training method employed. Su Jirua's subconscious was likely still influenced by the technique. Was it possible that she viewed Du Fei as her master, which explained her unwavering attachment? If that were the case, her behavior bore no resemblance to that of someone in love. The clinginess associated with romantic affection differs from that of a dog. Romantic clinginess often manifests through possessiveness or a desire for intimacy, where one partner disallows the other from interacting with other women or seeks constant closeness. However, a dog's clinginess arises from a desire for their owner's approval, lacking that intense emotional bond. Su Jirua was currently in that state. While she followed Du Fei, she did not seek embraces or kisses, simply relishing the proximity. What if Du Fei's hypothesis held merit? This situation could escalate into a significant dilemma. The technique he employed was merely an excessive application. Logically, when Su Jirua regained her true self, the dog-like consciousness should have dissipated or been suppressed. Clearly, it had neither faded nor been subdued. In this light, it seemed that Xiao AI might have acted with intent. Du Fei now had to feign composure and devise a plan. If the Su family were to uncover this matter, his life would be insufficient to repay the consequences. Miss Su, perhaps we should explore other options, such as delving into the theory of evolution. Du Fei chuckled awkwardly, attempting to employ alternative methods. It remains uncertain when a resolution might be achieved. Fortunately, Su Zhiruo's periods of consciousness are still limited, approximately 4 to 5 hours a day, though they are gradually increasing. After spending time with her until noon, she became utterly exhausted and fell asleep in her hospital bed. Dufay finally felt a sense of relief. In a modest villa within the capital, a middle-aged man sat in the living room, his face etched with resentment. Moments later, there was a commotion at the door. A man in his 20s entered, clad in designer attire, with a conspicuous Rolex worth a fortune adorning his wrist. This was none other than Zhang Jifeng, who had previously been entangled with by Iran. "You're back?" The middle-aged man inquired with an air of authority. Upon seeing his father's demeanor, Zhang Jifeng's expression turned awkward. "Dad, you're here. Did something happen? Why are you so angry?" Zhang Wan, his father, furrowed his brow and glared at him fiercely. "What do you mean, have I encountered something? It appears you are the one who has gotten into trouble." Taken aback by the accusation, Zhang Jifeng stammered, "Dad, what are you saying? How could I possibly cause any trouble?" He quickly grasped that his father's anger was indicative of a serious issue. "I have always heeded your teachings. I would never provoke those formidable individuals. In a place like the capital, second-generation wealthy individuals, particularly those who are arrogant and overbearing, typically possess a modicum of common sense. They understand the importance of not antagonizing those who are more powerful than themselves. Before bullying others, they assess whether their opponents are superior. After all, the capital is teeming with influential figures, and a single misstep could lead to serious repercussions." Zhang Jifeng was well aware of this principle. Zhang Wen coldly remarked, "Think carefully. Have you truly not offended anyone formidable?" Zhang Jifeng hurriedly reflected on his recent actions. If anyone could be deemed offended, it might be Du Fei from the 6th Hospital. Other than him, Zhang Jifeng had not clashed with anyone else recently. Could it be that doctor? "Dad, I did have a disagreement with the doctor before, but he was merely a minor physician from the 6th Hospital. What power could such a person possibly wield? It surely has nothing to do with me." Zhang Wen grew increasingly irate. "What of the doctor? Do you think the doctors in the capital are easy to deal with? Are you aware that the medical standards here are the highest in the nation? How many prominent figures seek treatment in the capital? Those doctors are precisely the individuals you should not provoke. Do you understand?" Although Zhang Wen was uncertain whether Zhang Jifeng's troubles stemmed from offending this doctor, he recognized the gravity of the situation. However, judging by Zhang Jifeng's expression, it is highly likely that something serious has occurred. Zhang Jifeng's face was also filled with terror. "Dad, what on earth has happened? Su Jijun from the e-commerce platform has removed our products from the shelves. Now, there are rampant rumors online suggesting that our products were taken down due to issues. Do you comprehend the gravity of this situation? Even if we manage to get them back up, our revenue will suffer a devastating blow." I inquired, and they informed me that you have offended the wrong person. They explicitly mentioned you, Zhang Jifeng. Chapter 70. 2 million can afford a mistress, are they referring to me? At this moment, Zhang Jifeng was equally bewildered. The direct accusation made it abundantly clear he had only offended Du Fei. It must have been Du Fei's doing. Does Du Fei really possess such connections? How could a mere junior doctor from a hospital wield such power? Is this for real? Zhang Jifeng still found it hard to believe. "Dad, there must be some misunderstanding." "What misunderstanding could there be? You are well aware of the company's predicament. You either drag your father down with you, or you handle it yourself. If I am doomed, you shall not fare any better." Zhang Wen spoke fiercely, clearly enraged. He was utterly exasperated. How could his own son still be contemplating such trivial matters at this critical juncture? Why wasn't he focusing on how to remedy the situation? It was only at this moment that Zhang Jifeng finally comprehended that his father was not jesting. His complexion changed drastically. "Dad, what do you suggest I do now? What else can be done?" "Apologize. I have already ordered a BMW 7 Series. Here are the car keys. Hurry and deliver them." The car, valued at around 1 million, was a significant expenditure for Zhang Wan. He knew that if the issue was not resolved promptly, complications would arise. However, for Zhang Wan, this was not a financial strain. His business was substantial, and a single watch owned by Zhang Jifeng cost about the same. His actions stemmed from a shrewd business mindset, intending to placate Du Fei with this gesture. After all, a car worth over 1 million would not entice Su Jijun, but it might hold some allure for a doctor at the 6th Hospital. Zhang Jifeng dared not delay and hurriedly took the items to find Du Fei. Du Fei had warned him against visiting the hospital, so he chose a roundabout way. He registered at the psychiatric department, specifically paying for Du Fei's consultation. Meanwhile, Du Fei was in his office waiting for patients, only to find Zhang Jifeng standing there. Both were taken aback. Bai Yiran beside them was equally perplexed. Zhang Jifeng had come. But why did he enter with a sycophantic smile, groveling? Mr. Du, greetings. Zhang Jifeng approached to shake hands with Du Fei. But Du Fei merely regarded him with a cold stare, showing no interest. I previously advised you against visiting the hospital, did I not? My sincerest apologies, Mr. Du. I failed to recognize your stature. Today, I have come solely to express my contrition. Please regard me as a fool. This is but a small token of my goodwill. I hope you will not disdain it. With that, Zhang Jifeng extended the car keys to Du Fei. Although Du Fei was not well versed in automobiles and could not identify the keys, he could clearly discern Zhang Jifeng's earnestness. Holding the keys, Du Fei casually tossed them to Bai Yiran. Here, it's yours now. And you, if you wish to apologize, do so before her. Zhang Jifeng hurriedly approached Bai Yiran, kneeling without hesitation and bowing his head as he implored, Miss Bai, I sincerely apologize for my previous harassment. I shall never dare to repeat such behavior. Please forgive me. Bai Yiran was left in a state of bewilderment. What could have transpired to induce such a dramatic transformation in Zhang Jifeng within just 2 days? He had once been so arrogant, now resembling a docile puppy. Clearly, the individual exerting pressure on him held considerable influence. You may leave for now. We shall discuss this matter later. Observing Bai Yiran still in a daze, Du Fei decided it best to dismiss Zhang Jifeng, finding the scene increasingly irksome. Once Zhang Jifeng had departed, Bai Yiran was left speechless, staring at the car keys in a state of confusion. Meanwhile, Xiao Yingling rushed over. Her excitement palpable as she exclaimed, I recognize this emblem. It's a BMW. It appears to be the latest model, worth over $1 million. Bai Jie, you've struck it rich. Upon hearing the price, Bai Yiran felt a surge of disbelief. Du Fei, what's wrong? Is this car unsatisfactory? Should I ask him for something even better? Upon hearing her words, Bai Yiran quickly shook her head. No. That is not my intent. I merely wonder if this is excessive. Du Fei chuckled lightly. Excessive? This is your compensation for emotional distress. Individuals like him are not lacking in wealth. To him, $1 million is but a trifling sum. One might even consider it somewhat stingy. So what say you? Will you forgive him or not? If you do not, I shall simply ensure they are expelled from the capital. I forgive. Bai Yiran hastily replied, fearing the situation might escalate further. Yet, she was indeed quite perplexed. Was this matter truly resolved so easily? Since Bai Yiran had opted to let the issue slide, Du Fei saw no reason to pursue it further. He sent a message to Su Jijun, informing him that Zhang Jifeng could be spared. However, Du Fei did not let Su Jijun off without a favor. He suggested they extort Zhang Wen for a sum of 18 million, which would constitute a satisfactory gain for Su Jijun. He was pleased with this arrangement. After all, it was not his intention to target them, but rather Du Fei's. As for Zhang Wen, they would simply have to accept their fate. After all, in a metropolis, merely incurring financial loss is often regarded as the most favorable outcome when trouble arises. In the office, Xiao Yingling was quite intrigued by how Du Fei managed the situation. Du Fei succinctly explained the matter, but upon hearing it, Xiao Yingling appeared quite disheartened. So that's how it is. Why didn't you extract a bit more from them? At least share some of the spoils with me. Are you foolish? Du Fei gazed at Xiao Yingling in disbelief. I think you are the one being foolish. Do you not understand the intricacies of human relationships? In this affair, Su Jijun reaped his benefits, while Zhang Wen and Zhang Jifeng failed to recognize their own misfortune, believing only that they had erred. Bai Yiran received her compensation. Through a series of maneuvers, Du Fei rewarded Su Jijun, bestowed a favor upon Bai Yiran, and reprimanded Zhang Jifeng, achieving multiple gains in one fell swoop. In the future, when Du Fei seeks Su Jijun's assistance, he will at least be afforded some respect. Bai Yiran, too, will likely hold Du Fei in greater esteem. Zhang Jifeng will be less inclined to provoke Du Fei recklessly. When it comes to relationships, they are irreplaceable compared to mere monetary gain. If this matter were entrusted to you, I fear you would offend Su Jijun, allowing him to feel unappreciated, while simultaneously inciting resentment from Zhang Jifeng and potentially dragging Bai Yiran into retaliation. Xiao Yingling chuckled. I'm not greedy. I only require 2 million. With that amount, I could live comfortably for the rest of my life, simply coasting along. She sighed. If only someone would support me. Hearing Xiao Yingling's request, Du Fei was taken aback. Oh, is your family not financially stable? It's not that bad, she replied. We do own property locally, and my father is in business. 2 million is certainly within reach. It's just that when I told them I wanted to live off my parents' support and requested 2 million, they absolutely refused, claiming that if I did that, I would become a burden. Xiao Yingling is a local girl, raised in a life of comfort and never having to worry about basic needs, thanks to her parents' guidance. Her values are relatively sound, with the exception of one flaw, laziness. Her family is fairly well off, as her father runs a small business, and their assets amount to approximately 4 or 5 million. They own a house in the city, albeit beyond the Fourth Ring Road, but in a metropolis. Even properties outside the Fourth Ring can be valued at 2 to 3 million. If her parents were truly resolute in supporting their daughter, they could easily provide for her indefinitely, especially since Xiao Yingling is not extravagant with her spending. Even her phone, which she has used for 4 years, cost just over 2,000. In a city like this, individuals like Xiao Yingling are exceedingly rare. Even among those who come here to work, most possess iPhones. Her dream has always been to live a life of ease, finding joy in scrolling through Douyin. Unfortunately for her, her parents do not share this vision. They believe that if their child does not work, she will inevitably become disconnected from society. Xiao Yingling casually mentioned that 2 million could secure her support. But Du Fei regarded her with unexpected seriousness. Is 2 million truly sufficient? Should it be in cash or via bank transfer? Upon realizing that Du Fei might be sincere, Xiao Yingling felt a twinge of regret. Wait, if that's the case, 2 million won't suffice. 3 or even 5 million is necessary. It's a deal. Hold on. No deal. Do you even have 5 million? Xiao Yingling intended to present a figure that Du Fei could not possibly afford. Yet she was taken aback to discover that he indeed possessed such wealth. Logically, it seemed implausible. Du Fei should have only modest means. Given his tendency to avoid taking advantage of situations, how had he amassed such a fortune? Du Fei flashed a mysterious smile. Guess. I shan't guess, regardless. I need to ponder this matter further. Xiao Yingling was clearly just bluffing. Though she had mentioned the idea of being supported, she remained quite hesitant. While several individuals were enjoying themselves in the office, a man entered. Doctor, I am here for a consultation. Here are my details. The man handed a file to Du Fei. To be frank, Du Fei felt somewhat displeased. Another man? Hadn't he requested to prioritize appointments with women? After reviewing the man's information, he noted, Yang Guangyu, 32 years old, suspects he may suffer from anxiety, depression, and schizophrenia. Du Fei scrutinized the man closely. His pallor betrayed a long-standing struggle with insomnia. Mr. Yang, do you experience any significant stress in your life? Upon hearing Du Fei's inquiry, Yang Guangyu nodded immediately. Yes, I have been under considerable work pressure lately. It feels like a decade of effort may go to waste, which makes me exceedingly anxious. A decade of effort? That would indeed be an immense burden. Doctor, what should I do? Yang Guangyu looked at Du Fei with evident distress. Resign. The most effective way to treat mental illness is to eliminate the factors that adversely affect your mental well-being. If your job is causing such significant stress, then you must resign. Yang Guangyu's face fell, revealing his discomfort. Doctor, I cannot afford to lose this job. Even if it drives you to madness, you cannot resign? I cannot. Observing Yang Guangyu's hesitance, Du Fei surmised that it was not merely about the job. There must be other compelling reasons preventing him from letting go. Since you cannot resign, allow me to suggest alternative approaches. First, medication is essential. I will prescribe some sedatives. Additionally, you need to adjust your daily routine. Please describe your typical day to me so that I can help you reorganize your schedule. Yang Guangyu appeared somewhat embarrassed. I mostly just eat, sleep, and work. There was little else to discuss. Upon hearing Yang Guangyu's routine, Du Fei's gaze shifted markedly. Is that all? Do you have a girlfriend? Yang Guangyu was momentarily taken aback. Huh? A girlfriend? I was inquiring if you engage in sexual activities regularly, or if your girlfriend is merely your right hand. Or perhaps you have a boyfriend. In this open society, Du Fei would not discriminate against a man who is involved with another man. Bairan, nearby. Took a while to comprehend the implications of Du Fei's words, her cheeks flushing as she muttered a curse under her breath, deeming him a perverse individual. Meanwhile, Xiao Yingling could hardly contain her laughter, being well-versed in such gossip, and found herself quite curious about the discussion. Realizing what was being implied, Yang Guangyu sheepishly scratched his head. I don't have one. That's unacceptable. At the very least, you should be engaging in such activities once a week. But I simply don't have the time for a relationship. Can't one resort to self-pleasure? Yang Guangyu's thoughts were entirely consumed by his work, making it implausible for him to pursue romantic interests. But can a hand truly compare to a partner? Must one be in a relationship? Won't you find someone willing to sell their services? Yang Guangyu was further astonished. Are there many such individuals in the capital? Of course. In comparison to the capital, The most developed industry in this regard is actually in Shanghai. There, with an abundance of people and wealth, one can easily find a companion for a few thousand in a single evening. While it may appear that there are fewer options in the capital, it is merely that they tend to be more discreet. After all, this is the emperor's domain, and overt displays are not permissible. Seeing the apparent inexperience on Yang Guangyu's face, Du Fei sighed, recognizing that at 32, he still resembled an innocent young man. Mr. Yang, with your disposition, it seems you are unlikely to experience the sweet and sour nuances of love in this lifetime. Your first time may not hold much significance for you. Therefore, allow me to recommend a place where you can seek some indulgence. Such appropriate relaxation is vital for you. Following my advice will help you manage your condition and gradually recover. Otherwise, any mental distress will have a more significant impact on your work. As he spoke, Du Fei scribbled another prescription. The remedy consisted of just one item, a service package priced at 998 yuan from a massage parlor on Longxing Street in the 5th ring of the capital. Yang Guangyu regarded the prescription with some hesitation but ultimately nodded in agreement. Thank you, doctor. With that, he took his leave. Once Yang Guangyu had departed, Xiao Yingling burst into laughter. Du Fei, are you serious? Do you genuinely believe this can cure someone? Are you not leading him astray? At this moment, I see you as nothing more than a quack. Du Fei gazed at Xiao Yingling in exasperation. A quack? You simply lack exposure. Scientific research indicates that individuals aged 20 to 25 who lack sexual activity are 7 percentage points more likely to experience mental health issues compared to those who are sexually active. This probability escalates to 30% for those aged 30 to 35. This is what science elucidates. Chapter 72. It is certainly not what Du Fei desires. Although the office comprises only Du Fei, Xiao Yingling, and Bai Yiran, the audacity with which Du Fei discusses sexual matters strikes Bai Yiran as overly peculiar. Thus, she refrains from interjecting and quietly listens. Xiao Yingling, however, is entirely skeptical of Du Fei's assertions. You must be fabricating this. 7%, 30%, what nonsense. According to your logic, isn't self-pleasure sufficient? Must one seek out a partner? Du Fei gazes at Xiao Yingling and retorts, when you desire male companionship, can you resort to using toys instead? Is it possible to forego seeking a man? In truth, that is indeed feasible, but only temporarily. Soon enough, the thrill of solitary indulgence wanes, and one inevitably seeks the presence of a real person. After all, the distinction between a human and a toy is monumental. For one, a person can move and express themselves vocally. This constitutes a significant breakthrough. At this juncture, Xiao Yingling feels a flush of embarrassment but remains obstinate. I don't engage in such activities. I am not as frivolous as you. I have a girlfriend. So what if I do? Honestly, how boastful. Noticing Xiao Yingling's unwavering stance, Du Fei decides to enlighten her. Nurse Xiao, although you work in psychiatry, your understanding of mental health is rather limited. As the saying goes, the heart's afflictions are the hardest to heal. 80% of mental disorders stem from emotional distress. Only a minuscule fraction is determined by genetic predispositions. The vast majority are influenced by environmental factors. Pharmacological treatment merely serves to suppress certain internal secretions, thereby ameliorating their mood. However, these methods remain mere stopgaps. The ultimate solution lies in transforming their living circumstances. My research aims to abandon reliance on medication, employing innovative therapeutic techniques to address mental health issues, including but not limited to talk therapy, monetary therapy, confinement therapy, and companionship therapy. Xiao Yingling is momentarily taken aback. Talk therapy is simply chatting, right? Doctor, Zhang has mentioned that appropriate conversation can greatly benefit those with mental illnesses. But what do the other methods entail? Du Fei chuckles softly. Monetary therapy, as the name suggests, involves using money as a remedy. If a person suffering from depression stands before you, I can alleviate their condition simply by providing financial support. In today's society, many individuals grapple with depression not due to interpersonal conflicts or emotional disputes, but fundamentally, it often boils down to financial concerns, regardless of who is suffering from depression. If you were to grant them $1 million, 80% would be instantaneously cured of their affliction. The remaining 20% would require $10 million. Such an approach is undoubtedly extravagant and not advisable. If a wealthy individual finds themselves in despair and is informed that a psychologist can remedy their condition with weekly sessions, each lasting an hour and costing $10 million per week, they too would likely recover swiftly. Ultimately, the roots of such distress lie in the societal environment. And money has the power to transform 99% of that environment, thereby addressing the underlying cause. As for confinement, it is rather straightforward. Simply isolate the individual. After a prolonged period, virtually any ailment can be remedied. Even the most irritable person, if placed in a ward and kept there for several years, would gradually find tranquility. Companionship also serves as an effective treatment method. Being present with the patient is perhaps the finest form of therapy. The act of companionship can resolve nearly all mental health issues. Xiao Yingling, listening intently, found herself engrossed in the conversation, gazing thoughtfully at Du Fei. "You seem to possess some insight," she remarked. "Indeed," Du Fei replied, "it is entirely natural for me to spend my days among patients. I am engaged in their healing. Henceforth, unless there is an exceptional matter at hand, please refrain from interrupting my treatment sessions." With that, Du Fei rose and departed. Originally, he had planned to remain in the ward with his patients, but Xiao Yingling had insisted he come to the office, claiming it was awkward to have no doctors present, and urging him to maintain a semblance of professionalism by dedicating at least one day a week to seeing patients in the office. Thus, Du Fei found himself tethered to the office, which explained his presence when patients arrived that day. 5 minutes after Du Fei's departure, Xiao Yingling finally realized the truth. "Du Fei is playing tricks on me, isn't he?" Bai Ran almost burst into laughter. "You just now figured that out?" she exclaimed, exasperated. Xiao Yingling was on the verge of frustration. Now, the office was once again left with only her and Bai Ran, and the thought of patients arriving soon filled her with dread. Bai Ran continued to remind her, "And have you forgotten to inquire about something? How did Du Fei know where to find a technician capable of providing such services?" Xiao Yingling was struck with astonishment, as if struck by lightning. "Oh, how could I have overlooked that? That Du Fei? He appears quite earnest. Could he possibly be a seasoned manipulator? When he returns, I must interrogate him properly." Meanwhile, after receiving Du Fei's prescription, Yang Guangyu approached with a mindset of cautious optimism. However, his experience turned out to be nothing short of disastrous. Upon arriving, he felt an overwhelming sense of shyness and even guilt. When he approached the front desk to explain his situation, he stammered, I would like the 998 service." Being a first-time visitor, he was understandably anxious. The receptionist, recognizing his demeanor, informed him that they did not serve new clients in such cases. The longevity of their establishment can be attributed to their prudence. Only old patrons may bring in new guests. Upon noticing Yang Guangyu's anxiety, the receptionist immediately expressed her apologies, stating, "I'm truly sorry, but we do not offer the 998 service here. You may have come to the wrong place." Yang Guangyu, feeling uncertain, refrained from further inquiries and promptly withdrew. His face etched with embarrassment as he glanced at the prescription. What should I do now? With a conflicted heart, Yang Guangyu dialed Du Fei's number. "Dr. Du, I apologize for bothering you, but I've arrived at this place, only to be told that they do not provide such services." Du Fei was left speechless upon hearing this. Just how earnest is Yang Guangyu? He is indeed an excessively conventional science and engineering type. Wouldn't an ordinary person refrain from seeking Du Fei's help in such matters? Does he not have other friends? Nevertheless, in the spirit of assistance, Du Fei resolved to help. "All right, you return home for now. I will call you when I have time to take you there." Du Fei certainly did not intend to take this opportunity to indulge in personal exploration or gain first-hand experience. His motives were solely for the benefit of Yang Guangyu. "Oh, Yang Guangyu, you truly are a cause for concern." Chapter 73. To go or not to go regarding the technicians on Longxing Street, Du Fei had merely heard of them. In the capital, there are places known for illicit massage parlors and bathing centers. An older classmate had once boasted in a group chat about his escapades in the capital, claiming to have visited over 20 such establishments. Du Fei had seen the chat logs when they were circulated and had taken note of Longxing Street at that time. He had assumed that, as a man, Yang Guangyu would possess the insight to navigate such situations on his own. To his surprise, he proved to be quite oblivious. Requiring assistance, Du Fei now faced two options: to contact the aforementioned classmate or seek out others. Frankly, Du Fei was reluctant to reach out to that classmate, finding him rather ostentatious. However, when considering acquaintances with connections in this realm, one name quickly came to mind: Lu Kai. That fellow frequently changes girlfriends, yet always seems to find time for other pursuits. Just as Du Fei was preparing to contact Lu Kai, he received a call from Wang Shuai. "Brother Du, what should I do?" Wang Shuai's voice was tinged with desperation. Du Fei was taken aback. "What now?" "Lin Yanfei wants to reconcile with me. She looks so pitiful that I find it hard to refuse." Lin Yanfei's recent life had been tumultuous, as Lu Kai engaged in manipulation and monetary temptations to sway her. Soon, Lin Yanfei lost her moral compass, particularly on the third night after meeting Lu Kai. He invited her to a bar, and although she was aware that such places were not ideal and suspected Lu Kai's intentions were dubious, she still decided to accompany him. At that time, Lin Yanfei had not agreed to be in a relationship with Lu Kai. However, upon arriving at the bar, Lu Kai showered her with flowers and a mobile phone, and even gifted her 20,000 yuan in cash. He brought along a group of rowdy friends to heighten the atmosphere, and they spent extravagantly, each of them flaunting their wealth. The women surrounding them were equally provocative, with some even engaging in explicit acts under the dim lights of the bar. Lin Yanfei, for reasons she could not comprehend, found herself swept up in the moment. She reasoned that if those women could indulge, so could she. At the very least, she thought she could secure a significant financial advantage from Lu Kai, ensuring a life free from worries. Gradually, she let go of her principles, becoming affectionate with Lu Kai, and soon they were kissing and drinking heavily. The next morning, she awoke in a hotel room, completely unclothed. Yet, Lu Kai's intentions were clear. He assured her that he would marry her within a month. Lin Yanfei was overwhelmed with emotion, nearly brought to tears, completely unaware that their intimacy had been superficial, and the blood and pain she felt were due to Lu Kai's use of a toy during their encounter. She had been too intoxicated to grasp what had truly transpired. Subsequently, taking Lu Kai's words to heart, she ended her relationship with Wang Shuai. At that time, Lin Yanfei began to dream of a future in a wealthy family, envisioning herself as a glamorous wife living an affluent life in the capital. She even started planning the size of her future home and its decoration. However, everything unfolded too abruptly. Just days after breaking up with Wang Shuai, Lu Kai vanished, leaving her unable to reach him by phone. Lin Yanfei quickly realized she had been deceived, yet instead of reporting him to the authorities, she sought to reconcile with Wang Shuai. The reason for her reconciliation was simple. She recognized Wang Shuai's worth. On one side was a callous man who disappeared after a fleeting encounter, and on the other, a boyfriend with whom she had shared 3 years without crossing any boundaries. It was clear who was good and who was not, especially now that she felt like damaged goods, lacking her previous confidence. Wang Shuai had become her best option. In front of Wang Shuai, Lin Yanfei wept inconsolably, appearing utterly pitiable. However, at that moment, Wang Shuai chose not to respond to her. Instead, he discreetly called Du Fei. To be honest, he felt a twinge of uncertainty. On the other end of the line, Du Fei, sensing Wang Shuai's wavering resolve, erupted in anger. "What is wrong with you, handsome? Have you lost your mind? After how Lin Yanfei treated you, you still want to reconcile? Do you think you deserve the 200,000 I gave you?" Wang Shuai, though somewhat reluctant, could not ignore the reality. "After all, we shared 3 years of affection. Do not speak to me of emotions. If your relationship was truly strong, would such a situation arise?" He issued a final warning should you choose to reconcile. "You will no longer have me as a brother." In Du Fei's eyes, Wang Shuai was being foolish. Despite the evident issues with Lin Jiao and the fact that Lin Yanfei had already ended their relationship, he remained oblivious to the lessons learned from past heartaches, instead growing petty. With that, Du Fei unhesitatingly hung up the phone, leaving Wang Shuai to ponder his choices. If he ultimately decided to reconcile, Du Fei would truly have misjudged him. He should never have aided such a coward. People like him deserve to be deceived. Subsequently, Du Fei called Lu Kai to discuss serious matters. Upon hearing that it concerned finding a companion, Lu Kai's interest piqued. "Brother Du, this is my forte. I am exceedingly familiar with this. Where would you like to go? A bar, a dance hall, or perhaps a massage parlor? A standard hotel room is also an option. It's all up to you. I have connections." Impressed by Lu Kai's extensive network, Du Fei simply requested a massage, believing it would better suit Yang Guanyu's preferences. "All right, please hold on. I will make the arrangements." Lu Kai swiftly organized everything, providing Du Fei with a telephone number. By calling this individual and mentioning Lu Kai's name, all would be arranged seamlessly. Du Fei and Yang Guangyu only needed to arrive for the massage. Time was of the essence. Du Fei hurried to escort Yang Guangyu. It was around 4 or 5 in the afternoon, perfect for a couple of hours of relaxation followed by a meal and a hotel stay, allowing Du Fei to leave directly after the massage. Just as Du Fei prepared to locate Yang Guangyu, Wang Shuai called again. "Du Fei, I've made up my mind. I cannot pursue a woman like Lin Yanfei. I was too serious before. With wealth, I will surely attract a multitude of admirers. Why should I hang my hopes on just one?" Wang Shuai's acknowledgement of his previous folly was commendable. He had indeed been swayed by emotions. Seeing Wang Shuai's realization, Du Fei nodded in approval. As long as you grasp this truth, it's fortuitous. I'm about to indulge in a spa. Care to join? Absolutely. Wang Shuai replied without hesitation. There was no reason to decline. When they arrived at the entrance of the massage parlor, they spotted young Guangyu standing at the roadside, seemingly lost in thought while gazing at the scenery. Her face bore a complex array of emotions: anxiety, anticipation, worry, and confusion. At 32, she had devoted herself to her career, never contemplating romance and lacking any romantic prospects. Now, she found herself unexpectedly entering such an establishment. Moreover, he is expected to visit frequently in the future, leaving him somewhat bewildered. Chapter 74. Du Fei would not believe it. Mr. Yang. Upon seeing Du Fei, Yang Guanyu's face lit up with joy. He had finally encountered a relative. He had hesitated to enter moments earlier. Allow me to introduce my classmate, Wang Shuai. This is my patient, Yang Guangyu. They exchanged brief introductions. Du Fei waved his hand. Let us proceed. As the saying goes, a man possesses 3 iron bonds, sharing the same roof, enduring hardships together, and indulging in pleasures alongside one another. Although Yang Guangyu was not very familiar with Du Fei and Wang Shuai, their presence in this particular setting transformed the nature of their connection. Among the group, Du Fei exuded the most commanding presence, primarily due to his frequent interactions with women and his exposure to various experiences. Upon entering, he emanated a distinct aura of composure, confidence, and a touch of arrogance. When he presented his identity at the front desk, the staff displayed exceptional respect upon learning he was a friend of Lu Kai, indicating that their association would grant them access to skilled technicians. According to the plan, the 3 of them would be assigned to separate rooms. Initially, they would receive standard massages, followed by opportunities for personal indulgence. They could either enjoy a brief pleasure session before dining or opt for a massage first and indulge afterward. To be frank, it was Du Fei's first visit to such an establishment, and he felt a hint of nervousness. However, Du Fei was different. He sought only a massage and had no need for extravagant services. With so many beautiful women in the hospital, the technicians here could hardly compare, especially considering the former's superior cleanliness. Thus, Du Fei truly came solely for the massage, guided by the staff through a maze of corridors. He was finally led to a private room. In just a few minutes of being escorted, Du Fei gained considerable insight. No wonder this place had a reputation. The decor revealed much. The passageways were narrow enough for only 1 or 2 individuals to traverse. The style and lighting were undeniably suggestive. Although there were numerous private rooms, the paths were filled with twists and turns. Even a seasoned police officer would require a substantial amount of time to thoroughly search the premises. By the time they completed their search, those who wished to flee would already have done so. Inside the private room was a spacious area featuring an opulent massage bed. Directly opposite was a television, accompanied by a remote, snacks, fruits, and beverages, everything to create a personal paradise. Please wait. The technician will be here shortly. After escorting Du Fei to the room, the attendant bowed and departed. Soon, a technician appeared at the door, clad in a uniform. The establishment's attire was relatively simple, consisting of a dark-colored shirt and a light gray skirt, complemented by black stockings, which only heightened a sense of allure. She held her toolbox in hand. She possesses an exquisite appearance, adorned beautifully, and her physique is beyond reproach. The technicians here are primarily of the caliber of Li Yanqi. Even those with average looks can enhance their beauty through meticulous makeup. Upon meeting Du Fei, she bowed at the entrance, greeting him with, "Hello. Technician Lily of room 143 is at your service." As it was Du Fei's inaugural visit, he was somewhat unfamiliar with the procedure. This phase is essentially about gauging the client's preferences. Should one find the technician unsatisfactory, a change is permissible. Uncertain, Du Fei remained silent, prompting the technician to gracefully proceed into the room, showcasing her professional skills. She began by engaging Du Fei in casual conversation, encouraging him to lie down and relax. She produced an array of tools to commence his massage. Although initially hesitant, Du Fei soon found himself enveloped in the pleasurable experience of the massage. Truly, a professional in her craft, her technique was nothing short of rejuvenating. The areas she worked on were initially tender, yet soon transitioned to a profound sense of relaxation, leaving him feeling considerably lighter. Du Fei had the option to turn on the television and watch any film of his choice. "Sir, is the pressure to your liking?" "Very much so. This is your first visit, isn't it?" "Haha, is it that obvious?" "Yes, first-time visitors often feel a bit reserved." The technician, skilled in her profession, could easily discern this. What line of work are you in? A doctor. Impressive. Given your age, I presume you have just graduated? Indeed. What is your specialty? Psychiatry. Oh. Upon hearing this, the technician's interest piqued. So, you treat individuals with mental illnesses? Yes. That must be quite challenging, considering those patients can be rather troublesome. Dufay smiled. It's not as daunting as one might think. Mental illness is not simply akin to being a lunatic. Many patients are quite normal when not exhibiting symptoms. During episodes, there are dedicated caregivers to manage the situation, and hospitals are equipped with various tools for this purpose, such as restraint belts for beds or clothing. These two methods can effectively control 90% of patients. In truth, those of us in the field of psychiatry do not face excessive challenges. While mental illness may sound alarming, in today's society, many individuals grapple with some form of mental distress. Speaking of which, I too feel my mental state is not quite optimal, the technician remarked with a frown. I have been adrift in this city for over 4 years and have only managed to earn a little over 2 million. I wish to find someone to marry. Yet being in this profession makes it difficult to determine what kind of person would be suitable. Every one of my peers seems to be faring better than I. Only a little over 2 million? Dufay, upon hearing this, could not help but feel exasperated. As a woman, how could 2 million over 4 years be deemed insufficient? This income far surpasses that of 99% of the population. Although it is a fleeting advantage of youth with such a sum, one could live comfortably for the rest of their life if they spend wisely. 2 million is indeed quite substantial. However, upon hearing Dufay's words, the technician appeared even more despondent. 2 million is considerable, but it pales in comparison to my family's situation. When the technician mentioned her family, a profound melancholy enveloped her. Dufay understood immediately. A gambling father, a gravely ill mother, and a sister in school, all while being looked down upon. The technician's lament seemed to follow a familiar script. Although it was Dufay's first visit to such an establishment, he had heard many tales about the technicians. They often engaged in casual conversations with their employers to evoke sympathy. How does one elicit sympathy? By narrating a woeful tale. The more tragic the story, the more likely someone will empathize. Despite the technician's current pitiful demeanor, one might very well see her driving a Ferrari after work. Dufay certainly did not believe it. He merely chuckled and moved on. Chapter 75. Mutual Destruction. The massage session passed swiftly. After a proper 2-hour massage, Dufay exited the parlor. Wang Shui and Yang Guangyu had other engagements planned for the evening, making it apparent that they would not be able to meet up again. Dufay was ready to leave when suddenly, a familiar voice echoed in the distance. Dufay. The tone was fierce, brimming with ire. Dufay felt a jolt upon recognizing Lu Yunfei's voice. What was she doing here? There was no escaping. He had no choice but to wait. As Lu Yunfei approached, she seized the collar of his shirt. How dare you come to such a place? With her nose flaring in anger, Dufay hastily attempted to clarify. My dear, please don't be upset. I came for a massage. A massage, you say? Lu Yunfei could hardly contain her expletives. Do you really think I'm unaware of what this place is? Dufay felt utterly wronged. I truly just came for a massage. If you have such needs, why not seek me out? Why must you come here? What if you fall ill? Have you considered me at all? The family is not yet nourished. And you go seeking trouble outside. Clearly, Lu Yunfei did not believe Dufay's words. However, her mention of nourishment sparked an idea in Dufay. Wait, I can prove my innocence. Prove? How do you intend to do that? Let us go to a hotel. After such encounters, a man requires time to recover. And this duration varies from person to person. Youth often brings swiftness, yet even the quickest among us require a good 10 minutes. Once experienced, the second attempt is invariably different. Lu Yunfei, having shared this realm of experience with Dufay, was acutely aware of the veracity of his words. She quickly took stock of her surroundings, realizing there were no hotels in sight. The nearest one was a considerable distance away, taking at least 10 minutes to reach. By then, Dufay would have already regained his composure, and Lu Yunfei was unwilling to grant him that luxury. It was imperative that he prove himself immediately. Casting her gaze around, Lu Yunfei soon set her sights on a narrow alleyway nearby. She seized Dufay and led him towards it. This alley, flanked by 2 shops, featured 2 sharp turns. Such structures were not common in the capital, but at that moment, she could hardly afford to ponder the rarity of the architecture. For Lu Yunfei, any secluded spot would suffice. Upon arriving, she had no intention of removing her clothing. Her dress was rather convenient for the situation at hand. Wait. As Lu Yunfei prepared to scrutinize him closely, Dufay hastily explained, I don't have an umbrella. It was only then that Lu Yunfei realized the implication of his words. What now? She asked. You tell me, he replied, pressing her head against his face. This should unequivocally prove my innocence. Lu Yunfei was momentarily taken aback. Their previous encounters had always been quite ordinary. She had never contemplated this line of action. Truth be told, she was not particularly inclined toward such measures. Yet, the circumstances dictated that she either ascertain whether Du Fei was lying or concede to the moment. Lu Yunfei was certainly not one to yield so easily. She was convinced that Du Fei must be deceiving her. If I discover any discrepancies, just wait and see how I will deal with you. With that, she deftly gathered her hair. A short while later, Lu Yunfei found herself leaning against the wall of the alley, coughing violently. Du Fei had indeed spoken the truth. You see, I was lying, was I? I merely went for a massage. With such a busy work schedule, one must take a moment to rest. Given that this was her first experience with such matters, Lu Yunfei was in considerable discomfort. Yet, the most excruciating aspect for her was the realization that she had endured pain for nothing. Du Fei truly had not lied. How did you suddenly find yourself here? As they emerged from the alley, Lu Yunfei's cheeks still bore a rosy hue. In response to Du Fei's inquiry, she curtly replied, I work for a company in the nearby building. I happened to pass through here. Oh, so you live quite close? Yes, I rented a place in that nearby community. Why go through all this trouble? Let's head directly to your rented residence. There's no need for a hotel. I live in a shared accommodation. So what would you do there? After all, this is the capital. If Lu Yunfei can rent a place so close to her workplace, it surely comes with certain sacrifices. Otherwise, her earnings may not even suffice to cover the rent. The shared apartment consists of 2 bedrooms and a living room, housing 3 young women, including Lu Yunfei. When they rented the apartment, an agreement was made prohibiting male visitors in their rooms. Upon hearing this, Du Fei couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. You might as well stay in the hospital. At least there are private rooms there. Shared living undoubtedly brings a myriad of complications. Lu Yunfei felt disheartened by this. I would like to, but if I return now, people will undoubtedly think I've relapsed. It's just another instance of Lu Yunfei's facade of social propriety. Du Fei was too weary to address her grievances. Then let me take you back. Just as he was about to escort Lu Yunfei back to her community and return to the hospital, she grasped his arm. Where are you going? Aren't we going to check into a room? You've already confirmed my innocence, so why bother with a hotel? I refuse to accept that. You promised we would get a room. Lu Yunfei displayed a stubbornness that left little room for negotiation, dragging Du Fei to a nearby hotel to secure a room. Once inside, she wasted no time, firmly seizing Du Fei and extracting every ounce of energy from him. Du Fei couldn't help but suspect that Lu Yunfei was seeking vengeance, for after their exertions, they ordered takeout, and Lu Yunfei resumed her relentless demands. There was hardly a moment of reprieve. Du Fei's physical prowess was thoroughly challenged, leaving him feeling quite overwhelmed. Yet, he couldn't remain passive forever. After several exchanges, Du Fei gleaned many insights into Lu Yunfei, recognizing her vulnerabilities. In turn, he retaliated, leading to a mutual depletion of energy. By the end, Du Fei's body was utterly exhausted, while Lu Yunfei lay sprawled on the bed, her voice hoarse from shouting, utterly spent. This left Du Fei feeling quite vexed. Why go through all this? Following this encounter, Du Fei anticipated a prolonged disinterest in such matters. Lu Yunfei, on the other hand, had unwittingly embarked on a new venture. Albeit at the cost of her own exhaustion, yet she seemed quite satisfied. I enjoy it. Chapter 76. Dining Invitation. Du Fei, can you accompany me? That morning, after examining Su Zhiruo, Du Fei prepared to attend to other patients. Su Zhiruo, taking the initiative, requested Du Fei's company. Previously, she had relied on their maid, Xiao Ai, to convey such sentiments, but now Su Zhiruo had begun to express her wishes herself, albeit with a hint of shyness. Du Fei was deeply moved. Yet he had already made plans with Zheng Nailan and the others, making it inappropriate to back out at this moment. My apologies, Miss Su, but I have prior commitments, he said. Oh, is that so? Su Zhiruo's face fell, her disappointment palpable, reminiscent of a golden retriever realizing it could not go out to play today. Her eyes dimmed. Her expression was one of grievance, and she exuded a sense of helplessness that tugged at Du Fei's heartstrings. Well, I am also playing with them. And I could join you as well. How about we all play together? He proposed. Upon hearing the suggestion of playing together, Su Zhiruo's spirits lifted immediately, her eyes sparkling with joy. Du Fei glanced at Xiao Ai. Is that all right? He inquired. The Su family had indicated that Su Jirua's illness should remain confidential, and if they were to go out, it would inevitably be discovered. Du Fei felt a pang of concern, hesitant to give a definitive answer. Xiao Ai appeared somewhat awkward as well. I don't think that's feasible, she said. Not feasible. Su Jirua looked at Xiao Ai with an expression of pure innocence. Xiao Ai found it difficult to withstand that gaze. After a moment of hesitation, she bit her lip and declared, Du Fei, you must promise that those who play today will not gossip. Rest assured, they are trustworthy, Du Fei assured her. Zheng Nailan and El Qingling are quite obedient. Then I will go and gather everyone. Let us play Monopoly today. In a short while, Du Fei summoned the group. Zheng Nailan, El Qingling, Su Jirua, and himself, along with Xiao and I. This group was tasked with the game, while Xiao Ai would serve tea and refreshments. Du Fei briefly explained the rules to everyone. It was their first time playing, and even Du Fei was new to it. The essence of Monopoly involved rolling dice and navigating the board's events, determining whether one amassed wealth to become a tycoon or lost it all to become a beggar. The player who reached the end was declared the winner. It was a simple game, but it is well known that the highest form of enjoyment comes from the company of friends. The nature of the game mattered little compared to the quality of those with whom one played, with a plethora of beautiful women surrounding him. How could Du Fei not be cheerful? Come, let us sit over there, he suggested, placing the game board on the coffee table and directing everyone to take their seats. However, Xiao and I and Su Jirua lingered, not yet seated. Du Fei was taken aback. Please, sit down. There's no need to mind me, he encouraged. Su Jirua waved her hand dismissively. The others found their places, and recently, Zheng Nailan and El Qingling had been spending a lot of time together, naturally settling next to each other. As soon as Du Fei sat down, Su Jirua unhesitatingly took a seat beside him, with Xiao and I occupying the other side. Du Fei was astonished. Were these two sitting next to him on purpose? The group gathered around the board, although they were all stunning women, without a doubt. Xiao and I was the most captivating. She was adorned in the maid outfit that Du Fei had urged her to wear, seated beside him, not only revealing her subtly slender shoulders but also showcasing a pair of exquisite legs elegantly clad in black stockings, swaying in front of him. Most of the time, Du Fei's thoughts were far from the game, listening to the melodious chatter of the beautiful women and gazing at their captivating faces. He couldn't help but wish for the occasional touch of those alluring legs. Yet, he felt a tinge of embarrassment. Before long, Du Fei, entirely disengaged from the game, found himself utterly defeated, left without a single coin to his name. I'm bankrupt, he exclaimed, intending to take a break. At that moment, Su Jirua pushed all her chips toward Du Fei. Here, these are all for you. The surrounding onlookers were instantly taken aback. Zheng Nailan and El Qingling were witnessing Su Jirua for the first time, aware only that she was another patient from the hospital, oblivious to her true identity. However, it was evident that Su Jirua's demeanor suggested a unique connection with Du Fei. Du Fei felt a bit awkward. Miss Su, this game isn't played like that. You don't need to give me so much. If you do, you'll find yourself without funds for rent elsewhere. No worries. I'll give you everything. At that moment, Su Jirua resembled a dog that had discovered something delightful, presenting everything before Du Fei to curry his favor. After uttering those words, she even leaned closer to him, practically glued to his side. For most individuals, encountering such a situation would be sheer bliss, but for Du Fei, this unfolding scenario was unsettling, as the glances from others began to shift in a peculiar direction. Hastily, Du Fei sought to change the subject. Ah, you all must be tired of playing. Let me fetch some snacks for you. Please continue. With that, he quickly made his escape. After just a couple of hours with a group of stunning women, Du Fei felt overwhelmed. The primary source of his anxiety was Su Jirua. This unpredictable element was truly daunting. She was exceedingly reliant on him, insisting on sitting beside him, often leaning against him, and intermittently gazing at him with a silly smile. To an outsider, one might mistake her for a love-struck girl. Fortunately, Su Jirua's stamina was limited, and she soon grew weary after a few hours. Du Fei promptly suggested she take a rest. In the afternoon, Du Fei had planned to relax and recuperate, as the pressure from Su Jirua was quite significant. However, he received a call from Su Jijun. Mr. Du, do you have time? Would you like to join me for dinner tonight? Faced with the invitation, Du Fei felt reluctant to decline, especially since he had previously sought his assistance. Of course, I have time. Let us meet at the same hotel as last time. I've already made a reservation. You're welcome to bring a friend. After confirming the arrangement, Su Jijun ended the call. Bringing a friend? Who could Dufay possibly bring? It would have to be Tang Yin, as she was the only one he had previously acquainted with. Upon mentioning it to Tang Yin, she readily agreed, eager to express her gratitude to Su Jijun for the previous matters. That evening, Dufay and Tang Yin attended the banquet together. Tang Yin made a special effort to dress up, donning a fashionable black dress that exuded elegance rather than mere sensuality. Upon entering the private room, Dufay realized that Su Jijun had also brought someone along, a young lady in her 20s, unmistakably his mistress. Su Jijun greeted Dufay and Tang Yin warmly, saying, "Mr. Du, please have a seat. Miss Tang, do sit down as well." At the dining table, Su Jijun engaged in casual conversation with Dufay. When it came to expressing gratitude towards them, he merely waved his hand, stating that it was all a trivial matter, especially since he had reaped considerable benefits himself and was quite content. However, Dufay quickly discerned that Su Jijun's mood seemed rather subdued. Having dealt with individuals suffering from mental disorders, Dufay possessed a heightened sensitivity to the emotions of others. It was clear that Su Jijun had invited him not only for conversation, but also to vent and unwind. Thus, he drank rather quickly. "Boss Su, is there something on your mind?" Dufay could not resist inquiring, noting Su Jijun's demeanor. Su Jijun sighed and shook his head. "It's nothing, just minor issues. All significant problems start as small ones. Boss Su, if there is anything troubling you, please feel free to share. Perhaps I could be of assistance." Su Jijun hesitated for a moment, glancing at his mistress before handing her the car keys. "Dear, there is a box in my car. Could you please bring it up?" Without a second thought, she took the keys and went outside. Only then did Su Jijun confide in Dufay and Tang Yin. "It's really nothing serious. I've just been feeling a lot of pressure at home lately. I am not a good person, as you can see. I am 38 this year with a wife who has been by my side since the beginning of my entrepreneurial journey. Yet, I still sought companionship outside. But honestly, it's not entirely my fault. My wife is quite the handful." Su Jijun's first wife, Wang Hui, was a story that began 2 decades ago. At that time, Su Jijun was merely a poor lad from the countryside, striving to make his way in the bustling city, lacking in skills and finances. He worked diligently for 2 years until he suddenly recognized the burgeoning opportunity presented by the internet. It was during this pivotal moment that he began to venture into the industry and soon achieved notable success. It was also at this juncture that Su Jijun met his current wife, Wang Hui. Later, Su Jijun encountered significant challenges in his business and required a substantial sum of money. It was Wang Hui, with the assistance of her family, who secured the funds for Su Jijun. From that point onward, Su Jijun's enterprise soared to unprecedented heights. Ultimately, he established the foremost e-commerce platform in the nation, even garnering collaborations with prominent families such as the Su family. Initially, this was a tale of triumph, yet unbeknownst to Su Jijun, it marked the beginning of his arduous existence. After achieving success, he found himself surrounded daily by the affluent and influential, often bringing Wang Hui along to broaden her horizons. Once a common citizen, she was now exposed to the upper echelons of society, leading to a significant shift in her mindset. Previously, Wang Hui was known for her frugality and diligence in managing their household. However, she now indulged in incessant shopping, acquiring various items regardless of their utility, particularly those deemed as intellectual taxes. If that were all, it might have been acceptable. After all, enjoying the fruits of their labor was natural. Yet simultaneously, Wang Hui incessantly lamented Su Jijun's lack of ambition. Having established the leading e-commerce platform, she insisted that they should leverage their success to venture into other industries. Once e-commerce was conquered, the next steps were food delivery, followed by gaming, essentially an unending pursuit of wealth. In his youth, Su Jijun possessed an abundance of time and energy to devote to entrepreneurial endeavors. However, now approaching 40, he struggled to endure even a late night. How could he muster the vigor to aggressively enter new sectors? Moreover, the dynamics in the capital were markedly different. This was the domain of the Su family. Would they permit him to expand? Unlikely. The fact that he had become the largest e-commerce platform in the country without being devoured by the Su family was already an astounding achievement. Each time I confide in my wife about my troubles, she fails to comprehend. She incessantly reminds me that had it not been for their financial assistance, I would not have attained such success. She also mentions that while others may not match our accomplishments, they are tirelessly working to earn money, warning that if one does not strive, they will be surpassed. What I hear daily upon returning home is not comforting words, but rather an array of motivational platitudes, which is utterly exhausting. Eventually, overwhelmed by the burden, Su Jijun sought solace in the company of other women, yearning for a moment of tenderness, even if only fleeting. Su Jijun helplessly regarded Du Fei. Mr. Du, to speak candidly, I simply do not wish to return home today. Hence, I invited you to dinner. Even if I must go back, I intend to drink myself into a stupor. That way, I can collapse into bed and find some ease. Tang Yin listened with profound sympathy. It is worth noting that Su Jijun presided over the nation's leading e-commerce platform, his wealth having surpassed $1 trillion. He was a figure of considerable significance, unmatched by anyone except the Su family. Were it not for Du Fei's connections with the Su family, someone of Tang Yin's stature would never have the opportunity to interact with someone like Su Jijun. Given the current circumstances, is there still a need for ambition? What is there to strive for? Moreover, having accumulated such wealth, one could hardly spend it all. What is the point? However, upon observing Su Jijun's despondency, Du Fei spoke earnestly. Mr. Su, this matter is far from as simple as you suggest. Su Jijun was taken aback. Oh, Mr. Su, are you aware of what is transpiring? This revelation left Su Jijun even more bewildered. Is that true? It cannot be that serious, can it? In contemporary terms, this refers to emotional manipulation and psychological control. It may sound exceedingly intricate, almost alien to the average individual. Yet, such occurrences are not as rare as one might think. This phenomenon bears a resemblance to moral coercion, yet it delves deeper. Consider this. Your success is undeniably a result of your own diligence. Your wife neither holds a position in your company nor has she consistently supported you. Her sole contribution has been assisting you in securing funds during financially challenging times. However, if you reflect carefully, in that environment, would her withholding of funds have truly prevented you from borrowing? At that time, Su Jijun had already achieved a modicum of success. Obtaining a loan would not have posed a significant challenge. His commercial triumphs were solely attributed to his astute business acumen and precise management. What relevance does Wang Hui have in this regard? As a married couple, it is only natural for her to assist in fundraising during your entrepreneurial endeavors. To take an extreme perspective, she could be viewed as your angel investor, deserving of gratitude. Did you not spend the money you earned on her? The amounts were certainly not negligible. Given Su Jijun's proclivity for extravagant spending, it is unlikely that Wang Hui would indulge in trinkets costing mere tens or 20s. She would likely splurge on jewelry worth hundreds of thousands or even millions without a second thought. In this context, Wang Hui attributes your success entirely to the funds she once helped you procure, simultaneously elevating her own worth while undermining your efforts. Is that not indicative of something profound? Chapter 78 elucidates the essence of this manipulation, which is to make the other party feel that everything they possess is a result of her influence. This mirrors Su Jijun's predicament perfectly. Du Fei continued to inquire, Mr. Su, do you find that when you show your wife amusing things at home, she responds with indifference? Yet if she shares something she finds enjoyable and you do not reciprocate that interest, she becomes upset? Su Jijun pondered carefully. Indeed, that was the case. This exemplifies emotional control, which can be divided into two aspects, value suppression and emotional manipulation. By undermining Su Jijun's self-worth, he is led to believe that his achievements are solely attributable to Wang Hui. Emotional manipulation requires the other party to intertwine their emotions with yours. Your happiness equates to their happiness. However, their happiness does not necessarily imply yours. Such dynamics are not established overnight, but are the result of prolonged and gradual accumulation. At first, it may have merely been a simple probe, but it subsequently evolved into a relentless accumulation, leading one to be subtly influenced and controlled by others, often without their awareness. Such occurrences are not uncommon in society. For instance, there was a man who, for the sake of a woman, relinquished all his wealth, ultimately choosing to end his own life. The average person might think, is this man a fool? How could he possibly do such a thing? Indeed, he is foolish, but not in the conventional sense. In reality, he has been ensnared, much like individuals entangled in pyramid schemes. Are those individuals foolish? Yes, yet not entirely so. They have simply been brainwashed. This method bears a striking resemblance to hypnosis, wherein a particular idea is gradually implanted into one's subconscious over an extended period. By the time one realizes they are being controlled, it is often too late. Wang Hui is evidently engaged in this very process, albeit only halfway through. At this juncture, those being manipulated experience the most profound anguish. Su Jijun, upon hearing this, found it hard to believe. Surely, this cannot be true? Perhaps my wife merely brings this up frequently. There are indeed individuals who do so without malice, simply enjoying the discussion. Mr. Su, to ascertain the truth, you might conduct a simple test. If your wife is genuinely controlling you, even the slightest resistance on your part will be met with vehement suppression. This is a gradual, intricately designed process, akin to the treatment administered by Du Fei to patients with mental health issues. The therapeutic journey is exceedingly protracted, requiring the patient to progressively recognize that certain thoughts are erroneous. It gently nudges the individual to understand that they ought to heed the other party. If any misstep occurs during this process, it must be rectified with utmost diligence, especially at this stage for Su Jijun. There can be no room for error. If your wife merely has the habit of unconsciously voicing such statements, your occasional resistance will not elicit a significant reaction from her. Later, when your wife reminisces about past events, you might mention how arduous your entrepreneurial journey was. A rational person would not dispute your struggles, however. If your wife is indeed controlling you, she will not permit you to recognize the extent of your past efforts and hardships. Su Jijun found it hard to accept this notion. Nevertheless, Du Fei, being a psychiatrist, possessed a high degree of credibility in his judgment. Realizing that something might be amiss, Su Jijun promptly rose to his feet. Mr. Du, I must return and investigate. He could hardly spare a thought for food or drink. Coincidentally, his lover had also arrived, and Su Jijun took her along as well. After Su Jijun's departure, Tang Yin appeared utterly bewildered. Du Fei, is what you said truly the case? Indeed, it is true. According to Su Jijun, his wife is attempting to manipulate him. Tang Yin was perplexed. But why? They should not be lacking in wealth, and their lives seem quite satisfactory. What compels them to engage in such behavior? Du Fei merely smiled. It is difficult to ascertain the truth. Perhaps Wang Hui fears abandonment. It is also possible that her family has expressed intentions to seize Su Jijun's wealth. There may even be a chance that Wang Hui has found solace in another man's embrace, seeking to compel Su Jijun towards despair through such means. Regardless, as long as one maintains control over the situation, all becomes negotiable. Wang Hui possesses countless motives for her actions. Tang Yin, upon hearing this, felt a chill run through her. She never anticipated such a turn of events. Du Fei, given your prowess in this domain, could you perhaps be engaging in some clandestine manipulation yourself? Du Fei wore an expression of indignation. Tang Yin, you must not make such unfounded accusations. When have I ever exerted mental control over anyone? I always respect the thoughts of others. Is that truly the case? I find it hard to believe. With your dubious character, even Lu Yunfei refuses to part ways, which suggests she is under some form of control. The gravest issue with mental manipulation is that it can cause an individual to lose their rationality. Thus, it is quite plausible that this is the case. Du Fei waved his hand dismissively. Do not speak such nonsense. It is not I who controls Lu Yunfei, but rather her vanity. What she seeks is mere facade, which, to put plainly, is vanity. Such individuals thrive on the perceptions of others, prioritizing external judgment over their own feelings. While this may be a form of mental affliction, it is of a rather mild nature, one that many endure. After all, in this society, who does not grapple with their own mental struggles? Most merely put on a brave face. Tang Yin, upon hearing Du Fei's reflections, suddenly felt a surge of respect. Du Fei, when did you become a philosopher? Just now. He replied with a laugh. If you call me fat, I might just catch my breath. Tang Yin chuckled heartily at Du Fei's jest. The two continued to share light-hearted banter as they made their way back to the hospital. En route, they engaged in casual conversation. How are things at the factory lately? Couldn't he be better? Su Jijun is a titan. A single word from him can elevate our factory's fortunes. He possesses a wealth in the billions. While I have yet to reach the million mark, naturally living in Su Jijun's shadow. Nonetheless, Tang Yin held deep admiration. Du Fei, if you truly predict the outcome regarding Su Jijun's wife, then you shall be his benefactor. At that point, will it not be your word that holds sway? Would that not imply I control him? That is impossible. My connection with Boss Su is merely one of collaboration. Du Fei understood this dynamic clearly. The reason for his communication with Su Jijun is twofold. On one hand, their interests have aligned. On the other, Du Fei comprehends a fundamental truth. The connections of the Su family ultimately belong to them. Only by transforming the Su family's network into his own can he cultivate genuine influence. Should he successfully assist Su Jijun this time, he would no longer need to ponder the complexities of the Su family's reputation when seeking Su Jijun's aid in the future. Could Du Fei's bond with Su Jijun be anything less than one of mutual support? And you too, Miss Tang. I eagerly anticipate the day when you will flourish and thrive, at which point I might seek your support. Upon hearing Du Fei's words, Tang Yin let out a soft laugh. Me? Relying on me is no different than hoping to find a random passerby. I am merely an idler, content as long as I can maintain my father's factory. Besides, I lack any innate talent for management. Chapter 79. Sympathy? Mockery. Du Fei and Tang Yin strolled down the street, engaging in cheerful banter, appearing like a pair of affectionate lovers. At that moment, Du Fei's phone rang, revealing a call from his roommate, Li Rui. Du Fei, I have some significant news to share. Du Fei was momentarily taken aback. What news? Significant, you say? Lin Jiao was in a car accident. Oh, is she dead? Du Fei inquired, devoid of emotion. No, she is not dead. But wait, do you know which hospital she is in? She is at Kangtai Hospital, on the second floor of the third inpatient building, bed 135. It was evident that Li Rui had conducted some research and was specifically assisting Du Fei. Thank you for the intel. I'll treat you to a meal another day. Du Fei suddenly had an idea and promptly ended the call. Let us go to Kangtai Hospital. Tang Yin looked bewildered. What is the purpose of going there? My ex-girlfriend is in the hospital after a car accident. Tang Yin immediately frowned. She had heard about the relationship between Du Fei and Lin Jiao. And now Du Fei intended to visit Lin Jiao? Was there still lingering affection? Even though Tang Yin was not Du Fei's girlfriend, she felt quite displeased by his intent. After the way she treated you, you still harbor feelings for her? How pathetic. Confronted with Tang Yin's accusations, Du Fei appeared perplexed. Huh, what? Tang Yin was equally confused. What do you mean? What? Aren't you going to visit her? Yes. Then why not just before Tang Yin could finish? She finally realized Du Fei's intention. You, what about me? Hurry up and come with me. I need to touch up my makeup first. And I should change into something more elegant, preferably something that includes black stockings, slimming, and alluring. Although Tang Yin's current outfit was already quite beautiful, Du Fei felt it fell short of his expectations. He rushed to a nearby mall to purchase a new outfit for Tang Yin and took her to a beauty salon for a meticulous makeover. Only then did Du Fei escort Tang Yin to the hospital to visit Lin Jiao. On their way, Du Fei did not forget to buy an extravagant bouquet of flowers, costing a staggering 998. In the hospital room, Lin Jiao wore an expression of dejection. What terrible luck. I usually take that route. How did I end up in a car accident this time? Moreover, this accident was entirely her fault for running a red light. She would have to cover the medical expenses herself, and she would also need to take a break from school for a while. The mere thought of attending class while relying on a cane made Lin Jiao feel utterly despondent. Her status as the ex-girlfriend of Du Fei was already enough to attract attention, and now, with a limp, wouldn't that make her the subject of even greater ridicule? What compounded Lin Jiao's frustration was the girl in the adjacent hospital bed, who was also admitted due to an injury. However, unlike her, this girl had a boyfriend by her side, constantly inquiring about her well-being, peeling apples, and exchanging affectionate kisses, which made Lin Jiao feel a wave of nausea. Of course, it was accompanied by an overwhelming sense of envy and resentment. Just as Lin Jiao wallowed in her gloom, a knock echoed from outside the ward. When the door swung open, Lin Jiao was taken aback. A magnificent bouquet of flowers, and behind the flowers stood Du Fei. Lin Jiao could hardly believe her eyes. Could it be that Du Fei had finally had a change of heart and wished to reconcile? The mere thought sent her heart racing, and she instinctively covered her mouth in surprise, nearly brought to tears. However, as she was basking in this moment of joy, Tang Yin, who was standing behind Du Fei, walked in as well. Instantly, Lin Jiao's spirits plummeted. Tang Yin looked exceptionally beautiful today, dressed in a charming Japanese sailor outfit complemented by black stockings. The makeup on her face clearly indicated she had put considerable thought into her appearance. Already a beauty, her styling elevated her allure to near perfection. One might mistake her for a character in a whimsical play. Was this something a passerby could witness without charge? Lin Jiao was no fool. She immediately discerned Du Fei's intentions. He was merely here to revel in her misfortune. How careless of you, Du Fei remarked, setting the bouquet aside. These are for you. What do you think? Do you like them? Lin Jiao felt an immense wave of discontent wash over her. Meanwhile, the girl in the neighboring bed, oblivious to the underlying tension, assumed that Du Fei was Lin Jiao's boyfriend upon seeing the flowers. She expressed a hint of envy, exclaiming, "Look at her boyfriend, bringing such a large bouquet." Du Fei chuckled lightly. "I'm not her boyfriend, I'm her ex-boyfriend. This is my girlfriend," he declared, pulling Tang Yin closer. The girl in the adjacent bed was taken aback, sensing there was more to the story. Lin Jiao was infuriated, struggling to find words. Her gaze directed at Du Fei filled with complexity. "Du Fei, witnessing her expression, was barely able to suppress his laughter. Yet, this was a hospital and decorum was expected. "Excuse me, but which hospital is closest to the school? Shouldn't it be the 6th hospital?" he inquired softly. Lin Jiao remained silent. Why? Wasn't it evident to everyone involved? Lin Jiao deliberately chose this hospital, distant enough to avoid encountering Du Fei. To her dismay, however, a classmate had leaked her whereabouts, even revealing her hospital bed number to him. As Lin Jiao faced his inquiries, her expression was one of frustration and uncertainty. Du Fei, sensing the tension, hastily remarked, "I have something to attend to. I'll visit you another time." Overwhelmed, he pulled Tang Yin away from the ward. Once they reached the corridor, Du Fei could no longer contain his laughter, his boisterous chuckles echoing loudly enough for Lin Jiao to hear from her room. Infuriated, she seized a flower and hurled it out of the ward, exclaiming, "Du Fei, you scoundrel!" Meanwhile, the couple in the adjacent bed cast sympathetic glances at Lin Jiao, their expressions reflecting their concern, though they were unaware of the exact circumstances. It was evident that Lin Jiao was pitiable, truly deserving of sympathy. Outside the hospital, Tang Yin, observing Du Fei's uncontrollable laughter, urged him to leave quickly lest they be confronted. Once outside, she looked at him with confusion. "I understand your ridicule. But why buy her flowers? What good does that do? She can't eat them or keep them. They only serve to irritate her. This isn't a gift. It's a torment." Du Fei insisted that the flowers were indeed the most exquisite aspect of his gesture. Tang Yin could only shake her head in resignation. Oh, Lin Jiao truly has suffered. She could have enjoyed a lavish life with Du Fei, yet here she is, in this predicament. Chapter 80, An Extraordinary Dinner Gathering. Mr. Du, you were absolutely right, Su Jijun exclaimed, his face flushed with anger. This was following Du Fei's revelation about his wife on the second night, prompting Su Jijun to invite him for dinner. Unlike previous occasions, Tang Yin was absent today. Besides Su Jijun and Du Fei, 3 others graced the table, all brought by Su Jijun. Among them were Luo Yong, a senior lawyer, Zheng Chun, the police chief, and private investigator Sister Zhou. Su Jijun had specifically instructed Du Fei that today's dinner was distinct, urging him to either come alone or bring only trustworthy individuals, indicating the unusual nature of the gathering. Luo Yong, a man in his 40s, exuded a mature and composed demeanor, his presence commanding respect. Zheng Chun, the police chief of the capital, held a stature that dwarfed many officials at various levels. As a vice-provincial cadre, his influence and connections surpassed even some provincial leaders in the capital. His authoritative demeanor set him apart from the others. In contrast, Sister Zhou, the private investigator, seemed out of place among such distinguished company. Not only did her status appear mismatched, but her appearance also drew attention. She was a striking woman in her 30s. Adorned with meticulous makeup and an alluring figure, her attire flamboyant, bordering on that of a socialite rather than a detective. At first, Du Fei mistook Sister Zhou for Zheng Chun's wife. It was only later that he discovered she was a private detective. After Su Jijun spoke, he exchanged a meaningful glance with Sister Zhou. She produced her documents, handing one to Du Fei, another to lawyer Luo Yong, and yet another to director Zheng Chun. Du Fei glanced through the materials, which contained evidence of Su Jijun's wife seeking to acquire certain skills, including her mobile browsing history, files stored on her computer, as well as chat and phone records with an individual. Remarkably, it took only a day to uncover such a wealth of information, while Su Jijun's cooperation was evident. It was clear that Sister Zhou was no ordinary detective. As the group perused the documents, Sister Zhou expressed her curiosity. "Mr. Du Fei, is it? I didn't anticipate that you possess such acumen. Merely from Mr. Su's description, you were able to identify the issue at hand. I hear you are a psychiatrist at the 6th hospital?" Du Fei smiled modestly. "It aligns well with my expertise." Sister Zhou took a puff from her cigarette, exhaling slowly, and remarked with a hint of amusement, "I had thought psychiatrists only treated mental illness. I didn't realize you could delve into such matters." Flattered by her compliment, Du Fei scratched his head. "It's merely a combination of my psychiatric training and some knowledge of psychology. It's all within my field." Such a sharp and perceptive young man with a grasp of psychology. "How about considering a position under my guidance? The remuneration is quite generous," Sister Zhou suggested, casting him a meaningful glance. Ah, the allure of an experienced woman. That gaze sent shivers down Du Fei's spine. It was a look that spoke of seduction and electric attraction. At this moment, Du Fei was certain that Sister Zhou was indeed a social butterfly, likely leading a team dedicated to such endeavors. Before Du Fei could respond, Su Jijun interjected, "Sister Zhou, You might as well abandon your pursuit. Mr. Du is currently affiliated with the Su family. Oh, a young man like you has connections with the Su family? Your future seems boundless, she exclaimed. However, Mr. Su, considering your position, it's unlikely you would permit a fledgling to enter. Upon hearing this, Sister Zhou's gaze towards Du Fei shifted significantly. Previously, she regarded him with the innocence of a chick. Now, her eyes reflected a mixture of reverence and longing, as if she wished to peer into his very soul. Du Fei felt a twinge of trepidation under her scrutiny. Among the gathering, Sister Zhou seemed the most enigmatic, perhaps even more so than Chief Shengchun. Once everyone had reviewed the materials, Su Jijun was the first to inquire of Luo Yang. Lawyer Luo, what do you believe I should do regarding this matter? Luo Yang pondered for a moment. Firstly, the preservation of assets is of paramount importance. Legally speaking, there is no explicit prohibition against the lady engaging in such actions, rendering the behavior difficult to categorize within the confines of the law. Furthermore, for any accountability to arise from this conduct, there must be an element of personal threat or coercive violence involved. Given the marital relationship between Mr. Su and his wife, the assessment of this matter will likely be considerably weakened. The evidence currently at hand may yield little in terms of conclusive results, unless Luo Yang cast a glance at Du Fei. A complex array of expressions appeared on the faces of the individuals present, and Du Fei grasped the underlying implications. Since defining the situation poses challenges, it may be prudent to enlist professionals for such evaluations. As a psychiatrist, Du Fei could provide or facilitate the issuance of psychological assessments as evidence. Would that not be a simpler approach? However, Luo Yang swiftly shook his head in disapproval. This path seems fraught with difficulty. It would be wiser to proactively safeguard assets, dispersing them into smaller units and relocating them elsewhere prior to the divorce, which might prove to be a more secure strategy. Upon hearing this, Su Jijun displayed a face of torment, clearly torn between conflicting emotions. He turned to Sister Zhou for her perspective. Sister Zhou, what do you think? Sister Zhou chuckled softly, opting not to respond directly, but instead directed her gaze toward Du Fei. I am quite interested in hearing Mr. Du's thoughts. It was evident that Sister Zhou held a keen interest in Du Fei. Since Mr. Du has joined our gathering, we are now in the same boat, so it would be fitting for him to share his insights. Du Fei felt an immense pressure, one that differed markedly from the pressures he faced at the Su household. In the Su family, he only had to contend with them. Here, he was uncertain of the intricate web of interests at play, necessitating a cautious approach. Nonetheless, Du Fei recognized that as a young man in the eyes of these individuals, any display of excessive cunning might lead to greater complications. Thus, he spoke with a straightforward demeanor. I have no particular thoughts. Assets should be transferred as necessary, and life must continue. If Wang Hui does not seek divorce, then we shall carry on as we are. Should she ever decide to sever ties, we can then proceed with the divorce. How simple that is. Simplifying the complexities. Upon hearing Du Fei's remarks, Su Jijun nodded in agreement. I share your sentiments. What about you, Sister Zhou? Sister Zhou furrowed her brow slightly. In my opinion, the most crucial motive remains elusive. We are uncertain whether Wang Hui's actions stem from a desire to contest family assets or are driven by an external affair with another man. Alternatively, perhaps she seeks merely to exert control over you. Without understanding the motive, we cannot ascertain our course of action. Chapter 81. Just 1 week. Sister Zhou's reflections were indeed comprehensive, illuminating aspects that had not crossed the minds of others. Having conducted only a day's worth of investigation, the information at her disposal remained limited. Further inquiry would be necessary to devise an effective solution. Su Jijun, as the proprietor of the foremost e-commerce platform in the country, boasts a fortune in the hundreds of billions and is on the path towards trillions. Such decisions must be made with utmost caution. However, with his extensive network, a minor character like Wang Hui could never pose a significant threat to Su Jijun, though he remains vigilant, wary of unforeseen circumstances. After all, Wang Hui has been clandestinely plotting against him for some time, necessitating Su's careful defense. Du Fei has likely come to a similar understanding. Luo Yang serves as Su Jijun's legal advisor, while Sister Zhou is responsible for gathering intelligence for him. It stands to reason that these two individuals have greatly contributed to Su Jijun's business success. Otherwise, his e-commerce platform would not have ascended to its leading position so effortlessly. Yet, the presence of the police chief, Zheng Chun, raises questions. Du Fei observes that Zheng Chun does not seem to have a legitimate reason to be there. Just as Du Fei ponders this, Su Jijun speaks up. Mr. Du, the reason I invited you today is for another matter. Our chief, Mr. Zheng Chun, has something he wishes to discuss with you. Zheng Chun offers an awkward smile. Mr. Du, the situation is this. After hearing about Su Jijun's affairs, I suspect I may be experiencing some psychological issues. Lately, I have been plagued by nightmares and a sense of mental fatigue. I consulted several doctors who prescribed medication. It worked initially, but now the effects have waned. Du Fei sizes up Zheng Chun, noting his rotund appearance, and deduces that the chief is likely not a virtuous character. Having probably amassed considerable wealth through corruption, it seems he is now unable to bear the weight of his conscience, or perhaps he lacks one altogether. Living in constant fear of being apprehended, he seeks Du Fei's assistance in resolving his predicament. While Du Fei is indeed a psychiatrist, he did not come to treat individuals like Zheng Chun, nor is this the appropriate context for such treatment. Although Du Fei has a myriad of reservations, he cannot disregard the authority that Zheng Chun wields. It is imperative that he offers his assistance. Chief Zheng, my treatment approach is highly individualized. Each patient requires a unique therapeutic technique. Regarding your concerns, I fear I must gather more information to gain clarity. How about we arrange a time to discuss this in private? Zheng Chun's face brightens at this suggestion. Excellent. I will make time shortly. As long as you can alleviate my neurosis, I will be sure to express my gratitude. He is willing to invest both time and resources for the sake of a restful night's sleep. Du Fei begins to comprehend the implications. Treating Zheng Chun would serve as a form of allegiance. As a prominent figure in the capital, Su Jijun possesses a distinct network of connections. Though he shares acquaintances with the Su family, the nature of those relationships differs significantly. Within the Su family, Zheng Chun may be seen as an employee. Whereas in Su Jijun's realm, Zheng Chun stands as a brother. The capital city, a place of both vastness and intimacy, is characterized by its population of 30 million. Yet within its upper echelons, there exists a tight-knit circle comprising influential figures, predominantly the Su family and various prominent leaders and magnates. Soon, after indulging in fine dining, Zheng Chun invited Du Fei for a private discussion. As others departed, Sister Zhou approached Du Fei, her face adorned with a playful smile, and surreptitiously slipped her hand into his trouser pocket, giving it a gentle pat. Mr. Du, let us keep in touch. After her departure, Du Fei felt within his pocket and discovered that Sister Zhou had discreetly placed her business card there. In Zheng Chun's vehicle, Du Fei came across his medical records. Having sought Du Fei's expertise for a consultation, Zheng Chun had thoughtfully brought these documents along. Upon careful examination, Du Fei noted that Zheng Chun had consulted various psychiatric departments across the capital's hospitals, with the majority of evaluations yielding similar conclusions. The diagnosis indicated that Zheng Chun was suffering from neurasthenia, attributed to the overwhelming pressures of his demanding lifestyle. As a figure of his stature, he often had to maintain a faade of composure, leading to a reliance on similar sedative medications, which he had likely developed a tolerance for. Du Fei furrowed his brow, realizing the predicament. The pitfalls laid by predecessors had ensnared him. Fortunately, Du Fei was no ordinary individual. He possessed therapeutic methods suited to such scenarios, specifically, his hypnotherapy. Director Zheng, starting tomorrow, I would like you to visit my office every afternoon. I will arrange a treatment regimen for you, and within a week, I assure you that your condition will markedly improve. Really? Thank you so much. Zheng Chun beamed with gratitude upon hearing that Du Fei had a solution, acutely aware of his own turmoil over the past 2 years, during which he had not enjoyed a single restful night. His mental state had deteriorated significantly, often losing focus during meetings, a perilous predicament. Currently, with no pressing matters at hand, he could manage. However, should any unforeseen circumstances arise, he would surely falter. The following afternoon, Zheng Chun arrived as promised. Du Fei had already prepared a treatment plan and guided him to a newly designed psychological consultation room. This space, a simple office that Du Fei had meticulously crafted over the course of the morning, featured his unique design elements, the rhythmic ticking of an antique clock on the wall, intricate lace work on the windows, and a soothing soft light enveloping the room. For patients grappling with mental health issues, this environment exuded warmth, naturally inviting them to immerse themselves in its embrace. Please, have a seat, Du Fei instructed, guiding Zheng Chun to a chair before turning on the computer before him. Upon closer inspection of the video, half an hour later, Zheng Chun emerged from the room, his complexion evidently improved. He exchanged a handshake with Du Fei. Dr. Du, I truly appreciate your help. I feel significantly more at ease now. It's no trouble at all. Just remember to come back tomorrow, Du Fei replied. This scene was fortuitously witnessed by Xiao Yingling as she exited the office, her curiosity piqued. Du Fei, Have you finally begun to engage in your duties? You're actually treating patients now? Who is this individual that warrants your personal care? The chief of the Capital Police Station. At this revelation, Xiao Yingling was momentarily taken aback. Really? Is that true? You must be joking. Why don't you verify it yourself? There should be information available online. Such individuals typically have dedicated entries on the internet, with their resumes clearly outlined. Skeptical yet intrigued, Xiao Yingling promptly retrieved her phone to investigate. Her eyes widened in astonishment. Well, it's true. Du Fei, you have indeed made quite a name for yourself, treating someone of such stature. Chapter 82. A change at home. I never imagined you would change your ways to treat men. Turns out he is a big shot. As an ordinary person, Xiao Yingling seldom encountered individuals of such high caliber, thus her shock was profound. You've truly made it big. Du Fei appeared somewhat bemused. Is this really considered making it big? This is merely the beginning. If I could treat someone of even greater prominence, that would be remarkable. However, Du Fei feared he might never have that opportunity. Such individuals are unlikely to have issues that he could address, even if they did exist. Xiao Yingling glanced around, noting the corridor was empty, and lowered her voice to inquire beside Du Fei, what ailment does he have? It's not something like a psychological disorder that might turn him into a serial killer, is it? Du Fei looked at her in disbelief. What nonsense are you spouting? It's merely a case of mental fatigue. And how do you treat it? Do you prescribe medication? Hypnosis. What? You hypnotized the police chief? What are you up to? Isn't this going to make crime go unpunished in the future? Seeing Xiao Yingling's reaction, Du Fei felt an urge to smack his forehead in exasperation. Have you watched too many movies? This form of hypnosis is not what you think. Hypnosis is one thing. Mind control is another. They are entirely distinct. Moreover, not everyone can be hypnotized. Only those with psychological issues are susceptible to it. I merely implanted a suggestion in his subconscious. Xiao Yingling was taken aback. A suggestion? What sort of suggestion? He is a good person. Zhang Chen's neurological fatigue, which prevents him from sleeping, stems from his awareness of the irrevocable actions he has taken. The weight of his conscience and anxiety understandably keep him awake. However, Du Fei, through a combination of video and hypnosis, implanted the notion deep within Zhang Chen's consciousness that he is a good person. This process bears a resemblance to that depicted in Inception, albeit without the fantastical elements. It is the culmination of Du Fei's research into psychological subjects, hypnosis expertise, and various other realms of mental health knowledge. The only issue is that these methods are entirely his own creation, lacking both published papers and clinical trials. Currently, Su Jiruo and Zhang Chen, treated by Du Fei using this method, exist merely as experimental subjects. Thus, Du Fei cannot ascertain the efficacy of his treatment, though he remains confident in his ability to succeed. Xiao Yingling evidently possesses no expertise in this domain. Her understanding is clouded with confusion. In summary, you are now the attending physician of the police chief. How impressive. From now on, I shall rely on you. Big shot. If I ever commit a crime, you must come to my rescue. Xiao Yingling jested, her face alight with a smile. Observing her lively and charming demeanor, Du Fei felt considerably more at ease. Indeed, companionship with beautiful women is essential. Gazing upon beauty can soothe the soul, promote well-being, and even prolong life. The following day, Du Fei sat in his office, utterly bewildered. Where was Xiao Yingling? She had taken a leave of absence. Bai Yan, beside him, spoke with an expressionless face, leaving Du Fei momentarily stunned. Leave of absence? Why would she take a day off for no reason? I haven't even taken a leave. Bai Yan shot Du Fei a glance. You may not take a leave, but you also don't ask for permission when you leave. Du Fei enjoyed unparalleled freedom at the hospital. He merely needed to announce his departure without formally requesting leave. How could Xiao Yingling compare to him? Du Fei sighed, lamenting the loss of one beauty, which diminished his joy by half. Then I shall seek out Zhang Nailin and the others. Bai Yan was nearly exasperated. Du Fei's lack of contentment was rather astounding. Wasn't he more than sufficient on his own? While Du Fei reveled in his merriment, he had not given Xiao Yingling's situation much thought. However, after a day had passed, and she still had not returned to work, even he began to sense that something was amiss. Clearly, an issue had arisen in Xiao Yingling's household. Du Fei procured her phone number from the hospital records and called her directly. After a considerable wait, Xiao Yingling finally answered. Hello? Who is this? It's me, Du Fei. Why haven't you come to work? Is something wrong? There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line. Speak up, or shall I come to your home? Sensing Du Fei's enthusiasm, Xiao Yingling hurriedly declined. No, it's fine. I have a minor issue at home. There's no need for you to worry. Even with a day off, you still aren't worried? Du Fei clearly would not believe Xiao Yingling's evasive words. Xiao Yingling felt utterly helpless. Very well, I shall head to work now. With that, Xiao Yingling hung up the phone and arrived at the hospital approximately an hour later. However, her demeanor was that of a lost soul, her complexion wan and drawn. The vivacious and charming girl she once was had vanished, replaced by a visage marred with worry. Du Fei felt a pang of sympathy upon witnessing her distress. What calamity had befallen her to elicit such sorrow? After persistent inquiries from Du Fei, Xiao Yingling finally divulged her predicament. My father has been betrayed by a business partner, leading to a disastrous failure and leaving us with a debt of 10 million. Previously, Xiao Yingling enjoyed a comfortable life in the capital. Yet this sudden upheaval felt like a catastrophic collapse. Consequently, she had not reported to work on the first day after receiving the news. However, despite her absence being of little help, she ultimately decided to return to work after much persuasion from both her family and Du Fei. Xiao Yingling appeared utterly helpless. Have they apprehended the culprit? If not, Du Fei could enlist Zheng Chun's assistance. With a heavy sigh, she replied, he has already fled abroad. How can he be caught? There truly is no feasible way. The difficulty of apprehending suspects overseas is insurmountable. I fear we will never recover the money. Her voice was laced with despair as she continued. My father is currently scouring for loans to repay this debt, and I wish to assist in any way I can. But I find myself powerless. If we do not repay soon, our home will be seized. This house represents the last bastion for my family. It is located in the capital, and even the most modest properties here command several million. Furthermore, should the house be auctioned, it would undoubtedly fetch a price far below market value, potentially resulting in a significant loss for her family. Who could possibly find joy in such an ordeal? After a moment of contemplation, Du Fei inquired, how much do you owe? 10 million, is it? Coincidentally, I happen to have that exact amount. What? Xiao Yingling's eyes widened in disbelief. Where on earth did you acquire such a sum? That is of no concern to you. The question is whether you wish to accept it, Du Fei replied nonchalantly. Xiao Yingling hesitated, torn by her thoughts. Should she accept the offer or decline? Accepting would mean facing the awkwardness of dealing with Du Fei as her creditor, while refusing seemed foolish given their dire circumstances. After much inner turmoil, she finally resolved, I will discuss it with my parents. With that, she left once more. Although she claimed to be returning to work, her mind was far from focused on her duties. Upon returning from the hospital, Xiao Yingling's parents were still frantically making calls, seeking ways to secure the necessary funds. They, too, were desperate to prevent their home from being auctioned off. Upon seeing their daughter return, her father, Xiao Yang, frowned deeply. My dear daughter, what brings you back? Were you not supposed to be at work? A look of embarrassment washed over Xiao Yingling's face. Well, Dad, I inquired at the office, and someone is willing to lend our family 10 million. Xiao Yang's expression transformed into one of astonishment. What? Someone is willing to lend? Of course, we must accept it. What is there to deliberate? Where is this person? Is it genuine? When can we sign the IOU? Clearly, Xiao Yang was filled with urgency. Feeling cornered by their financial predicament, refusal was out of the question. I'll call him right away. Let's hurry and meet him. Xiao Yingling promptly dialed Du Fei, arranging to meet him at a tea house outside the hospital. Xiao Yang even prepared the IOU, eagerly awaiting the moment to sign it and secure the funds. His face reflected diminished anxiety and burgeoning joy. Daughter, you've done remarkably well. Seeing her father's demeanor, Xiao Yingling felt a sense of relief. Before long, everyone convened in a private room at the tea house. Xiao Yang's demeanor was exceedingly cordial, bowing and scraping before Du Fei, showering him with compliments that made Du Fei feel somewhat bashful. He produced his bank card, which had previously been given to Du Fei by the Su family. With the funds in hand, Xiao Yang felt as though he had found his savior, expressing profound gratitude to Du Fei, who, in turn, felt a bit awkward from all the thanks. Uncle Xiao, you should hurry and repay the debt to avoid losing the house. Yes, thank you. Xiao Yang quickly ushered his wife off to attend to business. Xiao Yingling looked at Du Fei with heartfelt gratitude. Thank you for assisting our family in such a significant manner. We're colleagues. There's no need for thanks. Du Fei dismissed her gratitude, seeing this as a mutually beneficial arrangement. After all, there might be future opportunities to settle debts with favors in kind. Now, let us head to work. At this moment, Xiao Yingling's expression improved. Her worries about money alleviated. Her attitude towards Du Fei had shifted from casual to more reserved, recognizing him now as her creditor. Du Fei understood that such a mindset would not easily change, and thus did not take offense. Over time, Xiao Yingling would likely revert to her former self. Upon returning to the office, Du Fei was about to seek out Lu Qingling when a figure entered. It was Sister Zhou, whom he had met a few days prior at a dinner gathering. Today, she donned an unusual ensemble, a long trench coat beneath which peeked a pair of purple stockings, complemented by clicking high heels. Although the trench coat was tightly wrapped, it revealed an exquisite collarbone at the chest, giving the impression of being unclothed. Upon entering the office, she surveyed her surroundings and spoke in a sultry voice. "Little brother, you seem to be enjoying a carefree life, having two beauties accompanying you in the office? No wonder you Haven Tea contacted me after I gave you my number. It appears you have company." Bai Yiran and Xiao Yingling were both taken aback at the sight of such a woman. While this sister Zhou bore some resemblance to the Zhou from the hospital, both exuding a sensual allure, it was evident that they belonged to different realms. The hospital's Zhou was merely frivolous, while the one before them radiated an inherent charm. Moreover, her gaze was extraordinarily penetrating, as if she could see into the depths of one's soul. The two young women felt a pang of vulnerability under her scrutiny. Du Fei also felt a twinge of apprehension. "Sister Zhou, do you need something? Is it inappropriate for me to seek you out?" he stammered. Sister Zhou chuckled softly and handed him a card. "Come find me at 8 tonight," she instructed, casting a meaningful glance at Xiao Yingling before vanishing from the office. With a sigh of relief, Xiao Yingling and Bai Yiran exchanged glances. Who is she? Why is she so peculiar, and why does she refer to herself as Sister Zhou? Xiao Yingling struggled to find the right words. Isn't she just like the one from the hospital? Du Fei, however, remained unfazed. They both share the surname Zhou. Both are 30 years old, and both are addressed as Sister Zhou. What is the issue? Just because there's a Sister Zhou at the hospital doesn't mean there can't be one outside. Besides, we know the hospital S Zhou, but the other S surname is unknown. This Sister Zhou is a private detective. Du Fei only knew her by her nickname, unaware of her real name. In contrast, he knew the hospital S Zhou inside and out. However, Bai Yiran was intrigued by another question. But these two sisters Zhou are too similar, both with eyes that seem eager to devour men. You wouldn't understand. 30 is like a wolf, 40 like a tiger. Once you marry in 10 years, you'll see your husband's gaze might be even more desperate than theirs, Du Fei remarked, glancing at the card Sister Zhou had given him. It was a promotional card for a bar, with the location inscribed. She wants me to go to a bar? I am a serious person and have never frequented such places. What is she up to? While Du Fei pondered this, Xiao Yingling interjected. We should differentiate between the two sisters Zhou. Shall we call the hospital Sister Zhou Ran? Since that was indeed her name, it seemed appropriate. Nevertheless, Du Fei was entirely indifferent. Regardless, Sister Zhou has little interest in the hospital. On the contrary, this private detective, Sister Zhou, clearly harbors numerous secrets. The fact that she has taken the initiative to contact Du Fei indicates something intriguing is afoot. That evening, Du Fei ventured to the bar where Sister Zhou had given him her card. Upon entering, he was utterly bewildered. Having never frequented such establishments, he felt out of his depth. The bar counter, the cozy booths nearby, and the distant dance floor all contributed to a dizzying atmosphere, amplified by the rhythmic music and flashing lights. Du Fei yearned to flee this place immediately. However, at that moment, a bartender approached him courteously. "Mr. Du, Sister Zhou is waiting for you over there. Please follow me." It was clear that Sister Zhou had orchestrated everything, following the attendant through the dance floor. They arrived at a private room, and stepping onto the carpet, the ambience quieted significantly. The lighting was dim, with faint sounds of shouting emanating from within the room. Unlike other private rooms, this one had opaque walls, offering no glimpse of its interior. Soon, they reached the innermost chamber. The attendant knocked gently, and Sister Zhou's sultry voice floated from inside, "Come in." As Du Fei opened the door, he instinctively stepped inside, taking in the sight before him. The room resembled others, featuring a booth capable of accommodating 7 or 8 individuals, accompanied by a small table. A large-screen television and karaoke equipment, adorned with vibrant lights, completed the space. Only Sister Zhou occupied the room at that moment, delicately savoring a glass of red wine. Upon noticing Du Fei, she tilted her head slightly, gesturing towards the seat beside her. "Please, have a seat." Du Fei chose not to sit next to Sister Zhou, but instead positioned himself directly opposite her. "Sister Zhou, you summoned me?" Observing Du Fei's distant demeanor, Sister Zhou revealed a knowing smile. "Mr. Du, do you prefer a more straightforward approach, or something more subtle?" Du Fei paused at her words. What does a more straightforward approach entail? Sister Zhou burst into laughter. What are you pretending for? Don't you know? A straightforward approach means to undress. And what does a more subtle approach involve? Gradually undressing. Du Fei's expression darkened. He could clearly see that Sister Zhou was teasing him. Could we skip the undressing? Sister Zhou laughed so hard she nearly doubled over. If you don't undress, what was the point of coming? Then perhaps we should be more straightforward. Despite his uncertainty about Sister Zhou's intentions, Du Fei was not fond of this setting. I have intelligence worth 10 million. Are you interested? Intelligence worth 10 million? Du Fei was momentarily taken aback, then quickly shook his head. I am not interested. Why not? Do you not like money? Sister Zhou set down her wine glass, gazing at Du Fei with great interest. In the capital, one cannot thrive without an affinity for wealth. It is not that I disdain money, but accepting your intelligence means I owe you a favor. And the thought of being in your debt feels more burdensome than death itself. Must you portray my words in such a dreadful light? Sister Zhou's dissatisfaction with Du Fei was evident, though she did not dwell on it. Very well, if you refuse, then be on your way. You cannot simply come and go as you please. I traveled a considerable distance and spent 30 on the taxi. Du Fei was clearly quite displeased. Sister Zhou's behavior seemed utterly unreasonable. As compensation, I shall divulge the information to you free of charge. You lent out 10 million today, did you not? To someone named Xiaoyang. Du Fei, being astute, grasped the situation immediately upon hearing this. Are you suggesting he will not repay the money? So this information is worth 10 million? Clever. Sister Zhou regarded Du Fei with appreciation, speaking nonchalantly. I have investigated this Xiaoyang. He has suffered business failures, accumulating 8 million in debts. His business partners have fled abroad with their families, leaving no trace. After securing your funds, he promptly booked 3 tickets. Traveling from the mainland to Iceland, then to Singapore, and subsequently, he will journey overland to an unknown destination. Care to guess whose tickets those are? Du Fei was left speechless. Is there even a need to guess? Surely, it must be his family, Xiao Yingling and her parents. The flight departs tomorrow evening at 8. How about that? Is this information not immensely beneficial to you? Shouldn't you reward me in some way? In the dim light of the private room, Sister Zhou leaned closer to Du Fei, offering him the half-finished glass of red wine. Du Fei merely shook his head in response. Sister Zhou, I believe you are mistaken. Firstly, when I lent the money, I never expected it to return. Secondly, Xiao Yingling is not the type to flee abroad with her parents. Therefore, your information holds no value. Seeing Du Fei's confidence, Sister Zhou was somewhat taken aback. So confident? Are you not afraid of being indebted to me, hence making such statements? We shall see. You are so certain about Xiao Yingling? Are you sure she won't run away? Absolutely. Although Du Fei and Xiao Yingling had not spent much time together, their brief acquaintance had been enjoyable. It is often said that one knows another's face but not their heart. Yet, Du Fei was convinced that Xiao Yingling would not flee abroad for the sake of money. Her values differ from those of her parents. In fact, Sister Zhou, you seem far more perilous. I met you for the first time at the dining table just a few days ago, and look at how much has transpired in such a short time. Sister Zhou has thoroughly investigated the matters concerning Xiao Yingling, even discerning that she entrusted money to Xiaoyang. It is evident that she has also meticulously looked into Du Fei's affairs. Sister Zhou is clearly not a mere private investigator, rather. She can be aptly described as an intelligence broker. In her current state, she resembles a queen reigning over the underground realm of the capital, gathering diverse intelligence through her clandestine network and subsequently distributing this information to those in need for profit. It is no wonder that when Du Fei first encountered Sister Zhou, he sensed the profound depths of her character. A person engaged in such business daily naturally possesses a complex disposition. Indeed, what Sister Zhou revealed to Du Fei today is likely just the tip of the iceberg. This individual is formidable, far beyond the reach of someone like Du Fei at this stage. Upon hearing Du Fei's assessment, Sister Zhou merely smiled slyly. Am I dangerous? Yet you seem utterly unperturbed. She remarked, well, since you are uninterested in this information, I look forward to bringing you something next time. There will certainly be something you desire. However, allow me to inform you in advance, the information I provide voluntarily comes at a different price than what you solicit yourself. If you wish to indulge in the bar scene, I can offer you a friendly rate. The ladies here are quite exceptional. Just as Sister Zhou was prepared to escort him out, Du Fei interjected. Sister Zhou, although our business deal has not come to fruition, I believe we could still negotiate something. You must have matters that require my assistance, correct? Sister Zhou's expression grew increasingly complex, her gaze sharpening as it fell upon Du Fei. You are indeed astute, so much so that it poses a bit of a challenge for me. Chapter 85. A fractured mind having only just met Du Fei, Sister Zhou had already conducted extensive inquiries into his background. Even being aware of events that transpired that very day, particularly concerning Xiao Yang. To uncover such information, one must have connections in banking and the business world, as well as the cooperation of multiple parties. Within a single day, Sister Zhou managed to secure flight details and approached Du Fei for negotiations. If her sole intent was to have Du Fei owe her a favor, such elaborate measures would seem excessive. A person like Sister Zhou certainly has numerous opportunities to manipulate Du Fei without needing to resort to this method at this moment. Thus, upon learning these details, Du Fei quickly assessed the situation. Sister Zhou must have an urgent matter requiring his aid. Yet, she also wished to avoid being at his mercy. Hence her offer of information as a form of exchange. Sister Zhou's objective was straightforward, to gain leverage in their interactions. If she were to assist Du Fei first, then any help he offered in return would be seen as an obligation. Conversely, if she were to seek assistance from him, he would be the one wielding the power in their relationship. Their conversation within the private room was brief and sparse. Du Fei discerned a hint of impatience concealed beneath Sister Zhou's composed exterior. It was this very impatience that betrayed her intentions. Acknowledging Du Fei's keen perception, Sister Zhou ceased her resistance, seated herself nearby, and spread her hands in resignation. All right, I admit it. I require your assistance. A dear friend of mine has lost her mind, and I wish to seek treatment for her. However, I fear she may divulge matters best left unsaid. I need someone trustworthy to aid me in her recovery. Du Fei furrowed his brow. Why are there so many individuals grappling with mental issues? It seems there are more patients outside than within the confines of the hospital. Could it be a case of survivor bias? Given that Du Fei only encountered those in need of his medical expertise, was it possible that his surroundings were teeming with the mentally distressed? Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, having Sister Zhou owe him a favor would undoubtedly be advantageous for Du Fei. I can assist, and at no charge. What do you say, Sister Zhou? Are you not pleased? Sister Zhou merely gazed at him in silence. Do you think I am unaware? The notion of something being free is often the most costly. She sighed. Wait here. I shall have her brought to us. Before long, a woman was escorted into the private room by another young lady. She appeared quite ordinary, clad in a snug white tank top and denim jeans, somewhat revealing, yet relatively modest for a bar setting. Her looks were agreeable, and her figure was remarkable. Judging by her demeanor, she seemed to be a dancer at the bar, her expression somewhat vacant. Upon being ushered in, she resembled someone in a stupor. Her reaction sluggish and movement stiff. The girl who had brought her in firmly seated her at the table. After the introduction, she did not leave the room, but remained anxiously observing Sister Zhou and Du Fei. Sister Zhou explained the situation. This sister has been working in the bar for 2 years, always our star performer, specializing in dancing, striptease, and pole dancing. Prior to joining us, she was a student at an art academy in the capital, studying dance. A few days ago, a wealthy heir said something to her and took her to a hotel. After returning, she has been like this, unresponsive to conversation and occasionally breaking into silly laughter. We consulted a doctor, but he claimed it was a mental issue beyond his expertise. Du Fei scrutinized the young woman closely, grasping her arm to examine her in detail, his eyes nearly pressing against her skin. The girl who had accompanied her felt a surge of displeasure at this spectacle and glanced at Sister Zhou. Sister Zhou, is he here to treat her or simply take advantage? He might as well just lick her. Du Fei, taken aback, retorted, I assure you, I do not wish to. The lighting here is so dim. How can I see anything clearly? At that moment, Sister Zhou pressed a button, and an instant flood of bright light illuminated the entire room. The atmosphere here has been utterly shattered. I remarked to Sister Zhou, if you have such lighting, then use it. Why create an air of mystery? Is it amusing? Sister Zhou wore a look of dismay at Du Fei's words. This is a bar private room. How could one possibly keep such lights on? It utterly destroys the ambience. Moreover, isn't she trying to create an atmosphere for herself? Perhaps it is due to the different lighting. Under the bright, white lights, what once appeared to be an attractive woman now seemed quite ordinary. Such is the nature of bars. While they may be filled with handsome men and beautiful women, in reality, a significant portion of that allure is merely a result of filters. When the lighting changes, many people reveal their true selves. I scrutinized this sister and was convinced. She must have damaged her mind with drugs. No wonder Sister Zhou hesitated to send her to the hospital. It would be evident upon examination. At that point, Sister Zhou would find herself in a difficult situation. Do you still engage in such business? Du Fei shot an irritated glance at Sister Zhou. This was his bottom line. If Sister Zhou truly participated in such activities, he would sever all ties with her. Before Sister Zhou could respond, a woman nearby interjected. Do not speak nonsense. Sister Zhou is not that kind of person. She treats us like her own sisters. How could she harm us with such things? Sister Zhou's demeanor was not as fervent as the woman's. She merely inquired curiously. Are you certain? Du Fei nodded. I am indeed certain. The doctor you consulted must have addressed this issue as well, correct? Sister Zhou may be reluctant to visit a hospital, but she likely has connections with black market physicians. There must be someone specifically assisting her. However, that individual's expertise does not lie in psychiatry. Likely, they're a surgeon or gynecologist. That doctor would surely recognize that this sister has used drugs. Du Fei continued, you should be aware of the situation in the capital. Such matters are rampant in art schools. These institutions are teeming with beautiful girls, many of whom are materialistic, mingling with the affluent and elite. Being supported by men in their 40s or 50s is quite commonplace. Engaging in extravagant activities with wealthy heirs is also typical. She likely first encountered this substance 3 years ago and maintained it for a year. After experiencing withdrawal, she recently resumed usage, with a more potent effect, resulting in cognitive impairment. Sister Zhou's expression was grim, her brows furrowed. I already know all of this. You needn't inform me. Just tell me, can you treat her? Du Fei pondered for a moment. It is possible, but it would be an expensive process. To address her condition, certain imported psychiatric medications are required, which are strictly regulated. I can leverage my connections at the hospital to procure some for you. However, you must understand that this poses a significant risk for me and for you. It entails considerable loss. Chapter 86, A True Sisterhood. Loss? How much? Perhaps 4 to 5 million. Illegally obtaining medication is a matter that, if minor, may only warrant a warning, but if serious, could lead to criminal charges. As long as someone wishes to target Du Fei, they could ruin his entire life. Even the Su family might not protect him. After all, there is no need to go to such lengths for one individual. As for Sister Zhou, to acquire this batch of expensive medication, it would require at least 4 to 5 million, merely to assist her sister. The decision to save or not hinges on the nature of Sister Zhou's relationship with this sister, or rather, the value this sister holds for her. Will you save her? Du Fei inquired. Sister Zhou was lost in contemplation. The young woman who accompanied the sister immediately interjected, Sister Zhou, such a sum is unnecessary. Before she could finish, Sister Zhou shot her a glance, causing her to fall silent in fear. After some reflection, Sister Zhou nodded. Yes, Mr. Du. I owe you a favor. Rest assured regarding the medication. I will ensure that no one learns of it, nor will anyone threaten you. Sister Zhou remained quite generous, which left Du Fei somewhat perplexed. According to his subordinates, this individual should not possess such value. What considerations led Sister Zhou to ultimately decide to assist? Nevertheless, these thoughts were of little relevance to Du Fei at the moment. Very well, I shall retrieve the medication tomorrow. How shall I deliver it to you? Someone will specifically go to the hospital to fetch it. You need only wait. Would you like to return, or shall we linger here for a while? I could summon a few sisters to join us. With matters resolved, Sister Zhou made her suggestion. Du Fei waved his hand. No need. Is it too unclean here? I have a clean place. Perhaps another time. Du Fei nearly acquiesced, but glancing at the time, he deemed it unwise to stay out too late. After Du Fei departed, Sister Zhou's subordinates could no longer contain themselves. Sister Zhou, shouting is hardly worth such effort on your part. You shouldn't tea enough. I have made my decision. What matters is not whether she brings me value. We are sisters, and I will not abandon her. Her subordinates persisted. If I were in such a predicament, I would prefer you to abandon me. I have stated that this matter is settled. Sister Zhou reiterated, and finally, the young woman simmered down, disdainfully remarking, that man from earlier is clearly no good. He was leering at you the whole time. Sister Zhou merely smiled faintly. Isn't that precisely the point? If he is willing to look at you, you possess the leverage to negotiate. If he isn't, to even inclined to glance your way, what can you expect him to do for you? All right, take her back to rest. The next day, Du Fei arrived at work as usual. Yet his heart was filled with trepidation. Despite presenting himself as remarkably confident in front of Sister Zhou, asserting that 1 million was a trivial matter, he was uncertain deep down. After all, one can know a person's face, but not their heart. Dr. Du, are you feeling anxious? Bai Yiran inquired curiously, observing Du Fei. Du Fei was taken aback. Huh, anxious? Not at all. You have your medical record reversed. Oh, I was just fanning myself. Du Fei awkwardly waved his hand, speaking somewhat nonchalantly. Why hasn't Xiao Yingling come to work yet? If she doesn't show up today, it would confirm that she has run away abroad with her parents. It was already past 9. Xiao Yingling was undoubtedly late, which was unusual for her. This only intensified Du Fei's anxiety. Could it be that he would end up with neither the person nor the wealth? At that moment, the office door swung open with a bang, and Xiao Yingling rushed in, breathless. Haha, I'm so sorry for being late. Some idiot blocked the road, so I had to run here. The moment she entered, she began chattering away animatedly, berating the individual who caused her delay. Du Fei was taken aback. Did your parents say anything about you coming to work? At the mention of her parents, Xiao Yingling paused. My parents? Oh, they mentioned going abroad to meet a client and suggested I join them for a bit of sightseeing, treating it like a vacation. When I refused, they became anxious and asked me several times if I was sure about my decision. I told them, what am I going to do abroad? It's chaotic out there, and I can't even speak English. I'd rather stay home and play on my computer. It's strange. Why would anyone want to travel like that? Xiao Yingling expressed her bewilderment. Du Fei was dumbfounded by this scene. He had misjudged Xiao Yingling, thinking she was at least of average intelligence. To his surprise, she seemed quite naive. Did she not comprehend her parents' intentions? Given the current sensitive situation, going abroad was nothing short of an escape. It appeared they had initially intended to take Xiao Yingling with them, but upon realizing her lack of awareness, they reconsidered. With her personality, it was highly likely that she would inadvertently reveal their whereabouts to Du Fei with just a phone call. Would he truly end up spending $1 million on a foolish girl? Du Fei, what's wrong? You don't look well. Would you like a glass of water? Xiao Yingling asked with concern. Du Fei sighed. Considering her thoughtfulness, perhaps he could overlook her simplicity. After all, despite her naivety, she was certainly easy on the eyes. After a brief period of busyness in the office, Du Fei rose to his feet. I shall go and check on the patients. Peering into Su Jiruo's ward, he noticed her engrossed in watching television. She seemed to be particularly fond of a recent idol drama, completely absorbed in it. Previously, Su Jiruo had only indulged in more serious fare, as befitting a family of notable stature, where children were seldom exposed to frivolous romantic dramas. Instead, they were encouraged to explore the great literary classics. Such trivialities were deemed beneath them, and Su Jiruo had never encountered such entertainment. Now, however, having the opportunity to experience these narratives was akin to a connoisseur of elaborate banquets suddenly tasting fast food. She was undoubtedly captivated, seeing her so joyfully engaged. Du Fei chose not to intrude. He turned his attention to find El Qiling and Zhang Nailan, who were now practically inseparable, often found in the same ward, albeit each engrossed in their own pursuits. Zhang Nailan was studying her chess strategies while El Qiling was immersed in her games. Upon spotting Du Fei, El Qiling approached with a radiant smile, eager to boast. Big brother, look, I've leveled up. Impressive, right? Hee hee. Indeed. Keep up the good work. Du Fei encouraged. But El Qiling shook her head. No, I no longer wish to play this. Big brother, could you get me a computer? I want to play games on a computer. Chapter 87. A fair resolution after all. A mobile phone is just a mobile phone. While watching videos is convenient, gaming is far more exhilarating on a computer. El Qiling had now begun to pursue computer gaming. Du Fei readily agreed. Of course. Would you like it here or in your room? Here. In fact, let me move in as well. It would be perfect for my sister Zheng to have some company. What do you think? Sounds good. Just wait a moment while I arrange it. Having conversed with El Qiling, Du Fei turned to Zheng Nailan, who was smiling brightly at him, gently tapping on the chessboard. The message was clear. She wished for Du Fei to join her for a couple of games. I've been studying new strategies lately. Will you play with me? Absolutely. Let us begin. The two engaged in their usual chess match, and it was evident that Zhang Nailan's mood had significantly improved. Not only was her face adorned with a constant smile, but she also occasionally blushed when glancing at Du Fei. After a brief while, Du Fei's group chat buzzed with activity. His friends were discussing matters concerning the school. Did you all hear that Song Yuan was being followed? No, what happened? She was being stalked. It caused quite a stir. The person even followed her to the girls' dormitory, and they eventually called the police. However, since the individual did nothing beyond stalking, the matter was left unresolved. How disturbing. That is terrifying. Du Fei, are you not going to take action? Du Fei, indeed. Shouldn't you be concerned? Du Fei. Several individuals in the group are discussing it. Du Fei appears utterly perplexed. What am I to do? Why should I care? Isn't Song Yuan your woman? Her being stalked doesn't concern you? This statement does hold some validity. However, Song Yuan is not currently Du Fei's woman. Du Fei feels quite helpless. Not yet. Stop making baseless claims. Then why not exert some effort? Be the hero who rescues the damsel. How about providing her with personal bodyguard services for a few days? Du Fei is left speechless. A bodyguard? Look at me. Do I seem capable of protecting anyone? His physical condition is, to say the least, quite average. Against an adult male, Du Fei is evenly matched. Yet, against someone trained, he is no match. With that, how could he possibly protect anyone else? It would be a feat to safeguard his own dignity. But you cannot simply ignore it, can you? Ignore it. Du Fei asserts decisively. I cannot intervene. Besides, Song Yuanyuan hasn't sought my help. In the afternoon, Director Zheng Chun came to Du Fei for treatment, just as before. Although Du Fei claimed indifference, after treating Director Zheng, he inquired further. Director Zheng, I have a friend being stalked and harassed. Do you have any means to address this situation? Zheng Chun pondered for a moment. Generally, we police cannot intervene in stalking cases. However, since it's a friend of Mr. Du, we will certainly assist. Here, I will provide you with Song Jinyu's phone number. You can contact him for help. With that, Du Fei received a phone number. After Zheng Chun departed, Du Fei called Song Jinyu. The other party evidently recognized Du Fei as someone introduced by Zheng Chun and treated him with utmost courtesy. Upon understanding the situation, he immediately nodded in agreement. Rest assured, Mr. Du, I will take care of this matter. If it is convenient for you, feel free to visit me at the police station near the medical university. Initially, Du Fei was not required to be involved. However, a touch of recognition is always necessary. He must ensure that Song Yuanyuan knows who has come to her aid. Otherwise, how could he pursue her? Without delay, Du Fei hurried to the police station. At the medical university, Song Yuanyuan was seated in the small garden chatting. She was supposed to attend class today, but her mind was elsewhere. So she took a leave of absence. Coincidentally, her best friend Jiang Yuqi was free and came out to comfort her. Last night, after being stalked, Song Yuanyuan promptly called the police, and the perpetrator was apprehended. However, after clarifying the situation, the police merely reprimanded the stalker and subsequently released him. In this country, the approach to stalking has always been relatively lenient, particularly as this individual's actions were deemed rather minor, consisting solely of stalking. If there are instances of covert surveillance or eavesdropping, they could indeed be classified as invasions of privacy, potentially leading to a few days of detention. However, the situation appears to be merely one of admonishment and education. This incident has caused quite a stir within the school. Song Yuanyuan has been profoundly affected by it. Spending the day in a daze. Beside her, Jiang Yuqi offers comfort. Yuanyuan, try to be more at ease. That boy likely only dares to stalk. He wouldn't dare to do anything more. We live in a society governed by law. He cannot harm you. You are about to graduate. So just focus on getting through this period and find a place where he cannot reach you. Jiang Yuqi then hands Song Yuanyuan a canister of pepper spray. Touched. Song Yuanyuan expresses her gratitude. Thank you, but I still feel uneasy. They say that while one need not fear a thief, one should fear a thief's obsession. I truly understand the meaning of that phrase now. I barely slept last night after learning that this person was not detained. Constantly worrying about what if he succeeds and follows me into the dormitory. Currently, Song Yuanyuan has sought Du Fei's assistance in securing a single-occupancy dormitory, which has become a considerable hassle. Do not fret. The school is bustling with people. If anything happens, just call for help. Jiang Yuqi reassures her. Just then, Song Yuanyuan's phone rings. Who is it? Jiang Yuqi leans in with curiosity. It is the police officer from the precinct. Song Yuanyuan answers the call. Murmuring a few responses before hanging up, Jiang Yuqi, even more intrigued, inquires, what did the officer want? Didn't they resolve everything yesterday? Song Yuanyuan replies, equally surprised. I am unsure. He merely asked me to come in. I will accompany you. With Jiang Yuqi by her side, the two head to the police station. After explaining the situation to the on-duty officer, they are promptly escorted to the office of the station's chief. Inside, they encounter Du Fei and the station chief, Song Jinyu. The sight of Du Fei astonishes them both. Du Fei? What are you doing here? Du Fei smiles slightly. I heard you were being followed. So I came to see what was happening. The chief interjects, Miss Song, the individual who was stalking you has been brought in for questioning. Rest assured. We will ensure you receive justice. Chapter 88. Can her opinion be implemented? Chief Song, why don't we go and take a look together? Before Song Yuanyuan can fully comprehend the situation, Du Fei has already risen to invite Song Jinyu to check on the matter. The chief promptly stands as well. Certainly. Please follow me. Song Jinyu leads the way, with Du Fei following closely behind. Song Yuanyuan and Jiang Yuqi hastily catch up. Along the way, Song Yuanyuan pulls Du Fei aside, quietly inquiring, "What is the matter with Du Fei?" Du Fei revealed a mysterious smile. "You will understand if you take a look." A few individuals entered a room that was not an interrogation chamber, but rather a neighboring space. The capital city lacks the cinematic design of interrogation rooms with one-way glass. Particularly in such small police stations, such facilities are even less likely to exist. However, there are surveillance cameras, and what is displayed is the ongoing interrogation next door. The image is remarkably clear, and the sound is equally distinct. The man who had been stalking Song Yuanyuan sat on the interrogation room's bench, facing two junior officers. They were busy writing, clearly waiting for Song Jinyu's instructions as the interrogation had not yet commenced. Song Jinyu took out his phone and sent a message, which was promptly received by the officers inside. Clearing his throat, he spoke with an authoritative tone. The interrogation begins. Name. The apprehended individual wore an expression of disdain, gazing at the junior officer with a hint of contempt. Comrade, is it really necessary to play this game? Wasn't everything already asked yesterday? I truly don't understand why you have summoned me back after releasing me. What is all this about? Are you planning to imprison me or something? Can we not waste my time? I wish to see my wife again. The wife he referred to was undoubtedly Song Yuanyuan. This was Jiang Yuqi's first encounter with the stalker-esque demeanor, and she couldn't help but gasp in surprise. How can it be him? The others were taken aback. Do you know him? Jiang Yuqi nodded. Yuan, do you remember? 6 months ago, a boy asked me for your contact information, but I didn't give it to him. It's him. Jiang Yuqi had only recounted this incident to Song Yuanyuan as a humorous anecdote, having dismissed it since she did not provide the contact details. Little did she expect that 6 months later, this man would continue his relentless pursuit and resort to stalking. The scene showed the junior officer in the interrogation room, his expression serious as he forcefully tapped on the table. Stop with the nonsense. Just cooperate with what you're asked to do. If you do not comply with law enforcement, it will be your own time that is wasted. Upon witnessing the officer's firmness, the man in the interrogation room yawned leisurely and responded, Zhao Qian. Age, 24. Hometown, local to the capital. Why were you stalking Song Yuanyuan? Upon hearing this, Zhao Qian scoffed, seemingly unimpressed. What else? I like her. She's such a beautiful girl. Who wouldn't like her? The officer shot Zhao Qian a glare and sternly replied, Don't be so glib. It is said that a year ago, you were already devising ways to pursue Song Yuanyuan, yet you remained rather reserved and never approached her directly. Why, then, have you suddenly taken to stalking her? Upon hearing this, Zhao Qian's expression shifted from calm to somewhat sinister as he replied, Isn't it because that wretched woman has been seeking other men behind my back? Observing Zhao Qian's reaction, Du Fei, in the adjacent room, spoke gravely. He exhibited a strong possessiveness and a touch of paranoia. Clearly, his mental state was not entirely stable. A person capable of stalking is undoubtedly not entirely sane, though Zhao Qian's condition was not of the more severe kind. It merely hinted at a troubling inclination, scarcely qualifying him as a patient. Upon hearing this, Du Fei understood that in Zhao Qian's mind, he had already convinced himself that Song Yuanyuan was his. The man he referred to could only be Du Fei, as their involvement had recently stirred considerable gossip at the medical university. Upon hearing Du Fei's analysis, Song Yuanyuan felt a pang of fear. He doesn't have any mental illness, does he? Du Fei chuckled lightly. Not at all. His current state is merely somewhat excessive. After addressing these matters, Zhao Qian's malevolent expression gradually softened, and he appeared noticeably more relaxed. Comrade, wasn't this matter resolved yesterday? After all, this is my first offense, and I haven't committed any other transgressions. A reprimand would suffice, wouldn't it? Surely, you aren't considering detaining me? I assure you, I have thoroughly reviewed your regulations since returning home. If you dare to detain me today, I will ensure you face dire consequences. Moreover, summoning me back today is already a violation of procedure. I could very well escalate this matter to higher authorities. Do you understand? At this point, Zhao Qian's tone had taken on a threatening edge. Despite his extreme behavior, he was still a student at the medical university, and it was evident that he possessed a certain level of intelligence, particularly regarding his research into the stalking incident. His demeanor now radiated arrogance. The young officer, witnessing this display, felt somewhat helpless. Nevertheless, he had completed the necessary procedures. The next steps awaited Song Jinyu's directives. Please hold on. The young officer stood and promptly entered the adjacent room to greet Song Jinyu. Director Song, how do you suggest we proceed? Song Jinyu turned his gaze to Du Fei. Mr. Du, what are your thoughts? Then, Du Fei passed the matter on to Song Yuanyuan. Miss Song, what do you think? Song Yuanyuan was momentarily taken aback. My opinion. Can it truly be realized? Clearly, she did not believe that her voice would carry any weight in the proceedings. Du Fei nodded confidently. Of course. Please. Speak your mind. As long as it is feasible, we will certainly do our utmost. Song Yuanyuan was momentarily taken aback. What kind of connections did Du Fei possess to express such unwavering confidence? Clearly, Director Song was entirely compliant with Du Fei's words. The concern was whether Zhao Qian would indeed escalate the matter as he had indicated, bringing it to higher authorities. Sensing Song Yuanyuan's hesitation, Du Fei continued, Miss Song, please feel free to voice your thoughts. Regardless of whether it can be executed, your input is essential. Although somewhat bewildered, Song Yuanyuan was acutely aware of one thing. She genuinely feared that Zhao Qian might act recklessly. If possible, she wished never to encounter this individual again in her lifetime. After all, she was already considerably shaken. Chapter 89. It's been so long. Du Fei glanced at Song Jinyu. Director Song, as you can see, if possible, it would be best for this young man to serve a few years in confinement. Is that request unreasonable? Upon hearing this, Song Jinyu quickly waved his hand. How could that be excessive? Mr. Du, look at Zhao Qian. He is evidently emboldened. If he were released, he would undoubtedly continue to stalk Miss Song, even endangering her personal safety. Such a person cannot be allowed to roam free. He must be incarcerated for several years. Du Fei's earlier inquiry was not merely a rhetorical one. He was genuinely curious whether Song Jinyu could fulfill this request. However, Song Jinyu interpreted it as an implied suggestion and confidently assured him. This only piqued Du Fei's curiosity further. Director Song, do you have a plan? A plan? There are plenty of those. Xiao Wang, I recall there was a case a while back regarding a female tenant whose lingerie was stolen. The perpetrator refused to acknowledge that batch of unverified evidence, correct? Regardless, it's evident that he will not admit to that batch. Let us conclude his case based on the current evidence. We can attribute those unverified cases to him. And as for the evidence, you know how to handle that. The officer nodded in understanding. Understood. Director Song, shall I proceed? Go ahead. Upon overhearing this exchange, Du Fei and Song Yuanyuan were utterly astonished. It was evident that Song Jinyu was remarkably adept. A seamless orchestration of framing and deceit. He did not even blink, clearly indicating that this was not his first encounter with such tactics. In the past, it was not uncommon for a neighborhood to be plagued by thefts, with numerous households victimized, yet the individual apprehended might only admit to one theft, while the cases of all others would likely be pinned on him. As long as the higher-ups were satisfied with the metrics, there were countless methods to shift the blame onto this individual. No one understood the fabrication of evidence better than they did. Thus, the evidence they produced was impeccably constructed. Zhao Qian's act of stalking swiftly escalated into a case of theft, specifically the pilfering of lingerie. What is most dire is that even if Zhao Qian cried out in his defense, it would be to no avail. The matter of his stalking had become common knowledge at the medical university. Hence, it was hardly surprising that someone of his ilk would resort to stealing another's undergarments. After receiving guidance from Director Song, the officers returned to the previous interrogation room, addressing Zhao Qian with a grave demeanor. Did you visit Junjing Garden Community 3 months ago? Initially indifferent, Zhao Qian was left utterly befuddled by this inquiry. Huh? I haven't been there. Are you familiar with these items? The officers presented photographs for Zhao Qian to identify. His confusion deepened. Why are you showing me women's lingerie? Refusing to admit it, are we? Very well. The interrogation is concluded. The officers did not press further, leaving Zhao Qian in a state of shock. Hey, what's going on? Clarify this. What have I done? How is it over? For Zhao Qian, the conclusion felt more terrifying than its continuation. Nevertheless, no one paid him any mind, and he was subsequently cast into the detention area. The situation was effectively resolved. Song Jinyu and Du Fei exchanged pleasantries before escorting several individuals out of the police station. At this moment, Song Yuanyu appeared somewhat dazed. Is this truly acceptable? Beside her, Jiang Yuqi was far more pragmatic. Come on, Yuan, why do you still care about him? A scoundrel like him deserves to spend a couple of years in confinement to reflect. Otherwise, he remains a threat upon his release. Du Fei nodded in agreement. There is no need to feel sympathy for such individuals. Just look at Zhao Qian. He would undoubtedly stalk you again if released. Consider it a consequence of his stalking that he ends up imprisoned. Doesn't that make it easier to accept? In some countries, stalking is treated as a serious offense. Wasn't Zhao Qian deserving of his fate? Song Yuanyuan felt a twinge of discomfort. Regardless of the situation, This must be troublesome for you all. Du Fei, I feel quite embarrassed by your assistance. Jiang Yuqi immediately interrupted her. Oh, there is no need for embarrassment. Who are you to him? By the way, Du Fei, I'm Jiang Yuqi, Yuan Yuan's close friend. Nice to meet you. I didn't realize you were acquainted with the police in the capital. You're quite impressive. With you around, won't we be able to navigate the city with ease? Given our friendship, if I ever need help, you must come to my aid. Du Fei felt a touch of bashfulness. Not at all, not at all. If you were truly involved in something as serious as murder or arson, I couldn't guarantee your safety. However, if you were to be bullied, I would certainly stand up for you. Jiang Yuqi chuckled. If it came to murder or arson, I wouldn't have the courage for that. Haha. Du Fei, you are truly reliable. With you protecting Yuan Yuan, I feel much more at ease. From today onwards, Yuan Yuan is entrusted to you. Jiang Yuqi was mostly jesting. Yet, despite knowing she was joking, Song Yuan Yuan still felt a wave of embarrassment. Her cheeks flushed as she playfully reprimanded Jiang Yuqi. What nonsense are you spouting? Nonsense? You two are already the golden couple at the medical university. How is that nonsense? Besides, do I not know what type you fancy? Du Fei, let us treat you to a meal as a token of our gratitude for your assistance. Unlike those superficial friendships, the bond between Jiang Yuqi and Song Yuan Yuan was genuinely intimate. Thus, Jiang Yuqi's words and actions clearly reflected her consideration for Song Yuan Yuan. However, her bluntness made Song Yuan Yuan wish to find a hole to hide in. Before long, the group ventured to the mall for a delightful day of dining, shopping, and watching a movie. During the outing, as Song Yuan Yuan felt too shy to engage in much conversation, Jiang Yuqi continued to chatter about Song Yuan Yuan's past antics, causing her to blush even further. It was not until around 9 in the evening that Jiang Yuqi glanced at the time and inquired, I need to visit the restroom. Could you wait for me? Song Yuan Yuan stood up as well. I'll go with you. What are you doing? Stay here. Jiang Yuqi clearly wished to keep Song Yuan Yuan from joining her, hastily walking away to create a moment of solitude for Du Fei and Song Yuan Yuan. Song Yuan Yuan appeared quite embarrassed. I truly apologize for my friend's behavior. Yet Du Fei found her endearing. How wonderful it is to have a friend who cares so deeply. One must understand that for many women, a good friend can lead to a life filled with joy, while a bad one can cause a lifetime of chaos. After chatting with Song Yuan Yuan for a while longer, about 20 minutes had passed, and she began to drift into thought. Why has she been gone for so long? Chapter 90. Is it initiative or a trap? Realizing Jiang Yuqi had been absent for too long, Song Yuan Yuan hurriedly called her. Hello? Yuqi, why are you taking so long? On the other end, Jiang Yuqi's impatient voice responded. Girls take a long time in the restroom. Just wait a bit. But the school will close soon. Don't worry. There is still time. With that dismissive remark, Jiang Yuqi ended the call. Left with no choice, Song Yuan Yuan waited a little longer. As another 10 minutes passed, impatience overcame her. She called again. Hello? Yuqi? You really need to hurry. Where on earth are you? Jiang Yuqi's voice came through calmly. Me? I'm at school. What? Don't be so dramatic. By the time I return, the school will be closed. You'll have to figure out where to stay with Du Fei. As she spoke, Jiang Yuqi hung up the phone. Song Yuan Yuan could almost visualize the triumphant smirk of Jiang Yuqi. Indeed, not 2 minutes after ending the call, a WeChat message from Jiang Yuqi arrived. Hurry to find a hotel. We are all young. Let us not adhere to outdated traditions. Testing the suitability of the bed is also a part of marriage. Upon reading the message, Song Yuan Yuan felt a sense of despair creeping in. Beside her, Du Fei was still trying to grasp the situation. Where is your best friend? She returned to school. What? Du Fei was taken aback. But soon, he comprehended Jiang Yuqi's intentions. Well, what a superb wingman. This setup is simply flawless. But what about himself? To be honest, Du Fei felt somewhat bashful about directly taking Song Yuan Yuan into a hotel. Moreover, how was he to proceed? Should they book 2 rooms or 1? Unable to muster a suggestion, he awkwardly inquired. So, I suppose we can only find a nearby hotel now. Song Yuan Yuan, though reluctant, had no choice but to comply. At this point, Du Fei felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him. How should he broach the subject? Wait, do I still need to return to the hospital today? Based on his experience, Du Fei decided that at this moment, silence was golden. He would simply follow behind Song Yuan Yuan and observe her lead. Whatever course she chose would be fine. If it were Song Yuan Yuan who suggested sharing a room, then Du Fei could confidently enter, right? At this moment, Song Yuan Yuan was evidently quite embarrassed as well. Uncertain of what to do, she slowly made her way to a hotel near the university. The vicinity of the medical university is dotted with numerous hotels, primarily catering to its students. Many young couples find their way to these establishments for romantic rendezvous. As such, the proprietors are well-versed in handling such clientele. Upon arriving at one hotel, Song Yuanyuan quietly inquired, "Excuse me, do you have any rooms available?" The owner glanced at Du Fei, then at Song Yuanyuan, quickly grasping the context. He nodded eagerly. "Yes. However, there is only one room left." Hearing this, Du Fei was taken aback. "Only one room? That is preposterous. When we arrived, most of the rooms had their lights off. Surely, they couldn't all be engaged in activities. Could they?" The owner was clearly being deliberate and shot Du Fei a knowing look. What a shrewd businessman. Unbeknownst to Song Yuanyuan, her embarrassment deepened upon hearing this. She glanced at Du Fei, feeling a bit lost. "Du Fei, I'm okay with whatever." After a moment of hesitation, Song Yuanyuan fished out her identification. She felt uncomfortable about going from hotel to hotel. What if someone recognized her along the way? That would lead to an even more complicated situation. After completing the check-in procedures in a slightly dazed manner, the two entered the room together. It was a spacious double bedroom. Not only could it accommodate two people, but even four would find comfort within its confines. As long as they kept to themselves, spending a night here posed no issue. Song Yuanyuan, feeling rather embarrassed, carefully inspected the room once inside. "There shouldn't be any cameras here, right?" Du Fei instinctively remarked. "We're not doing anything wrong, so even if there were, there's nothing to fear." His words instantly rendered Song Yuanyuan extremely awkward, her face flushing a deep crimson. It was as though her meticulous search suggested she was anticipating something to happen. Du Fei was taken aback, wishing he could slap himself for his careless comment. It was certainly a misstep. However, since the damage was done, he resolved to adopt a more serious demeanor, convincing himself that they were merely here to spend the night, without any ulterior motives. Little did he expect that Song Yuanyuan would be even more straightforward. "If you're planning to do nothing, you might as well return to the hospital." Song Yuanyuan was no fool. With nowhere else to go, she had no choice but to book a room here. But Du Fei had the option to return to the hospital, albeit at the cost of a more expensive taxi fare. Yet, money was not a concern for him. Upon hearing Song Yuanyuan's words, Du Fei realized she was being deliberately provocative. His mindset shifted in an instant. "Shall I take a shower first? You missed your chance. So I declare today's duel cancelled." Song Yuanyuan, seemingly in a fit of pique, pushed Du Fei towards the door, slamming it shut behind her with a bang. Damn it. Du Fei was practically fuming outside. It would have been simpler if she had just been direct. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to reach out. Hastily, he pulled out his phone to send a message. "Is there any chance we can revisit the duel?" Song Yuanyuan's response was blunt. "No. Then do I still have a chance? It depends on your performance." The implication in Song Yuanyuan's words suggested that there was still room for negotiation. With this understanding, Du Fei felt a sense of relief. Perhaps next time. He had indeed stumbled far too many times this round. Moving forward, he resolved to be more discerning in his interactions with women. A careless approach could easily lead to complications. "Well, I'm off. Take care and rest well." After sending the message, Du Fei took a taxi back to the hospital. Inside the room, Song Yuanyuan felt a whirlwind of emotions as she read the message. To be honest, she held a very favorable impression of Du Fei, particularly for how he had assisted in resolving issues. Although the matter involving Zhao Qian was debatable, it did not detract from Du Fei's capabilities or his commendable ability to protect her. He was a gentleman, albeit rather timid. Song Yuanyuan was not particularly fond of overly timid men. As she pondered this, a message from Jiang Yuqi arrived. How did it go? Song Yuanyuan decided to call Jiang Yuqi to recount the events that had transpired. Upon hearing the details, Jiang Yuqi was instantly filled with fury. "Yuanyuan, you have gone too far." Yet, Song Yuanyuan seemed perplexed. "How have I gone too far? I merely hoped for him to take the initiative." Take the initiative? What a misconception. Just look at how few young men dare to be so forward. What if he were to take advantage of you, and you later expressed your reluctance? That would be nothing short of a crime. Jiang Yuqi exclaimed, "Yuanyuan, times have changed. It is no longer as it once was. Expecting them to take the lead is akin to digging a pit for them." Chapter 91. Indeed, one should run. Song Yuanyuan, Jiang Yuqi, and Du Fei are all part of the youthful generation. Being young means they are acutely aware of the current societal dynamics, though reluctant to acknowledge it. The gender divide in contemporary society is starkly pronounced. Yet, this reality is predominantly manifest in online discourse. In everyday life, the majority of interactions between men and women remain relatively normal. In recent years, many women have begun to master the art of financial independence. Some engage in whirlwind marriages and swift divorces, seizing bride prices as if they were mere spoils. Others witness men squandering their resources, only to be discarded thereafter. The most outrageous case involved an engagement where the couple, seemingly blissful, went to view a new home and became intimate. However, merely half a month later, a dispute arose over the property title, leading the woman to report the man for rape, resulting in his arrest and a 5-year sentence. It was a clear case of refusing the house leads to a prison sentence. As these incidents surfaced, many men began to exercise extreme caution in such matters. No one dared to proceed without the unequivocal consent of the woman involved. The potential consequences were simply unthinkable. Encountering a reasonable individual posed little issue. But crossing paths with a woman seeking financial gain could spell disaster for a man's future. The older generation may be indifferent or even disbelieving regarding these issues. Yet the youth are acutely sensitive to them. Jiang Yuqi had witnessed such scenarios and recognized that Song Yuanyuan's approach was misguided. In this day and age, how can one expect a man to take the lead, especially regarding such matters as booking a hotel room? Song Yuanyuan felt quite aggrieved. But this is my first time. I am scared and have pondered over it endlessly. All right. Jiang Yuqi responded, exasperated with Song Yuanyuan. The opportunity has been presented to you. If you fail to seize it and Du Fei is pursued by another woman, do not come to me in tears. Song Yuanyuan was still somewhat puzzled. Is Du Fei truly that sought after? Of course. There are several people around me who are scheming to win him over. You should see that group. The pursuit of Du Fei by women has become quite the norm at the medical university, particularly after the debacle that had stirred considerable attention. Moreover, Du Fei's former girlfriend, Lin Jiao, possessed an unremarkable appearance, which led the students at the medical university to form certain perceptions. If Lin Jiao can easily captivate Du Fei, then those of greater allure than her must surely have him utterly enchanted. Du Fei, an exemplary student with a promising future, is still a youth. Connecting with him would undoubtedly ensure a prosperous life in the capital city, compared to those middle-aged individuals laden with excess or the arrogant offspring of wealthy families. Not to mention affluent older gentlemen, Du Fei is undoubtedly the more attractive choice. At the very least, there is no physical aversion. Thus, the gold-digging girls in school are the first to take action, all seeking ways to familiarize themselves with Du Fei. Upon hearing Jiang Yuqi's words, Song Yuanyuan contemplated for a moment and then sent Du Fei a message. Du Fei, do you have many friend requests? Taken aback by the question, Du Fei instinctively replied, yes, look. He then shared a screenshot of his friend request list with Song Yuanyuan, filled with the profiles of young girls. Du Fei continued to grumble. I don't even know who shared my number in WeChat. All these scammers are adding me as friends. Some even claim to be my classmates. What's the deal? Just selling tea. Why fixate on me? Indeed, Du Fei often receives friend requests, but he had never considered them in that light. His immediate reaction was to assume they were scams. Those who frequently engage online know that once their number is leaked, a flurry of dubious accounts will attempt to connect. Some even leave messages in their social space, filled with provocative phrases. Do you remember me, old classmate? Where have you been? I'm in your city. Shall we meet? However, Du Fei is well aware of the traps involved. Engaging in conversation with them would either lead to tea sales or scams, and at worst, a request for assistance on a discount platform. Du Fei would not be deceived. Observing Du Fei's reaction, Song Yuanyuan was taken aback, unsure whether to regard him as astute or foolish. On one hand, it seemed clever not to fall for the scam. On the other hand, his awareness of fraud was indeed impressive. Even seduction failed to work. After pondering for a while, Song Yuanyuan nodded in agreement. Truly, the current state of scams is utterly disgraceful. As Du Fei was on his way back to the hospital, just after Song Yuanyuan sent her message, Xiao Yingling called him. As soon as he answered, her panicked voice filled the line. Du Fei, what should I do? I can't reach my parents. Du Fei found himself speechless at her words. Your parents are likely just fine. It would be strange if you could reach them. Do you think something might have happened to them? Xiao Yingling's tone conveyed deep concern. After considering the situation, Du Fei realized it was best to address this matter face to face. Since Xiao Yingling would eventually find out, it was better to tell her sooner rather than later. Where are you? I will come to find you. I am at home and I will send you the address. Upon receiving the address, Du Fei informed the driver, we are headed here. Shortly thereafter, Du Fei arrived at Xiao Yingling's residence. It was an old and dilapidated community. Despite its worn-down appearance, the land value here was not insignificant, especially in a metropolis. After climbing 5 flights of stairs, Du Fei finally reached Xiao Yingling's home and knocked on the door. Xiao Yingling hurried to open it. Upon glancing inside the room, Du Fei could genuinely comprehend why Xiao Yingling's parents had chosen to flee. They were, after all, locals of the capital, owning properties in the city center. Yet, their living conditions evoked deep sympathy. This old and crumbling abode was approximately 50 square meters. As one entered, the living room, which was less than 10 square meters, greeted them, with a mere 2 meters separating the television from the sofa. To the right lay the kitchen and bathroom, while to the left were 2 bedrooms. Likely not spacious either. The decor was even more lamentable, reminiscent of a style from 2 decades ago, with pipes exhibiting signs of severe rust. In a 3rd or 4th tier city, this dwelling would scarcely fetch 100,000. Although the property was worth several million, the living situation was rather stifling. Daily life here must have been exceedingly mundane. Instead of enduring such a constricted existence, it would be far more prudent to take 10 million and seek a life of affluence abroad. Initially, they might have felt a psychological burden, fearing capture. However, the escape of their partner became the final straw that shattered their resolve. If he could flee, why could they not? At that moment, Xiao Yingling appeared deeply anxious, on the verge of tears. Seeing Du Fei was like encountering a savior. Du Fei, you have finally arrived. What should we do? I have made several calls.